the hope is, everybody, is that we're playing this track on Tuesday when the Western Conference Finals begin. But the Warriors got business to handle, and they may have to do it shorthanded. We'll see about that. As we say, oh, baby, on a Friday, a payday Friday / Frisco Friday / 50-cent Friday. Here on the Morning Roast, Shasky's out, Alan Styles is in. Good morning to Alan. Good morning to Spadoni. Good morning to Lubman. And good morning to all the graveyard shift workers getting off of work. Good morning to all the truck drivers, all the professional dancers, all the construction workers, muni drivers, trolley drivers, you name it. Drive safely if you're at work, getting ready for work. What is happening to you? We got game number 6 today, folks. Game 6. And again, there's so much on the line. I know Spadoni was talking about it during the pregame show, but it's true. There's so much on the line in this game. And it's on a Friday night down in Hollywood Island. I can't wait. We got a big injury to monitor. We're going to have Tim Kawakami join us at 8:30 about this injury to Andrew Wiggins. In case you're not knowing or you're just waking up, Andrew Wiggins is questionable for tonight's game with a left costal cartilage fracture. That's an area in his left rib cage. He suffered the injury midway through the fourth quarter. Looks like he went up for an and one. LeBron may have touched it, poked it. I have no idea. He was in the air, but he's listed as questionable. However, I love the Instagram, Alan. The Warriors getting on the plane, and Andrew Wiggins was holding both of his luggages. So I'm guessing if he was in a lot of pain, he wouldn't be holding his luggage. So I'm looking at that photo right there saying, okay, he must be feeling okay to play.
Yeah, you got to take anything you can, right? And even some of the stuff post-game where if you're injured, you don't necessarily have to do the media availability. He did all that. So, look, this is all we can take, Bonte.
Right.
You got to take the tiny victories. So, trust, you are not the only person, pausing videos, looking at everything that they're doing. I mean, watching the warm-ups today, I'm sure everybody what does he look like? And,
what is he wearing?
Hey, what is he wearing? Does it look like he's got a protector on? Because here's the thing. It's one thing if Andrew Wiggins was the best offensive player. The thing is, Andrew Wiggins is both. You call him two-way Wiggs, right?
Right.
You need him to be a scorer just like he did last game. And not only that, who does he got to guard, Bonte? He's the Warriors' best defender, best all-around defender. So he's got to bang with LeBron, at times even bang with AD. So you really hope he's got enough in the tank to at least ward them off. I think the good thing is, as we've seen with LeBron, he does it in spurts. So you're not going to get, and really, when LeBron really wants to get going, he's going to want Steph on him anyway. So it's not as if Wiggins is going to have to take 4 quarters of it. It's just how much can he take, and how does that affect him offensively? With that line drive jump shot, Bonte, I get so worried every time he shoots. I don't think he's ever made a shot where it doesn't hit the back rim.
That back rim, that little boom boom.
Every time.
Yeah, no, it's as long as it goes in, man. I don't care if it's a line drive, if he's throwing it 90 miles an hour, if it's a rainbow, just make the damn shot. But look, man, without Andrew Wiggins, now what does it do to the rotation? Do you start Moses Moody? Do you dust off Jonathan Kuminga in a do-or-die game? Do you go back to JaMychal Green? This could have ramifications not just on LeBron James and who defends LeBron James to start, but damn, what are your rotations? Do you have to go JK if Wiggins doesn't play? So we're going to monitor the situation all day long. Court to Marcus Thompson, I sent the photo to the thread, and I'll pull it up right now as I'm looking at my phone. I'm doing this, Alan. All right, this is Court to Marcus Thompson in The Athletic. What was he like after the game? Well, Wiggins was in noticeable pain after the game. And this is game number 5, of course, holding his side at his locker and moving gingerly. He hit the cold tub and came out still visibly in pain, occasionally holding his left side. His spirits seemed to be fine, and he still did his post-game interview. Wiggins usually takes most opportunities to get out of the podium duty, and an injury would have been a worthy reason. He could have also done it at his locker, but he made the trip up the stairs into the interview room, though in obvious pain. Wiggins, as he left the locker room, said he would be fine, that he expected to play. So there's that.
Well, I think that, when it comes to these injury reports, that's what you're doing. You're reporting. We just never know the level. Questionable, all these terms, I guess not probable, but questionable. And like you said, we're looking at how they're moving around.
Probable, he's playing. Questionable, most likely playing.
Right. And the way I look at that is just how much is the pain. So probable, that pain is obviously less than if it was questionable. But even questionable, that range, specifically when you're in the playoffs, there's no way for us to know. But
no doubt.
I feel pretty confident that he'll play. It's just a matter of what do his minutes look like and what is he going to be able to do against some of these bigger guys that he's going to have to guard?
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting to monitor there. Will he wear a flak jacket, some protector there on the ribs? We shall see. Comcast Business Text Line 510. Shout out to all the heavy equipment haulers, Bonte. And don't forget about the movers as well. Good morning to everybody out there. Yeah, movers, equipment haulers, longshoremen. Who you got to shout out? Mama Styles. Good morning to everybody out there, man.
I mean, look, I hope she's not up. I hope she's not up too early, but you got the baby situation. So this is normally my shift.
Yeah.
So right now, wifey got to take care of the night rider morning shift. So shout out to her.
The night rider morning shift. It's not fun.
It's not fun at all.
It's not fun, man.
Especially
on a Saturday.
I'm glad I'm here doing this.
Well, on a Saturday when you wake up at 4:30 every single day, and then on a Saturday you're like, ooh, I get to sleep. It's like 7:30.
Yeah.
And then the little baby comes around. So you haven't got here yet where the baby comes to your side of the bed.
Yeah.
It says, Papa, play. Yeah. Play. You're looking around and you're like, yo, it's 6:15, man. Don't nobody want to play. But I mean, you could become a big-time soccer fan with these hours.
Okay.
Premier Soccer.
That's
Premier
one thing
League.
I haven't followed, so you know what? I'll get on it.
Premier League, man. On the weekends, you get them early shifts. You go like, oh, man, what are we doing? We're having tea parties already? Yeah. All right, this segment is brought to you by Go to State Lumber, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoToStateLumber.com. And you know what? I'm going to do this right now. We got a code word for Kirby. We're giving out a gift card. Wow, we're giving stuff out this Friday. We're feeling good. This Fix It Friday's code word is mechanic. That's right, text mechanic to 20357 by 10 a.m. for your chance to win a $250 Kirby gift card. Kirby, your driveway mechanic, they come straight to you, Alan. You don't even have to go to them. They're coming straight to you. Put the baby in your arm, come outside. They're changing your oil right in front of your front door. Kirby, your driveway mechanic. Check out Kirby.com. That's CURBEE.com. You have until the end of the show to enter. Now, the days off are always fun, right? We're sitting there watching the other series, watching the Celtics put the Sixers to 7. We're watching the Nuggets just absolutely embarrass the Phoenix Suns. They went out sad. 81-51 at the half. That was sad to see. 2 years in a row. We'll get to that a little bit later. But a lot of chatter has been made about who's flopping, who's fouling, what's going on. We got a whole bunch of gamesmanship. There's a report that Laker players aren't happy that Warrior players are sitting clips. Well, Steve Kerr said it the other day on Willard or Dibs right here on 95.7 The Game. He joins them every single week. Every team does this.
Exactly.
They send clips to the league and say, can you please review this or let us know what we can do better? It's not gamesmanship. It's what teams do. I watched with my own 2 eyes in 2019 when the Warriors took on the Houston Rockets in the second round. After game 1, I saw Mike D'Antoni because Oracle Arena, the visiting locker room, was so small. The bathrooms were right behind us. We were interviewing a guy at the locker. There's a bathroom right there. So you can see what's going on. You can hear what's going on. I saw Mike D'Antoni, Chris Paul, James Harden looking at Twitter saying, oh, look at this missed foul. Look at this missed foul. And then remember the report came out saying that the referees missed 81 fouls, which is crazy. We did an audit. They missed 81 fouls. So this gamesmanship, we got referees too. We'll get to that in just a second. This whole gamesmanship is just about nothing. I mean, everybody's flopping these days, but the Lakers, and this is what we knew before the series. Yeah. This is what they do.
This is what they do. When you shoot the most free throws, not all those free throws come from shooting fouls. I don't think that's how they break it down. It's just legitimate free throws. So it's getting to the bonus. It's doing other things. And, Bonte, that was the weird thing for me because I was actually really surprised once everything came out, right, with hey, when Steve Kerr decided I'm going to address this flopping thing, and he did it multiple times. He did it in the postgame. He did it here on our airwaves. I was actually really surprised that LeBron. I wasn't surprised at Darvin Ham because he's a first-year head coach. He's just trying to look, man. I'm just trying to win. I'm not trying to get caught up in that. Even though he did during the first quarter, though he did. But I was really surprised that LeBron, at this stage in his career, he's been so real. LeBron's been so real. He said, man, I'm tired. He says this. He says that. Now, a lot of times he's more real after a win when he's in a good mood. But for LeBron to sit up there and say, I've never been a part of flopping and just completely denounce all of it, I was legitimately surprised because I honestly thought, Bonte, I thought he'd just throw it back and say, look, guys, I've been in this league for a long time.
Right.
Everybody embellishes a little bit. And he decided, I'm just going to stick to the Darvin Ham script and just say that basically anytime we do move, we feel we're legitimately getting fouled. And that, to me, was a different form of gamesmanship. Right. And maybe looking at Game 6 tonight, I could expect LeBron to be a gamesman because that's what he's setting up. He didn't give in at all to the idea that there was any flopping. If I'm on the ground, somebody push me, which is absurd.
Right.
Absurd.
Yep, no doubt. Hey, Spadoni, get that drum roll ready here because the gamesmanship today, Alan, and I said this yesterday, because we have today's referees. Today's referees for Game 6 down in Hollywood. Number 10, John Goebel. Number 61, Courtney Kirkland. Number 29, Mark Lindsay. Now, I don't really have a scouting report on them, which is probably a good thing. I think Goebel's a little, he's wishy-washy.
Yeah.
Courtney Kirkland, I know the name. Seeing him, don't really know if he's a home ref, away ref. Does he call ticky-tack? Does he let physical contact go? I would love to know the scouting report on that. So that's that. That is that. So we'll see.
I think the gamesmanship is going to be high level on both sides because, and I honestly, Bonte, because of that, I feel bad for the refs. You're not going to know what it is. It's going to be Flop Fest 2023. It's going to be Flopchella, right? It's going to be, everybody is going to do whatever they have to do to get this W, and the refs are just going to be confused, man. There's going to be some flop calls that go for the Warriors, some flop calls that go against the Warriors. It's going to be a mess. I hope it's still good enough basketball, and this is one of those things where I am glad that Steve Kerr said something because they're going to, when the season is over, they're going to have to review it. It had legs a couple years ago. It went away, and now it's going to come back. But it's going to be nasty.
It's going to be
nasty tonight.
This is what I asked Dub Nation yesterday. And tonight, we need to brace ourselves for this. The Warriors going down to Game 6. There's so much on the line. All right, Steve Kerr being 19-0 against Western Conference teams.
Man.
That's on the line tonight. Hell, that could be on the line Sunday, too, if they get past Game 6. How about this? Winning a road game in 28 straight series. 28 straight series. That streak is on the line. LeBron James, what do I believe? He's won 19 straight series when his team has won game number 1?
17.
17-0. 17-0. When they win game 1? No. That was
up 3-1. Sorry, that was my bad. My fault.
When they're up 3-1, LeBron is 17-0. They've won 19 straight series. LeBron James has when his team has won game 1. He's 28-2 all time. So that's another streak. Lakers 51-6 when they've had a 2-1 lead. And then we just don't know if this is it for the core group because Bob Myers joined Steiny and Guru yesterday. We'll play some of that sound. There's a lot happening here with the Golden State Warriors. But I'm not putting that energy into the stratosphere right now.
No.
How do you go down there and win a game? Well, one, you got to overcome adversity because, as you just mentioned, the fouls will be flowing. The whistles will be blowing, right? You got to get through that. And you got to try to keep your main cogs out of foul trouble here. You got to weather the storm because the Lakers are going to come out like gangbusters and try to end this series tonight. They don't want to take that flight up to the Bay Area and play on Mother's Day. They want to have Mother's Day off. They want to get ready for Denver. So you got to weather the storm early and often like they did in 2016 against Oklahoma City where, guys, Alan, it felt like they're going to get blown out 15 different times in that basketball game, and they just kept fighting and fighting and fighting. So that's what tonight is about. Just fight to stay alive.
Well, that is what it's about. And, I talked to Spadone about this in the pregame show. Essentially, the Warriors saw the blueprint or a blueprint last night with the Celtics. The Celtics just never said die, okay? Even when the Sixers got up, Philly is rocking and rolling. The Sixers just said, or then the Celtics just said, we're not going down. We're not going down.
Right.
Tatum couldn't hit the backside of a barn, okay? And they fought through, and they were able to
How gangster was that?
I mean, look. Could it be more of the Sixers tricking it off? Sure, but the point is that the Celtics stuck with it. Now they get to go to Boston and handle it. I am curious, Bonte, just looking at going to L.A. and how you view going to L.A. Because we take so much from other things that the Warriors have done, and we try to apply it to what they're currently doing. And I'm curious your thoughts on playing in front of crowds. So the Warriors and what they did in Boston, and you got to deal with the Barstool gang. You got to deal with some crazy.
There's a lot going on out there.
Some crazy Boston fans, but a lot of them are not celebrities. Do you think? Do you think there's anything to? And we know the lighting in crypto.com or arena or whatever. Do you think there's anything to the Warriors or any team really not just playing against a hostile, because I don't think the Lakers, that's not a hostile environment. But you got stars everywhere. Not that you get shell shocked or whatever, but do you think there's any difference when the Warriors, when you're playing, an LA crowd versus just some blue collar, Bostonians? I'm trying to, I wonder what, for lack of a better term, bothers an away team more.
Yeah, that's a good point. It's the Laker brand, right? You see all the banners, you see the lighting, you see all the celebrities. It's LA. You know what's happening there. It's different.
It's a different type of
fear. Yeah, no doubt. You're on the grand stage, and you're like, man, it's the Lakers. Yeah. You get caught up in the lights, and you get caught up seeing Jack Nicholson. And
Kim K's there.
Kim K. Well, and Denzel's there. You know what I'm saying? Buddy Mayweather's there at times. But no, the Kim K clan has been there tough. They have been there tough.
I hope they missed today because, obviously and that's, another mini streak as well, Bonte, for this playoffs. The Lakers haven't lost at home.
No, I know. They're 5-0. They're 5-0 at Crypto.com Arena this postseason. So it is different, but it can be intimidating when you see those banners and you see Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, you see that Laker brand, that Laker legend, because they are one of the blue blood organizations, and not just the NBA, but in all of sports. Boston was a little different because it was hostile. It was like, we're on your head, we're cursing you out. It's a different type of energy, but it's still hostile. I thought you were going to go to maybe the backdrop for the shooters, which is why they start bricking here, because it's a different backdrop. You've been down to Crypto.com Arena?
I actually haven't, no.
So the backdrop and the seating is just so weird. It feels like it's outdated. You know, at Chase Center, you're kind of like on top of the floor, right? You're right there. Well, Crypto, and I don't know if Spinoni's been down there. Have you been to Crypto.com Arena, Spinoni? And the seats, like, they go back. So, like, even if you're in the lower bowl, you still feel like you're so far away from the floor. So the backdrop is just strange there, where the seats just kind of...
It's intimidating. It is. Yeah. Everyone's like, you can't see the fans or anything like that. It's all very dark, but you see the stars slowly bringing up and up and up. It's actually kind of cool.
But is Brooklyn the same way or no?
Barclays they have a very interesting lighting.
I would love to look up
Madison Square Garden.
Right. Because Steph goes off at Madison
He
Square
goes
Garden.
there, but it's New York to Mecca.
Yeah.
A little different. You only play there once a year. Now they play the Lakers twice a year down in L.A., but the Garden and that feel and that atmosphere, it is a different. You have the celebrities out there. You get the biggest of the biggest stars out there. But L.A., just the structure of that stadium just looks a little different.
Because now on the Comcast, the business text line, 925 Dubs have been the biggest show in basketball for a decade. They don't get caught up. Come on, man. Well, it's got to be something.
Well, no, they don't get caught up in that.
He's
just asking me basically, what's the difference here? Is that an intimidation factor? Now, if it comes to the Golden State Warriors, no, they're not intimidated at all. They played in Toronto and Jurassic Park. They played they played in Boston, obviously, last year. They had to play in Cleveland, which is a very hostile environment. All those East Coast cities, Philly, Boston, New York, even Cleveland, even though it's a bit Midwest, they've got that type of vibe where we're on top of you, we're going to ride you, it's going to be intimidating. So they played in Memphis, the FedEx Forum, the Grindhouse. Houston is a little different. Houston's a little lax. But Oklahoma City, that was intimidating. That's the only show in town. So as far as the Dubs being intimidated, they're not intimidated at all.
No, I don't think so. But I am saying the Splash Brothers have not shot well against the Lakers.
In L.A.
And there is something to be said, Bonte. I'll leave you with this, okay? You play in all those blue-collar areas. You know I'm off after this game. We're going to do whatever. You lose in L.A. or after the game in L.A., there's dinners, there's after parties, and you got to walk around after you held that L. I'm not saying they're
not doing that in the playoffs. They're not doing that in the playoffs.
I'm not saying that they care. I'm just saying it's clearly different than playing in Cleveland or any of these other places where there are no stars. But these are their peers. These are the opportunity to play in front of their peers, damn near.
But in Cleveland in the finals, you got the stars coming to the finals.
Yes.
They're coming to the finals.
Yeah.
You know, whether it's Cleveland, Oakland, you know what I'm saying? So when you're playing them, but in the regular season, it's a bit different. But in the finals, you get the stars. Hell, you get Drake in Toronto.
Yeah.
You had a bunch of stars in Toronto at the 6, man. It was a wild scene up there. But, you look at Steph Curry the last 3 games, 4 of 10 from 3, 3 of 14 from 3, 3 of 11 from 3. But in the LA games, he was 7 of 24 from 3. Not good enough. Not good enough. He's got to be a bit better today. We'll break this game down. Plus, we want to hear from Dub Nation, man. How you feeling? I'm feeling good this morning. Game 6, down in Hollywood, season on the line. This is what it's about. This is what it's about. Now, Shasky's in Phoenix, Arizona, getting all freaking out. He's freaking out right now. Oh, my God, I'm so nervous. 1 minute he believes, 1 minute he doesn't. I'm going to check your temperature on Game 6, Alan. That's coming up here. Brought to you by Valley Transportation Authority. Looking for a fulfilling career with opportunities for job growth. Do you want to earn up to $39 per hour within 3 years of starting? I may need to apply to this once I fire my black ass. Then apply to become a VTA bus driver by texting VTA bus at 333-161. Again, text VTA bus to 333-161 to apply to Question 5. Brought to you by the Alameda PD, now offering a $75,000 hiring incentive. Our team is your future. Go to alamedapolice.org to apply today. If you own a small business, you know the value of time. GetRefunds.com.
Now back to the morning roast with Bonte Hill and Joe Shasky. Take it away, Bonte.
What up, Steph? Hey, let's go ahead and throw some criticism his way right now because he's always listening. He's always watching. He's tapped in. Hey, Steph, you haven't shot well in L.A.
Oh, he stinks.
Oh, I didn't say that, Steph. But you are 21 of 51 overall down in L.A. You're 7-24 from the three-point line.
I know everything.
You're shooting 41% from the floor in L.A. You're shooting 29.2% from the three-point line, Steph. Now, you are averaging over 27, 8.5, and 7, which is just nasty numbers. Mm-hmm. But, Steph, you're not shooting well. Need you.
I know everything.
Oh, yeah, you better. Yeah, I know you know those numbers too, Steph.
Yeah.
And I need you to shut up Rob Parker, who's out here talking that talk the other night.
Man.
Or the other morning.
That was something else, but I will say, stop it. I will say when it comes to Steph, Bonte, as much as we loved, and look, they should have won Game 4, but as much as we loved him, the behind-the-back passes and the assists, for the Lakers, that's a win. For the Lakers, that's a win.
Right.
If Steph is passing the ball off to others, and we know Clay, that it's not a win for the Lakers if Clay showed up that game. Yeah. But getting the ball out of Steph's hands and not allowing him to get into a basketball rhythm, I will say this: Steph is the best shooter of all time, but at the same time, that P&R, he hasn't. I feel like the shooting was just different, and as good as they looked, and that's why Game 4 hurt so bad. As good as they looked, that's not really who the Warriors are, right? It wasn't. So they're working through it. Steph is, okay, it almost felt like I have to shoot here, and then he doesn't start out shooting well, and now he's trying to catch up because he wasn't shooting well. Now he's trying to find a groove. Now he's taking shots that he probably shouldn't take. So the whole thing was bizarre. So I think that you do use the PNR, but the pick and roll, but I also think you got to stick to what's got you here. You got to stick with your bread and butter. Keep the offense flowing, because with Wiggins compromise, you need Klay Thompson. Well, you can't have Klay not touching the rock, and then, even if the game is close, you need Klay lathered all game.
Well, here's the deal with Klay Thompson, because the pick and roll could work all you want to, but I do want to have less usage for Stephen Curry.
Yes.
When he's rolling, and I don't want that ball sticking. Sometimes with that pick and roll of Steph Curry with the ball just sticks to him, and you don't get to that ball movement. The Warriors have something on the whiteboard where they want at least 300 to 315 passes per game. You know what I'm saying? You want about 4 passes every possession, 5 passes. You want everybody to touch it. The PNR, Steph's got the ball in his hands the whole time. Nobody's touching it, include Klay Thompson. Now, you talk about Klay Thompson, and I think Andrew Wiggins is going to play. Now, a lot of people, you can believe what you want to believe. We'll see about that. If he doesn't play, this is huge, because the Lakers have taken away Klay Thompson's airspace. He can't get open. They are suffocating him. They might as well be playing the box of one against Klay Thompson, because they're saying that guy can't get off. And the last 3 games has not been pretty for Klay Thompson. 29.7% from the floor, Allen. He's shooting 33% from the three-point line. Now, overall from 3, he's 8 of 24. Not the best percentage, right? 33%, like I just mentioned. Just 11 points a game, 6 rebounds. He doesn't get to the free throw line, but the 29.7% from the floor. And Klay at times likes to force it, like he did in Game 4, at times in Game 5, where he came out and started 1 of 7. So the Lakers, they're taking away his airspace. They are getting all up into him, making sure that he's not deadly on the catch and shoot. They will gladly let him dribble. But without Andrew Wiggins, you're going to need a big Klay game. But who's going to give him the space? How are you going to create space for him? That's one thing. It's easier said than done.
No, I would agree. And here's the other thing, Bonte. When you look at the Kings series, and Draymond had a very similar game in the Kings series where Warriors, their backs weren't as up against the wall as they were in Game 5, but you needed Draymond to show up, and he did. Bonte, why are we acting like Draymond can only do this once a series, right? Why that can't be the line for Draymond, and he knows that. So I'd say this, Draymond, Game 6 has to be a continuation of Game 5.
Right.
You can't just say, well, I got off in Game 5, so I'm going to go back to being afraid of the rim in Game 6.
He's got to be aggressive.
You got to be aggressive, and that will help, space out some things for Klay as well.
Yeah, no doubt. Let's go to 650. Bonte, would it really be that bad to ask Klay to come off the bench? Moody could start for him, and then Klay could shift feast on matchups. whenever Klay Thompson's in a game, he's going to draw the best defender.
Yeah.
Just because he comes up the bench doesn't mean all of a sudden, Malik Beasley's going to guard him. No, it doesn't work like that.
No.
He's going to see top defenders in this league no matter how long he plays because he's one of the most lethal three-point shooters this league has ever seen. So whether it comes off the bench or start, he's going to see a top defender.
And the Lakers defenders that we've seen are all pretty decent.
Yeah.
You know, they're decent. And when you're guarding Klay, it's a different type of guarding.
Yep.
And this is not disrespectful, not trying to be. You don't need a GP2 type defender to make sure you don't get boogied on.
Right.
That's not what Klay does.
Right.
It's somebody who's just going to give effort and say, I'm getting through every screen and I'm not going to sleep on him. So that is somebody that is a high effort guy, and the Lakers have a lot of those guys. So unless there's a switch even Austin Reeves, I mean, all of these guys, there aren't very many guys that are falling asleep, and when they have, because it's been few and far between, Klay hasn't been able to get into that rhythm.
Yep, no doubt he hasn't. Let's go to Crash in Roanoke Park. Crash wants to get fired up for Game 6. What's up, Crash?
What's up, guys? How you doing this morning?
I'm ready to roll.
Hearing that, Steve Ballmer fired up to be here right now. Yeah, I got this game back tonight. We got Andrew Wiggins going to have that Michael Jordan flu game style thing going on tonight. I got a hot and bourbon bet going with my boy who's a Laker fan. Can't stand this kind of Lakers, all the stuff the Lakers are trying to jump out there. And the best part, guess me, is they're going to hit Game 7 on Mother's Day because me and this guy share a birthday. And what day do you think that is? Mother's Day. Sunday. Game 7, Mother's Day, birthdays. Hating each other, loving each other. It's going to be a good time. They're going to win this game, go to Game 7, bring it home.
Let's go. I like that optimism right there. Listen, man, I haven't booked anything for Mother's Day. I want tonight at around 10 o'clock to say, Anna, tomorrow's our day. Saturday's our day. We're celebrating Mother's Day on Saturday because Sunday I'm going to the gym early. There's a run at Chase Center at 12:30 on ABC.
There you go.
If that is going to be the game, because you still have Philly and Boston. Jason Tatum, that 16-point performance, 1 of 14, and just saying, you know what, we're going back to Boston for Game 7.
Yeah.
And you get Harden disappearing, like always.
Doc Rivers in general.
Doc Rivers.
I
can't blame him, though. Boston took that from them. Boston took it from them. Now, the body language on Philadelphia, whew, that was bad.
Yeah.
That was bad. That was bad.
You know what, Bonte, going back to Crash's call and thinking about if there is a Game 7, you talk about poetic justice and the Warriors possibly avenging the 3-1. What day did the Cavs complete the 3-1? You know what day that was?
Father's Day.
Father's Day.
I was there. Oh, sure.
And they ruined a bunch of Father's Day for Warriors fans. So you know what? If we can come back here, Dub Nation can get it going, the Warriors can get it going, we can say, you know what? Have fun on Mother's Day.
It won't avenge it because that championship's not coming our way. But it does feel good if you can come back against LeBron James. But you got to handle business first. 3-1. You got to handle it first. Tonight, games. Tyler Miller, you better delete that message, Tyler Miller, because if Anna sees that, she's going to be all over me all weekend long. Can't afford that. Can't afford that one. What the hell you think I am? Dude, I work in radio, man. Business ain't booming like that, homie.
Bonte, 707 Comcast Business Text Line. Alan, can we please stop saying P&R and just say pick and roll? What are we doing? If it bothers you that much, 707, I'm going to keep saying P&R.
Oh,
shouldn't have said that. Thank you.
You know what Shasky hates, and I do it over and over? He hates QB1 now.
Oh, my God.
Everybody does QB1.
Yeah.
Wide receiver 1. So now all I'm doing is, who's going to be the 49ers QB1 when they take on the Pittsburgh Steelers in Week 1 in Pittsburgh? Who's going to be QB1?
Can the QB1 run P&R? Oh, yeah.
We got to go to break. 888-957-9570. It's time to get turned up here, man. We'll touch on the 49ers schedule a little bit. I do want to get into that. Casey Schmidt's off to a great start with the Giants. What took so long? Somewhere Shasky's jumping up for joy about Casey Schmidt. So we'll touch on that in a little bit here. But Warriors and Lakers, game number 6, season on the line, man. I'm excited for this one. This is what the playoffs are all about here. Steph, Dre, Klay. What do they have in store, baby? What do they have in store? All right, that's all coming up. Sponsored by nobody.
I got to say, I'm just fired up to be here today.
Morning Roast is live on YouTube right now. Take it away, Bonte.
I love this beat. I love this beat. Wow. Zach Lowe on the Warriors court staying together. Based on what I've heard and what I think and how they're playing on the court, I would bet on Steph, Clay, and Draymond all being on the Warriors next year. And if they have to cut costs, looking at other ways to cut costs. Well, there's a lot of people sending me something. I don't know if you saw this, Alan. My guys at the golf spot. What up, Christian? What up, everybody up there at the golf spot, Pleasant Hill? I'll see you next week. I got a text yesterday. And it wasn't from one of them. It was a couple people. They sent me this screenshot of Jordan Poole in Game 5. And he's kind of off to the side in the bad body language. And, the whole Jordan Poole situation, I think we pawed on him so much. I'm just cool. I'm just hoping that Jordan Poole, hey, man, give us 11-15, play control basketball, don't turn it over. They need Jordan Poole if they want to get through this series. You can't have a goose egg from Jordan Poole. You can't have Jordan Poole, compromise and being a negative, a net rating or whatever it is, a net negative, whatever they call it. You need Jordan Poole if you want to win this championship, if you want to get to 5. Just like you need Andrew Wiggins, you need everybody. But Jordan Poole, I just felt like, you see it on Twitter. You're on there. You're active. You're doing numbers. It's just a lot. It's a lot, considering what he's been through. So I thought it was a step in the right direction for him the other night, although he was 5-14. But you need him tonight against the LA Lakers, especially if Wiggins can't go.
Yeah, and it's to the point now, Bonte, where, and I get it, because they're not all great looks, but this is why it's worrisome in terms of once the season does end. Now we're to the point where, you go on social media and people are, you're dissecting the way Jordan Poole is clapping, right? When the Warriors, somebody made a big shot and Jordan Poole is just clapping, but he doesn't have a smile. And we know Jordan Poole, he's all over the place with his emotions, and he's very, the way he wears his emotions on his sleeve, but majority of the time he's very excitable and very happy. So I didn't take anything by it, but my point is we're to the point now where I don't know if this thing can get back, because now we're breaking down the way he claps, and everybody sees everything nowadays. It's just tough. So as much as Clay loves throwing up the 4 fingers, you're not throwing up 4 without Jordan Poole. That's what it is.
Right.
So I think the question is, once you do, number one, you'd love for him to show up today. Maybe he has it. It's crazy to say a throwback game when he's so young, but maybe he does have a throwback game. And honestly, he really wasn't the same once Clay came back.
Right.
Last season. He wasn't. But hopefully you have a throwback game with Jordan Poole, a classic game or a game that meets the bag that he's about to get. And then once you get to the offseason, the question becomes, look, he had a down year.
Right.
Are the Warriors, is it that bad that the Warriors are willing to sell him and not get back what they maybe thought that they would early when they made this deal and thought it was a possibility? Because if he did ball out, you wouldn't be wanting to trade him.
No
so
doubt.
Now you're going to have to find a sucker. We don't have to talk about that now, but I think it is a conversation because Jordan Poole, and here's the thing.
We don't know if Jordan Poole wants to stay here.
Jordan
we don't know
Poole,
if he wants to be here.
Exactly.
After this.
He made his first shot in Game 5, and he actually did something very similar to Steph. And I always thought something that kind of flew under the radar was how much Jordan Poole does emulate Steph. I felt like, wow, a lot of people should be talking about this a lot more.
Right.
Sometimes he'll wear his stuff the same way Steph wears it. Just a lot of different things. So he makes his shot in Game 5, and he throws his hands up, which is something that Steph does a lot if Steph's been struggling, and Clay to a certain degree.
Yep.
And I'm thinking, I just wish I was a fly on the wall, because it seems like, yeah, he is the annoying little brother, but ultimately, I do think he looks up to them.
No, he does look up to
does.
them. And one thing that gets misconstrued about Jordan Poole is he works his ass off.
He does.
From day one till now, he's in the gym early. He's in the gym late. He's working on his game. He's engaged. He wants to be a hooper. He wants to win. Again, last year during the postseason, somebody asked him in the midst of that run to the 4th championship, hey, what have you learned so far about the postseason? He goes, it's all about winning. It's all about sacrificing and winning basketball games. And that's what it's about. So, look, he hits the threes, and I watched him in Game 5 very closely. very closely, and he was in rhythm. He was on balance for the most part. Now, a couple shots. He's struggling from three. He struggled all year from the three-point line, shooting 32% in a regular season. But he was on balance in game number 5, and I'll take that. And the no turnovers. And the biggest play, one of the biggest plays of the game was right before halftime. Klay hits a three, and then Steph hits a three at the buzzer to go up 11 and go up double digits into the break. Well, Jordan Poole, with about 14 seconds left, had the wherewithal to be patient and get the ball back up to Steph Curry. Say, all right, Steph, this is your turn. Cook, this is you. Bring us home. And that shot at the end of the half capped off a 16-5 run. You come out of the third quarter, you go on a 9-2 run to start that frame, and boom, you're off to the races, and you're heading to Hollywood for Game 6. So I think Jordan Poole, especially tonight, if Wiggins is compromised at some point whatsoever, that three-guard lineup with Klay, Poole, and Curry, you may have to unleash it. And on the defensive end, you may have to play a little zone to help you on defense. So if you want to help out on defense, and you're saying, oh, man, Steph and Jordan Poole on defense, they're barbecue chicken, blah, blah, blah. Well, drop into a zone.
Yeah.
Jump into a zone, help yourselves out. But that three-guard lineup, I think, could create problems if Wiggins is compromised tonight.
Exactly. And even if he plays, if it just doesn't really look the same, just because he plays, it's not a video game. It doesn't mean that Wiggins is going to be exactly who we know Wiggins to be. And ultimately, getting back to Jordan Poole, yeah, maybe he did have a little bit too much dip on his chip. Maybe he was lost in the sauce a little bit. But it's happened to basically everybody besides Steph Curry, to be completely honest with you. And who knows about Steph early in his career? It was just different back then. So you have Klay Thompson, who allegedly wants a max. Does anybody think that Klay deserves a max? I don't know. Draymond, who also said he wanted a max. So this is not, and I know that they've done more. I'm not saying that they haven't, but this is not something that's exclusive to Jordan Poole. And I feel like that's what it's turned into. And again, he could continue to silence the haters and the doubters and the naysayers as his play continues to get better. And we hope that he just completely turns the corner and gets rolling. We'll see.
We'll see. All right, in case you're just waking up and don't know about Andrew Wiggins, he is questionable tonight with a rib injury. He's got a left rib injury, and let me get the specifics here on that injury. Anthony Slater broke it yesterday as we're eating dinner, and we're thinking, oh, God, another injury, just when it seems like they're getting healthy. He's listed as questionable for Game 6 with a left costal cartilage fracture. Now, we got Dr. Narab Panya. He's got some sound. Spinoni, what's up? Oh, we got it in the box? We got Dr. Narab Panya? What you play for me? What you play with dirt? Okay. Got it. All right, here's Dr. Narab Panya. Quick thread on the costal cartilage injuries. Andrew Wiggins. Costal cartilage is the cartilage that connects the ribs to the sternum. This cartilage allows a rib cage to expand and absorbs shock for trauma. It is a variation of a rib fracture. Return to play depends largely on pain relief. If the athlete can breathe, function with pain, then they can return to play. There are various ways to control the pain. Injection, Tylenol, Advil, painkillers, you name it. And it sounds like Wiggins may have to go down that road. Now, Marcus Thompson wrote about this in The Athletic. He said, what was Andrew Wiggins like after the game? Wiggins was in noticeable pain after the game, holding his side in his locker and moving gingerly. He hit the cold tub and came out still visibly in pain, occasionally holding his left side. His spirits seemed to be fine, and he still did his post-game interview. Wiggins usually takes most opportunities to get out of podium duty, and an injury would have been a worthy reason. He could have also done it at his locker, but he made the trip up the stairs and to the interview room, though in obvious pain. Wiggins, as he left the locker room, said he would be fine and that he expected to play. And on the Warriors Instagram page, when they showed the shots of him at the airport getting on the plane, he didn't have two. He had a luggage in his right hand, had a piece of luggage in his left hand. He was smiling. I think Wiggins is going to give it a go tonight.
He's definitely going to give it a go. And I'll tell you what, Bonte, they need to give him whatever the Kings gave De'Aaron Fox, because De'Aaron Fox had a fractured finger. He was diving after loose balls and not even thinking twice. So whatever De'Aaron Fox had, give Wiggins the same thing, because De'Aaron Fox was not fearful at all with that finger. But ultimately, some of the things that we talked about, and Wiggins just being available. And Wiggins, he's a dog. He's a dog.
He needs to be your second best player, I think, to win this championship like he was last year. Whether you do the pecking order thing first, second, third, but 25, 7, and 5, and he was at the 18 field goal attempt range. been talking about that. He needs to be 15 and 19 field goal attempts. He has a matchup, a mismatch. Whether it's LeBron, who doesn't want to play any defense at this stage of his career, he likes to take plays off. I think you can go at LeBron and get into his legs. Remember, he's 38 years old. Whether it's Austin Reeves, whether it's D'Lo or Schroeder, Wiggins can cook these dudes.
Yeah, and it's something that we haven't seen a lot, right? We all complain about the foul calls. And you bring up a good point, Bonte, because a lot of us get caught up in terms and we don't actually think about the logistics of those terms. So the free throw disparity, we know what it is. We also know, flopping aside, the Lakers shoot the most, the Warriors shoot the least. The Warriors are a jump shooting team. That's why Klay Thompson has shoot.
Right.
You only shoot 29% if you're just not shooting layups at all.
Right.
And when you look at, so then everybody sits here and runs around and says, drive to the basket. Right now, Bonte, let's count everybody on the Warriors that has the ability, the legit ability against, I would say, all of the Lakers defenders that you've seen are at least average. Right. I don't know if there's anyone you can, maybe D'Lo you could hunt. But that's really the main guy. Not talking
maybe
about
Austin Reeves.
Maybe Austin Reeves a little bit, but he gives that DiVincenzo type effort, if you will. So let's talk about who can really get to the cup. There's Steph. There's Wiggins. I got Jordan Poole. Who else do you have?
Kuminga. But
Kuminga's not playing.
He's not playing at all.
Everybody keeps saying, get to the cup. Who's going to get to the cup besides those three?
Yeah, DiVincenzo at times.
He passes it under the hoop.
Yeah, no doubt. No, there's not too many guys. But with that said, you can pull up for that mid-range. The mid-range is still open.
Yes.
The mid-range is still open. But the way they're executing and drawing Anthony Davis like they did in game number 5, look, the Warriors have actually held their own in points in the paint the last couple nights. They really have. By drawing Anthony Davis out of the paint, by going backdoor on it with GP2 in that dunker spot. So they've done a great job of attacking the rim and being very clever in the way they attack the rim. If Anthony Davis is there and lurking, they're like, we're not going to try him. But let's move him around a little bit here, get some backdoors, some quick actions there, get behind LeBron James. LeBron James has quietly been awful on defense the last 2 nights. Last 2 games, I should say. And GP2's he's benefited from that. More so than anybody on that roster, playing in that dunker spot, going backdoor, easy dunks, layups. And you see the point production, 15 in game 4, 13 in game 5. So you got to get Anthony Davis moving. But to your point, there's only a handful of guys who can get to the cup at will.
Right. Everyone, just drive. Clay's not going to drive. He doesn't do that.
That's not what he does.
That's not what he does. You bring up LeBron and his lackluster defense. He reminds me of in Spadone, as Raider boys, it is tough, but he does give me Derek Carr vibes at times. When Derek Carr, bad throw, and he's just showing somebody up. And you have no clue if it was a bad route or if you just overthrew him. LeBron, he gets cooked and he's looking around. Well, where was the help?
He was open down court one possession in game 5.
Yeah.
And he didn't get it, and he was pouting the whole way until the timeout. That's what he does.
I'm not going to miss the Derek Carr chin strap removal.
My gosh.
Because Hunter Renfrow, you missed him by 10 freaking yards, buddy.
Just point.
Oh,
just
my
point.
gosh.
You don't know where you're pointing.
Saints fans have no idea what they're in for.
Yeah.
They have no idea what they're in for. All right, you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and AC1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app. Download the Odyssey app and favorite 95.7 The Game for the best and most up-to-date sports coverage. And do not forget that you can also watch us every single day on our YouTube and Twitch streams. Just log on and search 95.7 The Game. Be sure to like and subscribe to the channel while you are there. Alan Styles in for Joe Shasky, the Butcher. We got Spadoni in the building. We got Sam Lubman in a good mood. Sam Lubman, man. Look, can I put your business out there in the street, Sam? Can I put your business out there in the street?
I mean, I guess that depends on the business, but yeah, let's go for it.
The business is, you're going to be living around Lake Merritt, right?
That is true. Yeah, tomorrow I'm moving into a new apartment over in that area.
Single guy, living around the lake in Oakland, California. Sam Lovin moving on up in the world.
Oaktown is big time.
Dude, he's been glowing this week.
Yeah.
Casey Schmidt is up.
It's been a good week in the world of Sam Lubman, newest Oakland resident. So yeah, I'm very excited for that.
I want the new show. Sam Takes the City. That's what I want.
Well, Sam takes the town.
Sam takes the town.
We rep the town now, Alan.
Hey, tell him, Lubman.
Okay, I meant a city.
Tell him,
Give me a
Lubman.
break.
We know Alan Styles, Conquer Boy, De La Salle.
Hey, SeaWorld, man. SeaWorld.
Well, hey, I was rocking Alameda now, so we're basically neighbors now.
It's Alameda, by the way.
Alameda, I like that one a lot.
Let me tell you that. Let me tell you that right now. Let me tell you that right now.
The home of Ray Ratto.
That's right. I was kicking it with Jimmy Rollins. It's a Flex Friday. I was with Jimmy Rollins a couple days ago. It's all good. He loves Alameda.
Oh, my God. Oh, man. So we got Lutman in the town now. He's feeling good. We got Alameda. Spadoni, don't even bring up Monterey. Whatever.
That's Pacific Grove, please. All right.
You, James
Butterfly
Kincaid.
Town, USA, Bonte. Home of the Monarchs. Come on.
God. You know what? I'm going to go to Antonio from the YouTube chat. Antonio, what's happening, man? You're on the roast. What's up, Tone?
Hey, guys. How you doing?
Good.
Hey, JP, he's had some growing pains, but, we got to stick with them. These, the big three, they're probably single digits.
Yep.
And just like Styles knows that you can't coach speed, can't coach that shot when he has it together.
Mm-hmm.
And I got some simple stats I was running. Steph 17.5 points, 5.8 assists, 4.1 rebounds in 180 games in his first 3 seasons. Jordan Poole played, his 4 seasons, and he got 15.8 points, 3.4 assists, 2.6 rebounds, and 266 regular season games. Yeah, I know Steph's, he was hurt. That's 86 more games Poole's played. But I think he just needs to realize that he's not like Steph's replacement. He just needs to be Jordan Poole. I think he can figure it out. You got to stick with the young guys.
You do. You have to stick with them. Well, you're going to have to lean on Jordan Poole tonight, especially if Andrew Wiggins can't go and he's compromised. Here's a 415 Comcast Business text line. Nate on 35th Avenue. I met him at the airport in Cabo. Roasters are everywhere, Alan. International. Met him in Cabo during the All-Star break. What up, Nate? Said he just had surgery on his coastal cartilage from a fracture surfing Ocean Beach years ago. It's a damn painful one. They'll need to numb that up big time.
Man.
Doesn't make me feel good.
No, and Looney had that in 2019.
Yeah, he played through it in Toronto. He was hurt, though. He was banged up. But Looney was only a part-time player.
Yeah.
You need Wiggins to play 30-plus minutes.
Right.
Damn. Oh, man. Warriors will find a way tonight, folks. Warriors will find a way. Anthony Napa, what's happening?
Top of the morning, fellas.
Top of the top.
If it's not the night of numbers down in Atlanta, I don't want no stats from nobody else, Bonte.
All right.
Homie in Atlanta be giving us some good numbers.
Alex in Atlanta.
Alex in Atlanta. But you guys are talking about JP, and I'm not going to pile on. I just think that when it's all said and done, he needs a change of scenery. There's 2 reasons. Obviously, the punch, and then, of course, I think he really wants to start. And as long as Steph Curry is playing at the level he's playing, he won't be starting. And obviously, him and Draymond really just can't exist on the same team anymore. I hope that we get something from him, but I wouldn't bet my house on it. As far as like Klay Thompson goes, I'm with you guys 110%. He can't hunt shots because a hunting Klay Thompson is just not a good Klay Thompson. It would be nice if they can run a couple plays for him just down in the low post to get him going. Maybe if he stepped in a little bit, his shots have been flat, and that means he's not getting much lift on those shots, and obviously he has those injuries. But Styles said something about Draymond Green, and I kind of want to magnify that. If Draymond was playing similar to that level on a regular basis, the floor spacing will be open like nobody's business. He doesn't play at that level or give us 10, 14 to 20 points or whatever, and that closes the spacing, and that's why I believe that Klay Thompson is having a hard time getting good shots and getting open looks. Yep. So it would be nice if Draymond came with that same intensity tonight because we really can. We can win this game for sure. And then I know I definitely put my house us winning at home Game 7 on Mother's Day. So I think I'm looking at Draymond Green more than I'm looking at Wiggins because I believe Wiggins being compromised, he's still going to give a good effort. But I think it falls in Draymond Green's laps considering he's kind of been he's been kind of like the culprit for why this season, in my opinion, has kind of gone the way it's gone. Ever since that push, I think it fractured a lot of stuff, and it was the first domino to fall. So I'm looking at Draymond myself. I'm not trying to place the blame, but I'm just looking at Draymond hey, we need you, homie.
No doubt.
Part of the big three,
good call, Anthony. Good call. He's right. Yeah. You mentioned this in the first segment. Draymond, 14 points in the first half. He finished with 20 and 10.
Yeah.
Can you get that aggressive Draymond Green tonight? You need it.
Right.
When he's aggressive, he's so much happier. The team's so much better.
Exactly. And look, we know the big three are elder statesmen. So I don't expect Draymond to play like that every game. It's just not sustainable. Can you do it for 4 games each series, right? That's really what you need. Can you lock in for 4 games? Because you know the Warriors are going to win those games if you do it. Real quick on Anthony's note about Jordan Poole, I'll say this. We don't know what's in Jordan Poole's mind, but I will say that him playing well doesn't just help the Warriors, it also helps his cause. Him not playing well, you could find a sucker, but him not playing well doesn't help the idea that I want to go start somewhere else. Other teams aren't necessarily going to say, hey, I know he stinks right now, but let's give him all this playing time and then he'll be a baller. The better you play now, it will help you in the future if that's what you want to do. Now, I thought it was interesting how they signed that deal with Jordan Poole knowing he was going to come off the bench, so I don't know what conversations were had, but him playing well helps his own cause.
Well, remember, it's a long-term thing too, right?
Yeah.
Steph is getting older, Clay's getting older, he's got 1 year left on his deal after the season. You're actually looking ahead to the future, saying Jordan Poole is a guy we believe can carry the torch once these guys start to move on and retire from basketball as they get older and weed out of the league. It's a long-term view here at Jordan Poole, 23 years old, saying, boy, this guy gave me 25 points a game as a starter.
Right.
This guy can cook, so I'm going to pay him betting on his future here. So it's not just about paying him while Steph and Clay's here. It's betting on him once Steph and Clay finally move on.
Yeah.
If they move on. So that's a conversation we could have if the Warriors get eliminated in the next couple days here. I don't plan on that happening. I think the Warriors will win Game 6. They're going to continue to fight. But it's going to be tough if Wiggins can't be at 100%. We'll get Tamir in Oakland on the other side. Can't wait to hear from Tamir on his thoughts about game number 6. 888-957-9570. Dub Nation, how are we feeling about Game 6? This is it, folks. There's a lot of things on the line here. We'll go through that coming up on the Morning Roast. Alan Styles in for Joe Shasky, the Butcher. We also have the Niners schedule we'll touch on. Casey Smith scored crazy, but mostly it's going to be about Game 6. And by the way, Tom Izzo, head coach of Michigan State, is going to join us at 8 o'clock. 8 o'clock, Tom Izzo. He got bumped up. He said, nah, I can't wait till 9:20 to be on the roast. I need to get on at 8 o'clock. I need to set the tone for the third hour.
Talking Max Christie? Lakers legend?
Oh, look at you. How about you just cut that mic off, Spino? Now I want to hear from you the rest of the day. The Quest for 5 is brought to you by the Alameda PD, now offering a $75,000 hiring incentive. Our team is your future. Go to alamedapolice.org to apply today. What's coming up in the game sponsored by 7-Eleven. Your calls, folks. 888-957-9570. Tamir will get you in next here on The Roast.
Any size iced coffee is only $1.29 at 7-Eleven with 7 Rewards. But it's not just iced coffee, it's sacred. Some say you can't put a price on it, but 7-Eleven did. It's $1.29 any size iced coffee.
Offer good through 6/27/23 plus tax. See app for details.
Business owners, are you feeling stretched thin by the pressures of growing your business? Bonte Hill here for Insperity. Keeping up with changing regulations and staying HR compliant, hiring and retaining top talent, handling payroll. The list goes on and on and on and on and on. And it's tough to maintain momentum and still keep your employees engaged. But fortunately, there's Insperity. They put over 35 years of HR service and technology to work to help you develop a people strategy that scales with you. What if your HR strategy included access to better benefits to help you keep the employees you have and attract new ones? What if it offered training for your employees to increase their skills so to become more productive? There will always be challenges to face in business. And no matter where they come from, Insperity is ready to help you move past them by providing the HR solutions you need. With Insperity, nothing seems impossible. healthier. They may need him against AD. Don't want to get in foul trouble. We got the tweets coming up. I love the referee tweets. I love the ref tweets. People lose their minds. Laker and Warrior fans. Oh, it's over. We lost. Oh, NBA doesn't want us in the playoffs no more. Oh, my God. People will actually believe this stuff. Here's one. I loved it. The only reason why, because I love the conspiracy theories. This is why I sent the tweet out. Courtney Kirkland is easily the worst ref I've ever seen. RIP to our season. That's Ruroni Mod on Twitter. RIP to our season. Courtney Kirkland. Here's another one. Uncle Gene. Gets the league, wants the Lakers to move on. I'm shocked. Uncle Gene. Here's another one. Gobo has the top 10 quickest whistle out of all NBA officials. Does not let games get physical. 40 free throws incoming for the Lakers tonight. That's Niner time.
There's been a rumor out, Bonte, and I don't know if it's true or not, but because there's so much information in and out these days.
Right.
People are saying that Vegas lines move based on the refs. Is that true?
I could see it moving half a point.
That is kind of wild to me.
I mean, some referees do allow for more physicality. Some refs do have touch foul. They like the touch fouls. They'll blow the whistle left or right. They'll stop the game. I mean, Mark Davis last night, he was in Phoenix. Now, Denver just kicked Phoenix's ass. I mean, they were up. They dropped 81 on them in a half.
Yeah.
In a game the Suns had to have to win. They went out sad. I want to touch on that in a second here. 888-957-9570. The Quest for Five brought to you by Mara West Credit Union. Worker for you today, tomorrow, and together. Just like NBA officials. I mean, NFL referees. Some may call more holdings than the others. Some may call more pass interference. Just hell, you play baseball. Umpires have different zones, right?
Yes. But it's just wild to me. I mean, I get it's the human aspect.
Right.
But
like Angel Hernandez. He's called it a wide strike. Last Diaz is calling stuff all over the place.
But if there are certain refs that allow for more or less contact, and we're not necessarily privy to how the NBA picks those refs, that's a lot for a fan in general to run with, Bonte. Yeah. Fans can run with much less than that.
Right. Well, they run with the referee stuff. I don't believe there's conspiracy theories. I know what refs are. I know what refs are good. I know what refs are bad. But I rarely think that a referee is just coming in here or a game is dictated solely off of whistles. Like, referees are bad. They're going to make bad calls. It happens in every game. And tonight, guess what? The Warriors are going to have to face adversity. They're not going to get a good whistle.
Yeah.
I'll tell you that right on the front end. You're not getting a good whistle. Not with the Lakers crying. It's Hollywood. It's L.A. You want to talk about intimidation. We were talking about arenas, whether it intimidates people to see the banners in L.A. or the lighting or whatnot. Referees get intimidated. They're reffing in front of Denzel. They got Money Mayweather chirping. You got Kim K and everything. Yeah. Maybe they're the ones who get intimidated.
Yeah, and back to the point about changing the game, though, I will say this. If there is somebody who doesn't really love the physicality and Draymond's like, I'm in go mode, Game 5 could have went much differently if there was a different ref that was not going for Draymond. Draymond tried to get attacked yesterday. He really did. But
he was pushing that line.
He was pushing that line. But even so, hey, we're going to start the physicality, and a ref is not feeling it. Draymond 2 quick fouls, Bonte, tonight, it might be a wrap. Draymond 2, that first foul to start Game 5, what was it, 10 seconds into the game?
Yeah, it was quick.
20 seconds into the game?
It was quick. It happened in a heartbeat.
And if that happens because you have a ref that doesn't like the physicality,
right?
Somebody could say, yeah, that made a difference because Draymond's on the bench.
Right. And I'm not saying that it's going to be a conspiracy theory. I just think the Warriors on the road in Game 6, with the way the Lakers are crying, they probably won't get a good whistle tonight. But it's not going to dictate the game. I think the Warriors, if they execute, they take care of the basketball, you defend without fouling, you try your hardest on that end, and you make some shots here. You got to get Steph and Klay going. Steph, in the last 2 games in L.A., 7-24 from 3. Klay Thompson, 8-24 from 3. It's not good enough. The Warriors still control things. Control the basketball game. You can win despite shaky officiating. It is what it is. But I don't want to use that excuse saying, the referees and this and that, blah, 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 blah.
Them's the breaks. Them's the breaks.
Them's are the breaks.
I know it's going to come down to the stars, but I am also thinking this, Bonte, the Lakers, and we know because their pecking order, their hierarchy is a little bit different. They've had the D'Lo game. They've had the Lonnie Walker game. The only game the Warriors have had, and it almost, I wouldn't say it got wasted because it set a tone, is the Warriors had the JaMychal Green game, where he had, 15?
Yeah.
He couldn't miss from 3, and they blew out game 2.
Yep.
Can we get, and I know he dropped 10, can we get a DiVincenzo? I guess GP2.
Well, GP2, I feel like you had the GP2 game. Back-to-back good GP2 games.
Yeah, that's true.
DiVincenzo game would be nice, but a Jordan Poole game would be better.
Jordan Poole game would be beautiful.
Would be beautiful. Let's go to Tamir in Oakland. Tamir, what's happening, my man? What's going on?
Hey, what's up, guys? You just touched on it today. I feel like today's the JP game. People forget that last year JP went on. He had a bad streak in the season last year, won almost to the playoffs too, and he woke up. So I think everybody's too concerned with what's going on in his head and all this other stuff. I got a feeling that today's that day. I think he's dropping like 25 plus, and I think that 3-guard lineup you were talking about is going to cause little issues for there. And I feel like LeBron, he doesn't play defense. And I think something's up with that ankle too.
Yeah,
he's grimacing and stuff. I don't know if he's putting that on for a show just in case he loses. Because you know how he likes to wrap stuff up and say, "Oh, I lost because of this." But his legs, he's 38 years old. That stuff's starting to kick in too, the same way it is for Steph a little bit. And I see LeBron like taking plays off and stuff. So this might be their chance to do something. And I really think JP's going to have a good game.
Yeah, no, I think that good call, Tamir. I think that 3-guard lineup could be a problem. All right, we got some other. Listen, I just saw something hit the line, and Rocky, Zach made money. We're going to get to y'all. I want to talk to y'all. Lines are lit up right now. Everybody's getting fired up for Game 6. But you know, Alan, I don't know if you're familiar with this caller that's coming up. He doesn't call every day. Doesn't call every week. Now, there was a rare occurrence a couple weeks ago where he called on back-to-back days. Okay. The man may come, he may call every 4 months, every 3 months, but when he calls, it's in timely fashion.
Okay.
It's in a timely manner, and he is the unofficial third host of the Morning Roast. That's Juice of Fremont, folks. Juice of Fremont, talk to me.
What's up, my brothers? Let me say something. Yes, indeed, as the third unofficial host of the #1 sports radio show in the world, I want to say what's up to you, Bonte, and, of course, Brother Allen right there. You're doing an excellent job. The last time I called this show, and when the Kings were up 2-0, all these Sacramento King fans, they were like giddy, like teenage girls going to a Hampton concert. And I said that back then, the pressure is on the Kings to win Game 3. And now in this series, in this LA Lakers, now that they're up 3-2, I still say the pressure is on the Lakers to win Game 6. I mean, honestly, who is LeBron is going to on this team is going to trust in a closeout game? Austin Reeves, Lonnie Walker, D'Angelo Russell. I mean, the only reason why the Warriors are down in this series is because of self-inflicted wounds, bad turnovers, and missing opening shots. But you know what, too? You know what I think? I believe in this team. This is the same team in 2016. Everybody said they would never win because they don't have a true center and they're a jump shooting team. This is the same team when Durant left. Everybody was throwing up zeros and saying Curry would never win. This is the same team. People were saying that Curry will never make it into the league because he's fragile, or Draymond is a tweener. Heck, Jimmy Fredette was picked ahead of freaking Klay Thompson, and this is the same guys. I believe that they're gonna show everyone that everybody that they're gonna turn this around. You hear what I'm saying? Basically, what I'm saying is I want the Warrior fans to stand up and believe that all these doubters, all these haters, you have this idiot Rod Parker coming and saying all this crap. This is what I believe is number one, there's nervousness in the air. And I'm hearing all my cousins in L.A. said they're nervous about tonight. And if the Warriors play the same game like they play in Game 5, keep the turnovers down, keep the Lakers from going for the free throw, and attack their length, because we all know that the Lakers are great as far as half-court defense, but they're not great in traditional defense. All I'm saying is that the Warriors has proven it before, and they'll prove it again. And as I leave, I was praying to God. I say, God, I don't want nothing else for Christmas this year. I don't want $1 million. I don't want an expensive car. All I want is to put on the Flop's resume this year that he choked a 3-1 league in the semifinals. All I'm saying as I leave, in the words of Suge Knight, the best revenge in the world is success. And the revenge tour continues tonight. Peace out to you, my brother. God bless.
Juice in Fremont, folks. Juice in Fremont.
That's what you need.
That's what you need.
All in the video.
Look, he's never doubting. He's never hating. He did call. Because I remember I said, Shasky, let me run something by you. I said, the pressure's on Sacramento before Game 3. They got to keep their foot on the throat. You don't want to get the Warriors' life. Shasky, no. Just calls it because, the pressure's on Sacramento. Yeah. They better kill us. They better kill us tonight, and they didn't.
Right.
He gave the Warriors life. And then you believed in Harrison Barnes hit a game-winning shot, and we know how that can go.
Right.
It doesn't go well for your team.
No. My question is this, Bonte. We can try to run the numbers.
I love Juice, by the way.
When you talk, outstanding call. When you talk about 3-1 leads, how many 3-1 leads when the team was up 3-1 won Game 7? Right? Because we know that obviously the Warriors lost.
That's a good question.
And we know that the Thunder lost, right?
Yeah.
Because the whole thing is you get, and it depends if you're the home or the away team, but the whole thing is you get up 3-1, you know you have a game to play with. That Game 6 is paramount. And mentally, if you lose that Game 6, mentally, you won't admit it, but you're cooked. We got to get there, but how many teams have been able to lose 2 in a row and mount up and get that Game 7?
Especially Game 7 on the road.
Right. I just feel like a lot of teams don't get there.
Yeah, no, that's a great question. Now, I know right off the rip, the Lakers had a 3-1 lead against the Portland Trailblazers, Shaq and Kobe. And they were up 3-1, and they got to Game 7. They were up 3-1. Portland won Game 5 in L.A. Then they won Game 6 in Portland, and they were up like 20 in Game 7. They were up 13 going into the fourth quarter, and the Lakers came back. But that game was at home.
Right.
The game was at home.
Right.
I don't know about a team coming on the road after having a 3-1 deficit. You go away, you lose and chase, and then you have that Game 6 home game.
Right.
Up 3-1. After being up 3-1, then you're up 3-2. You lose Game 6, and you got to go on the road for Game 7 to try to win that. I don't know.
That's what I'm saying.
I want to say Philly back. Maybe Steinmetz will know this. I want to say Philadelphia did it. Did Philly do it back in the day against Bird and Boston when they? I want to say, but that's a hell of a question there. That's got me. I like that.
Yeah, and I would say home. Obviously, away is even harder. But home or away, you lose 2 in a row, and you feel that juice is starting to get dry there.
No doubt.
You know what I mean? You got to recalibrate and remount up, and I just think a lot of teams don't ever get to that situation.
Yeah, no, they don't. It usually doesn't happen. All right, let's go to May Money. May Money in Oakland. What's happening, May Money?
Well, top of the morning.
Top of the morning, May Money.
And
Alan Stiles. Alan Stiles.
I don't know your name.
Alan Stiles. Say hello to Alan Stiles, the Style Fouls, doing a great job.
Hey, what's up, Alan? How you doing?
I'm good. Thank you, May. Thank you.
Hey, I'm just trying to motivate us today. We ain't got no time for being no Debbie Downers.
Nope.
No sad cats in the litter box. We ain't got no time for that. What we gonna do tonight is we gonna cheer up. We gonna motivate our guys. We're gonna play like a team. We're gonna focus. We're gonna play real, and we're gonna win. And we're gonna go to a Game 7 on Mother's Day. And then you know what we're gonna do on Mother's Day? We're gonna win again. That's what's gonna happen. You feel me?
I feel you.
Feel that.
I smell you, May Money. Good call. Good call. Oh, you got something?
So in 2006, Bonte, I'm sure you remember this series. The Lakers were up 3-1 on the Phoenix Suns in the first round, and they blew it. It would be in similar fashion to this. They did not have the home court in that series, and it went back to Phoenix. It was actually, I'm pretty sure they got blown out in all 3 of those last games, too.
Was Game 6 the Tim Thomas game when he hit the 3 to go to overtime?
You know what? You're right. That one.
Was that the Tim Thomas game?
Game 6, I believe. Yeah, that was 126-118. So that was the closest one. The other 2, though, they were blowouts.
That was the Tim Thomas game.
Yep.
Tim Thomas out of Villanova.
And that was the LA game.
Lakers were scrambling. They had him eliminated. I remember getting off of work at UPS, watching at the crib. Tim Thomas hit the 3.
Parker and Kwame Brown were in that starting lineup.
Yeah, that's when it was Kobe Gate, when he just wouldn't shoot. He wouldn't shoot. Kobe Gate.
I'm saying, man.
06. Wow. So it's happened before. Yeah, the Lakers have to win this game.
They got it all coming down to this.
The Lakers have to win this game tonight.
And I'll take it a step further. I would even say, I think everybody has their limit in their mind. And mine, I think mine is probably the normal one. That fourth quarter, Warriors within 10. Within 10 going into the fourth, you got a shot, right? Anything past that, 15, Lakers might put it away.
Right.
You got LeBron, but be within 10. Hopefully you're leading, right? But be within 10 going into the fourth because we know what's going to happen. The Lakers are going to come out, just try to end it quickly. That place is going to be rocking. Snoop is going to be in there. Everybody's going to be doing their thing.
Yep. One more thing here. Yep. The 82 Sixers. They didn't win a championship that year. They won the championship the next year in 83. The 82 Sixers, because I remember this reading about it, the Celtics and Lakers. So the Celtics went up. They went up 3-1 in that series. Philly had game 5 on the road. It was a road game. Wow. So they lost. So check this out. So the first 2 games were in Boston. They split. Next 2 games were in Philly, games 3 and 4. Philly went up 3-1. Yeah, they went up 3-1. Then they lost that game 5 to Boston. Then they had the game 6 at home. They lost it and had to go on the road to game 7 and win that game after being up 3-1. So it has happened before.
Yeah.
But that's 82. That's one example. I'm sure there's plenty others, but Spadoni, you had a little nuggy-dug here.
Tim Thomas in that game 6, Monte, 21 points. Leandro Barbosa, 22 for the Phoenix Suns. Steve Nash, 32. Boris Diaw for the Suns, dropping 19. Sean Marion, 20. And Kobe had a 50-piece in that game.
In that game 6?
In that game 6.
That was an incredible game. I think it was like on a Wednesday or Thursday night. It was wild.
Some of the names there. You got obviously Smush Parker, Ronnie Turioff. Who could forget that? Kwame Brown, probably his best game ever. 17 points and 9 boards.
I'm telling you, man.
Don't slander Kwame Brown. he shook up a lot of people. Stephen A. has to say a bad word about Kwame Brown since Kwame Brown went at him.
Since everybody get that podcast,
this man was
Mike?
a bona fide scrub. He can't play.
He ain't saying that no more.
No disrespect whatsoever.
Yeah, he ain't saying that no more.
That podcast, Mike, changes things, Monte.
It does change things. Damn, that game 6, May 4th, was a night game, 7th. I'll never forget it. Lakers had them. So I was actually wanted the Lakers to win that game. I'll never forget. Tim Thomas, 21-10 off the bench. Off the bench.
The collection's unbelievable. 17 years ago, I remember that night.
No, I do remember
2006.
I remember now. You brought it up, and I remember where I was, and I was like, "Oh, the Lakers are going to eliminate the Suns. They're going to do it. Kobe's going to advance." I didn't remember he dropped 50 though that night. Damn. Smush Parker 0 for 5. Smush Parker stat line, Alan. 0 for 5. In 41 minutes and 30 seconds, he was 0 for 5. 0 for 2 from 3, hit 2 free throws, 3 steals, 2 assists, 2 points, and he fouled out in 41 minutes.
Literally anyone else helping you in that starting lineup, you win that game.
That cardio going crazy, though.
Yeah, he got a lot of good exercise.
Good steps.
Great exercise.
Good steps there.
Yeah, he hit his goals. He got a few rings. Luke Walton, 5 of 11, 10 points. Damn, Kobe did drop 50 in that game. Wow. Phoenix outscored the Lakers. No, they hit the big 3 at the end and beat them in overtime. And then game 7 was Kobe Gate. I like this bad juju for the LA Lakers.
Comcast business text line saying from 408, Rajah Bell was suspended for that game 6.
So then he came back. Actually, and then he came back in game 7. They blew away the LA Lakers. Blew them out. They were up 17 after the first quarter. Damn. Kobe only 16 shots. Usually gets that up in a quarter. Let's go to Zach in Richmond. Zach, what's happening?
Hey, what's up, you guys? Hey, so last year, after the Warriors won a championship, I saw Klay Thompson up at the podium call Jackson and the rest of the Memphis Grizzlies scrubs and bums. I've never seen Klay watched someone get under someone like Klay's skin like that, especially after winning a championship. And then this year, up in Devin Booker's face, flashing the 4 rings at Memphis, flashing the 4 fingers over at Phoenix. I'm like, damn, what's going on, Klay? Usually you're happy, you're in the water, you're chilling. But here's the thing. Klay knows how annoying it is and what it takes to win a championship when these upstarts are talking trash to him on the court. And what do we have here now? Another Phoenix team getting smoked embarrassingly on home court, can't make it past the second round, and Memphis this year can't even make it past the first round. So Klay was totally right. And I'm going to end on this because I haven't heard, and maybe you guys can confirm or tell me what's going on with this guy.
And he gone just like that. Kind of all over the place there.
Yeah, I wasn't sure. I was actually
trying to follow.
I was very interested in where he was going to go.
Yeah, that's.
But Bonte, maybe we could assume he was going to bring up. I don't know your feelings on our guy JaMychal Green.
Yeah, I knew it. I was coming there. Go ahead, explain it.
I mean, so JaMychal Green. For those of you, I think it's been around now. I was the guy who my nephew started saying no cap. And I was asking, do you want a lid for your soda? I felt so washed up.
Well, Kevin Durant tweeted about cap.
Yes.
And I remember going on Twitter saying, cap. What is he talking about? And the kids got up, he was like, dude, you're old, dog.
It was a couple years ago now.
Because when I was growing up, capping meant I'm going to talk about you. I'm going to tell a joke about you.
Yeah.
That's how I'm going to rip you.
Right.
And I say, hey, man, your T-shirt's too small, man. That was capping.
Right.
You're like, yo, Bonte, you got a big-ass head. Like, that was capping.
Right. Now that's
the new
roasting.
cap is, now that's roasting, and now cap is lying.
Cap is lying. I took my nephew to Popeyes. He said, hey, can I get a strawberry soda, no cap? And I'm like, I need you to have a lid in my car. Like, what are we talking about?
What are you talking about?
But anyway, so JaMychal Green, LeBron went out and he says, I've never been a part of flopping. That's the thing. JaMychal Green, LeBron, he wasn't really telling the truth. I mean, he's flopped before. Everybody has. It's not a LeBron thing.
The worst was Darvin Ham talking about, I don't know what a foul is anymore.
Right.
Come on, man.
Right after he said he wouldn't complain about that, right? But things change when you win and things change when you lose. So basically that blue emoji, if you have a iPhone, I don't know if it's on Androids as well, but JaMychal Green takes the screenshot of LeBron's post-game interview saying, I've never been a part of flopping, and he puts the blue cap emoji on top of LeBron's head.
Blows it up.
Saying LeBron's lying, and of course Bleacher Report catches it. Post it out.
He didn't delete it.
He left
it up there.
I'm glad. Look, because you had before the game, but hold on. Because before the game.
You can't have the ninth man talking smack to LeBron James.
I get you. But before the game, you had the TNT broadcast saying how they don't care about what the Warriors are saying. Let them keep complaining and expletive, all that good stuff. And they didn't put a name on it. I don't like what JaMychal Green did because you don't need to poke the bear, specifically when that's not your fight, brother.
Right? That's not
your fight.
Steph Curry's fight. Steph Curry's
you can't be like, go get him, go get him. You can't be doing all that.
Such a good point.
You can't be doing all that.
You're the ninth man on the roster, dude. Like you're not guarding LeBron James.
Steph is
like, yo,
come on now.
He's like, yo, Andrew Wiggins got cartilage damage in his left rib. He's like, dude,
I know you got LeBron.
Like, come on, man.
Now you got LeBron juiced up. But I do respect
Thanks,
him
JaMychal,
for not deleting it, and I do respect him for putting a name on it.
That does concern me.
But what are you doing, brother?
That does concern me.
What are you doing?
Now all of a sudden you're poking the bear. We know how LeBron, how petty he is.
The only thing I will say, I don't think it's the same as Clay in 2016 saying what he said about LeBron because it's JaMychal Green. Like, I don't think LeBron needs motivation from a JaMychal Green Instagram post to get going for Game 6. But it don't help.
It don't help. He had the big cap on. Oh man.
I was
LeBron James. If they win tonight, he will make a reference to that. That's guaranteed. 100%.
Without a doubt. He probably getting cap shirts made right now.
Dude.
Just in case.
Doubt. There's no doubt. By the way, this Fix It Friday's code word. Again, we're giving out a $250 Kirby gift card, folks. That's how we love you on the roast. We love you. We love you so much. We want to give you a free oil change, some free brake repairs. So this Fix It Friday's code word is mechanic. Text mechanic to 20357 by 10 a.m. for your chance to win a $250 Kirby gift card. Kirby, your driveway mechanic. Check out Kirby.com. That's CURBEE.com. You have until the end of the show to enter. Let's go back out to the lines. 888-957-9570. Don't forget Tom Izzo, Draymond Green's college coach at Michigan State, national champion. Michigan State with the Blue Buds in college basketball. He'll join us at 8 o'clock. He was really good on TV the other night. Hopefully we get a good 10 minutes out of him in 18 minutes. We got Tim Kawakami coming up at 8:30 to talk all things Bay Area, including the Niners schedule. I'm feeling that Pittsburgh trick week 1, and then the Pirates play that Monday at PNC Park. So, Matt, I need Tuesday, September 12th off. I'm just going to book that right now. I'm going to need September 12th off. Rocky and Vallejo. Rocky, what's happening?
Hey, Bonte, how you guys doing? This is the #1 show, man. I'm addicted to this show.
Thank you, Rocky. I appreciate that.
Yeah, man, you're doing a great job, man. I know Butcher Boy's out, but
Alan Styles. How about Alan Styles, huh? He's a natural.
Alan Styles, man, that's the man right there. So real quick, man, you guys roasted me a few days ago. No point intended. It's all good. It's all fun. You know what I mean? But I did have to correct you guys. And I hate to do this, on the air, but hey, I can't see you in person. You guys did mention that Bob Myers drafted Klay Thompson. That's actually incorrect.
No, Larry Riley.
Bob Myers was hired April of 2011. Larry Riley drafted Klay Thompson.
Yep.
And let's not forget Mr. Myers tried to trade Klay Thompson, and we know Jerry West or Kevin Love.
Rocky, let me say this, because you are correct. That was Larry Riley. But Bob Myers and Jerry West, I believe, was on the same page. I think it was other parties maybe try to trade Klay.
Possibly. Yep. Okay, but here's my point. Here's my take. Okay, real quick. Mr. Myers' best pick is Draymond Green. They're tied at the hip. Okay, so obviously we know up in the air. Draymond Green's up in the air right now. Myers is up in the air. This is what's on the line. Okay, to me, Rob Pelinka turned around the Lakers. He did some magic. He got them going. And Mr. Myers didn't do much to help Steph Curry so far. And if Draymond and Klay don't step up, we know what's going to happen. So this game is huge. It's big for Myers. It's big for Klay Thompson. It's big for Draymond.
Yep.
That's the obvious. So let's see what happens. I have my prediction. You guys have your prediction. Another thing, let's stop calling it gold-blooded. The 49ers are gold-blooded. The quest for 6 is Niners. Why are the Warriors stealing all the Niners stuff? And then Busherboy was blasting the Niners and all that. I kind of didn't like that. I'm a Niners diehard. Warriors, I like the Warriors. But then you guys are stealing all the Niners stuff, man. And that's not kind of cool, to be honest with you. Gold-blooded, that's a Niner term.
All right. I don't really get caught up in that stuff.
My name's Bennett. I'm not in it.
Yeah, there you go. There you go. I like that line. I use that line a lot. I stole that from Ed, the sports fan. That's a great one. Look, I don't, the slogan thing. Like, there's been so many teams who claim strength in numbers. I could not
care less.
I don't get caught up in that. Bob Myers, Joy Stardy, Guru yesterday, said the Warriors lost Game 5. Very interesting answer.
What I thought last night going in, Guru, was if we go down 4-1, then we're not very good. I mean, as harsh as that is of a conclusion, if you lose 4-1 in a series, you got beat. You got beat pretty bad. You barely avoided being swept. So my thinking was, I was confident we would win because our guys have proven they respond with their backs up against the wall. But I also had a feeling of if we don't, that kind of gives you your answer, and that's how I looked at it. But I had a good feeling we would win the game.
Yeah, I felt good about Game 5, Alan.
Mm-hmm.
But had they lost Game 5, oh boy, this show today, oh my God.
Yeah, it would have been.
Oh
rough.
my God, everybody would have been traded with the exception of Stephen Curry. I'm sure there would be somebody out there saying, "Move on from Steph and move off the money and just completely rebuild." The takes would have been flying.
No, and I'm glad you get out of any version of a sweep. Obviously,
right. Gentleman's sweep.
Yeah, there's none of that. It's just a series.
Yep.
And we believed in the Warriors. We knew we could pull up. This is the one. This is the one. This is the one that really shows what they're about. And here's the thing. You can't use it as an excuse, Bonte, because if Wiggins steps on that court, as we saw in 2016, nobody cares, right? Steph wasn't right. Mm-hmm. Everybody says Kevin Love locked him up. Right, that's just how it's going to be remembered. That's just what it is. So if Andrew Wiggins steps on that court, the Warriors, in the minds of the Rob Parkers and everybody else, the Warriors are at full strength. So it's not going to matter what Andrew Wiggins, even if he looks compromised, that's not how it's going to be remembered. I hope it doesn't come down to it, Bonte. I think the Warriors are going to put up a fight. Truly, I don't know. And here's the scary thing, Bonte, and we talked about this a little bit earlier in the week. The Warriors still haven't won a close game, right? The only one was against Sac, where
Game 5
Harrison Barnes misses that.
Game 4 and 5, yeah.
Right, where they turned it into a close game.
Right.
It wasn't actually supposed to be a close game.
Right.
And if you want to just move on from Sacramento, even though they're still in my mentions, if you want to move on from Sacramento, and they have not won the close game against the Lakers. So if this gets close, as crazy as it sounds with LeBron and the band versus these guys, the Warriors who have been together,
and the Warriors don't.
They have more a better experience so far closing games.
Because they could get to the free throw line.
Exactly.
They could get to the cup. They could be physical. They could draw fouls. And they're a good free throw shooting team in this series, at least. They've only missed 20 free throws. They missed a couple the other day. I think they missed 3 the other day. So, look, man, you're right about that. You're spot on. And Sacramento just hadn't been there before.
Right.
Sabonis turned it over twice in Game 4 with a chance to take the lead. Fox threw it out of bounds on one possession. Here's Barnes did. We know how he is at crunch time. He's MIA, not the crush the guy. But you can't depend on him, which is why he's not a Golden State Warrior anymore.
Yeah.
So Sacramento gave up chances, and of course the Warriors win Game 5, and they win Game 7 going away. But they won those 2 close games right there. But they tried to give him, like, Game 4. Curry was with the missed shot with 10 seconds left, and then, of course, the timeout that wasn't.
Oh, my goodness. I was watching from the hospital. Baby girl just popped out.
Hey, is that a good experience or what?
It was awesome.
You have your baby girl in your arm watching?
Well, she was in the NICU, so she was down the street, down the road, but we knew she was there, so it was all good.
The day that I decided that Zach Wilson was a fraud for the New York Jets was when BYU scheduled a game against Coastal Carolina, and baby Chaz on my arm knocked out the entire game. I'm in the hospital breaking out Zach Wilson saying, I don't want him. That's a team with some NFL speed on defense, and he is shook.
Right.
I'm good. And now the Jets have Aaron Rodgers.
So going back to the pick and roll.
I'm just saying, watching sports at the hospital. Henry Ruggs, who is going to agree to a plea deal, unfortunately, caught the Hail Mary against the New York Jets that same weekend. Was in the hospital with the baby girl.
Thinking Raiders are rolling.
Raiders are rolling. They got something in Ruggs.
They rolling somewhere, and it's not the best place. But thinking back to the close game piece, Bonte, the pick and roll. I won't say the other version because I'm going to be nice to the Comcast Business text line. The pick and roll, I would actually play it more so like how the Lakers played it. I don't know that I would come. Now, you're in desperation mode because it is Game 6, but I would like to just run your normal offense, get Clay going because you're going to need Clay. Don't sell out on anything. Then end of game, assuming it's close, that's when you fire it up. Very similar to what they did against the Celtics to close them out.
When it comes to your motion offense, I think you're going to need a lot more pick and roll today with Steph Curry because of the way they're guarding Klay Thompson. They're not giving him any room to breathe.
Yeah.
I mean, they are on his ass. They're fighting through screens. They're top blocking him. They're doing everything. They're doing everything on Klay Thompson. I don't know if he's going to have room to operate, especially if Wiggins is compromised. If Wiggins is compromised, then they're really going to be all over Klay Thompson. And that's where I think tonight, the 3-guard lineup with Klay, Jordan Poole, and Steph Curry could be a factor where you get Jordan Poole creating a little bit for those 2 guys, breaking down the defense, getting to the cup, making wise decisions. Now, a lot of people are down on Jordan Poole, but it's, hey, JP, this may be your game. This may be you to save us. We need you. And so Klay Thompson's just not getting airspace, man. You look at his last 3 games at shooting against the Lakers, he's just shooting under 30%. He's shooting 29.7% from the floor in the last 3 games against the LA Lakers. All right? In 4 to 5 games, Klay Thompson has not been good. All right? 9 of 25 in game number 1. 6 of 16 for the 3-point line. Now his attempts from 3. Look at his attempts. 16, 11, 9, 9, 6. The Lakers are just not allowing Klay Thompson to operate. They're just not.
Yeah. Do you think that we're done, or I should say the Warriors are done with the speeches? Because you know the Game 7 Steph speech went so well.
Well,
you can't have a speech all the time.
Well, I got a speech for you.
You got a speech.
Hyped up. Oh, I got a speech.
Okay.
Now, we're going to play 2 speeches. We'll do it again. There's one speech where you're like, damn, if I listen to that, dude, we're going to get blown out. Well, I mean, we don't have a shot. I mean, geez. Should I even hit the floor? And then we're going to have another speech that's going to make you want to run through a wall. So we'll do that coming up after Tom Izzo. Tom Izzo coming up.
Sweet.
Do we got time to squeeze in one more call? No? Negative? All right. Let's get to the injury report. We'll get to Sean, Mo Money, and Aaron on the other side. Let's get to the injury report. All right, baby. Do I have a speech tonight? I don't have a speech. You don't want to hear from me. I'll be fired up. You don't want to hear from me, but I got a speech for you. I had 2 speeches for you.
Okay.
All right?
Mm-hmm.
If you had a speech, go ahead, shoot it, Alan. You can shoot your speech if you want to, but the Warriors announced that forward Andrew Wiggins is questionable for Game 6 tonight due to a left coastal cartilage fracture. According to Dr. Narad Pandya, our UCSF medical insider. What up, Doc? Narad Pandya, even though you don't come on this show no more. We made you, Doc. Now you're going on and with dibs all the time.
Got to level up.
He leveled up all right. Yeah, he just said, yeah, thanks for the roast. Thanks for all the attention. Now I'm gone. Deuces, I'm going to afternoon drive.
Yeah.
I have fun in the mornings. Anyway, Dr. Narad Pandya said that this is an injury that typically occurs where the ribs attached to the sternum. If Wiggins is able to play tonight, it will be a matter of how much pain he is able to tolerate, though a pain-numbing injection could be an option as well. This is an injury that could linger for Wiggins as a typical recovery time is 6 weeks.
Man.
Jesus Christ. Injury report brought to you by Boxer Courage and Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. What's coming up on the game? It's sponsored by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises. Tom Izzo. Sorry, you know who Tom Izzo is, coach of Michigan State Spartans, but he's also Draymond's boy, baby, and he'll have something to say to Draymond Green. That's coming up on the roast. Then we'll get right back to the calls. 888-957-9570. We'll be back.
Who doesn't love shopping for a new car? It's so much fun. But shopping for financing, nobody likes to do. Luckily, First NorCal Credit Union can help. With rates, they've got low rates, 3.99% APR. And you could save big by skipping that dealer financing and apply the manufacturer rebate to your down payment. Visit firstnorcalcu.org to learn more. Must qualify for membership. Rates subject to change without notice. Loan subject to credit approval. 3.99 annual percentage rate based on 36-month term and 780 FICO score. 29.52 per $1,000 borrowed.
Welcome to IKEA. Enjoying the spring weather?
Yeah, maybe too much. I got really excited and invited my entire office over for a barbecue.
Oh, well, our Get Ready for Summer sale has offers going on now through 5/29 on outdoor essentials, summer dining, indoor furniture, and more. You'll be barbecue ready without breaking the bank.
I think you just earned yourself an invite.
Nice. Visit IKEA-USA.com/getreadyforsummer to do summer your way. Offer valid now through 5/29, U.S. only while supplies last. Selection may vary by store and online. See store and IKEA-USA.com for complete terms. Restrictions apply.
O'Reilly. Improve visibility and save $8 instantly when you pick up a pair of Bosch Icon wiper blades at O'Reilly Auto Parts. Bosch Icon Premium Blades can help you see better and drive safer. And our professional parts people will install them for you for free. Stop by your local O'Reilly Auto Parts today or visit O'ReillyAuto.com.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Hi, this is Stephanie from Safeway with great news. Now through May 23rd, earn 2 times rewards points when you purchase participating items with Safeway for you. Then use your rewards on groceries or discounts on gas at participating Chevron or Texaco stations. Download your exclusive digital coupon in the Safeway for You app and start earning 2 times rewards today. Limit 1 offer per household. This is Stephanie from Safeway, and we'll see you soon.
Oh, baby. What is happening on the Frisco/Payday/50 Cent Friday here on the roast? We got Alan Styles in for Joe Shaska the Butcher. Spadoni doing a great job. I don't even look at him as a Laker, man. He's been very neutral in this series. He hasn't texted me a lot. He's good in the hood until the series is over. Then he may be dead to me for about 6 months. Sam Lubman, he's in a good mood. I haven't heard from him since the 6 o'clock hour, but, he's doing all right. I think he's doing all right. Everybody getting off their graveyard shifts, good morning to you. Good morning to all the professional dancers, students, teachers, cops, longshoremen. Shout out to Cordell, who's celebrating his 13th birthday. I saw that on the text line. I saw your text line. Shout out to Cordell, 13 years old. It's your birthday, buddy. Happy birthday. Warriors going to get a win for you. Where are we going?
Hope your birthday is booming.
You ever do cameos? You were trying to do a cameo?
No. You have?
No. I don't think I wouldn't be able to try.
And I hear this your second anniversary wedding. I hear you've been working really hard as a defense attorney.
I couldn't get no more. Plus, I don't want to ask. I don't even want to do it. Like Christian Gamboa, for example. We had Christian Gamboa on, the Warrior fan, doing a great job. I'm starting to feel a little iffy now because now he's basically asking people for money to go to games.
The credit card. He posted his credit card statement.
Yeah, I don't know if I like that. I don't know if I like that. All right,
get in where you fit
in, man. Let's move on, man. Let's get in Tom Izzo. Tom Izzo has over 686 wins. College basketball has a national championship, Michigan State. And I underrated his sense of humor. He was so good with us on TV the other day, right before Game 5. And I know he has about 10 minutes, so let's just jump right into it. Tom, or actually Coach Izzo. We're calling you Coach Izzo. Welcome back on the Morning Roast here at 95.7 The Game. Coach, you were so good the other day. It's like, we got to get this guy on radio here. He was so funny, and you had to pep talk for Draymond Green. And what do you know? Draymond Green turned back the clock with 20 points and 10 rebounds. What did you tell him? Can we get the same day today?
Boy, I hope we get the same day today. But you guys are the ones that were great. You made me feel comfortable. So, Bonte, I appreciate that. And actually did have some fun doing that with you guys. But what a great group you had there. And
yeah,
sounds now you got a great group here. But big day for you. Big day for me because if we win, I think I'm going to jump on a plane and come back out. I told my wife it'd be a hell of a Mother's Day present, wouldn't it?
Absolutely. You come back on TV as well. We need you early in the morning on Sunday. Hell, get the private jet right now. We need you in L.A., Coach. We need you for every single game.
Yeah, I was thinking of hitchhiking out there.
You should, man.
Draymond hasn't donated enough money yet. I don't have that yet, but I'll get there. I'm going to get there, guys. But you know what? He played good, but boy, what bothers me is Wiggins played so good. Now I hear he might be out, and I don't know if that's true or not. But
are you familiar with that injury, Coach? That Wiggins has?
No, the problem, depending which rib it is and where it is. I think they can fix that in basketball. It's but if it's in an area where it really hurts his breathing, I think that's the only thing I would think. But I don't know, man. I was impressed with him too. He played well, and I think Steph and Clay are always impressive. But it was it was a good game. They played well. They're going to have their hands full down there, but there is the heart of a champion there. I do believe in that. I do believe in the chemistry that those 4 or 5 guys have, and seeing Iggy on the bench still. It just seems like they've done what I'm trying to do in college,
Yeah.
Keep your team together and bring in a guy here and there. But the culture of that team, the job Steve and Bob and those guys have done, it was fun to see them after the game. I'm impressed. I really am. I'm a fan. I'm a coach, so I study it and figure out what can I do. And I'm a fan because I love a lot of things about that whole organization.
Coach, Draymond, when he was at Michigan State, you look at what he did in this Game 5, and it was very clear at the beginning of the game that Draymond was on a mission. Was it the same thing back when he played for you? Was it early on in the game? I mean, within the first couple minutes, okay, we have Draymond on a mission today. Was it very clear on those situations when he was like that? And if it wasn't, was there anything you told him mid-game to try to get him going?
Hey, it's funny because after the game, I did tell him, I said, you played well, but how come you're not rebounding like you used to? So I got a late-night text, where he says, come think of it, you're right. He used to threaten guys in the huddle. If a guy misses a free throw, it's my rebound because he always wanted to get a double-double, And then he threatened me to keep him in the game if I pulled him out early because we're 20 ahead or something. There were a lot of threats. He was just the same as he is now, but, the truth is early in his career, he didn't play a lot at the beginning of the game. He played a lot at the end of the game. But I can remember a game we went to Gonzaga. He had 36. I think he had 5 threes there, and they lost like 5 times in 100 years at home, and he was on a mission that night. I've seen him on missions, and he's on a mission now. I mean, he's been talking about these playoffs for a month and a half to me, and I think he wants to right the ship, and it was a little up and down year for those guys. Some of it was injuries, in fairness, and but I think that's important to him. And I told him, if I fly all this way for you to get kicked out of a game, I'm going to be ticked off.
Talking about the defensive job that Draymond has done on Anthony Davis, it's felt a little different. Obviously, Draymond's been the undersized center for so long in his career, and Anthony Davis has been playing like a beast, really, against everybody right now. How do you think Draymond has done? He's a little older now. We know that they battled when Anthony Davis was on the Pelicans, but now he's on the Lakers. He's really prime AD right now, but how do you think Draymond has done defensively on Anthony Davis?
Well, I don't think on a given night, Anthony Davis still might be the best center in basketball,
Yeah.
Anthony Davis has all the skills and talent to be the best, and I think Draymond's tried to be more physical with him. I don't think that's one of Anthony's, strongest suits, but give him credit too. He's played well. I think Draymond's done a hell of a job because it's hard. 1 minute he's on a guard, 1 minute he's on, a guy 4 or 5 inches bigger, and I just think that's what's unique about Draymond Green is. Listen, we all know the pluses. We all know some of the minuses. But I'm telling you guys, the heart of a champion means that those guys over years have developed the scars and all this. But that kid, for me, has been the heart of the champion since I've known him. He just I keep saying it, and I said it on the show the other day, and it sounds like I'm insulting other players. I'm not, but there's just not enough guys out there. There's a very few that put winning before everything.
Yeah.
And Draymond really does. Now, he doesn't always handle it quite right.
No, we know all about that.
Yeah, but you know what? Seriously, even those things, it's about winning. I mean, he just sometimes lets things get in the way, but he's
right.
He'd rather, there's a lot of guys, everybody says winning's the most important. If some guys are getting 25 points, 15 rebounds, or had a chance to win, I think they'd take the 25 to 15.
Right.
Draymond would take 2 and 1 and win, and even doing it sitting on the bench like he has done a few times in the past, if that's the best situation, I give him credit for that.
Yeah, and with some of his better games as a Warrior has come when he scored 2 points.
Yeah.
When Curry hit the 35-footer Oklahoma City, he had 2 points, but he had 17 rebounds and like 15 assists or something like that. So he does a little bit of everything. And I know where he gets it from. And you probably know where he gets it from. A friend of the program, we've always had her on. We had her on last year in right before Game 4 of the Boston series. She goes, I don't know what's going on with my son. He's driving me crazy with the whole referee thing. That's Mary Babers Green. Now, she's been a little quieter in recent memory, but I get where he gets it from because she doesn't take any crap. She talks more than Draymond.
He's crazy, man. He's crazy. and she's crazy. So, as they say, the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. You know, Mary, I mean, my first couple of years here, I used to have to tell Draymond, your mom's killing me in the media. What is she doing? And she came in one day, but you know what? On senior night, she gave me the nicest plaque with the just a great thank you on it. And, I mean, Mary's a lot like Draymond, you know, she is crazy, but her heart, man, if I needed her, she's there in a heartbeat.
No doubt.
So that's what's cool about it.
No doubt. We love Mary Babers Green. We love Draymond Green out here. He's going to walk into the Hall of Fame one day, but hopefully he has a few more games in this season left. Game 6 tonight down in L.A. Coach, we know you got to leave, so we appreciate the time. Hopefully we get a Mother's Day game, and we'll see you back out in the Bay Area. We love when you visit, and hopefully the Warriors can do their thing, but anyways, best of luck to you, Coach. I know you've been to 8 Final Fours, 10 Big Ten regular season championships, and I know you lost to K-State, but let me tell you, that was one hell of a basketball game at Madison Square Garden, man. Your teams always seem to turn it on in tournament time, so we appreciate the time, Coach.
Hey, guys, I appreciate you having me on, and people out there have treated me so well, and let's hope that all our guys get it done tonight. You know, I do have a kid on the other team in Max Christie, but not many years left. Right now, you know, all of our years are a little bit more number when I talk about Draymond and mine, so I want to make sure that he does his job and we get to the point where I'm back out there. Hopefully I'll see you guys, and if they're in, I'm in. So
there it is.
They win. Be looking for me. I'll wave to you.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Coach Izzo, thanks for the time today. Coach Izzo here on the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game. Spadoni did bring up Max Christie. We're like, yeah, we're not doing that. We're not doing that. We'll let Coach do that. We're not going to do that.
He knows. It's Draymond. He wants Draymond. We know. He doesn't have to specifically say it, but we know.
He knows it's Draymond. He's crazy. He is crazy. But we said this the other day. Remember that too? The day of the game, Alan. Mm-hmm. We're sitting here on these airways begging for the Saginaw Savage. Begging for the nasty, the Saga Nasty. Begging for the trash talk. You sent out a tweet saying, where's this Draymond at? Right. He's talking to Sabonis at Fox. Where's that say smoke? Well, in the first couple minutes of the game, he was barking at everybody. And I said, Draymond's back.
Yeah.
And we need the same Draymond down in Hollywood. He needs to be barking. If it takes a technical, damn it may cost you a game in the future. But you know what? Whatever it takes tonight, whatever it takes, you need to dive on some floors. You need to hustle into the fifth row and grab a basketball. You need to shoot some I don't care how it gets done tonight. It could be ugly like the Sixers game last night. But you know what? Boston ain't complaining. They didn't score 100 points. Right. They were struggling. But you know what? They walked out of there high-fiving each other saying, we got a Game 7 on Sunday.
Yep, we get to go back to Boston. And Draymond, obviously you don't want the text, but you understand if it does come, that just comes with the package. He was literally asking for a tech in Game 5. And when you talk about spacing Bonte, and you talk about maybe Andrew Wiggins, not even if he plays, not being 100%, Draymond offensively being that threat, that's just how the Lakers are going to view him and other teams are going to view him. Hey, if Draymond wants to get to the cup, it's just a lesser of two evils.
Right.
And if you just harp on that and go to it over and over again, next thing you know, Draymond's got 20.
Yeah.
And I said, I said earlier, okay, they had the Lonnie Walker game, the Lakers did. They had the D'Lo game. The Draymond just dropped 20, but you need another one, Dre. Yes. And maybe it's not 20, but you can at least, we know now from throughout this season, you can. The days of you scoring 2 points, you can't have that. Not on this team.
Not tonight.
Yeah.
Wiggins, he took 18 shots the other day. I don't know how much Wiggins is going to be able to go, if he can go. 25.7 rebounds, 5 assists, and now he's questionable with the ribbon.
Yeah.
You heard from Dr. Narad Pandya. It takes about 6 weeks to recover.
He's not going to be who we'd hope he'd be like he was in the finals. There was a play, Bonte, where, the Lakers coming back. And by the way, anytime the Warriors make a big shot, can we get the ball out of Austin Reeves' hands?
Yeah, he
does not miss. What is his shooting percentage?
He's starting to get comfortable now.
What is his shooting percentage after a Warriors make?
Yeah.
It's got to be exponentially better than after a miss. But it was one of those times Warriors looked a little clunky. It was towards the end of the shot clock.
Right.
Draymond takes a mid-range. Now the mid-rangers are showing up. Brother, we know you practice it. So just shoot with confidence, and that's what he's doing. And he kind of bailed the Warriors out, and he's got to continue to do it.
How do you feel about what Zach Lowe said? We brought this up in the first hour, and 954 here on the Comcast Business Text line. Zach Lowe, Course 4 ESPN, says, on the Warriors core, based on what I've heard and what I think and how they're playing on the court, I would bet on Steph, Clay, and Dre all being on the Warriors next year if they have to cut costs. Looking at other ways to cut costs. Think the core is coming back for one more?
Is other ways other players or themselves?
Themselves and other players.
Because if they both... If Clay and Dre, if the whole we want Max thing goes away, it's obviously possible. But they also know if it's not Jordan Poole because he's regressed and they don't know, they need help. They can't go. They
can't run it back.
You can't go bottom. And no offense to the Warriors bench, you can't just get what the little you can afford these days. Mm-hmm. You can't get reclamation projects like DiVincenzo, who has played well, but you need some guys that can give you a break. Mm-hmm. You need guys that other teams are actually looking at,
and that's through the regular season too.
To get through the regular season and in the playoffs.
No doubt. Where can I get that loon shirt? Warriors World, warriorsworld.net. Shout out to Sheed. Warriors World, dope gear. Go to warriorsworld.net, I believe. Warriorsworld.net.
And I got to say, though, because, fill-in guy, night guy, I get the scraps here, Bonte. So, you guys are posting all this stuff on Twitter when you get these packages in the office, in the studio.
You got to show
and then
love.
I come by, and it's double. I got the double XLs. That's all that's left. Y'all can't save me nothing.
No.
You can't save me nothing, though.
No, but you like to wear extra medium shirts, man.
Well, I know you got to see who's taking the mediums.
You want to show off your guns. It ain't my fault. I ain't wearing small shirts.
Mediums?
Well, you got some small guys here, Shasky. Lubman. I mean,
leave me one medium, please.
I'll load it up with a dope long sleeve Run TMC Warrior shirt.
I don't get nothing.
And I got shamed.
You get anything, man.
You can't back for it, though. You really won't get anything.
I need something, man.
I mean, you got guns, dude.
Saying.
You've been in the gym.
I'm saying, no.
Sounds like you got plenty of dumbbells.
I'm trying to fight off this dad bod is what I'm trying to do. Every single day.
Man.
Every single day.
Jimmy Hernandez, Bonte styles are showing a little fake. Dude. I expect to be working on Mother's Day. And I'm not talking about working crab legs and dinner. I'm talking about working at Chase Center.
No brunch.
So I don't know, Jimmy Hernandez, what you been listening to.
Not both. Crab legs and a win, right?
Nah, if they win, I'm going to be on the 9. I'm going to go on Twitter Spaces. I'm going to go on Twitter. Mm-hmm. I'm going to go do a bunch of radio. I'm going to be on.
You might come over to my house and just talk some smack to me and young Benjamin.
I probably won't cross that bridge. I won't even do it to you, Spadoni. I couldn't do it to you. I actually like you.
I'll go.
You're not. You can go. You're on that side. You're in Alameda.
I'm in Alameda. I'm on the island. I'll leave the island. I'll come say hello.
When I go to Alameda, do I need to before I cross that bridge, getting in Alameda, do I need to say, hey, I don't know if I got permission, but can you call Alameda and let them know, can I come into Alameda and maybe go to Lola's Chicken?
Obvious. I'm so glad you said that. How banging is Lola's Chicken? My
sister works there.
Really? Yeah. It is fuego. Yeah. It's fire. If you haven't been to Lola's Chicken, check it out. But no, Bonte, I'm doing this media thing. You know that. But, I might be getting into politics. You might be looking at the future mayor of Alameda. You never know.
Yeah, I heard they're changing Willie Stargell Avenue to Alan Stiles Avenue. It's pretty wild.
Yeah, well, we need to protest that. All right, put some respect on Willie Stargell's name.
I can get a different one.
All right, I'll get a different block. Go on a different. What's the main block where Lola's Chicken is at? Shout out to Brittany out there.
Oh, that's Park Street. I'm on Park Street all day. You come find me at Park Street.
They got the movie theater over there.
Oh yeah,
they've got a bar. Yeah, it's hopping over there.
You in my city now?
Yeah, it's hopping. It's hopping. Alameda.
That's right.
You can have it. I'll give you that. Aaron is Santa Cruz. Aaron, what's going on? And Aaron, I agree with you. Aaron, before you get started, just know that I agree with you.
Bonte looking sharp. My boy Allen with the medium killing it today. If I hear another Warriors fan call in talking about Clay offseason this, Bob Myers offseason that, bro, we got to lock in. We got a game tonight.
There we go.
We got dogs on the floor. Mm-hmm. It's time to roll. This is what we do. All right. When I look at that Laker roster outside of LeBron and AD, what you think Hachimura's been there before? You think that Schroeder's been there before? You think that Lonnie Walker's been there before? Bro, those shots get tighter, those passes get looser, all right? This is what we do. Hey, Spadoni, you better kill us tonight, boy, because we got something coming for you on Mother's Day if you don't. That's all I got.
There it is.
Wow.
888-957-9570. Do you believe the pressure's all on the L.A. Lakers? LeBron James knows. Got to get it done tonight. You got to get it done tonight. You cannot allow this series to get extended, but the Lakers are undefeated at home.
Mm-hmm.
Crypto has been great for them. 5-0 at home. Now, in Game 6 against Memphis, they beat them boys by 40. And we know the Lakers, when they get a lead, ooh-wee, they like the front run. They start clowning. They start chucking up threes. They start dancing. Hollywood's talking trash. But you know, my boy Tommy, JSW Lee up there in Seattle, he gets on me because he thinks I'm too soft on the Sacramento people. But Sacramento, you know what? The Kings fans, they still are bitter about the Warriors. You know, they're still chirping. They got the little brother syndrome or whatnot. Tommy is like, I just hope the Warriors don't go out like the Phoenix Suns. I said, even when they lost to Toronto 2019, Clay went down torn ACL. You don't have Kevin Durant. Right, Kevin Durant gets hurt early in the second quarter of Game 5, and everybody's in a fog. I couldn't focus on the game. I'm just like, man, KD's done. And the Warriors won that game.
Right.
These guys are fighters. Game 4, Memphis down 2-1, 2015, the baby Dubs, right? Hadn't been there before. Figured out a way. They figured out a way. Down 2-1, that same playoff run against Cleveland, against LeBron. They figured out a way. Now, I took Iguodala starting for Bogut. They figured out a way. These guys are fighters. Down 3-1 against OKC. Last year in Boston, down 2-1. They were down 97-90.
Yeah.
TD Guard's going crazy. I'm thinking, oh, boy, the Warriors about to go down 3-1. They blew Game 1. These guys are fighters, so I don't expect the Warriors to get blown out tonight.
No.
These guys don't go out like suckers.
No. And it doesn't matter. At this point, it doesn't matter who the Suns add. You got Devin Booker, who was, people were calling, what was Stephen A. calling him, light-skinned Mamba, right? You got Devin Booker doing his thing. Kevin Durant, they still couldn't even be respectable, and they did the same thing last year. So that's who they are right now. So to even put the Warriors in the same breath as them is disrespectful.
And the Phoenix Suns went out like that. That's what KD and them do. That's what Booker does.
Yeah, that
Booker's
is
done that 2 years in a row. Then he decided not to talk to the media, which is weak.
And so I'm not worried about look, are the Warriors going to win tonight? I'd love to believe so. It's possible that they don't. But I will tell you this, they are not going down without a fight.
Nah, they don't do that.
They are not going down without a fight. Now, it's possible that the Lakers are just, calm, composed, and the role players. That's the thing. When you say role players on the Lakers, it's basically their whole roster.
Right, except for LeBron and AD.
Besides LeBron and AD. So they're just saying, okay, who's it going to come from? It's possible it doesn't come from anybody today, right? Or tonight, because it's come from here, it's come from there at some point. And I think GP2 has been huge. D'Lo has disappeared.
Right.
D'Lo has disappeared.
Well, GP2 has erased him.
He's erased him. So you continue to do that with these guards who's going to get in their bag? Well, if the bag is zipped up and the zipper's broken, Bonte, nobody can get in the bag. And that's what GP2's been doing. The Warriors, we know where it's going to come from. And you still have Klay Thompson waiting to break out. You still have Steph Curry waiting to break out for specifically in LA against the Lakers.
Can't wait.
You have basically the Lakers, in my opinion, have used all of their tokens, right? Their random tokens. The found money.
But what curveball will they have? Because they're not playing Jared Vanderbilt. I wonder if they remove him from the starting lineup. Will they dust off Malik Beasley for shooting? I doubt it, but you never know with Darvin Ham. Let's take a couple calls real quick. One call. No call? We broke on time last time. I thought we broke early. What the hell? It says 8:26. It's 8:24. All right, one call's fine, Lubman. Relax. I don't even want to start pocket watching over here, clock watching. We've been good on the clock today. Clock, got a break. Relax.
Every second matters.
Fred in Richmond. Get in here, Fred.
Bonte, I'm like you, man. Game 7, I'm going to be at my job. I'm going to be cheating my job because the Warriors are going to guarantee win tonight.
Ooh.
There's no doubt about it. They are Warriors. They are competitors. Draymond is going to have one of those Game 7 games that he had in 2016. Unfortunately, they did lose that game. But I just feel that Clay and Dre just will not go out like that.
Nah.
Definitely to a team that everybody keeps saying Draymond might go to and all this nonsense. The Warriors are going to win this series. Guarantee it. Monte, I hope you
have a nice pair of sneakers on at work on Sunday, man. Happy Mother's Day to every woman out there, too.
Absolutely. That's a great call, Fred. That's a great call. Sneakers, should I go J's? Should I go dress shoes? I don't know. Oh, well, it's a game time decision. Anyway, Alan Styles here for Joe Shasky doing a hell of a job. Joel, Rudy, we'll get to you on the other side. This 408 keeps asking us, Comcast Business Text line, Bonte Styles on the Suns. Do you see Monty Williams getting another year? No, I do not. No. I think he's getting fired.
Yeah.
Somebody's got to sacrifice for that shellacking last night, and it will be Monty. All right, what's coming up in the game? Sponsored by Save Mart and Lucky, California, as well as the Quest for 5, brought to you by the Alameda PD. Alameda PD or Alameda PD? I'm confused. Now offering a $75,000 hiring incentive. That's right, 75. Geez, damn, your town's blooming, Alan. Maybe you should remain in politics. Our team is your future. Go to Alameda, not keep saying Alameda, alamedapolice.org. They'll apply today. Tim Kawakami coming up. Kawakami alert. He's coming back on the roast. You know Kawakami doesn't do radio, but he loves us at 95.7 The Game.
For Mother's Day, this is Steve Kerr, and you're listening to the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game.
Steve Kerr just tied Red Auerbach for 7th place on the all-time wins list in playoff history. He's got 99 playoff wins. He wins tonight. That would be 100 playoff wins for Steve Kerr. He'd be 6th all-time. Wow. Just tied Red Auerbach. Pretty impressive.
Yeah.
Pretty impressive. The Quest for 5 brought to you by Merrill West Credit Union. Working for you today, tomorrow, and together. Tim Kawakami coming up in moments. But we got to get the Duke in the city. I need some bars in my life. Duke, what's happening?
Come on, man. Y'all already know what it is, man. Allen, styling, profiling, man. You know, y'all know what we do around this time, man. Dub Nation, stand up, rise up, represent your team. If you think I wasn't going to call in, man, Clay going to slay, Steph going to chef, Poole going to party, Draymond going to go hard in the paint. You going to think his nickname was Franklin Saint. We're going to do it just like this, okay? 95.7 The Game. YouTube call me the GOAT. Spitting fire on my throat. Hope my team don't choke. Got me well on the bench. If you need a coach, the LA Lakers don't impress me. 3 after 3, Stephen Clay going to lead the scene messy. You a 6 shooter. They a hairpin trigger. We all up in the chase. Whippo banner. We the winner. LA Lakers nothing more than a barbecue dinner. Warriors come out to play.
Ooh, Duke.
Tonight, y'all, and bring it home.
Shout out Lakeview. Shout out Duke. Shout out all the longshoremen. Duke coming in with the bars that we need on a Frisco Friday / Payday Friday / 50th Cent Friday. He's woke up the chat. He's woken up everybody in the Bay Area. And he's got Tim Kawakami on the line here, of course, from The Athletic. Tim Kawakami, he does it all in the Bay Area, whether it's interviewing Joe Lacob, Kyle Shanahan, John Lynch, Jed York, although I don't know if he's interviewed Jed York since he got hosed at the French Laundry way back when. But TK, good morning, my man. Welcome back to the show.
Good morning, Monte. No, I talked to Jed last off season. Come on now.
Nah, I know.
Get updated here. Get updated.
I trust me. I'll follow. I'm actually jealous of your guest list. I wish we had the same guest as you have. But there's only one TK, that's for sure. All right, Game 6 tonight down in Hollywood. I guess let's start with Andrew Wiggins. I know Marcus Thompson, your colleague. Marcus Thompson II does a great job with you guys and said that Andrew Wiggins said he will feel fine, but this injury sounds like it's a painful one, that it could linger for many, many weeks here. What is the latest on Andrew Wiggins? What have you heard? And what do you expect from him tonight if he does play?
I know he definitely was in some pain after the last game. Haven't seen him since. We'll see him at shoot around in a couple hours, see how he's moving. I got to believe he's going to try to play, going to be in some pain. Guys have played through this. Guys have also sat out for this. I mean, depends on the severity. And you can imagine, I mean, he's guarding LeBron and you got a rib injury and you get bumped a few times, maybe 100 times. It's not going to be pleasant. But I think you can imagine that Wiggins will be out there. He's not going to miss Game 6, but maybe it's going to be a little bit limited. Maybe he's, maybe a little less minutes. Maybe some other people are going to have to play some additional minutes and have to guard LeBron. I mean, Wiggins is such a huge part of this series, every series for the Warriors. But this one, because he's basically playing LeBron, and Wiggins was their best plus minus against the Lakers in the regular season. He's been their best plus minus in this series just because he plays the defense. He gives them some occasional buckets, at least the threat of it. If he's limited, and I think he's going to be limited, at least a little limited, they're going to have to find some things from other people. And we know in this series it's been a little hard for them to do that. So that's the big question going in here. How limited is he going to be? And if he's playing 30 minutes, that's about 14, 10 less than usual. Someone's going to have to play 10. Or someone's going to play 15. And who's that going to be, and are they going to play well?
Yeah, TK, just continuing on that path offensively, you got Game 6 Clay, which Bonte and I go back and forth with. All right, we don't want him to force anything.
He's had 2 straight duds in Game 6, so we may want to leave that alone.
Exactly. But defensively, if it does look like Wiggins is in pain, because look, the game is the game. And if LeBron decides, hey, we're just going to see how Wiggins can hold up, and if it's not going well, do you think that Steve Kerr has a secondary plan? And I know a lot of people have been talking about JK and Jonathan Kuminga. Do you think that could be a part of the secondary plan? If Wiggins is just getting body bumped and it's not going well, who do they turn to try to stop that, or at least divert the Lakers from going in that direction?
Yeah, I think Kuminga could be part of it. I don't think he's going to have a huge role here. Kind of hard to just drop him in Game 6 after not playing very much for quite a while here. But he's got the body to do it, and maybe he can say 4 minutes, just bail us out for a little bit. Don't shoot the ball. I think that might be part of it. Don't shoot unless it's standing right in front of the lane. Dive, do a Gary Payton thing. We'll see. They get very scared with him turning the ball over, fouling. But I could see maybe a limited role, certainly if Wiggins is like playing half as many minutes. I think Moody will be the main one, if I had to guess. He's had some minutes against LeBron, hasn't been terrible. He's young, he's aggressive. Gary Payton II might see some time, although they've been trying to spot him against D'Angelo Russell, and you start spreading him out a little thin and he's thin, and he's not as big as LeBron. I think you could spread it out that way. Clay has even seen some time against LeBron. Maybe you just kind of jigger it around and have him get some action against LeBron. I think it's going to be spread out. It's just going to be, that's Wiggins, you can just say, you got LeBron. That's who you got.
Right.
And maybe try to score on him and make him work a little bit. And maybe make them switch off of you and then have to put somebody else on you to give LeBron a break. It just kind of screws things up for the Lakers when that happens. Don't really have that on, to replace Wiggins. That's why he's so special for them. But I could see them if you're just looking at defending LeBron, which is obviously a huge thing. I think the main person who could take some of that is probably Moody at this point. He's got the minutes in this series, has played LeBron some, has some strength to him. Not going to do the same thing that Wiggins can do, but going to do some of it, and clearly isn't the same offensive player as Wiggins is, but maybe he can pop in a shot or two.
Tim Kawakami, of course, columnist for The Athletic. Listen to the TK show. He has some great guests on there. I love his podcast. And I think you make a great point about Kuminga. I feel the same way, TK. I feel uncomfortable. I don't think it'd be fair to JK. I don't think it'd be fair to anybody to just, hey, game 6, do or die game. All these Lakers, all these streaks are on the line here. Let's go ahead and plop in Kuminga, who's 20 years old and hasn't played. I'm with you there, but I wonder if they will go to more 3-guard lineup tonight if Wiggins can't go to try to speed the game up. What that means is a lot more Jordan Poole, and I know Jordan Poole has been shaky in this series, but maybe they go on defense and they run a little bit more zone to try to protect Jordan Poole and Steph Curry on the defensive end, because if Wiggins can't go, then that puts a lot more pressure on Jordan Poole to produce for this team.
Yeah, no question. No, he's going to have to play some of this game, play a lot, and on the road, it's always a little tougher on the road, especially for role players, and Poole is a role player right now. He certainly has been in the postseason. He's been up and down and down and down and down and up a little bit. But, you could say zone. I agree. They probably can play some zone. It does kind of camouflage some things, but it does end up being somebody guarding LeBron, even in the zone defense. Right? You're not just not guarding LeBron in the zone. Somebody's going to end up guarding whoever's in that area is going to end up guarding LeBron. It's going to be tough. Draymond's going to be on Anthony Davis. You're not going to send him over to LeBron. It's just going to be somebody with some size is going to have to be in there. Playing Steph and Poole together is a little tough because even in the zones, one of them's going to end up on Austin Reeves. It's going to take it to the basket. One of them's going to end up on D'Angelo Russell. One of them's, there are guys that those guys have to guard even in the zone. I do think they're going to play some of it. They played some of it last game just to kind of mix things up. Maybe give Draymond a little bit of a breather where he's not just leaning on AD the whole time. He can play a little zone. But I agree, from points wise, you think about if they're hoping for 18 to 20 from Wiggins and they're not going to get that, Jordan Poole is the way they fill that void. Or Claire stuff just goes crazy, right?
Yeah.
They always got that card.
Yeah,
no doubt. Doesn't always happen, but you say, you know what? Everything else, other things being equal, Steph just go for 45.
Yeah,
that happened in Game 7. Again, you can't always just say it's going to happen. That is one way they can pull this game out.
Especially Klay Thompson shooting 29% in his last 3 games against the Lakers. In this series, I should say, 8 of 24 from the three-point line, and he's been kind of forcing it. They're not giving him a lot of airspace there, but it'd be nice to get a Klay game, no doubt about that. Tim, if they do lose tonight, because it's a possibility here, the Lakers are undefeated at home. I know the Warriors are trying to win a road game in the playoff series for the 29th straight time, which is an NBA record. But if they do not win, or if they don't win a championship this year, can they still have this core come back and be intact with the same core group going into the next season?
I think they can. I think they're, no matter what, everything changes. The roster is never exactly the same. It wasn't the same during the middle of the dynasty from year to year.
Right.
It's up to Draymond. He's got the player option. I think, that's 50-50 or maybe even leaning the Warriors' way there, depending on what kind of money that they will make for him. But I think as long as Steph Curry's this great, and even if he wasn't this great, you'd probably listen to whatever Steph says. Very, very important person here.
Yep.
I think he wants Draymond back, so I think you can work that out. I think just beating the Kings. I think if they had lost to the Kings, it would be like, okay, maybe this just isn't working.
Right.
They won that one. It would not be great to lose to the Lakers, but you could explain it to yourselves. You could say a lot of different things happen. And can this core, maybe with a few other upgrades, compete like this, yes, I think you could say that. I think you can give Draymond a 3-year extension or whatever he would want, however you can work that. I don't know that there would be a humongous market for Draymond out there. Might be. It only takes one team, but not a lot of teams are under the cap.
Right.
Warriors don't have to do a sign and trade. A lot of these things, feel like it. They could have control of the situation if they're willing to give Draymond a little bit of a raise, a couple more years. I think that feels like it could stay the same. The Bob Myers thing, I don't know. I mean, that's up to Bob. His contract is up. He might just want to go. Well, no matter what. It might be even more so if they win. He would feel his job is fulfilled. It does feel like he's very, very much looking and very, very much at peace with the possibility of leaving. I don't know that he will. I find it hard to believe. I've written this many times. Do you want to be the first one to leave Steph Curry? Is that, it's tough. But I could see, and I think Bob is much more the wild card than Draymond at this point, because that one is almost not up to Joe Lacob. That one is whether Bob feels like his job here is done, and largely whether somewhere there's another better opportunity, or maybe he just wants to do something new. I don't know. I think they keep the core together beyond Bob. Then it'll be different. It'll feel different without if I know you guys have put this on social media. Let me just say if Myers makes this decision, I do not want to see this on social media, but we'll see. Then they'll have to retool around that, and I think they've got a couple more years where they can be this good, but some of these decisions are out of their hands, and the new CBA is going to be a little difficult for their. We know the luxury tax thing. I think there's a very big question about Jordan Poole. Very big question.
No doubt.
Poole, and is that breaking up the core? In my sense, right now, it doesn't feel like it's breaking up the core. Trade Jordan Poole.
No doubt.
If they could get something good for him.
TK, trust me, our social media team, I get nervous about some of the things I say out here. They're clipping us, too. So it's not just you. They're doing it to us 5 days a week. Go ahead, Alec. Get in here.
Yeah, Tim, I was just going to say, speaking of social media, we know social media is going to be talking about whoever wins this series in the national media and in the local media as well. In your opinion, what does this series mean for the legacy of Steph or LeBron, depending on what happens?
Yeah, I don't think it means a lot of different. I mean, it could only add to it. I don't think it's subtracting to either one of them. The championships are won. They're there. The MVPs are won. They're there. You could just say, look, at this advanced age, they move forward. Look at that. I mean, I just think the Curry championship last year was the capstone, and you're just not backing off of that. That's not getting worse. It's only going to be added to win a championship at 34, MVP of the finals, without Durant. So that means Steph has won 2 without Durant and 2 with Durant. You can't just say the Durant thing was the only reason they won championships, multiple championships, and LeBron's legacy of all the finals trips, of all the championships. It's made. These are made men. It's just going to add to it. Winning championships past the age that Michael Jordan did. I think that's significant if they do. Well, and LeBron already has won one at an age past Jordan did. It's just these are unique players in the history of sports, and I just can't. You don't get to a point where okay, now we start subtracting from these. No, they've done it. These are things they put up there. Do the Wizards years subtract from Michael Jordan's legacy? No, they don't.
Right.
You add to it once you've established yourself as one of the top 5, 7 players in the league history, and I believe these two guys have. And now you're just talking about how much more do you go? How much higher do you go? And just talking for Steph, if he drags the Warriors to the championship this year,
wow,
he's like this is remarkable stuff. This has never been done for a guard his size, just never. And he will be, Magic was, for various reasons, was out of the league by now. Isaiah was out of the league by now. Michael Jordan's last championship was 35. This is just, these are things that we're seeing that have never been done before, and so I can't start subtracting from a guy if he doesn't do things that no one's ever done before. Just think about that. No one's ever done this.
Yep.
So I'm not going to say, okay, that's it. You're going to dock you 2 points. No, not doing that one.
Yeah, nobody's subtracting Jordan, as you said, from the Wizards days. Nobody's subtracting anything off of Hakeem Olajuwon's legacy, even though he played for the Raptors, and nobody remembers that at the end of his career. Last one for you, TK. Before you get out, I do want to ask you about the Niners. Now, their schedule got released yesterday. Week 1 in Pittsburgh. Week 2 down in L.A. at SoFi Stadium against the Rams, and, of course, their home opener in Week 3 against the Giants on Thursday Night Football. But it's the quarterback situation again for the 7th straight year under Kyle Shanahan. We got a quarterback dilemma here. Darnold getting talked up a lot. Trey Lance getting talked up now. Brock Purdy, the timeline. What do you make of this quarterback situation here? Because I wouldn't be surprised by anything. If Darnold starts week 1, I'm not going to be shocked. If Trey starts, I may be mildly surprised. And if Brock comes back, I may be a little shocked coming off that injury. So what do you make of all this situation with the quarterbacks in San Francisco?
Yeah, just about all that. You know, they got a lot, as usual, at quarterback. They got a lot of things up in the air. I think if you know Kyle Shanahan, it's Brock Purdy, and they feel confident that he will be back early in the season, whether that's week 1 or not. Probably not, the likeliest situation, but week 2, week 3, and it's Brock Purdy. That's the guy. They committed to him end of last season. It really, you could still feel it in the organization. That's the guy. Obviously, the elbow injury puts that in question mark, just puts the first week or 2 of starting in some question. I think they really like Darnold. They would have signed him if they didn't. He's still young. They were intrigued by him in that when he came out in the draft. I think he's been coached poorly. But, they have they have feelings about Trey Lance, too. That he still has something. They liked him when they drafted him. They love the makeup. They love the character. They love the intelligence. Has to put that on the field. I think they've got 2 guys battling for number 2. One of them might start the first couple games while Purdy's out, but Purdy's the quarterback. He is the guy, and they're pretty, they feel good about that. At some point, he's going to be their starter, and when he's the starter, when he's healthy, they're going to feel very comfortable with what they do. They're going to feel like they're one of the best teams in the NFC. I think they think they're the best team in the NFC, but they didn't beat the Eagles last postseason. Right. And so everything else is admittedly a little bit cloudy and a little bit, uncertain just because of the injury to Purdy and the fact that they brought Darnold in to compete with Trey Lance. But in the Shanahan world, it's pretty clear cut. It's Purdy and then Darnold and Lance. Let's see what you do. Let's just see it on the field.
Let's wait
see the practice field. And while the rest of the world gets a little antsy about all that, and I understand why, and it makes for good talk show hosts, conversation and columns and all that. Shanahan doesn't live like that. He doesn't live like he's worried about. He's just like, okay, these are the options. Go, let's see what happens on the field.
Right.
And he's very comfortable making a decision off of that.
It does make me queasy to talk about this every other day about the quarterback situation, man. It's not one of my favorite topics, but we're here, and we'll be here sooner if the Warriors don't win tonight, Game 6. How do you see this going, TK, before we get you out of here?
Yeah, this one I'm not so sure of. I was pretty sure they were going to win Game 5 at home. This one, you never know when LeBron's might pull a 35, 15, and 10 out of his pocket, right? He's got that. Now, with Wiggins not 100%, maybe that upset. I think there will be some pressure on the home team. There always is in later stage games. It's always a little bit more on the home team. Depends on the start. If the Warriors get out to a blazing start, Crypto.com arena is going to get a little bit tight, and that happens. Lakers certainly good enough to make some. Lonnie Walker might reemerge again and be reborn after he was kind of disappeared in game 5. That happens. I don't know. I think it's a coin flip game. I think Steph or Clay is due to make some shots, which should bring this at least to the end of the fourth quarter, and then we'll see. Is there a Lonnie Walker? Can the Lakers pull out another Lonnie Walker? Is it Schroeder? Is it Hachimura? Is it whoever? Austin? Whatever. They got more of those guys than the Warriors do. So one of them might hit, and if none of them hit, I think the Warriors win this game.
All right, TK, have fun down there at Crypto.com arena. We'll be reading your work, as well as everybody's over there at The Athletic. You guys do a hell of a job. You know that. And also listen to the TK Show. TK, thanks for the time today, buddy.
You got it, appreciate it. Thanks.
Anytime. Tim Kawakami here on the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game. Got Alan Stiles in for Joe Shasky, the Butcher. A lot of information there. Quarterback situation. I mean, when we get there, Alan.
Man.
Here we are again with the 49ers, man. It's like a never-ending cycle.
It is. It's the best. It's the best soap opera in the NFL.
And he's right. Shanahan don't care what we think.
Yeah.
They don't care about nobody.
Yeah.
He told us, you guys watch Buffalo? You guys need to watch more football.
Yeah.
And then Buffalo ran Josh Allen one time in that game. He had every Niner fan saying, we just watched Buffalo. Josh Allen ran one time. What are you talking about, Shetty?
You don't want to get me started, dude.
Yeah, he doesn't, dude. Yeah. Trey, I can't wait for Trey to cap because I missed it last year. I was on that European extravaganza. You know what I mean? This year, there's no European extravaganza. Your boy would be locked in at the Hilton.
I mean, it's going to be must see, just like it was last year, but maybe even more so because you got Trey, who you got Christian McCaffrey now, and a lot of people were saying you haven't seen Trey with Christian McCaffrey. You got Sam Darnold, the arm talent thing, all that stuff.
He's not chasing or rolling with the boys.
Oh my gosh, he crewed up.
Yeah,
he crewed up. He cheesing too. Cheesing too. So
they give him one of those boys hats.
Oh my gosh.
Oh,
so
man.
It's gonna be fun, man. It always is with the Niners in the QB situation. I guess fun depending on who you ask. But it was funny towards the end of the conversation when TK was talking about the Lakers and who's going to hit. Bonte, it sounds like, when the lottery gets really, really high and it's $1 billion and everybody plays and you play, I just need one of these lines to hit. That's really what it feels like with the Lakers. And if the Lakers do pull this off.
Call. That's a good analogy.
And even if they win the whole thing, it would be really interesting to see what happens to this team because it feels like a one-off year. It doesn't feel sustainable to have these, I don't want to say a land of misfit toys, but kind of, right? Guys that didn't really fit in other places but have requisite parts and skills in other areas, and they put it together for 1 year. Now, I don't think they would get past Denver. I don't think. But even if they did, you never know with LeBron and the way that they're playing today or this year, it really doesn't make any sense if you think about it. But does one of these numbers hit? Can I win $100K? I don't even need the billion.
Now, when the billion does happen, you play the lottery. I played a game on my head. I was like, okay, if I win, this is what's happening. And basically, like, say you win that $500 million after the taxes, you get the billion. I'm like, dude, just give me half. I don't care. Yeah, it's free money. I'll take the $400 million right now. Give it to me. $100 million's already gone away, and that's just a family.
Right.
Houses, car. Don't bother me no more.
Yeah.
I allotted $100 million to all you jokers. Here you go.
Yep.
Now I got my money. I'm probably going to donate like $50 million to a college fund or something, or to my local community to make sure that we get kids out and support youth sports. That'd be going to charity. But I already have the money allotted.
Yeah.
It's already there.
We all do.
I don't like those daydreams though, because you get yourself hyped up. You start living a life that you really know you can't live, that you will not live.
Yeah.
I'm thinking about helicopter rides. I'm thinking about day trips to Vegas, coming back. I'm thinking about buying out 95-70 game.
I'm buying the island. I'm buying Alameda.
You're buying Alameda.
I'm buying Alameda.
I'll come in here, hey, Matt Nahigan, I'm buying you out. I got everybody squirming for the seat. You better bring it every day. You mail it in, I'll find somebody.
Yeah.
I'll be platooning like Farhan Zaidi at this station. No, I'm kidding.
Does it bother you when a DJ Khaled, when rich people buy a bunch of lottery tickets? Does that bother you?
No, it doesn't.
Yeah.
Why not?
It can't bother
bothers you?
No, it doesn't, but I'm sure it bothers somebody. I'm tempted to have it bother me, but it doesn't.
If they win, it would probably bother me.
It would definitely bother me.
Like if someone with a lot of money wants to blow their money on lottery tickets, go ahead. When they win, it's just like, come on, man, you don't need that.
You could always use a couple extra bucks.
Bonte, YouTube is saying if you want it, 10 milli to the YouTube chat. You got that for him?
I'd hook up the YouTube chat.
I got to buy YouTube at that point. Just buy YouTube. You're good, dude.
I don't know if you can buy YouTube.
I think YouTube's a little bit more than 10 mil.
Yeah, YouTube's worth billions. But I'll look out for the roasters.
I got 2 milli for
free
the
gear
YouTube
for everybody.
Chat.
Free gear for everybody, number one. And then the YouTube chat, we're going to take care of the YouTube chat. They're going to be taken care of. They wake up with us every morning, and they're giving us record-breaking numbers here. Hey, listen, you're going to get taken care of, YouTube chat. Don't forget it. Roasters, you got it. Comcast Business Text Line, it's a different story.
Come on, man.
Tell you and your boy from 707, a couple people from 925. Trust me, I see your text every single day.
Man.
You ain't getting a damn thing.
I like the Comcast Business, my beloved text line. I like it.
I like the text line sometimes. Twitch, I got love for Twitch, too.
Cash him out.
Except for Raider Debater. He gets no love.
Money time.
He don't call me when Jordan Poole has a bad game. Just call me every day. Actually, don't call me today. I don't want no plus-minus numbers. I don't want to hear from the plus-minus part of today. This Fix It Friday. That's right. We're giving away a Kirby gift card. Kirby. And Ernie Chavez donated $5. He is a man of the people. We're taking care of Ernie Chavez. We're taking care of him.
No doubt.
No doubt about it. We're going to make him go on vacation and not listen to radio for a week. When's the last time Ernie Chavez taking a day off from 95-70 game? I love Ernie.
You got to put in work, man.
Ernie puts in work. Trust me, when people are talking, Just say Ernie's part of the streets. Mm-hmm. He's one of the many members of the streets who gets back to me. Hey, Bonte, yo, the boys up in Sacramento's talking crazy. Oh, yeah? Okay.
Wow.
Check in. You know our grocers ride, Alan.
Yeah?
They ride for us, man. They do. This Fix It Friday's code word is mechanic. Text mechanic to 20357 by 10 a.m. By 10 a.m., no later. You better do it by 10 a.m. Mechanic to 20357 for your chance to win a $250 Kirby gift card. $250 Kirby gift card. You talk about Kirby, you drive a mechanic. Alan, you ever use Kirby? I use Kirby.
Mm-hmm.
Them boys come straight to your house.
Yeah.
Boys or girls. They come straight to your house, change your tire if you need it, change your oil, windshield wiper fluid, power steering fluid, you name it. Kirby's got you. And this is $250 we're giving away. A Kirby gift card, $250 Kirby gift card. Can't beat this. You don't have to leave. You don't have to go to Jiffy Lube. You don't have to go to Speed Oil Change. You don't have to do none of that. Stay at home, get your gift card, and come to you. That's why Kirby's so good. Kirby.com. That's CURBEE.com. You have until the end of the show to enter. Again, the code word is mechanic 20357 by 10 a.m. All right, we got the phone lines open back up. I don't have a Tesla, Brandon. Not you. My girl has a Tesla. I don't.
You on the Tesla hype?
My girl's on the Tesla hype.
Man.
It's a cool car, though.
Man.
I'm not going to lie. Saves you a lot of money.
You know, I have a theory.
And it gets up.
I have a theory that Teslas are all connected. You know those movies where there's like the king vampire and they're all connected, all the other vampires or whatever. Like all Teslas are connected together, and if you harm one, they all feel it. I don't know. It's just weird, man.
I trust me. I felt it because that's how I feel about Prius drivers.
No.
Yes, Prius drivers are the worst drivers.
Did Priuses walk so Teslas could run? Were Priuses the Skypes to Tesla's Zoom?
Oh, that's good. That's good. Now
That's
you're
what
in
it
your
feels
bag.
like.
Now you're in your bag.
That's what it feels like.
I agree with you. They are. They're the gateway.
Yeah.
They were the gateway. Mm-hmm. The gateway drug. Teslas, I didn't like Tesla drivers. I still don't. But when you get into the Tesla, I think the most underrated thing about it, forget the gas part. Forget how fast it gets up. Forget about the comfort inside. Mm-hmm. You can warm up your steering wheel. You got the warmed up seats. But it's the fact that there's nothing in front of you when you're driving. Like you got your dashboard, right? And it's right in front of us. The lights, especially at night, that's, you know, how fast you're driving, your gas, oil pressure, or tire pressure, all that stuff. Mm-hmm. But the dashboard is basically in the middle. So when you're driving, you got nothing but open road in front of you. No lights in front of your eyes or anything like that. Yeah. I think that's very underrated about the Tesla. I like that. There's nothing in front of me. I can just drive, and it feels like I'm driving a BART train or something.
Okay.
You know how the BART train operators got nothing in front of them? Just
a new train, window. A new train.
The new trains. It's older version. Yeah, I guess the new train. I haven't been on the new train.
The new trains, they're nice.
They are.
It's like a blue moon, right?
I haven't been on BART since like 2017.
Oh my bad. I guess I'm telling on myself, huh, Bonte?
I mean, hey, look,
billionaire Bonte.
Listen, no. Listen,
they also don't run at 4 a.m. when we have to
exactly.
get here.
That's also true. Exactly. So, but that may have to change because we're moving to a new building, and I don't think the parking situation. It's gonna be nice for anybody around here. So your boy may be on BART at 5 a.m.
Okay.
Hey, it is what it is.
Good to see you.
Good to see you. 888-957-9570. Let's do this. I want to do this. All right. 9:20, we're going to get right back into Game 6. Warriors, Lakers, elimination game. There's so much on the line. It's a huge game. I mean, you can call it a legacy game, but for LeBron and Steph, it means a lot, right? Especially if one of these two guys wins that ring. Now, Denver's going to have a lot to say about it because Jokic is playing some great basketball.
This is a legacy game.
It might be. Listen to this. The Warriors lose this series. It'll be the first time under Steve Kerr they lost a series in the Western Conference. They're 19-0. Would also mark the first series. I mean, they've won 28 straight series. I guess I should say it like this. They've won 28 straight series in which they've had a road win in that series. 28 straight series they've had a road win. In order to extend that streak, you got to win tonight.
Yep.
You got to win tonight. Such a huge game. I don't want to downplay that at all. But I do want to touch a little about the schedule. I do. Niners open this regular season on the road in Pittsburgh. And for the 5th time in 6 seasons, they're opening it up on the road. And I think that's the road trip game for all Niner fans. Week 1, Pittsburgh. Football powerhouse. They love football out in Pittsburgh.
Yep.
That's the game. That's the game. What did you think about the Niners' overall schedule? What popped out to you?
Yeah, I would say when you look at division, you know what that's going to be. I think obviously Dallas. That's the one that's always fun.
Sunday Night Football.
But ultimately, I think they got a pretty good draw. Sam and I were going back and forth, and Sam went very optimistic. I felt like I went fairly optimistic, and I landed at 11-6, and that you still never know what's going to happen, but that's what it looked like to me. I think the interesting games are going to be the teams that were on the come up a little bit. The Jacksonville game.
Right.
What does it... The teams that had normally been automatic W's, now that they're finding their bag a little bit, Trevor Lawrence, the Jacksonville games like that, those are interesting to me. And I don't know what the heck is going on in Tampa Bay. I really don't.
I that should be a dub at the house. Sorry.
Yeah.
Cincinnati Week 8 is going to be a fun game. October 29th against the Bengals. Joe Burrow and company, they come to Levi Stadium. That'd be a lot of fun. They had a classic game a couple years ago when the Niners won in overtime in Cincinnati. At Jacksonville, you mentioned that, Trevor Lawrence. First home game of the season against the New York Giants on Thursday Night Football.
That's another one. Giants, do they regress? Where are they at?
Where's Daniel Jones at?
Yeah.
A late game, Week 17 in Washington, D.C. That comes 6 days after playing on Monday Night Football on Christmas night against the Baltimore Ravens. How about that? That'd be a fun game. My NBC, can I request Christmas off already? Because the Warriors will be playing on Christmas.
Yeah.
And Baltimore at night. I got to see Lamar Jackson in person. So Matt Nahigan, Dave Bernstein, Justin Hathaway, NBC 95.7. I need September 12th. I need Christmas Day off as well.
There you go.
You're going to miss Warriors Kings, Bonte, on Christmas Day?
In Sacramento?
Oh, boy. Sacramento ain't getting no Christmas Day game. The boys in Sacramento, man. Hey, I love Katie and D'Lo and everybody up there. Look at Sac. Look at the ratings. The Kings are moving a needle. No. You're just a participant in the Warriors Invitational, man. The Warriors are moving needles. LeBron James is moving needles. It's just a cute little story. Ain't been to the playoffs in 17 years, man.
They did find, and I can't remember off the top of my head, the niche stat where it was first round specifically or something like that. And it said Warriors had been a part of, obviously, many first rounds. And why was this the highest one?
Right.
Sure, we can give you something. That's like Anthony Towns. I'm the best shooting big man ever. Just a very niche. If you want that, you can take it.
Dude,
you can take it.
I mean, come on, man. These guys in Sacramento. Like, they played the Pelicans. No, New Orleans don't even like the Pelicans, let alone the NBA. So, you got some marketable stars. It was close. It was a regional rivalry. Chill out. Where's Trista Crickets at? Who knows? She'll resurface if the Warriors lose tonight.
Yeah.
That's the thing. Kings fans going to throw a party. How about that? We beat the Kings up so bad mentally and physically that we turned them into Laker fans.
Right.
Their most devastating loss in franchise history. They're not rooting for the LA Lakers.
We broke them. They got broke.
Their spirits.
# beam pack.
Broke them.
Wow.
They can't say anything positive about the Warriors in this series. Anyway, you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KTMZ, FM, and AC1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app. We got a music game coming up at 9:30. We'll tell you about it on the other side. Volley. You want to get the volley. We'll tell you about that a little bit later. Volley's the one. 888-957-9570. What is your key to Game 6? What if, let's just say, and I don't like doing hypotheticals, but the Andrew Wiggins injury has me concerned. He's questionable with ligament or cartilage damage in his left rib. Dr. Narav Pandya, our resident doctor here at 95.7 The Game, although he only calls on with Willard and Tibbs, said that this recovery or the timeline for recovery for this injury could be as long as 6 weeks. Now, Andrew Wiggins told Marcus Thompson the other day, I'll be fine, although he was visibly in pain and he was walking around gingerly. If Wiggins can't give you everything that he has, what does Steve Kerr do? What should he do? Who should he go to? Is it more Jordan Poole? Is it more three-guard lineup? Do you start Moody? Do you say Jonathan Kuminga, go to the scorer's table and check in? What do you do if Wiggins cannot go and cannot be 100%? Because this is huge news, man. Questionable Andrew Wiggins coming off that game in Game 5, 25, 7, and 5 to 18 FGAs. It's a lot of production to replace, Allen. It's a lot.
It's going to be by committee, but I would I would tag Moses Moody. Look, one thing that surprised me about Moses Moody, we know he's a grinder. We know he's going to dive after loose balls. We know defensively he's going to give it all. We know he's going to make the spot up three. One thing, Bonte, that he's really impressed me with, he can boogie and make it off the dribble a little bit.
Yeah, no, he did the other night.
It's only been a couple times, but I've been surprised both times. So that's a guy that I see being someone that can at least make LeBron think about it. Mm-hmm. You can't put in somebody that LeBron. We talked about this a couple days ago. LeBron load manages during the game, right? He load manages not just the season. He load manages the game during the game. He's like a boxer almost. And then in the fourth quarter, now he's going to try to come at you. So I think Moses Moody, just be annoying. Just be annoying. That's what Andrew Wiggins has done very well. If LeBron ends up, if he's going to score anyway because Andrew Wiggins is compromised, then be annoying. Get in him. Just be. Why is this young dude on me? Get off me.
It may be best to turn LeBron into just purely a scorer now. He can go explode and it's all bad. But it's almost like Jokic. The great ones are going to do something great.
Right.
You can't take away everything. So what do you try to do? With Jokic, the Warriors always try to take away his playmaking ability, his passing, and turn him into basically a scorer, but he doesn't get others involved. LeBron James almost is the same way.
Yeah.
It's almost the same way with LeBron, where it's turn him into a scorer, but take away that ability to take away his passing game, because that's what he's best at. When he's getting others involved, he's breaking down the double, he's making the cross-court passes, he's passing from one corner to the other. You got to take away something. So tonight, if Wiggins can't go, I think you got to try to take away the playmaking ability of LeBron James. That's the best way to go at him. And I know it sounds, you don't want to let somebody score.
Right.
But turn him into aggressive and say, hey, LeBron, you're going to have to score to beat us. We're not going to let you play make on us.
Well, it's similar to what the Warriors did when they played him when he was on the Cavs.
Yeah.
Very similar to that. Hey, LeBron can, and that's why LeBron fans thought that he should win the MVP, even though the Warriors won the series. So I think that's a great plan, because very similar to what we talked about with Steph and the pick and roll later in the game where Clay is ice cold. You have LeBron who's got his 35 or whatever, but the game is still close. And now LeBron's throwing to Austin Reeves or Lonnie Walker, and they're all ice baby because they haven't been involved all game. Now you got action.
Now you got action. A lot of people ask me, did I go to school? Yeah, I attended SF State. Go Gators.
Let's go.
That's random.
Yeah, I know. It's just a few people I'm looking on YouTube chat. Hey, Bonte go to school?
So random.
Yeah, it is random.
Shout out the Gators.
Yeah.
My little sister went to SF State, actually.
She did? Go Gators. She loved it, huh?
Go Gators.
Go Gators. SF State. Becca program, the best out there. Syracuse got nothing on us.
That's right.
Nothing at all. All right, let's break here. I just saw the boss man walk by and look, and I get that it's 9-11 here. So we got another Kirby right here, Lubman. Looks like we got another Kirby.
Yeah, we do, actually. Another Fix It Friday.
Da? Da means yes in Russian. Da. Da? Da, 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 da?
Oui. That's how they say it in French.
Oh, there it is. French,
Si.
Russian.
All right.
They say Mex.
We're like the multilingual
You got nothing?
show
You got
here.
nothing? You spit out some Arabic, Alan.
I got nothing, man.
Alameda? Come on.
I got nothing.
This Fix It Friday's code word is mechanic. Mechanic. Text mechanic to 20357 by 10 a.m. for your chance to win a $250 Kirby gift card. Kirby, your driveway mechanic. Check out Kirby.com at CRBEE.com. You have until the end of the show to enter. $250, man. It come to you. What's coming up on the game? Sponsored by CalHope.org and the Department of Healthcare Services. Dub Nation, where you at? 888-957-9570. How do the Warriors get this win tonight? How?
Life is uncertain.
Oh, I thought that was the one where he says, you guys better not be roasting me. Because I don't know if they can afford another 9 for 25 night. I've defended you, Clay. I'm a guy. I need you. Because Monday, we don't want to be talking about a Game 6 loss. We want to be talking about a Mother's Day win. That will go down in history. Game 6 tonight, 888-957-9570. Get your thoughts in here. Game 6 down in L.A. How do the Warriors win this game tonight? How do they win? Courtney Kirkland is one of the referees. And you see it? No! Boy, our audience knows these refs pretty well. No! Courtney Kirkland. Who's the lead official? John Goebel. And then Mark Lindsay. Scott Foster's in Miami, where the Heat have lost 10 straight games when Scott Foster officiates. Oh, man. The NBA has one Game 7. What? They're going to get another Game 7 from somewhere. Might as well be the Warriors and Lakers.
So I Googled, because I'm more of a face guy when it comes to the referees, right? I'm not as invested. And, Bonte, you Google Courtney Kirkland, and I'm sure a lot of people already knew this, but he's the guy that Sean Livingston headbutted.
Yeah, boy.
So that's not great. This is the first picture that comes up.
This is not good. It's not good when we got to dive down the rabbit hole of referees all the time. Oh, man. Somebody on LinkedIn just hit me up. What up, Jonathan Foy? I didn't know you went to SF State. Look at that. Gators listening to the roast. Also went there and studied the Becker program, graduated in late 2007. Wow. Want to say hello. What up, Jonathan? Go Gators. Real quick, before we continue to roll on here, Warriors and Lakers, because I think we went through everything. If Andrew Wiggins can't give you a go, you may have to go through more three-guard lineup. You may have to go to Jonathan Kuminga at some point. You may have to start Moses Moody. All hands are on deck, and it's going to be a difficult challenge. It's going to be a difficult challenge if Andrew Wiggins plays. But can the Warriors get it done? Absolutely. They can get it done. And Steph, I trust. And Steph, I believe in. And to carry these guys, I don't know how much you can go to Dante DiVincenzo. He was ineffective in Game 5. He turned the ball over 4 times in Game number 4.
Yeah.
He didn't close out on Austin Reeves for one of those threes you mentioned when Moody hit a 3 and then Reeves came back, boom, answered when the Lakers were down 12. I don't know how much confidence Steve Kerr has in Dante DiVincenzo. Not now.
Well, I think that's the issue. If he's not hitting shots, right, that's one thing. But you can't not hit shots and turn the ball over. Mm-hmm. Because defensively, I think he's a average defender. I don't think he's above average. I've seen him get cooked, and he fouls a little bit. So you cannot just be essentially a really high effort net negative.
Right.
Because you're still a net negative.
Right.
Well, one thing, Bonte, we haven't really got to on the Lakers side, and I'm sure I know that you and Shasty talked about it because I was listening. And I guess I do think technically the official word came out after the show is that, and we talked about my Twitter, I'm getting roasted here. Anthony Davis, is he just 100%?
Yeah.
What's the deal there?
Yeah, we haven't even brought him up today. You're right. He's going to play.
He's going to play, but
concussion protocol? Right, I don't know.
I don't think you can do that with your head, right?
Yeah.
They're just saying he's fine?
They say he's fine. And, look, I don't want to laugh about an injury because it could be serious. A blow to the head is never fun, never good to see, even if it's Anthony Davis. And I know we joke about him being in street clothes and being fragile and being Mr. Glassman or whatnot. But from what I'm hearing, he's going to play. And he's going to be the AD that we've seen all series long, which has been a dominant figure outside of game number 2. Hell, he had it going in the first half of game 5.
Yeah.
So I do believe he will play and will be effective. Unless all of a sudden he sits out game 6, and I'm like, oh, interesting. Now things change. But Chris Haynes has reported it. Multiple outlets have reported. Dave McMenamin and Anthony Davis is going to play. He's 100% going to play.
Yeah, he's on probable. Even if we think Wiggins is going to play at questionable, there's really no question Anthony Davis.
How about this one? I wasn't ready for this. 954 Comcast Business Text Line. What about Anthony Lamb? What about Anthony Lamb?
I'm cool. Yeah, I'm cool off that.
Good off that?
Yeah. Are we? I mean, if Wiggins is playing at all, I don't think Anthony Lamb.
No doubt. No doubt.
Would you go Wiggins, Anthony Lamb before Kuminga?
Right.
Would you?
Oh, my God. I may. He can space the floor.
Kuminga can shoot the three ball. He can,
but they're telling him not. They're telling him not to shoot.
Yeah, they trying to keep his bag back.
Oh yeah,
man.
Courtney Kirkland was in Game 2 of the Kings series, and that was a mess. That was a game where the first 2 minutes of the third quarter, the Kings were in the bonus shooting free throws. Oh man, Courtney Kirkland. Again, the Warriors are going to have to face adversity. They're going to have to overcome it. They're going to have to weather the storm early on with the LA Lakers. It may be 5 against 8, but you know what? It is what it is. But Courtney Kirkland is the clown in that Game 2 series against the Warriors. He was a joke.
Is there any sense from the league, though, that, and I don't know how much they care about folks like us talking about it. They do care about the teams talking about it.
We're talking about their league, so they care.
Exactly. So
all puff is good puff.
Exactly. So a Game 6, if it really is a free throw fest and it's just not good basketball, very similar to the NFL, how they want to get rid of the tush push. Not that it's not effective, but it's not in the spirit of the game. If it just gets real bad, Bonte, and it's, hey, we're stuck somewhere in between. This is playoff basketball, but you got, for some reason, this combination of refs and the Lakers and how they play the game. We'll just use the word physical. Right. It's just a free throw fest, and it's a stinker, and nobody likes it. You got to think that the refs might be thinking, we got to let some stuff go because we cannot have a terrible game, and because the league doesn't want that.
Right.
I don't know how far that gets you.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I don't. The league wouldn't want a Game 7 between the Warriors and Lakers. LeBron and Steph, Game 7.
That's what we got going for.
That would do numbers.
Yes.
That would do numbers. So for conspiracy theorists out there, they want this series to drag. Big gates for the owners, big gates for the NBA. Business. You imagine having a Game 7. You got Sixers and Celtics on one side. And then you get Warriors and Lakers. And who the heck knows what's going to happen in Miami?
Yeah.
Could be a special day for the NBA on Mother's Day. Could be special. Let's go to T in the South Bay. T, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Hey, thanks for taking my call. Just simple. It's a simple take today for me. I just feel like my opinion has always been the same on Anthony Davis, and that's that I really don't care what he does. He could have 27 and 16. I think if we lose this series, it's on us. I think we're far more talented. I think that regardless of what they do, if we play well enough and we're focused and we don't turn the ball over and we defend, that we should win this going away. And that's what I got. I also think if Wiggins is in fact hurt, which, I mean, he is, if he can't go, I wouldn't mind seeing Kuminga get some reps on LeBron. I don't think LeBron could go by him, and I think that athletic ability that Kuminga brings might help. So that's all I got.
Yeah. All right, thanks for the call. Man, that Game 2 against Sacramento, Courtney Kirkland, Zach Zarba, and our Greek friend from Game 5. It's a Greek guy named Spinoni, the ref.
Jedamitis Pedritis?
Yeah, that's who it was. Courtney Kirkland, Pedritis, and Zach Zarba. That was Game 2 against Sac, and that was an absolute mess.
I'm not really going conspiracy here, but it is a thing. When you talk about the superstar whistle and the rookie whistle, even though these guys aren't rookies, any worry about putting a Moody on LeBron because LeBron's going to get the benefit of the doubt on foul calls, whereas with Wiggins, you might swallow that whistle because Wiggins is a good defender, is known as a good defender, a veteran. You can't stop your game plan because if that's your best guy, that's your best guy. But same idea with Kuminga. This guy hasn't played. It's LeBron. Maybe LeBron's in gamesmanship mode. He whips his head back.
Oh yeah, Kuminga's not getting any calls.
None.
He's not getting any benefit of the doubt.
None.
Nothing at all. Nothing at all. By the way, I want to shout out St. Anthony's 45th annual Penny Pinch. That's happening today. Penny Pinch. That's right. Shout out to Rita O'Hara, Mama Rita. What's happening? McAvoy O'Hara and everybody over there participating in the Penny Pinch, the 45th annual Penny Pinch today, brought to you by St. Anthony's. That's happening today. I was in this. I was there a couple years ago. It was a lot of fun, man. Penny pitching. Who's got the closest penny to the wall? And it's for a good call. St. Anthony's 45th annual Penny Pinch today. I think it's right here in North Beach too. Right here in North Beach. So Rita O'Hara, go win. Go win, Rita. Rob in Larkspur. Rob, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Good morning, fellas. I listen every day. Love your show. You guys are amazing.
Thank you.
Hey, I got just one question. How do you put Kuminga on LeBron James? How do you do that?
I mean, you know what? It doesn't sound good, right? It sounds like it's just an insane thought. But he does have experience guarding LeBron James. And I remember vividly last year on a Saturday night. Now, it's in the regular season, and I get this. You're probably going to laugh at this. But there's a couple possessions I saw him guard LeBron James, and he did a pretty damn good job. LeBron James tried to pump fake him a few times. He stayed down on the floor, didn't move, didn't take the bait, and he actually did well against LeBron James in short spurts. Now, LeBron James is so great, he's going to figure something out, and he's going to attack. But it's not the worst move in the world, Rob, if Andrew Wiggins cannot go.
Yeah, all right. Well, good luck to the Warriors tonight. Thanks, guys.
Are you a Laker fan?
No, definitely not.
Oh, how you feeling? You sound a little nervous, Rob.
I am nervous. I watch every minute of every season, and I am nervous for tonight.
I'm mad at you, Rob. It's okay to be nervous. It means you care. 2-3 zone. Lakers can't shoot. I think if you do go 3-guard lineup, I think we will see some zone tonight from the Warriors. Mm-hmm. But they're at home. They're a different team at Crypto.com Arena.
Yeah.
I don't want to give Austin Reeves good looks from 3.
Well, I was going to say it can't be Austin Reeves. Well, I guess in a zone.
D'Lo,
Austin Reeves. You never know. Obviously, you're going to live with Vanderbilt. Everybody's going to live with it. And Schroeder, even though he kind of has hit those shots when the Warriors are starting to go on a run, you still got to live with it. The thing about Schroeder is get him out of the corner. We all know it's the shortest 3. That's really the only 3 I've seen him make. Get him out of the corner. He does not make the 3 ball.
Yep. And not only that, but I want Schroeder handling the ball more, which means less of LeBron and AD because Schroeder just makes some boneheaded decisions. He is so erratic with the basketball.
Yeah.
So erratic. I do want to have some thoughts or close in on Sixers, Celtics, and the Suns losing the way they did. How do Warrior fans feel about Kevin Durant now? I mean, Kevin Durant starting to look a little slower, less explosive. Devin Booker, another dud in an elimination game. They were down 30 at the half, and they gave up 81 points. Monty Williams, in my opinion, is gone.
Yeah.
You can't survive that. 2 straight lackluster performances in an elimination game. I know Denver was better, but at home, you're down 30 at home in back-to-back elimination games? That's brutal.
It sounds crazy. And look, that ship, I feel like has sailed because he is older now, and that's how we felt before. Kevin Durant was missing a lot of time. He's missed a lot of time, even ever since he got to Brooklyn. So that's why the Draymond KD thing aside, and at the time, I think people were a lot higher on Kuminga and Poole, and you can't move the younger guys, but the logistical part of this was KD wasn't able to stay very healthy. He
wasn't.
And as good as Devin Booker is, we know Chris Paul, I don't want to say he's a shell of himself, but he's getting close to it. Again, a no-show in the playoffs when you need him the most. Asking Kevin Durant, a two-headed monster that's literally just them with Devin Booker and this version of Kevin Durant, you saw what happened. What happened.
And they gave up all their depth.
Yeah.
DeAndre Ayton looks like he doesn't want to play there. We get reports today that they are going to shop Chris Paul aggressively. He's got a huge contract. Good luck with that.
Yeah, I don't know.
But again, there's always a sucker in the NBA. But you're going to have to give up some picks and do something to get him off those books. Maybe take something back that you don't want back. That's unfortunate. But, boy, Suns are in a tough spot. And hindsight is, first of all, you're not going to say no to Kevin Durant. Somebody says, hey, we're going to give you Kevin Durant. We want to trade. What do you think? You're going to go back and do that trade 100 out of 100 times.
Well, yeah, but I also think that for what the Suns, what they needed from Kevin Durant and what they gave up is different than if the Warriors did make that move. You know what I mean? Because I think Steph, Clay, Draymond, and Kevin Durant, Kevin is not asked to do as much as he's being asked to do on the Suns.
All right, let's have some fun here. We got some fun. We'll get back into the Warriors. JD and Martinez, hang on tight. We'll get to you. But Volley is a voice-controlled entertainment experience for smart devices, and they have many games. But we'll be focused on their most popular one, Music Quiz. And we're going to have some fun. So every single Friday, we're going to do the Song of the Week, brought to you by Volley, that best describes the week. And today, we're going to focus on the Warriors and Lakers in game number 6. So every single Friday from here on out, we're going to do the Song of the Week that best describes the week. Today, we're going to focus on the Warriors in game number 6. So Alameda Styles Files, he's in on the song with Lubman and Spadoni. Mm-hmm. So, Alan, what you got?
Yeah, we cooked it up for you. All right, Bonte, this is what the Warriors should be playing in the locker room before the game. Let's see if you can name the song and the artist, the group. Hit it, Sam.
Oh, boy.
All right, Bonte. You got this one? You got it?
Song named Stand By Me? Lean on Me? No. Stairway to Heaven?
Bruh.
Dragging Me Down. That should describe this week. Gosh, man. What is this song?
Wow.
Man.
Donnie's yelling at me in the back here saying they play this at Florida State halftimes.
Florida.
Oh, Florida.
Florida, yeah. That's the Gators. I'm a Knowles fan.
Okay.
That's not why you don't know the song.
Yeah, that's not why. I definitely don't pay attention at halftime either. Gosh, what is this song?
Well, now the Comcast business text line trying to give you help, but I think you're cooked.
I am cooked.
You give up?
I do give up.
Won't back down.
I won't back down. Tom Petty. Did you know the song before?
I did.
We went to De La Salle.
Oh, that's
We didn't play that at George Washington.
Oh, that's a roast.
Shout out to De La Salle High School nephew, Jaden Jefferson, doing really well. Running track really well, freshman.
Shout out De La.
Shout out De La. Man, I would have never got that. I won't back down.
Mm-hmm.
All right, I could roll with that for the Song of the Week. They're not going to back down tonight. And again, we're going to do that all the time. It is for all groups. Again, Volley. This is a lot of fun. It's like Pandora's Box, but you just yell into your smart speaker, hey, play this. And this music quiz is one of the most popular games to play on your smart speaker, and it's for all groups, families, friends, roommates, colleagues, in a super casual experience. That's right, super casual experience. So if you think you know your music, just ask your smart speaker or Alexa to play like music quiz, and boom, you will be ready to go. It's free to try out, and it's super casual and fun for all ages. Again, just say, Alexa, play music quiz, and the fun will begin.
There you go.
There it is.
You know what? One song you do not want to encapsulate this game.
We don't want the whistle blown tonight. We only got it blown about 15 times last game, where the Lakers went to the line 15 times. You don't want that today, because you know that whistle ain't going towards the Warriors.
Yeah. Rate of play. Let's keep it moving. It's a better product.
Yes, it is a better product. Gamesmanship. What's the gamesmanship? I can't believe JaMychal Green on Instagram did big cap on LeBron James and did not take it down.
Well, you can't take it down.
But he knows he's not going to play much. So he doesn't have to deal with the ramifications. Like, imagine doing that to Michael Jordan or Kobe Bryant or even Steph Curry. I don't even like trolling LeBron James.
Well, you know, JaMychal Green, if you watch him on the bench, I forget what game it was when both the Greens were together, just both yapping, and he got a tech.
Game 3.
Yeah, Draymond got a tech in game. JaMychal Green got one on the bench.
Yeah.
And it looked like the Bash Brothers together. What are you doing, man?
But you know what? JaMychal Green is about that life. You don't want to mess with him.
He is.
You don't want to mess with him.
He is. And again, if that really is, if LeBron needed that to take him over the top, then he ain't who we thought he was.
Mm-hmm. Rodfather, 1978. Alexa, turn, is it on or out, Steiny and Guru? The morning show is over. You could do that, but the morning show won't be over for another 17 minutes. So you're stuck with us, Rodfather. You're stuck for another 17 minutes, and you're stuck with JD and Martinez. JD, what's happening?
What's up, guys?
What's up?
Hey, yeah, I'd like to hear you guys' take on a risk reward of starting Poole. You got a little taste of confidence last game. If we can get the old Poole back, that could take us all the way.
Three-guard lineup is something that I think the Warriors may navigate with. They may have to do it today, JD, if Wiggins can't go. I don't know if you start Jordan Poole because you're already starting small with GP2, and that's a little too small against this Lakers team. They'll be attacking the rim at will. But I think you do need to rely on JP if Wiggins can't go or if he's compromised at all with this injury, with this cartilage to his left rib. So JP is going to be very important. I don't know if I start him, though, JD. I don't know if I do that.
Yeah, I mean, just to give him that starting, confidence.
Do you pull GP2 then?
I think I do. And then give Poole 4 minutes to prove he belongs out there. And then if not, take him out.
All right, I'm not mad at that. It's a good suggestion. I'm not mad at that.
Well, I don't know if a start job is necessary, but you have to have a longer leash.
Mm-hmm.
It is Bonte. It is Great America. It is Six Flags. Shout out Medusa. Shout out Kong. It is the Jordan Poole experience tonight.
Mm-hmm.
The Jordan Poole roller coaster because you need it. You cannot yank him after 10 minutes.
Yeah.
You can't.
No,
Unless Clay gets on a heater. Unless.
Man, 925. Bonte, listen to Class of Rock, you bum. Sorry, man. I got 2 jobs and a baby, dude.
That's right.
Listen to Nipsey Hussle right now.
I got 3 kids and a bunch of problems.
Yeah, I do got problems. I don't have 3 kids, but I got problems. All right? I got plenty of problems. So let's relax. Somebody asked keys to the game. I think it's simple. You want to defend without fouling. You want to take care of the basketball.
Mm-hmm.
That's how you get possessions. That's how you maximize possessions. And you want to get good shots. You don't want to force anything, obviously. There's going to be some forced shots in this game. But again, help yourself by not helping the other team, which is don't foul, no reach-ins, no cheap fouls 90 feet away from the basket, and take care of the damn basketball game. Because the Lakers will turn turnovers into points, especially at home. So you want to take care of the basketball. And I think you're going to need to weather the storm. I really feel like the Lakers are going to come out fast, wanting to set a tone and get out ahead like they did against Memphis in their Game 6.
Yeah.
When they beat Memphis by 40. You don't want to fall behind and have that snowball effect. Again, Draymond Green the other day talked to when Evan Geddes asked a great question about, hey, can you, and Evan Geddes, of course, producer on Steiny Goose, sometimes Swizza and for Goo, but he asked Draymond Green, can you take anything away from OKC 2016 in Game 6? And he said, yeah, a little bit. And people forget, we were getting killed.
Mm-hmm.
We're getting beat by 10, by 8, by 15, by 13, and Clay just got red hot. But you got to weather the storm, and you just have to keep fighting.
Yeah.
You're going to face a lot of adversity on the road. You just got to keep fighting because the Lakers are looking to get back into the Western Conference Finals for the second time since, 2010? I think second time since 2010, so they're going to be hungry down there.
Yeah, and again, different series in the Eastern Conference, but the Warriors, their opponent from last year's finals, the Celtics, kind of gave the Warriors some hope. The Celtics were down big in Philly. James Harden, Joel Embiid, the MVP. The Celtics didn't give up. They just kept on grinding. They just stayed around. They fought through Jason Tatum not being able to hit the backside of a barn, and next thing you know, they come out with the victory, and now they're headed to Boston. So I think that's not that the Warriors needed that, but okay, I see you, Boston. We went up against you. You got that pedigree. We respect you. We almost went down to you in the finals, right? You had us on our heels a little bit. If Boston can do it over there, then let's checkmate. Let's do the same thing over here and keep this thing rolling. So I think, but on the flip side, I think the Lakers saw what not to do and what the Sixers did, but we all know they're going to come out, try to hit the team in the mouth. And I think what it is with these home games, Bonte, is just if you can withstand those punches and just stay in throw a throwing stone's distance, you'll be okay. And I think another key to the game would be, and they did this really well last game, start quarters well and end quarters well.
It sure did.
You cannot sleepwalk through the beginning, the first 3 minutes of a quarter, and you can't have a 12-point lead, and then in the last 2 minutes, it turns to even 7 points, even 8 points, even whatever, because at home, that's exactly what happened in Game 4. And Jordan Poole, stay away from Schroeder at the end of court. That's what he does. They give him the basketball, and that's
Schroeder's looking to flop.
He tried to do it in Game 5. He tried to do it in Game 5 and ran into Clay and then almost rolled off into the stands.
Did it in Game 2 and got the foul, right?
Just stay away from him.
No doubt. And Jordan Poole made some good plays at the end of the half. Warriors finished a First half in Game 5 on a 16-5 run, opened up the third quarter with a 9-2 run there. They were able to keep the Lakers at bay. The Lakers had a couple opportunities. They got within 9. They had a few opportunities to get it to 8, to get it to 7, to get it to 8, to get it to 7, and were not able to get over that hump. So that game was a lot closer than what the box score said, 121-106. But the Lakers they were in it.
Yeah.
They were in it to the point where LeBron James was playing late into that basketball game. All right, we got a few minutes here. And I know a lot of people like to give their speeches, their game day speeches.
Okay.
So I'm going to play one speech, and if that speech gets played before Game 6, the Warriors are going home tonight. Then we're going to play the next speech, and people are going to be fired up. So this speech, which speech would you respond to, Alan Stiles?
Okay.
You played major college baseball. All right? What speech would get you going? Here's speech number 1.
Let's gather up, guys. Where's Jordan and Kuminga? You get those guys in here. They're in the back room. All right, get Jordan and Jonathan, come on in here, join the team. Hey, no, I'm going to have something to say. First of all, if we get beat tonight, exit interviews begin at 11 a.m. tomorrow at the facility. So be mindful of that. Let's work on those two things that we talked about in the last day. One is, I know you guys it's been a long season, but let's use that Chase crowd. Let's use that Chase crowd, kind of feed off it to get started tonight. I think we got to come out. We got to come out ready to play. So let's use that crowd to our advantage. And then, of course, our other point of emphasis, Jonathan, you probably know our 2 other points of emphasis, right, Jonathan? What are they? Oh, you're not sure? Okay. Let's do what we talked about yesterday at practice. It's about ball movement and being decisive. Guys, we got to be decisive. If you find yourself holding the ball, get rid of it. Get rid of it or make a play. Or try to make a play. All right, let's go, guys. You've been here before. That's it.
Right, Father. Alexa, Steiny speech off. Whenever you start a speech, Steiny, we're talking about, hey, if we lose tonight, exit interviews tomorrow at 11 o'clock. Like, damn, why am I even playing?
Just go home.
Just go home.
Just go home.
Right off the rip.
Don't get off the plane then.
Why are you picking on Kuminga, man?
Wow.
Talk to Dre, Steph, and Clay. Unbelievable.
Wow.
Unreal, Steiny. Unreal. All right. Thank God they didn't play that speech before Game 5. They would have lost by 30. Yeah. There's no doubt. They would have got blown out. Exit interviews would have been yesterday. Now, this speech, would this get you going? Would this have you running? Would that, first of all, I didn't ask you. Did Steiny's speech do something for you?
Something, yeah.
What's that something?
Not get ready to play a basketball game or do anything athletic.
Got me ready for an exit interview.
Yeah.
Damn. Clean out your lockers. All right. Speech number 2. Would this get you going for Game 6? Here you go.
Close the door, gents. I love the E40 choices. Men, I failed you. They're talking about us. They're saying we're not connected. And when I say I failed you, I let you down. But how we get out of what we're in tonight is these 48 minutes. That's all we got left. Any loose ball, any shot, do not second guess yourself. It's us against them. Tomorrow is not promised. All you can do is your job. We've done it before. One game, one quarter. Just be your best. Don't do it for me. Do it for you, your family, and Dub Nation. And if we don't get it done, leave nothing on the table. No looking back. I don't care about how many minutes you play. I don't care who you're playing with. We're Warriors. 4-time champs. They think we're not connected. That's my fault. But I need you to help me. Help your brother. Look in the mirror. Michael Jackson, man in the mirror. And play your asses off. And we'll be here Friday night in LA. If you can't do that, we can't win. Bring it in. 1, 2,
What are we saying?
3. Warriors. That wasn't good as the first one.
Let's go.
I love this comment from Joseph on YouTube. Jordan Poole's turned around from his locker after that speech. He's turning around after that one.
That'll get you going.
And he took accountability.
Mm-hmm.
It was my fault.
Not my fault.
That we're not connected.
Wow.
Some people are saying Guru's the greatest Pop Warner coach of all time. Who's that from?
Huh?
So,
yeah,
we got two speeches here.
Mm-hmm.
Steiny's speech, we'll probably have a Mother's Day dinner at some random restaurant depressed over the Warrior season.
Please.
With Guru's speech, we're at least working on Mother's Day.
Yes.
Wow.
Yes.
Steiny's, well, we're having a weekend getaway. We're talking about Cabo, Cancun, booking vacations.
Man.
Guru's speech, you're getting taped up, ready to go for Game 7.
Guru's speech, you wear an eye black. You can't even wear eye black in basketball.
No,
Monte, help me.
You're getting it going.
You're getting it going. So that's where we're at, folks. Game 6 coming up. Steiny and Good talk all about it. Their keys. Obviously, Andrew Wiggins is questionable with the coral cartilage in his left rib. And Looney played through it in 2019. How much pain can he tolerate? Will he take a cortisone shot? Dr. Rob Panya, our resident doctor here at 95.7 The Game, says that, man, the recovery time for this injury could be 6 weeks. And think about this. Every game now in a conference final is going to be every other day. So you don't get those 2 or 3 day breaks. You have to play every other day. So how much pain will Andrew Wiggins be in? He dropped 25-75 in game number 5. A lot of people would have to step up. That'd be Jordan Poole. That'd be Dante DiVincenzo. Maybe Jonathan Kuminga. Maybe Moses Moody. Moses Moody will get run, so there's no maybes in him. So this is a big injury, and we're going to monitor that all day long here at 95.7 The Game. Steiny and Good take your calls at 888-957-9570. Been a lot of fun with Alan Stiles in for Joe Shasky. But now it is time, Spadone, for our final thoughts. I'm looking at the man in the mirror. You could drop that into speech. That is just unbelievable.
Yeah.
Man in the mirror, Michael Jackson.
That's like Lil Wayne.
Yeah. What's like Lil Wayne?
The comparisons.
Yeah.
That's bars, man.
Those are bars.
That's bars.
Those are bars. Those are bars. What's your final thoughts, Alan?
My final thoughts, you got to have the curse of crypto broken. Steph got to shoot the lights out. Klay Thompson got to shoot the lights out. Klay got roasted a little bit because he said a lot about how much he wanted this series. He wanted, 12 years, whatever it was, and he was super juiced up. He was a little too juiced up the last time he was in L.A. Calm your nerves a little bit. Maybe listen to a combination of Steiny and Guru's speech so you're not too hyped up.
Balance it out.
Balance it out a little bit. Yeah. Get you right and get Klay going. You need the Splash Bros to finally splash in Hollywood in front of all those stars.
No doubt.
In front of all those stars. That's what I got for you.
Dude, what are they? 15 of 48 from 3 in the last 2 games at Crypto.com Arena. Not good. Not good. Spadoni, what you got?
Winner of tonight's game will win the series. Obviously, the Lakers, they'll eliminate the Warriors, but I truly believe if this goes Game 7, Lakers have no chance on Sunday. I don't believe it. I don't care if LeBron's never lost in a Game 7 in the playoffs, which is nuts, by the way. But
he has lost Game 7.
I don't think so.
He was with Cleveland. They lost to Paul Pierce and company. He dropped 45. Paul Pierce dropped 41. They lost in the second round.
Wow, look at that knowledge. Is that his only loss?
Maybe
come on, I'm putting you on the spot, Monte.
Yeah, I think that's his only loss in Game 7.
That's his only loss in Game 7. There you go. So, 17-1, whatever he is. But if it goes Game 7, Lakers got no shot. So, Anthony Davis, LeBron James, Steph Curry, Klay Thompson. Which star is going to shine the brightest tonight? The stars are aligning for Klay Thompson to have a storybook ending here, folks, right? Am I tripping about this? In L.A., he struggled. His dad's on the radio side, grew up a Laker fan. The Warriors need it. Wiggins is hurting. Is this finally going to be the Clay game?
Lubman, what you got, Lubman?
Two quick things. First off, we didn't do shameless shout-outs today. I want to give a quick shout-out to the teachers of the Oakland Unified School District. They've been on the picket line all week trying to get better pay. I'm all for teachers trying to get paid what they are worth. And then number two, while I'm kind of feeling good tonight, Dub Nation, we didn't give up when the Mavericks came to town in 2007. We didn't give up against the Nuggets in 2013. We didn't give up against the Grizzlies and Cavs in 2015. We didn't give up against the Rockets. We didn't give up against the Kings. We don't give up against anybody. You want to know why we don't give up? Because we are the nation of we believe. You want to know why we believe? Two little words. First word, Stephen. Second word, Curry. I believe Dub Nation. You should believe Dub Nation. We all believe Dub Nation because that's what we do. We believe. We are fired up. Lakers are going down. Spadoni, you're going to be so sad on Monday.
Wow.
My final thought is I'm with Lubman, man. Damn. I got goosebumps right now. My hair's sticking up on my forearm.
They better win is all I'm saying.
I didn't see that coming, Lubman. He got a new apartment. He's rolling a new dough. He's feeling good.
Shout out those teachers, by the way. Please don't take my parking when you're doing your protest the street down. It just really bothers me.
Shout out to Sarah Ben Israel, Corinne Yamasaki. I know they're teachers out there at Edna Brewer Middle School. I saw them on the picket line as well. Hopefully you get what you deserve. You're doing a great job out there. 510. Guru. Even LeBron getting misty-eyed with that speech. My final thought is I just want to work on Mother's Day. Mm-hmm. I want to work on Mother's Day. It's my final thought. Get me to Mother's Day and get me a basketball game in the Bay Area. Just one. That's all I want. Just one. That's it for us. What a fun show. Alan, hell of a job, man. Thanks for filling in this week. We love having you on the roast. You know you're welcome anytime. Lubman, good job. Great speech, man. You got me fired up. Spadoni, you're a good sport, man. Don't be trying to kidnap Corgi, though. Corgi, 5-0. 5-0 in the series.
Adopt, don't shop for dogs.
Bye-bye.
My French toast sticks are back.
Yeah.
This is a legacy game. Oh, that's right. This is a legacy game. Legacies won't be changed completely. There's too much that's been built by the great players and great organizations. But this will be a game that will be remembered 10 years from now. There's no doubt about it. 10 years from now, we're going to be talking about the game that's going to be played tonight. We have to be. It's that significant. Because the Warriors are either going to win tonight and force a Game 7, and all that may entail, and that we'll remember that they got to 7 with what happened tonight, or their season comes to an end tonight in L.A. And then the questions start, and then the decisions start to be made, and we get into an off-season of uncertainty. So, with all that said, I'm going to do my part. I'm going to give my speech at some point.
Okay.
We got some big points of emphasis tonight
Look at my
for the Warriors. And obviously, we got to start the show the way that how you feeling, Goo?
I'm going to shock you, Steiny. I know the Wiggins news and the rib cartilage. What do you call it? What's the actual diagnosis?
Yeah, I don't know.
Okay, ribs. I'll just tell you this. I just feel some type of way Sunday a Game 7 is going to be a part of my Mother's Day experience, all of ours. So how does that happen? Anthony Davis, by all accounts, is going to play. I don't know about Andrew Wiggins, but I think we're going to see Steph go Sacramento. And what I mean by that, for me, that's the formula. Shout out DLC, great rapper back in the days, Donnie. The formula is going to be Steph left, Steph right, Steph up, Steph down. Steph Curry is going to get this game back to the Bay Area. I know he can't do it by himself, but damn it, what's he averaging? 25 a game? Steiny, tonight we need 40 or 50 burger for them to have a chance. I'm being blunt. It's got to happen.
No,
That's
it doesn't
the only
have
way.
to happen. You can't box. You see, this is where I've got to be. I've got to be true to myself.
I love that term.
If Steph doesn't get 40, they can still win this game tonight. They can still, we can't box the Warriors into such a corner that we say they're good enough. They're good enough to win a certain game if Steph doesn't play well. They're good enough to win a certain game if Klay doesn't play well. I think they're good enough to win a game, important game, even if Wiggins and Poole even struggle if everybody else can play pretty well. What they can't do is have multiple guys struggle.
Yeah.
That's what they can't do, because I believe that even if Curry can't be the only guy, Curry's not going to be able to win you the game by himself. He's got to have help. Okay, you asked for it, you got it, Goo. Andrew Wiggins is listed as questionable for Game 6 with a left costal cartilage fracture. That's an area of the rib cage. Mm-hmm.
Same injury. I don't know if you remember, Stoddy, that Kevon Looney injured in the 19 finals against Toronto and missed one game, which was Game 3, I believe. So it was so painful for Loon Dog that he missed a game. But damn, if you're telling me, Steiny, Wiggins might not be available, or how can he? Or do you shoot him up? I don't know if you've ever been shot up.
Oh, I don't talk about that. I don't know what's legal. I don't know what's not legal. I don't know what's...
Franklin and Marshall had a little dope, Steiny, little needle action.
Yeah, I didn't like getting a shot for the flu, let alone,
Do they shoot you in the ass or in the area that hurts?
You're asking the wrong guy.
Well, that's steroids.
Espadone, he's buff.
You're right. So, yeah, let me look at this one. He got some guns.
Actually, somebody should ask Styles.
Yeah, Styles had the gun show.
Let me tell you something about Styles. Got some arms.
Yeah.
I have never used steroids.
You got gun envy? Look at
I'm too old to have envy of a young kid like that.
Yeah.
I root for the young kids. Let me tell you something, what happens in your 50s. I've noticed this with Bonte and Shasky. They're in their late 30s, right?
40s.
Okay, late 30s, early 40s.
I had to correct you, 40s.
Here's the difference. Shasky and Bonte, and the people really starting to forge their careers now.
Yeah.
They're cutthroat. They'll stick it to anybody to stay ahead. You know what I mean? Shasky, Bonte, they're not going to help anybody along the way.
Oh, no, you're
not right now. Not at 40.
Bonte goes to San Francisco, so does Shasky. They speak to the kids.
And he tries to tell him, don't go into the business. There's not a lot of money in it. There's not a lot of fame or fortune.
Stop it.
What I'm getting at is, in about a decade for those guys, they'll get to my point where you realize it's just better to help people and to guide the young people along the way. And you realize, you know what? My time's coming. It's over. I've had my time, Goo. I've had my time. So now what would give me joy is to usher in success for people like Bonte and Shasky and people a little younger than me. I want that to tie it all back in, Goo. I want that to be my legacy.
Well, I wish I believed you because young Mateo called about a month ago and you just ruined his dreams. And that was just about Kuminga. So I don't. Who's your favorite player?
Jonathan Kuminga.
Wow, the high flyer.
Yeah, he's going to have trouble getting off the bench this series, kid.
I think that was the hex you put on Kuminga because it went all bad since then.
They won that series.
I think they need him tonight. You and Bonte were kind
of.
What was the word you used? It would be unfair. I don't think he would look at it like that. Now, he may not be Steiny, if Wiggins is hampered and he's going to be, all hands on deck. You got to thaw out. Lonnie Walker IV did it?
Yeah.
If this is, okay, I'm not going here. They're going to get a tough whistle tonight, I believe. I think the Lakers are going to get a good whistle if the Lakers are aggressive.
Just like you saying Steph needs 40 to win. That's just a guess. How the officials are going to call it, that's just a guess.
Now, I hate that when I say Steph 40, your best player has to be at his best tonight for the Warriors to get this series back.
He's been pretty good the last two games.
No doubt.
Been pretty good the last 2 games with the assists.
Yeah, but these are points.
Well, assists lead.
Yeah, I understand that. But
so what do you have, 30?
Yeah, well, he was 12. Night? He had 14, I believe, the 12 for 30 game. But to me, there's nothing more demoralizing
assists, that's 24
than your best
points.
Player getting the buckets.
I think there's if he scores 30 and has 12 assists, then he's 54 points.
I'll take that.
Are you sure? But he's
30 and 12, I'll take that.
But 12 is too many assists.
But it's still 42. No, it's actually, that would be 54
points
25 points
and 14 assists.
Yeah, I'll take that.
How about 25 and 10?
I'll take that.
How about 24 and 8?
At this point, I'll take that.
Nah, you can't take that.
Yeah,
He's got to be better than that. Even I'll say that.
Man. And Clay, Marcus Thompson, we love you.
Nobody knows who he is.
Marcus Thompson, Oakland Zone, wrote an article in The Athletic about Game 6 Clay. And I read it. It was a great article. And I'm like, no, we need steady Clay. But if Clay can go for 35 or 40 and have a bust-out game, which he's had in his career, I'm not saying, Steiny, that's what he's coming in aiming to do, but that's when the word I'm looking for is heroic. Somebody's got to have a bust-out game. And we'll take somebody's with an S. If it's more than just Clay, what if Clay and Poole?
I missed something.
Somebody's.
Somebody. Yeah. I thought you said D's, like...
Triple D?
No, like that stupid joke.
Oh, right. I think you can. Spadoni, can we say it? The Snoop Dogg. Yeah. God, you hip, man.
By the way, once again, I'm going to do this until we hear from him. Big thanks out there to Skinny Bob. Skinny Bob, our newest, latest, greatest listener.
The man.
Sent us about...
Are they still here?
You know what? They are still here. That means I'm taking the rest of them because I left them here.
I was gone yesterday. I need those. Part of the show.
Okay, they're right here. You can take the rest of them. There's still about 40, 50 in there, so help yourself.
Oh, my God.
It's the guy said, you don't hit him at the course. I can't golf with them.
Spadoni knows that. He's from Monterey.
Off Mecca.
He's got money.
Can I get a couple of those?
Yeah. They're right there. You can come in and get them. In fact, if I known both you guys, I would have... I wouldn't have taken as many yesterday home, but I didn't want to give Dibley too many. Dibley, I think, is particular.
He was like, are they clean?
Well, that's the thing. There are some golfers who are very...
God,
get ready to cut this. There are some golfers who are very particular about their balls. Yes.
Now, when you say that, like that would have just rolled off. But when you say, like, they're going to be... pull my finger.
Some people only
don't
play...
do that. Yeah.
There's a group of people out there that'll, like, only play Titleist Pro V1s.
Got you.
Those are usually really good players. Guys like you and me, the balls don't really matter in golf.
Yeah, it's the swing.
Yeah, you got to just make contact. 957-9570. It's Game 6. There's a lot of people out there asking for Game 6 Steiny of 2 weeks ago, which also coincided with a payday. I'm not going to do that today because the bottom line is the Warriors lost that night. Now, they won Game 7, but we don't have the – I only was Game 6 Steiny last Friday, 2 Fridays ago, because we had some wiggle room. We don't have wiggle room.
Yeah, no doubt. This is it.
Tonight. Let me ask you a question. Let me ask Dub Nation a question. What's at stake tonight? Like, what's at stake? I know it's like, how big of a game? It's huge. We all know that. But what is really at stake? And here's how I'm just going to kind of set it up. So we had Bob Myers on. I want everybody to listen to this.
Run for office.
We had Bob Myers on yesterday, and I asked him about Game 5 and if he'd thought, you know what? And I'm talking about Wednesday's game. Maybe this could be the last one. Did you ever think about that, Bob?
What I thought last night going in, Guru, was if we go down 4-1, then we're not very good. I mean, as harsh as that is of a conclusion, if you lose 4-1 in a series, you got beat. You got beat pretty bad. You barely avoided being swept. So my thinking was, I was confident we would win because our guys have proven they respond with their backs up against the wall. But I also had a feeling of if we don't, that kind of gives you your answer, and that's how I looked at it. But I had a good feeling we would win the game.
All right, so what I'm hearing there, and tell me if Warrior fans are hearing the same thing. I almost feel like he was saying, had we lost Wednesday, gotten beat 4-1 by the Lakers, we're not very good. As harsh as that sounds, we're just not very good, and that's the answer we'll have gotten to, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. It almost sounded to me like that was his way of saying, had we lost Wednesday, there could be major changes. Had we lost Wednesday, who knows what was going to happen? All right, well, they won Wednesday, and now they go to L.A., and one of two things is going to happen. They're either going to win or they're going to lose. If they put up a valiant effort tonight, the Warriors, and they get beat, and they lose 4-2, is that significantly different than losing Wednesday? And if so, does losing 4-2 mean, you know what, maybe it won't be wholesale? Now, similarly, they win tonight and somehow win Sunday. Well, that tells me you're still one of the best 4 teams in the NBA. So I really do think we're kind of in the no man's land of, I'm not really sure where this team's headed after this year. And that's why tonight's game to me is, absolutely, positively one of the most important games in the last 12 years because I do think it will set the direction for where we go next as Golden State Warriors.
It's interesting you say that. And, Steiny, I've been soul searching the last 48 hours because you have always brought this up. And it's not a bad thing. But you said, Goo, it's some Warrior fans and it's some Steph Curry fans. Just like Jordan, Bird, Kobe, and the Tim Duncans. The great ones have that. And there's both. But with what you just said and set up, I'm not panicked because let's just say they were to lose tonight. I know one thing is for sure, Matt Steinmetz. Stephen Curry will be in a Warrior uniform next year. And to me, in Steph, I trust. Now, the parts around him may change, and there may be a new, version of the Golden State Warriors, a reboot or whatever you want to call it, and I'm here for that. But I always thought to myself that Jordan Poole had made so many strides that he would never be Steph Curry, but he was going to be the next version of the young gun. And maybe, so that looks like it's ran its course. You can look at the videos. You can look at just the mannerisms. He does not look happy. So with that said, I told you and the boss in the green room, if Bob said 4-1 was not good enough, is 4-2 really? Well, I do really kind of like, I'm thinking.
I think there's a huge difference. Believe it or not.
Explain that if you can for us.
I absolutely think there's a huge difference, even though we're only talking about 2 games. You lose at home on Wednesday, then that is like it's Bob said. That shows you. Had they lost Wednesday, that to me would have said, well, we did what the Suns did. What the Suns did last night.
Oh,
they lose at home to the Lakers on Wednesday. To me, it's proof. It would have been proof this team is fractured. This team was fractured. This team was fragmented all year. They barely held it together. They were at the point of breaking many, many times, and finally they broke Wednesday, and it was there for everybody to see. They won Wednesday.
Yeah, you're right.
So what that means is, okay, it's not that. It's not as dire as that. They still have the wherewithal to come together, play a damn good game, win an important game at home. All right, now we're back to Game 6 tonight. I think there is a big difference between, you know what, you play hard and you just get beat late, something happens and it's a heartbreaker. That's very different to me than had you lost Wednesday, losing 3 out of the last 4 games of the series. 888-957-9570 is the number. Warrior fans, how are you looking at tonight's game? What's at stake tonight? Because we've talked a lot about the Warriors' future, but it's now coming down to one game. They win, they advance to the Game 7 Sunday. They lose.
At home.
It's over. It's over. This season is over. And I guess that's also where I'm getting at. You know, I mean, I have always kind of thought, you know, if they don't win it this year, it's over, meaning the run, anything. Actually, over the last couple weeks, month or so, I am starting to see a way forward with the big three.
No doubt.
Now, I'm not saying that's going to ensure, the dynasty continues. They're going to be great for the next 5 years. And I think there's a lot of Warrior fans out there that wouldn't mind seeing some kind of soft transition in some way. But there's a lot at stake tonight, and it could be as important as Draymond Green's, depending on what happens in the next game or two, Draymond Green will make his decision whether to stay or go. Is that possible? Or has he made up his mind already, and it doesn't matter?
It's on the table, though, Stoney.
I think there's a lot on the table, and honestly, there's a lot on the table that we don't even know what it is that's on the table.
Right.
And that's what makes tonight's game so, just so intriguing.
Yeah. And again, with this Wiggins injury, Stoney, do you have any feeling of if he's going to play or not, or is it one of those things?
No clue.
He's going to go warm up and see his. I mean, when you talk about a guy or a player having trouble breathing, that's everything. Then it's like, sit your ass down. You can't come out here. But I mean, man, this would be a terrible blow for a situation that the Warriors put him in. One good game away. If you can beat the Lakers on the road, which has been their Achilles heel, their kryptonite all year. That's another subplot to this is, damn, Steiny, they did it in SAC Game 7, but can you go to L.A. and take it to LeBron and AD and that crowd and get us to Sunday? And I don't care what would go down Sunday. I think now you're talking about, okay, Draymond opts in. Okay, some guys, are not on the roster, but you move forward with the big three.
888-957-9570 is the number. What's at stake tonight for the Golden State Warriors? And when I was talking early about this being a legacy game, look, LeBron James and Steph and Clay and Draymond, they're untouchable. We know that. But this game tonight, and to a degree Sunday's game, if it comes off, I mean, these are tonight will be a chapter in the book of Curry, LeBron, the Warriors, and the Lakers. This is a legacy game. It's a legacy game. There's no doubt about it. And again, by legacy, I don't mean a legacy is going to be made or broken tonight. No, the legacies are there. But the legacies will be affected tonight.
And this would be the first loss to a Western Conference foe in a series since the tenure of Steve Kerr in this dynasty.
Yep.
Just think, I mean, like you said, Steiny, not good or bad, this will be the first one that they've lost if somehow they don't get it done tonight or Sunday.
Yeah.
Like, that's heavy. 19-0.
Well, they've had worse seasons than this, though.
Yeah, and I know the plan.
It would be the first loss to a Western Conference team, and that would be awful. but it's more awful to not make the playoffs.
And the play-in, Steiny. I know we don't count that. They lost to Memphis and the Lakers.
Nita Mitch. We know, Steiny. Stop insulting the listeners. Nita Mitch. Susan, my partner, often uses this phrase when she says, say more. Nita Mitch, say more. We know, Steiny. What do you know, and how am I insulting the listeners? Say more. On the YouTube text line, 919 people. Let's get that over 1,000.
Let's go, no doubt.
Let's get another 90 or 100 in there.
Clay, we need everybody, all hands on deck. And if Wiggins can't go, who's your guy? Like, how can Kuminga just sit there? How can you not go there?
Well, you got Wiggins, and you still got DiVincenzo.
No, I'm saying if Wiggins can't go.
JaMychal Green. Yeah. I don't think if Wiggins can't go, you're really going to put Kuminga in the biggest game of the year?
I would give him 2 to 5 minutes.
You better hope those 2 or 4 minutes don't get you beat. And again,
I mean that, Steiny. I would put him in.
Why?
Because he's on our team.
Okay, well, so is Ty Jerome. You going to use him tonight? What about Lamb? You want to use him tonight?
No, now that
I would be more likely to use Lamb because he's steadier than Kuminga in a crazy way. But
like my whole thing is,
I don't want to spend a lot of time talking about Kuminga because he's likely
let me tell you why. Just if I were
Moody's going to play in front of him.
Well, Moody's been playing in front of him. But what I loved about last game, Steiny, is the fact that the Warriors were able to run the LA Lakers. And I don't know if they can duplicate that. But my thing is you got to run the king or try to wear him down and make him use as much energy as possible. And what I've noticed is the king has not been bringing up the ball. Wiggins was trying to pick him up 94 feet, but I swear to you and the listeners, I mean what I'm about to say. Last thing about Kuminga. That game they played the Lakers and Kuminga picked him up 94 feet. You can't stop the king, but it was just young guy versus old guy, and he was making it hard. And to me, you want LeBron James spent in the third and fourth quarter. So, Steiny, if I could run him out there just for that alone, is to, put your body, lean on the king.
What if he fouls?
No, then you're coming out. But
so you're going to put him out there.
And if I'm Kuminga, Steiny, I ain't going out there trying to get 18 points. I think Kuminga's smart enough to know if you were to get submitted.
I'm sorry. He's not playing because he has an achievement.
So you're out on him at all. You're all the way.
Let me tell you what I'm not. And it's not, forget Kuminga. Yeah. You're going to really, do you realize that if you ask Kuminga, you ask something of Kuminga tonight,
right,
of all nights, and he doesn't give it to you, and he hasn't been giving it to you up to this point, but if he doesn't give it to you tonight, then he's affected. The team gets affected. Like, that's...
Well, aren't they affected now by...
For all we know, the big three is like, you can't play Kuminga with us. Oh. These games are too... I don't know that's the case. Yeah. But I think it's completely unfair to expect Jonathan Kuminga to do something significant tonight, not after the year he's had.
Well, the beauty
if
and
you
the
need
essence
him and it's desperate, go to him.
Well, that's where I feel like we're... You don't feel like we're there?
No. They got it. He didn't... They were just as desperate Wednesday. He didn't play. Ernie Chavez, $5.
Uh-oh,
He's
Ernie.
put $5 into the hopper. He says, bring it in, guys. We're winning tonight, and Game 7 is on Mother's Day. Ernie Chavez. And then somebody else. We got...
Ernie.
We got somebody else paid for something.
You got to find this, Steiny. AJ Cruz.
AJ Cruz, $5. Bring back Game 6 Steiny. We're 0-1 with
There's a button right there. That was a home game.
We're 0-1.
We ain't did it on the road.
I'm not going to do that to the Warriors.
You can't. I don't think you can find that, Steiny.
Well, I can't because I'm not vindictive. See, I did it out of I did it on 2 weeks ago with good intentions. Today, I'm 0-1. I'm 0-1 when I do that, and we don't have wiggle room tonight. And I say we because it's a big game for us. All right, here's what we got. John Dickinson coming up at 1 o'clock. He's down in L.A. 888-957-9570 is the number. What's at stake tonight in Game 6? And then there's something about Jordan Poole I want to talk about because he's obviously very important to this team. but I'm worried about him. But I'm worried about something much, much bigger than Jordan Poole. I'll tell you about that on the other side. Quest for 5. It's brought to you by the Alameda PD, who's now offering $75,000 in hiring incentives. Our team is your future. Go to alamedapolice.org to apply today. That segment sponsored by Chilton Auto Body.
Have you been in a car accident? Chilton.
Moses Moody, and you're listening to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
I'm ready, Steiny. Come on, man. We're only 0-1. It ain't like we're 0-5.
And I'm dead serious. I want Warrior fans
say it
who can't stand me, and that's a large percentage. I want you to seriously get what I'm doing right now, which is not playing into this.
Dude.
I did it 2 weeks ago.
We did it.
We lost. We got blown out of the building. I'm not coming in here today.
But you didn't know you were coming in here, Snotty. So
what do you mean?
They just played it. We didn't have it planned.
Right. And you notice I didn't grab the mic and look away.
Dude, that's
like Phil Collins.
People won't get six.
You know what? I love my relationship with Warrior fans. To be good-natured. I like the banter. It's fun. It's hopefully lighthearted, not too serious. If I come out here today and pull another Game 6, Steiny, and we go down, everybody's going to think that I did it on purpose because I don't like the Warriors.
No, so, come on.
How about this?
I'm going to do you before you go.
What do you mean?
No matter what we do with whatever song, and you always tell me, because Steiny, I feel like I play, what we do has no bearing on what happens tonight in L.A.
I just if you could keep that thought in your head for the rest of your life, that'd be dynamite. That's all I got to say. Let me see.
312, Steiny?
What's that?
It's 10:35.
I don't know what you're talking about.
I'm about to tell you.
Okay, what's up?
Goo Mellon in the show today like Katie last night against the Nuggets. What does that mean?
That means you're going to,
my voice is gone. I lost a lung with this speech.
Well, then, I hope you didn't come here hurt. Now you're going to be bad, and then you're going to blame the voice.
The voice has nothing to do with the takes. I'm a soldier.
Well, what do you think he meant by mailing it in?
I have no idea.
Maybe just
he's running material, or she.
I don't know what I
don't mail shows in.
Well,
there was one time I was a little hungover, but that was years ago.
Sal in Livermore, what's going on, Sal? How you doing, man?
What's up, Steiny?
Hey.
How you guys doing?
Hey, Game 6.
Game 6. Hey, man, yeah, so I want to answer, Steiny's question, what's at stake? I think really, like you said, legacy, but like you said, their legacy is cemented, Steph and LeBron, but really you got LeBron versus Curry, and I think that's kind of what's at stake here. You have the Cavs versus, Golden State, and now you got L.A. versus LeBron, and they're both kind of at the tail end of their careers. I think this is a great opportunity for Steph kind of to pay back that 3-1, a blunder that happened in 2016, 17, one of those.
Mm-hmm.
But also, I think that, it really doesn't matter. I don't see either team getting past Denver.
Interesting.
And I think, you have a lot of these new fans, these, bandwagon fans who come on here and just are not realistic. And that's one of the reasons why, Steiny, I got your back, bro. You've always been a realist. When you were on a sideline reporter or whatever back in the day, you kept it real.
Yeah, that's what got me fired.
The team wasn't exactly, and that's why you got fired, right?
Yeah.
Well, yeah, no, but yeah, and Goo, I love the speech, man.
Right on, baby.
Close to bringing a tear to my eye, dog.
Now, why would you laugh? He said close to a tear. That's a moment we bonded. And you laugh. But I did my research. You didn't get fired. I hate that you didn't get fired.
My contract wasn't extended. There you go again with that laugh.
But the way you looked and said the contract, that's how you took it, though.
The bottom line is I was doing sidelines for the Warriors. Joe Lacob bought the team. He watched me for half a year, and he just said, why is this guy on our broadcast doing sidelines?
Please, stop. And you're friends to this day, man.
That's serious.
You left a mark, man.
Steiny, you're fired.
Exactly.
Somebody called you Matthew Weinmetz, whining guru.
I've heard that before.
That's pretty good.
I've heard that before.
I haven't.
In fact, a guy I haven't seen in 30 years was the first guy who said that. So that's not original. Weinmetz.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's...
We're on fire today. I was called Spakooky this morning at 5:30.
Yikes, be careful.
Spadoni, I tune in every day, man.
Well, that was close, but Spadoni has much worse in high school. Steiny.
I mean, we don't...
You like my jersey?
No, it's all right.
Roberto Clefate. He's a little tight, Steiny.
That's a 0. That's terrible.
But when you make fun of yourself, I think it's a 2 or just at minimum.
No.
Yeah, all right. Let's go, baby. Game 6. I appreciate you, John. Let's go, baby.
888-957-9570 is the number. I get these.
God, I wish we could do it in the air tonight.
You can.
No.
You can. I'm not doing that to Warriors fans. Or
Lobo said, please don't do it. He's begging Lobo. Don't listen to me. Don't do it.
Yeah, there it is.
Appreciate it.
Nita Mitch. Just be positive when you speak.
There you go.
You know, I played with a guy in college, Mike Nita. Nita was his first name, Nita.
Oh.
He was good, man. He was like a really good player. And then he just didn't go out for the team. He was like a Barry Sanders. We're going into it was my sophomore year, junior year. He was his senior year. He didn't go out. I'm like,
did you ask him?
I'm like, it's just division. Who cares? I'm like, Mike, what do you mean? Who cares? It's all I have.
Yeah, no doubt.
I'm like, Mike, we got no chance
How'd
without
that year
you.
go without him?
8-17.
Yikes.
Yes, sir. Bud's in Oakland. Hey, Bud,
Rock.
how you doing, man?
What's good? What's good? How y'all feeling, man?
Feeling
Positive
great.
vibes, baby.
Feeling great. It's a payday Friday. Mm-hmm.
That's right. That's right. Hey, so Steiny, I'm right there with you. I think you just might be a little bit premature on it. So it is a legacy game for Steph and the boy LeBron. But I think the legacy game will come down if we can make it to a Sunday. I think tonight for the Warriors is pretty much a statement game. You know, they can come out and make a statement, say, hey, we're not going out easy. You know, make a statement, say, hey, this championship pedigree, it is in us. The DNA, we thrive on that. We take guys, we bring in young guys, and we turn them into champions. We can mold these people that comes around us and mold everyone to the big three that we have. So, you know, I think tonight we can make a statement. Now, if we can get to Sunday, I can tell you there'll be a big legacy game for both of them because only one can prevail. And who shall it be? And, you know, hey, let's go ahead and take care of the ball tonight, make simple passes. Let's run them out the gym. The Lakers are starting to look tired, you know. These guys, they can play. But like I said, you know, if you're going to make somebody crack, it will not be LeBron James, but you can make the other guys around him crack under pressure. And we all know the others play well at home, but let's go out and try to take the souls from these guys with a statement.
Let me ask you this.
Statement tonight.
Let me ask you this. I just asked Steiny. He told me what he thought about Kuminga. Is there anybody off limits that you would not play tonight if Wiggins is hampered?
Yeah, there's somebody off limits because you don't want to. You see what happened with the Suns. They put in these other guys and they went down 17-0. So you don't want to put somebody in where you're going to be at a disadvantage defensively, and you want to give these guys a spurt. LeBron's going to come out running downhill like a freight train. You know, and if nobody's going to step in front of him like Curry did, where he stopped LeBron on that play and made him turn around and give up the pass, Curry held his own on that. He tried to draw the charge, and it didn't work for LeBron. You know, he stopped him like a freight train. Hey, man, you don't want to be liability defensively. So, you know.
Yeah, and you got to be buttoned up. Thanks for the call, Bud. Appreciate it. Everybody's got to be on the same page. There's got to be that Duke fist. 5 fingers connected by one hand.
Yeah, look at
something like that.
Well, last night about Phoenix. Guy. Only reason you saw others is Ayton, and obviously CP3 wasn't there, so you had to. That's pretty good. You had to go there. Izzo was on with Allen and Bonte.
Nita Mitch says she's a woman, she's not Mike Nita. I guess Nita's her first name. Well, welcome, Nita. We got off to a rough start, but. Seems like you're coming around.
Yeah.
Appreciate that.
Dude, I was looking at this
people,
YouTube.
When they get to know me, they do tend to hate me a little bit less when they get to know me.
Dude, you're some. Pretty soon we'll probably be able to see the YouTubers.
Really?
Yeah, I'm thinking about.
I don't want to.
I just had that thought. Technology, like they can see us. I want to see them. You know, they got the avatar.
I'm okay. I'd like to be able to pick and choose who I see.
Well, that's my favorite.
I'd click on Nita Mitch right now. But I don't know that Ernie Chavez.
Yeah.
Yeah. God love Ernie, but.
He's the man.
He is the man. Paid $5 today for a text.
$4.99.
It's incredible. I don't want to get into Denver, but
I don't know why I'm not scared of them.
And that's been my pet peeve all year. I don't understand why people don't give they clearly, how sometimes
Murray's balling.
We don't get any respect. And I say, what are you talking about? But they don't get a lot of respect, Denver. And I don't know why. They were best team in West this year.
Facts.
If you look at their last 4 or 5 years, they haven't underachieved. They've gotten right about as far as they should have gone.
Right.
This is going to be their second Western Conference Finals in 4 years.
I think
last year they lost in the first round to the Warriors.
Yeah, Jokic was incredible.
I mean, should they really have beat? Anybody holding it against Denver because they didn't beat the Warriors last year?
They didn't have Porter Jr. or Murray.
Hey, Steiny, what's Too Short's favorite word? It's
and you know it.
I would have to say probably it's a rapper. Money.
Snitch.
Oh.
That's not really the term.
What do you mean?
He's playing
it's
email
a beat?
dog.
Yeah.
Oh, it's like the Kendrick Lamar song.
Like, boy, you are messing up my mind.
But they say it different. But everybody knows what they really mean.
Yeah.
Steiny lost a street card. He never had one.
Dude, Bob Myers. Can we just get back to him for a second? Run for office.
Oh,
that was so real and authentic.
So you do want him out of here.
No, Kirk can run too, man.
Hey, JK, be careful.
Is there anybody that doesn't just feel how authentic that man is?
Can we talk about the term L7 that I've just been called by JK? See, my feeling on this is on the L7. If you acknowledge you're an L7,
go ahead.
Then just don't.
You're good.
Yeah, then just let them go. It's people who don't think they are.
That's what I told two black sons.
Yeah. So come on, JK.
Somebody put your hands on you. I'm going to teach you how to defend yourself. But stay in your lane. It's the ones that think they're pocked don't last. The gangster. Nothing wrong with an L7.
You want to hear from a Laker fan?
Let's do it.
Trey in Vallejo. Hey, Trey, how you doing, man?
Oh, I'm doing great today. How you guys doing?
Doing well, man.
Goober, what's good with your boy?
You know,
hey, Trey, let me ask you, you're a Laker fan.
Can we finish talking?
It's cutting to the chase. We got cut to the chase radio today. We don't, no pleasantries.
We got
the
mic. Go, what's up, Trey?
So, Trey, you know that Joe Spadoni's a big Laker fan, right?
Yeah.
And he's one of those, I'm so worried, I'm nervous, I'm worried. How do you go into a game like this? Confident, worried, appropriate fear? How would you describe it?
Well, for one, I'm confident, but I do. It is. I will say this, in all due respect, I know the Warriors is a good team, and they're capable of winning this game. But we are the team that's up 3-2 because we have won 3 games, and we have the home court. Like I said, this is what we play for all season. Now, I will be the first to admit, as a Laker fan, this is our Game 7. This is our Game 7 tonight. That means we need to win this one and wrap it up and start getting ready for Denver. Now, if we don't do it, do I like our chances going into Sunday's game? We have a chance, but I'd say that I'd favor the Warriors more going if it goes to Sunday. But I think we can do it tonight. I think AD is going to be motivated. I'm going to tell you this right now.
Yeah, I do too.
Wrong. I think AD going to put in work tonight. He might even give you guys. He might get the Warriors 40 tonight. Don't be surprised.
All right, thanks, Trey.
A lot of people mad we brought him on.
Who?
Roasters, the YouTubers.
Really?
Yeah, because he was a Laker fan. No, they didn't want to hear from him.
But Spadoni's a Laker fan. I don't turn his mic off.
We accept everyone here at 5-7 the game.
We are the show that.
As long as you're respectful and you're not going to come in here and denigrate the Warriors or the fans, that's what I don't like.
Okay.
That's where I'm trying to make an impact on this world.
Look at you. And you're doing a good job. But tell me what bothers me about tonight's game.
You mean ask you?
Yeah.
Well, I know. I don't even have to ask you. I know you so well. What bothers you about tonight's game?
The basketball gods went from Anthony Davis being a questionable, is he going to play or not? And then in the middle of the night, I got Parmesan cheese on my popcorn with hot sauce.
Happened Wednesday.
No, but the report came out. John Dickinson texted me, JD texted me, Wiggins. Now it's about Wiggins and AD's going to play. It was already a tall task to go into Tinseltown and try to win this game. Now, Steiny, you're telling me Wiggins is questionable, and if he gives it the old Willis Reed, the ribs are everything. That's just another. I mean, good Lord! Now it's climbing the Eiffel Tower.
That's been done a million times. The Eiffel Tower is one of the easiest towers to scale. On it. Are you kidding? It's got bars and let's. You know what? The Eiffel Tower is nothing more than like a glorified jungle gym. Have you ever been to Paris?
Yeah,
Once, but you didn't go to the Eiffel Tower.
Oh, we did go to the Eiffel Tower.
So
I didn't like my trip.
Any rock climber would spit on the Eiffel Tower, and they'd be up at the top in about an hour and 14.
It's a tall task.
Not really. Not
it's
for an
really
expert.
tall. That extra one, I went to the middle tier on it, and I was I was too scared to go to the tall one.
All right, Spadoni, real quick, you're Laker blood. When you heard Wiggins is questionable, you got to get your confidence level had to go up some.
I don't know. Like, all these guys are taxed. Like, AD can get hurt in the first quarter. I don't know. LeBron's playing with a foot injury.
The game's over in the first 2 minutes with him.
Right, he's like you. You guys are actually not different. You're very similar.
Spadoni is he's the young version of me. Go ahead.
Okay. And
it's a big deal.
We were kind of talking about this. We played the sound of Bob Myers say, we lost Wednesday, and then basically, we stink. We're not very good. So my question about a game like tonight is, let's say Wiggins is definitely hampered, and they get beat. Do you factor that in? Do you say, you know what? We probably win that series with Wiggins, so we don't have to do it, or is that just kind of a rationalization? By the way, thank you so much to the 202. Focus, what are my Jordan Poole thoughts? I don't know if I want to go here, though, but of course I will.
We go everywhere.
So, you know how I've been bringing this up for the last couple of years as we talk about Steph Curry, and it's one of the reasons that his greatness is so great, that I have brought up the fact that the one thing I would be worried about as a Warrior fan would be that the same thing happens to the Warriors that happened to the Bulls after Jordan left, and that is nobody wants to come here because they'll never be Steph Curry.
I always fought you on that, but go ahead.
Right, because the Bulls had a litany of stars that were eager to play for Chicago after Michael Jordan, meaning nobody wanted to play after Michael Jordan because they knew they couldn't live up to those expectations. I think we're seeing that play out to a small degree with Jordan Poole. I think Jordan Poole, a lot of what's going on right here, unfortunately, he's paying the price for being the guy after Steph Curry. If Steph Curry isn't Steph Curry, nobody's this harsh about Jordan Poole. In fact, we're probably looking at Jordan Poole as what a great pick he was at 27. He went to the G League. He's up and down. We can live with that because he was still the 27th pick, and it's not championship or bust. Championship or bust was formulated by Steph Curry. So I think it's absolutely very real that Curry is kind of a part of this. His footsteps are not easy to follow in. They're not going to be easy to follow in. And I think part of the criticism, the outsized criticism that Jordan Poole gets is because he's not Steph Curry. And you know what? Everybody's going to have to fight that afterwards.
Well, you know what? I'm not mad at you, Steiny, but there's just no way I agree with you because Steph Curry's still here. They just won a championship. They're defending champs. What I really believe we're watching is people falling in love with Jordan Poole last year and Jordan Poole this year.
You don't think Steph Curry has anything to do with it?
I honestly don't.
Wow.
I think that's why people are so not mad at Jordan. They seen the best version of him last year. He was never going to be or supplant Steph while Steph was still here.
It's not about supplanting.
It's this.
How many times did you, and I know how many.
Yeah.
How many times did you use the word the phrase heir apparent?
The baton being passed.
Fine. Right. He's not Steph Curry.
Right, but
he never will be.
Okay. Hey.
So he's going to have that burden for the rest of his career here.
But while Steph was still in the Warrior uniform, it was never, okay, it's on you,
that's
be
a small part of it.
Right.
He's still feeling the pressure of Steph Curry right now.
There's no ounce of my body that does not believe the problems Jordan Poole's getting from the fan base is last year Jordan Poole and this year Jordan Poole. And D'Angelo Russell going by him on defense. Like, everything now is just under the microscope. And the punch didn't help. The punch is, I feel like Steiny, 85% of it. But he got the benefit of the doubt from the punch. Draymond lost a lot of Dub Nation. But, man, I really don't feel like there's any part of it being – we thought you were Steph while Steph's still here balling.
Nobody thought he was going to be Steph while Steph was here.
Yeah.
You said heir apparent, pass the baton. If you're talking about Steph Curry passing the baton to Jordan Poole, he's going to fail. He's not going to be Steph Curry. And I get it. People, it's easy to say, well, we know he's not Steph Curry. Well, he's not even going to be close, unfortunately.
Well,
even
now
as good as he can be.
You're not even Jordan Poole of last year.
Okay. I'm calling BS, Steiny. If that were true, then no one would ever want to play for the Lakers or Celtics. There's a difference, Lobo, and I appreciate that. And it's this. The Lakers and the Celtics have been great franchises over time, over the course of history. So they have multiple players in each franchise who are all-time greats. Bird, McHale, Russell, Parrish, Kareem, Worthy, Elgin Baylor, Jerry West. There's a litany of great players. There's one in Chicago. One. Michael Jordan. They had no success before Michael Jordan. Michael Jordan came, they won 6 titles. I'm just saying, I absolutely, and I know people have, good, we're almost at the end of the segment. I'm just saying, I think it's going to be, it's something that's really understated.
Well, they need him tonight, Stoney. They're going to need a good Jordan Poole. I'm hoping they get him. I hope every Warrior player has their best game, but it's going to take a village tonight to get this series to Sunday.
It's going to take a village, or is it going to take Steph to get 40?
I would prefer Steph getting 40.
And a village?
No, I mean, however it gets done, I'm okay. But
I would much prefer a village over Steph getting 40.
If you're telling me it's got to be Sacramento Game 7, and it's 50 tonight, oh my God.
Well, you would like an easy win because then you're going to Game 7. He's not as tired if he has to drop 40.
Yeah, true. Good point, Spino.
But I'd rather deal with cross that bridge when we get there.
Are you one of these guys who?
You should know what kind of guy I am.
I do. You'd love for Steph. You wouldn't mind Steph getting 58 and they lose.
Oh, stop!
Because then you can rip everybody. Then everybody can rip everybody and say, if Steve Kerr were a better coach, then they would have won that game.
I don't do stuff like that.
A lot of times. 888-957-9570 is the number. Game 6 tonight. Warriors at Lakers, 7 o'clock. 7 o'clock start. Wiggins a little bit banged up. Anthony Davis likely will play. What do you think's going to happen? And what's at stake? What's at stake tonight? The Quest for 5 is brought to you by West Credit Union, working for you today, tomorrow, together. And that segment was sponsored by the Caltrans Stormwater Program.
Let's change this to that.
Man, you guys.
I always have your back.
You guys licking your chops, wanting Kuminga. We don't even know we're getting out of Jordan Poole tonight, let alone Kuminga.
I'm going to make it about you and I real quick here. This is why I always have your back. You always prop me up. Alheda Harrison on YouTube goes, what's wrong with Stoney not playing Guru Speech? You prop me up. Like, what is she here for you to say you ain't playing the speech?
You can play the speech.
No, I know I can, but you didn't say we can't play it. So I love my girl, Alnetta, but she must be hearing wrong. On Steiner didn't. Oh, she was thinking about me trying to get you to sing in the air tonight.
Oh, yeah.
Is that being the speech, Alnetta? So that's not the case.
It's not fair to Warrior fans to have me do that. This game belongs to the Lakers and the Warriors, not to Matt Steinmetz or Guru. Yeah,
hopefully the Dubs in their blue.
Okay, I hope so.
That's
a good chance that could be a turning point tonight, pivotal point. Al's in Newark. What's up, Al? How you doing, man?
I'm doing great. Good morning, gentlemen.
Sure.
I just had a quick question. From your expertise, knowing Darvin Ham and LeBron, if Wiggins play, I'm sure they're going to go for that rip the moment game starts. From your expertise, has there been any device or a pad or anything they can put to protect his ribs? If he plays?
Yeah, I mean, that's a good question. A bulletproof vest? Flak jacket?
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, look, here's the question. Are they going to target Wiggins' ribs? I don't know. The Warriors going to target Anthony Davis's temple?
Yeah.
I don't know. Probably not. If something happens, it happens.
It ain't the NFL. That's a good thing. But Looney missed the game.
Not to cut you off, Gil. Yeah. Got the jerseys for you real quick.
Blues,
blue icon edition for the Golden State Warriors. Yellow for the Lakers, their icon.
Oh, this game's over.
It's actually gold, Spadoni, but yeah.
Over.
No, it's yellow. I hate that. I really do. It doesn't look gold. That's the problem.
I love it. Yeah. I cannot wait, man. We got Van Gundy tonight on the call.
Which one?
Stan. Jeff's ABC. So Jeff would be Sunday if they went to Game 7, I believe.
He's 1 for 1.
Look at
Austin's in San Jose.
Dude, Austin coming hard on. He's coming at you, Steiny.
What's up, fellas? I always come. Hey, I love my guy Steiny and you, Goo. I just come after my boy today. Steiny, listen, man. Why does it feel like Poole's turned into this victim, man? Why is everybody trying to protect this guy? He's got paid $130 million. He's got a job to do. And for this notion that somehow he's playing in the shadow of Steph and that makes it hard. That's ridiculous too. He should be happy and proud to play with a future Hall of Famer like Steph. All he's got to do is he's not scoring, he needs to facilitate. The whole answer question I got for you guys is, does Poole make other people better around him? And my answer would be no. I don't think he makes other players better.
I don't disagree with that.
Let's get away from this defending Jordan Poole.
Now, Austin, he did get hit in the face, Austin. He did get, I agree with everything else. He did get hit in the face. Come on now. That's a big deal.
Well, you guys know how I feel about that. I'm not going to discount hitting somebody in the face. That's not appropriate. But he got paid, guys. Come on. He's got a job to do. That's all I got.
Wow.
I don't disagree with anything Austin said.
He has the ability to make players better, Steiny. We see him when he's passing and facilitating.
I'm kind of with Austin there.
Well, he's got the skill set to work on it.
Just because you drive down the lane and hit Looney for a dunk doesn't mean you now have the ability.
Well, I always look at a player like, is he quick enough, savvy enough? If he wanted to add that to his game, could he? Jordan Poole could definitely become a good facilitator, especially with that ski skirt and ability in that first step. But he's not trying it. He's just gunning right. He is lost, and I hope he finds himself tonight, man.
888-957-9570 is the number. Warriors-Lakers Game 6 tonight. And the question is, what do you guys think's at stake tonight? Do you guys really think if the Warriors lose, this thing could be over? You think if they win and find a way to win Sunday, this thing can keep going? Kind of where are you? My feeling, and it's funny because one of the reasons this game's so important is because we're all wondering what happens if they win, what happens if they lose, and the stakes are extremely high. I mean, doesn't it all start with Draymond Green in terms of whether this thing's going to keep going or not.
That's realest thing you said this morning.
Can't Draymond Green right off the bat say, I'm coming back. I'm going to play my one more year. And, if the Warriors want to give me 3 years at reasonable money, I'm willing to take it. But, I got one more year left in my contract, so I'm coming back. Well, then that guarantees the big three is definitely coming back for at least one more year. So Draymond, in a way, to me, is the
key.
Yep.
But you've told us all year long, Steiny. I'm not mad at that. I agree with that. But there's different reiterations of the Warriors, and it could be like we saw the Bulls with Luke Longley, Winnington, and Cartwright. They still got it done. But what if Joe Lacob, the master, the cold killer that you call him, what if he doesn't want to give Draymond Green that money? Then it's still not over. As long as Steph is here and 2 of the big 3 are here, we got action. I believe. Now, I'm not saying they won't miss Dre, but what if Joe Lacob says, Draymond, I can't give you that number?
Then Draymond's got a decision to make. Draymond's got a decision to make. Let's go to Gabe's in Belmont. Gabe knows how the Warriors are winning tonight.
There you go.
What's up, Gabe?
Hi, I was just going to say...
how old are you? Hold on, Gabe.
Look at Gabe.
I love talking. 15?
13.
13.
Yeah.
Welcome to the show, Gabe.
Go ahead, baby.
Thank you. I listen every day.
Nice.
But how if you're at school?
All right, so basically, I was just going to say, the Warriors, for legacy standpoint, I say Steph Curry, his legacy is cemented, because, if you have 4 rings, you got to be cemented. But for other guys, like Klay Thompson, after coming back from an injury the other year, if he keeps playing, I say he hasn't had a great year. If he plays poorly, I feel like he could get some hate from fans for not coming back. And then if it falls apart from there, it feels like he never really, really came back. So for him, it's a big deal. And then the big game from him, or else you can't do much. But yeah, that's what I just want to say. I'll take yours.
Hey, Gabe, thank you very much. Appreciate it.
13 years old, ain't afraid of the mic.
Appreciate that, Gabe. You're a good kid.
No,
study hard.
At you.
Don't be a smart ass.
I got to be honest. I was nervous for that call, and that kid really impressed me.
He faded late.
It was Spadoni.
That was Spadoni. He brought something up that I actually
legacy cemented.
Vehemently disagree with. At least this is the way. So.
Oakland School's on strike.
What Gabe said, they haven't been on strike for his whole life. How the hell can he be a T1?
We got to see it.
So he said, if Klay plays poorly tonight and the Warriors lose, he could see Klay getting a lot of hate because then Klay really kind of never came back from his injury. Okay. To me, that actually is at the heart of the issue with Klay Thompson, and I don't understand it, and I'm being dead serious here. When the Warriors won a title last year, it didn't cross my mind for 1 second, not 1 second, that, Klay wasn't as important in this time as he was for the first 3. Klay just happened to run. I didn't think that at all.
Go ahead.
I thought title number 4 was every bit Klay's responsibility as anybody else. He won. You said it. He played more minutes than anybody else in the postseason. Klay Thompson won his 4th ring. But there's something inside Klay Thompson that's not allowing him to believe or accept that in some way.
But he's a killer.
Last year wasn't good enough for him in a way. You
understand that though, right?
No, I don't. I do and I don't.
Well, to me, shooters are going to shoot. He shared with us where he was at when he was going through the rehab. Steiny, he's got a basketball ego in a good way. He's reached these heights from a personal and physical standpoint he's trying to get back to. And the Warriors have not turned their back on him. I'm not saying they are, but I totally understand Klay, just like he said when Durant was coming, I ain't sacrificing anything. Right. And this is where I'm going. The whole thing is the Warriors culture has allowed Klay field goal attempts everything to remain the same, but I feel like the insurance was going to be, okay, let's say Steiny doesn't get back to that plateau. We're going to be better in other areas because we got a Kuminga, we got a Wiseman, we got a Jordan Poole. Now those things have flamed out, and now you look at Klay Thompson, okay, against Klay Thompson, and he's not at those heights, and that's sticking out. That's, shining like a red light.
Well, and instead of trying to figure out a way, and this is where I think Klay's ego and his and I don't mean
pride.
ego in a bad way. I mean like his competitiveness. Yeah. So the Warriors win a title last year, and he's a big part of it. Maybe not the second biggest part of it, but he's a part of it. But it wasn't enough for him. It wasn't enough for him to begin to slowly evolve into a role player. He wasn't ready for that. So I feel like this year he came back and he said, now this year's about me me showing everybody that I'm Klay Thompson from pre-injury.
I'm the Splash Brother.
But he's not.
I get that.
So that's selfish. That's selfish. So I don't understand what was so wrong about the way he played last year and why he didn't feel like that was enough. It was plenty. It was plenty.
But how do you know he's not thinking the same way? Like, they're not telling. It's like the Draymond thing that Kerr and Myers have told us. We allow him to be him. Right. And I'm just telling you, Steiny, they're allowing
be smart
Klay
enough to not. He needs to be smarter so as to not let their over trust in him to translate into. Look, the bottom line is Klay Thompson. A bad game can get you beat right now. Bad shooting night for Klay.
He's got 80 field goal attempts in the 5 games in this series. Curry's got 111, and the next after Klay is Wiggins with 65. So he's still shooting, Steiny.
I know. What's 18? What's that, 18 a game?
Yep.
15. It's 16 shots a game. That's fine if he's shooting 42%. All I'm saying is there's something, it's funny.
38%.
We always talk about like Durant. Durant won those 2 titles with the Warriors, and he clearly still wasn't fulfilled. I think there's some of that with Klay. Even though he came back and redeemed himself, and they won it last year, and Klay was a big part of their 4th, it just feels like it's not that wasn't enough for Klay. But he's still unfulfilled. He's going to be unfulfilled until he can be the player he was 5 years ago, but I don't think he'll ever be that plaplayer. So
but who in the organization world will tell him that? Because that's some real.
I mean, you got to know that by yourself. I mean, come on. That's part of being a champion is figuring that out on your own.
Because the shot selection.
Tim Duncan figured it out. I don't think he had to be told.
It's questionable.
Exactly.
No, yeah.
Mac Zach in Oakland. What's up, Mac Zach?
Hey, what's up, fellas?
Hey.
I like to take my shot at a motivational speech for our Warriors.
Let's go. Now, keep in mind, hold on one sec, Max. Keep in mind, Steph Curry's played about 170 playoff games, so, yeah.
The floor is yours, baby.
All you.
Oh, I got you. I got a good one for you, fellas.
Go ahead.
Hey, I'm not going to lie. We're not in the most enviable position. But I tell you what, we're still champions. We're still in position. And in a champion's chest, collectively, that blood is pumping championship blood. So let me tell you what Webster says about what a champion is. It's a group who has defeated all or surpassed rivals in competition, especially in sport. But the second meaning is more important. A group who fights or argues on the cause or behalf of someone else. So, fellas, I want you to look at the man to the right of you. Look him dead in the eye. I want you to look at the man to the left of you. Look him dead in the eye. And let him know you have his back and that you're going to fight for him. Let him know that together we are champions. Now go out there and release the dog.
I love it. That's what you give
Lakers
us.
119, Warriors 103.
I was going to. Hey, he was trying though, Stoney.
Thanks, Zach Mack.
We want to hear all your speeches. Call.
Who said? Wait,
this is our show, pal. I want to hear from the people. I want to hear
a bunch of Zach Macks.
That was pretty good.
I'm not saying it wasn't.
It was a little long, but it was good. Now he got to it. But the ending, Stoney, I didn't get a 1, 2, 3. Break it in. People want yours.
They'll get mine. I'll do mine at 11:30. I got it mapped out. Yes, Spadone. Oh, go ahead, Spadone.
Got a little Wiggins update for you, fellas. This per John Dickinson, our own John Dickinson. Catch him at Warriors Live, 6 o'clock, an hour before tip-off tonight. He is down in Los Angeles, and JD just tweeted, Andrew Wiggins did participate at Warriors shoot-around, but was not present at portion open to media.
That's a speculation.
You think he's got a decision to make, Stoney?
I don't know.
A shot?
John just got in my ear and said, we have him at 1. And I was like, Wiggins? JD. We got JD at 1 o'clock. We'll get, hopefully get some
Donnie got
more.
to probably take a shot. I mean,
I heard you. Can you do that with a rib?
I think that's when you would do it.
Well, Tyrod Taylor, lest you forget, for the Los Angeles Chargers, he got the puncture for a bruised lung. Was that what it was? I think it was.
No, you're right.
Ended up puncturing his lung, and then
it's
a mess. So you got to be careful with those needles.
That's a drop. Nico's in Sacktown. What's up, Nico?
Sacramento.
Yo, what's up, guys? Donnie, I'd like to give you a shout out, man. Thank you. You stood up for me yesterday. All I said was Curry needs to shoot a little bit better for them to win the series. And, I must have struck a nerve or something.
Yeah.
What did I say?
He struck
you and Nico got something. Y'all got a bromance going. I got
it. That's real. Looking at the game, Curry's not shooting well this series, bro.
No,
that's real. And then you come in today and you say, Curry needs to get 40 or 50. Guess what, Guru? He's got to shoot better to do that. He can't go 3 and 11 and get you 40, bro. And then at the changeover, Willard comes in and talks about how Curry's struggling in L.A., and I don't hear you call him a hater. Like, come on, man. Like, Steiny, I love you, dog. Hope you hit him straight this weekend, man. Under 90. Guru, I hope your arms don't get tired hanging from the Warriors' jock, bro.
Wow. I mean, you guys got something going on. You and Nico.
It's called respect.
Yeah. All I said about Curry shooting is it hasn't been ideal. I was talking about his impact.
Did you go that far?
Yeah, I was like, his impact. Don't tell me that triple-double and those assists. That's all I was saying. But Nico likes you, and I'm not a hater. That's fine. But don't try to make you two get closer and come at me. I'm not going for that. No, you did, Nico. So just come in, give Stoney the bromance.
He just had a point. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, you got a little fan club going. Shasky likes you.
Well, Willard doesn't.
I got nothing for that.
Dibley,
but he acted like when Willard said he wasn't shooting in L.A., I didn't say anything.
I mean, you got
and Steiny hit the ball straight. It's the bromance. I get it, but leave me out of it.
Well,
don't try to come together with
bromance.
Well,
and it sounds to me like it bothers you.
Nico. Nico's my dog.
Sounds to me like it bothers you.
I'm the one that
told you to be included.
No, I don't.
I can get you in. I can get you into the club.
That's pretty good.
Willard,
but I
don't. Get in me. Let's see. What do we got here?
Willard's right.
Daniel's in Piedmont.
Yeah.
What's up, Daniel? How you doing, man? Oh, boy. Hey, Oakland teachers, get back to work. No, I'm just kidding because both my parents were teachers, and my dad was actually the head.
We have a day off.
Don't interrupt your elders. And my dad was the head of the teachers union, so he negotiated contracts on behalf of the teachers. So I am pro-teacher. What's up, Daniel, my main man?
What's up? I just want to say, Andrew Wiggins, if he's going to be out, it looks like he's not taking questions or whatever. That's a big deal because we need someone to guard LeBron. I mean, pick him up, make him tired, run him because he's old. I mean, he's still great. He's going to get some points on you, but you gotta get him tired. The Lakers they get tired more easily than us, and because we're fast-paced, we run the court.
What about Kuminga guarding LeBron? What about Kuminga?
Smart enough to know that's not going to work.
What about Kuminga?
I like it. Just get him in there for a couple minutes at a time. Like if he fails, I mean.
Then he gets you beat, Daniel.
Get someone else, but you gotta try it. You gotta try everything on him.
I should have tried it earlier. Hey, Dan. Oh, see. Now I wanted to know what year he was, whether he was a sophomore or senior.
Why did you ask him?
Because he just got cut off.
Oh,
Spinoni was like, enough of this kid. You know why Spinoni didn't? Can I tell you? You know what? This is the thing about Spinoni.
Spinoni is Italian. Quick fuse.
When Spinoni sees Piedmont,
he don't like it.
Now, when he sees Hayward or Oakland, that's okay.
Dude.
But when he sees like Piedmont,
Spinoni, what's he saying?
God forbid there's ever a Kensington.
Piedmont does. You know what? They're too good for the Oakland. Is that what it is, Steiny? They think they're too good for it. No,
Shout out Montclair. Yeah.
I live right on the border of Piedmont and Oakland, but I'm on the Oakland side.
Yeah.
It's Oakland when they want street cred, but it's Piedmont if they're talking about their money, right?
Well,
there you go.
Can't argue with that. All right, Daniel. He's a Highlander.
We got the kids today.
That's their nickname, the Highlanders. Piedmont High School. Fred's in Richmond.
The Rich.
Hey, Fred, how you doing, man?
What's going on with y'all?
Doing well,
y'all
man.
ready for the game tonight?
We need a dub.
Yeah.
I need y'all to play that song y'all was playing about a week and a half ago.
Oh, I think we got it.
Feel it coming in the air tonight.
Play it. We ain't got to sing it, Stoney. Just play it.
Oh, Lord. One time, because I can feel it.
Maybe at the end of the
Go
game.
Warriors in 7.
Thank you. Steiny, you live in Adams Point. No, I don't.
Adams Point.
I live in the Grand Lake area. It's nicer than Adams Point. I'm just kidding. People don't get my humor sometimes.
Guru's right. Kuminga plays LeBron well.
Oh, yeah. Oh, God. I cannot believe we can't do this. Listen, how about this? If Kuminga plays tonight and is a positive factor, okay, and they force a Game 7 and then the Warriors win the series, I'll give you 3/4 of the show for Kuminga on Monday. I'll give the Bay Area 3/4. I'll give them 3 hours.
We don't even want that. We would you would just be giving credit where credit is due. That's all.
Well, right, but let's not give him credit now when he's probably not going to play.
Yeah.
He's not going to play.
You think so? I almost would take that bet.
I don't know.
Stoney Wiggins, man. They need him, man.
They need who?
So it went from AD, possibly Wiggins, being out to now it's Wiggins and AD's going to play. Not good, man.
All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. Question we've been asking everybody is what's at stake tonight? What's at stake? Is it really the long-term future of the Warriors? Is it? What's at stake tonight? 888-957-9570 is the number. The Quest for 5 is brought to you by Alameda Police Department, who's now offering $75,000 hiring incentive. Our team is your future. Go to alamedapolice.org to apply today. What's up, Daniel? How you doing, man? Oh, boy. Hey, Oakland teachers, get back to work. No, I'm just kidding because both my parents were teachers, and my dad was actually the head.
We have a day off.
Don't interrupt your elders.
This is Kevon Looney. Welcome back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game. Take it away, Steiny.
Well, we have to read all the tweets if they pay the money.
I saw it.
Let me see if I can find my guy. This is from the Ramilia Sports Report. That's an LA Rams report. NFC West News highlights for Ram fans. Check out the Ramilia Sports Report on IG and YouTube. How's that for some extra pub, Ramilia? He does say the Lakers are winning tonight. LA over San Francisco in the playoffs. Look, he paid $2 for it. He deserves his shout-out.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Steinmetz's speech coming up in about 4 or 5 minutes.
Oh, look at you, self-promo. Yeah.
I'll do my speech. You got anything to say before we go to calls? Or?
No.
Or are you just mailing it in again?
Please. Dude, I'm trying to cut back to laughing because I love my job. Dude, this is a legacy game.
Why does that bother me?
Spadoni and I was trying to bother him.
This is a legacy.
You know where you watching?
That's
the stuff that I get off on.
I don't know where I'm watching yet.
Look at you. But you'll be out of
I
got
to get up really early tomorrow. Driving to Turlock.
For
soccer.
Yeah, I got volleyball.
Yeah.
Ain't got nothing to do tonight. You and OG.
I'll watch it with me, Steiny?
At your house?
Maybe.
He got the kids.
Yeah, I got the kids. But the in-laws might be coming over tonight. I could go over to your place, maybe.
Look at Spadoni.
You want to come to Dana's?
Maybe. Hey, keep that in your back pocket.
We'll do.
Take a picture if you guys do. Go live.
There's only one thing keeping me from going to Spadoni's, and that's Benny.
Yeah, but Ray, you got the kids.
I want to show off. He loves showing off in front of
he?
new people. Yeah, he'll start doing some crazy stuff.
I'd love to meet Jade at some point.
Look at you. She's awesome. I
He'll
follow
break
her
my
on
balls
Twitter
the whole time.
Daniel's in the city. How you doing, Dan? You want to talk game 6?
What's up, Steiny and Goo?
Hey, my man.
Listen there, first time call. First, I want to say definitely the Warriors responded to your Game 5 speech, so looking forward to your speech later on today for Game 6.
No problem.
It does seem like a legacy game today. A lot on the line. Feeling good, though. I think Vegas has it -3 Lakers, so it's basically an even game. I'm hoping effort travels this time around. Maybe not the threes, as it hasn't been too successful on the road, but I'm hoping effort travels this time around. And last point I want to make, Steiny, if you were in the Iguodala role tonight, what would you say to Kuminga and Poole?
What a great question.
The opposite of what I've been saying to him for the last 6 months. That's a cheap shot.
That's what you do. Cheap shot, Johnny.
Actually, you know what? That's not a cheap shot. I think it's fair.
The fact that you're basically saying they have not answered the bell for 6 months is the cheap shot of that.
Oh, you mean toward Kuminga and Poole?
Come on, man.
Well, I got another. All right. Do you put music up to the background?
Oh, we're really doing this?
Yeah, this is my game 6.
Okay.
You know how I do it.
Yep.
But I'm looking for something. I can do it without music.
What's the funeral music? But go ahead.
Hold on. Spadoni's saying he can or can't do something.
I can, but I feel like your speeches are better without the music.
Okay, fair enough. I don't need music. All right, here we go. 3. All right, guys, let's bring it in. Bring it in, guys. Somebody go get Kuminga and Poole, please. I don't know where they are, but just go get them and bring them in. They're not here? Okay. They're going to join us late? Okay. All right, guys, look. Not a lot to say. We've been here before. Last thing I'm going to do is insult you with some kind of BS rah-rah speech that doesn't work. I'm not that kind of guy. You're not that kind of players. Tonight, it's about execution over emotion. Execution over emotion. All right, guys, let's go. That's how it's done. That's how it's done.
I'm studying you after. I want to know how you feel.
I feel great. One little caught on my words. but other than that, I thought it was pretty good. Thought it was really good.
For about a third grade CYOT.
Well, no, see that
you want to get them motivated and run through a wall.
That's not my job as a pro coach.
Spadoni, what did you think?
Let me tell you something. If motivation is your best attribute as a professional coach, you stink. Those guys don't. Mike Singletary, yeah, he was a great coach. Oh, just a great coach.
I have nothing for you there.
Oh, what a motivator.
Jerry Glanville.
Okay. Fine.
I've always been more fond of the coaches that rips the team than brings them up. I'm more into that sort of stuff. So after the game, the post-game rants like Jim Mora, way more into that than the motivational speeches.
That was pretty good.
Playoffs?
Let's go to Space Ghost. He's on the road. Space Ghost. Oh,
you getting love?
He's not on the road. From what?
Your speech. Then a little hate, but you're getting some good stuff.
I don't know why there'd be hate. We've got to be poised tonight. We must be. We must be poised. We've almost got to take emotion out of the game tonight. Go out there, rah, 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 rah. Forget your assignments. Come on now. You got to stay on track. Mike's in Hayward. Hey, Mike, how you doing, man?
Doing fine. Yeah, I think you're right, man. I think the thing is you got two inconsistent teams all season been playing inconsistent, right? Yeah. Lakers coming out of the time playing the worst. They barely made the 6th spot, right? I'm a Warrior fan, but you know something? You're right. If whoever stays consistent and controls the pace and plays their game wins the game. And guess what? Klay Thompson, I'm rolling with Klay. I'm rolling with Klay. No, whatever Klay do, okay? I'm rolling with Klay. If he missed 50 shots, I don't care. I'm rolling with Klay. You got to roll with him.
And that's
who he is. And that's how he's always been, right?
Yep.
So ain't no difference. That's Klay Thompson. Klay Thompson is a perfectionist, and yeah, he got issues with that, right? And so that's it. But that's his issue. So he can put that aside and go in and hit 30 points, and then we be done with that conversation. Just roll with Klay. You got to roll with him. Kerr says that all the time. And here you go. I don't have no problem with Klay Thompson. If he shoot 25 shots and he only make 5, fine. That's fine with me because I know it's coming, right? And that's what he's been all his whole career. So, and guess what? You know, he's leading the league in three-point shots. So, who knows? But like I said, you got two inconsistent teams playing, right? That's why everybody worried about who's going to win the game because nobody's been consistent on a regular basis. Neither one of them teams, right? So that's what I think. That's what it is. And LeBron do not want to come back to San Francisco. I was at the game and I saw the look on his face. He walked out. He do not want to come back here. Okay.
That one I believe.
But I agree. That's how the Warriors are handling as part of the Warrior culture. Steiny, Klay Thompson, just like Dre can be Dre. They're not going to tell Klay to tone it down. My thing is, to his point about two inconsistent teams, since the Lakers made the trade, they're not the inconsistent team. They've been playing their ass off, and their record shows that. So I just wanted to correct him on that. This is not the Laker team that we saw at the beginning of the season that was stinking up the joint. Dude, we got before you grab another call, a $19.99 donation.
What?
In the chat, $19.99.
Oh my God, I didn't see that one.
We need from Travis King. That's $20, but we don't get it. We need the Warriors game day anthem music. Travis King and Mr. Fab, Ballin' in the City for Good Luck, available in all platforms.
Interesting that
$19.
He wants that anthem music.
Mr. Fab.
He wants Travis King and Mr. Fab's collaboration. Travis King.
Oh, it's Travis.
Yeah,
hey,
so
he spent
Travis
20.
King.
TK.
That's called 20. That's $20 on self promotion.
Yeah. Have you heard that track?
I got no problem with that track.
Do we got it, Spadoni? Ballin'.
Yeah, I'm making sure it just has no expletives. Travis, can you confirm or deny?
Yeah, Travis. Yeah, pay another $20, Trav. Tell us if they're swear words or not.
Who's on line one?
Yeah, I know. That's why I wanted you to stop talking.
Well, you could have said it.
Well,
we got the Omaha.
You've learned a lot about this gentleman the last few weeks, and he's turned into a guy that, well, he brightens up the show. It is Skinny Bob. Skinny, how you doing?
Bobby.
I got your golf balls. We got your golf balls. Thank you so much. And I'm dead serious. There must have been, 250 in there?
golly, I don't know. I send boxes that's a small percentage of what I got, very small.
Oh my gosh.
I just fill up boxes. I got nephews in Wisconsin. I got friends in Kentucky. But I walk the golf course, so the marshals are good to me. The superintendent, not so much, but I say, be nice. I'll see you tomorrow. And, yeah, so I'm glad you guys enjoy it.
Definitely.
I said,
Thanks, Bob.
Like losing a ball and not worrying about it.
Yeah, I know. I appreciate that.
Bob, where are you watching the game tonight?
Right on my couch. I just got my food from Panda and
Look at
the
him.
fridge. Yeah.
Now, but
so, and let me tell you, these guys are going to do okay. They play for each other. There's very little self-praise except from the young guys, but this is a gut check game. As good as any at Sacramento. I'm going to be so excited about this. And, what better way than to beat them on their home court? And if we don't win, hey, they gave it a lot of entertainment this year. So I really like these guys. It's a good team.
Bob,
and as far as Clay, he's overdue.
Yeah, he is. Yeah, he is. Hey, Bob, I know when you initially called a couple weeks back, you talked to us about your hospital stay in the ICU, and I seem to remember you said you haven't had a drink in 5 years. Do you tonight with a game going? Do you crave one, or you're over that?
No, I'm actually. Well, hey, I got to tell you a quick story on that. I was on a cliff 5 years ago, and people rescued me, and I was at the Red Lobster April 11th buying their dinner.
Right.
And I hope I remember the point I'm going to make. I'm 70.
Oh, no.
Yeah. He was rescued.
And the walls come crumbling down.
I thought you were going to invite him to the old ship because I know he doesn't. Yeah, he could have a water or lemonade.
Did he say he was rescued from a cliff?
That's what he said, rescued.
But he also
I don't know if that was a metaphorical cliff or not.
No, he was
remember
rescued.
He fell out of a window at a hotel.
Yeah.
Too. I wonder if he's getting them mixed up.
No, I think this is the second episode. He said he was rescued. Real quick before Bob called, Ramilia Sports Report, $2 donation. Lakers winning tonight, LA over SF in all playoffs.
Travis King also donated again to confirm another $19.99 that there are no curse words for this anthem.
So he's selling records. That's $40.
Well, here we go, Trav. Yeah.
Yeah. This is Heat Rocks.
All right.
That's a wow.
Mr. Fab and Travis King.
I'm going to bump that one out there and leave you.
Travis King paid $40.
Yeah.
Thank you, Travis. Appreciate it. Dead serious.
That was Fabby Davis.
You know what? I thought.
Dope.
Here's the thing, and you tell me because.
Don't say because I'm black.
I was going to say
it sounded like
you're into rap.
Go ahead.
Like the lyrics of that song are great. Why does every rapper have to do when they come in? Yeah.
Elvis did nothing but a hound dog.
The damn song.
It's called rhythm, and you want to put your soul into the song.
The music is putting the rhythm out there by itself until the lyrics come.
That's why you'd never have had your street card.
Wow, yeah.
I can live with that.
Tiny, yeah.
Oh, my gosh. Oh, I guess the YouTube can't hear that? That's a shame. Jeremy in North Oakland. What's up, Jeremy?
The North.
What's up, y'all? Happy, beautiful Payday Friday.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, man.
For some.
Let's see. I need a triple-double from Draymond tonight, and I need contributions from all around. Minimize the turnovers, and I think we're going to come out on top. We'll bring it back to the day on Mother's Day. And also, you guys are the best show in the Bay Area, and y'all are cracking me up every single day. Appreciate y'all.
Thank you, man. And you know what? We appreciate you listening. Dead serious.
And they do. Hey, just about Draymond, Steiny, and you know I believe this.
He'll have a triple-double.
No, he don't need a triple-double. Just give me that triple-double energy that you came out with the outset of that game. It was incredible. Bonte asked Izzo about it. Like, I think it was Allen, if you don't get that, how do you go? I mean, man, Draymond knows what's at stake, Steiny. And you gave Draymond credit for giving the middle finger to all the people that were laughing at AD.
I know, it's funny. I said what I said yesterday, and everyone's like, yeah, and Draymond basically heard the show and said the same thing.
Man, Dre did.
In case you're wondering what Guru's talking about, he does that a lot, where he brings up things that he just assumes everybody knows about. But because I've been in journalism for a long period of time, I know that I have to give background.
I missed it. Oh, I'm sorry.
Anyway, Draymond Green did a podcast, and he was like me yesterday. He's like, you can't laugh at a head injury because you never know. It could look terrible and be okay. It could look okay and be terrible. He just didn't think that. He said, I just don't get the joke. I don't get what was so funny, and I'm with him. That's all.
Real quick, Royce Brooks, YouTube, $5. Wow. Dude, people getting paid. We need to talk.
Not us.
Steiny, how was Hidden Brook Golf Course? I live in Hidden Brook.
Okay. It was a little bit windy. It's a tough course. It's a tough course.
What makes it tough?
There's wind there. There's some wind there. And, see, I'm not, like, this is where Dibley is great. Like, he remembers courses, holes.
I'm shocked you wouldn't or don't.
Well, I'm usually drinking and smoking, so
you ain't golf reference when you're playing.
No, I'm not. It's just
gotta take it
some
back
guys
to the
have
real.
that
like LeBron talking about the plays.
I can remember every game I've ever played in.
Okay,
I can remember millions of pickup games I've played in and shots
because Bron
made
does
and missed,
that.
But
remember?
I can't do it with golf.
Oh yeah,
Some
that
guys
was
can
when
do it with
he
golf.
came off a screen and he was fouled and we went the other way.
That's the way that's the way I was in
incredible.
basketball.
LeBron was doing that the other day. Like, damn.
It's not that hard.
Well, you don't do it for golf.
No, I don't do it for golf. I could do it for basketball.
Okay. Yeah.
Like I could come in and be like, yeah, we lost 11-9. Steiny, what happened? Well, first of all, Guru lost his man on the last play on baseline. We were telling him force everything into the middle.
Oh,
and, of course,
boy.
our guy goes baseline. Now, the possession before that was supposed to be our floppy series, but Goo broke the play and went and took that half hook from 7 feet. So now all of a sudden we're down 1. Play before. Rudy in Riverside. What's going on, Rudy?
Hey, what's up, fellas?
Hey.
Great show.
Thank you.
I gotta tell you, I'm a SoCal fan. Don't hang up on me.
No.
Rams, Lakers, Dodgers, Kings, USC football.
Wow.
And here we go again. San Francisco and Los Angeles. And it's funny, though, because you have Niner fans that are also Dodger fans. They're also Laker fans. And then they go to SoFi Stadium. We call it SoFly Stadium. And
nice.
they beat
That's
LA.
a 4.
And they're against the Rams. But it's a legacy series, guys. Who's going to be the first one to get to 5 rings? Curry or LeBron? And I just want to give you guys props on your show. Good luck today. I hate injuries. I hope Wiggins is good. I hope AD's good. And let's get it going, baby.
Man.
Appreciate the call, Rudy.
This is a big one.
Riverside, I believe that's
L.A.
That's also, well, I think more specifically it's the part of the Inland Empire. I think.
Anybody? I'd have told you.
I think so.
I think that's where Reggie and Cheryl Miller are from.
Hey, Carlos Alator. And one of the things about YouTube is you put your first and last name on it. Steiny doesn't get street cred. I'm not from Piedmont, Carlos. I'm not from Piedmont. I live in Oakland, and I grew up in Reading, Pennsylvania.
You and Lonnie Walker the 4th.
And many other of the greats. Let's go to, hey, here's a new one. Oh, no, he called last week. Mike the dentist in Brentwood.
Wow.
Remember, he gave me some teeth whitening
I'm looking,
advice.
He ain't been using it.
What'd you say?
Hey, boys.
Hi.
How's it going?
Hey, Mike. What's up,
yeah,
baby?
I just wanted to call back in, let you guys know I made it to the game after golf last week.
Nice.
Mike the dentist, we finished up with our patients, got out there, and our boys did it. And I think it
just wanted to say Moses Moody's going to go off tonight. He's going to live in Bay Area sports lore to eternity based on tonight's game. I believe in him.
So you see about a 7-point night coming for him?
Yeah, 10 the other games, Donnie. Two threes.
I mean,
he's been playing.
See, and that's the thing. I mean, if Moody has a big game tonight, chances are it's going to be because he made a few threes and the lane kind of opened up for him.
Don't sleep on him on defense either, though, Stoney.
And don't try to make him out to be Draymond Green.
4 rebounds.
You don't try to make him out to be Draymond Green either.
There's only one of those.
That's right.
Day.
That's right. Let's see what else we got.
DiVincenzo, we need something from him too, Stoney.
You can't get something from everybody. Come on now.
13 minutes, 0 for 1 last game.
Steiny, what's your address?
Damn.
You better be careful.
Yeah.
By the way, I wanted to ask Mike the dentist how much money he made. What dentist make? Good dentist.
My uncle Irby, rest in peace, was a dentist.
I mean a good one.
He was in Dallas. They had money down about $200K, a little more.
That's it?
For him?
Well, that was a few years back?
Yeah.
In Dallas.
Yeah.
So that's about
Fort Worth.
That's probably about $350 out here now. So that's a lot of money.
Man.
Good for him.
Yeah.
I should have gone to dental school. Oh, you know what?
You got shaky hands.
I would have been, now I do, but I didn't when I was younger.
I don't know what, you got to have sturdy hand, baby.
Would have been a great dentist.
Yeah, roughly about $238,000 per year in salary. It's pretty good. U.S. average.
To be doing root canals.
That means out in the Bay, you might be making 4.
Especially
4+.
now.
And then what do doctors make? Like twice as much?
Kid, 800.
Marcus is in Oakland. Hey, Marcus. What's going on, man?
Okay, how's it going, guys? I want to talk.
Doing well.
To me, the key in this is Wiggins.
All right.
When Wiggins just hangs out 3-point line and shoots those, we see what happens. But when he gets 20 in the paint and he's involved in the pick and rolls, the Warriors win this. If Wiggins gets 20, no question, the Warriors win. And
hey, Marcus.
Clay.
Seriously.
Clay's not getting a lot of his normal shots because of the kind of offense they're running, where Draymond's not on the quarterback and Steph are running around, and that's where Clay gets open. Because they're doing the pick and roll, Clay's open shots on the 3-point line are less. But if Wiggins can get in the paint, and, maybe the rules that Kerr needs to implement is, hey, Wiggins, you get 2 layups, you get 3 layups, then you're allowed to shoot a 3. But not till you get 3 in a row. Something like that, the Warriors win.
Are you worried about his injury, Marcus?
It doesn't seem like it.
I am.
Okay.
I am, but, we'll see.
I kind of agree.
Give him a shot, tape it up, he's ready.
Thanks for the call.
But, man, that was harsh. I got to stick up for Wiggins. He's blaming Clay's lackluster performance thus far, what he deems that, on Wiggins.
I didn't hear that.
I did. I mean, man, you got to have stuff in your arsenal, and when they take something away, we know Clay's forte is not creating his own shot, even though he's doing it more now than ever in his career, but that ain't on Wiggins. And you better hope Wiggins is able to play.
You know what? Didn't we do this with De'Aaron Fox in the first series? Oh, everybody thought he was hurt, and he played.
Oh, that he did.
He was fine.
Yeah.
He was close to fine.
But these are ribs, cartilage, fractures, Donnie. It's about your breathing. This ain't no nail or finger, a broke digit. Imagine.
You're
this
not
is
a
NBA.
doctor.
Dr. Pantia did a video last night, and he talked about what was going on.
He doesn't know.
Oh, see now, dude, that's our guy.
Pantia know?
Please, he get.
Yeah, he better be careful making a diagnosis on a guy that he's not even. I'm just kidding.
Doc. Yeah. Call it. Well, can he call in?
He doesn't.
Well,
need
he's
to.
Willard and Div's guy.
Yeah, he doesn't need
We
to.
don't need problems with those two.
People. Well. We love him.
He's actually coming on at 3 p.m. with Willard and Dibs today, so I will pass along you guys' sentiment to him.
We won't hear him. We'll be in the cafeteria.
By the way, let me tell you something. Feely's coming off the bench strong. Feely vying for 6th man of the. He's like Poole. He wants to start. Feely wants to start, and we'll see how Ponja deals with that. All right. 888-957-9570. It's Game 6 tonight in L.A. Starts at 7 o'clock. It's all right here on 95.7 The Game. Tip-off at 7. John Dickinson, Warriors Live at 6. But first, we'll have John Dickinson in an hour at 1 o'clock. It's got the making of a classic. There's no doubt about it. And it's all sponsored by Save Mart.
Comcast Business Complete Connectivity.
Hey, it's Dante DiVincenzo. Now back to Steiny and Guru. Take it away, Steiny.
Thanks a lot.
We need you tonight, D. Double. I don't know who this is. I'm fronting.
Eddie Money. 2 tickets to Paradise. I want to play that game they were playing in the morning.
What game? I missed it.
It's none of your concern.
Well, then you can't play the game.
Oh, I can play the game. By the way, Leslie Shader, on the YouTube says, guys, they're not donations, they're super chats. YouTube rules demand they must be read. Money goes to the channel owner, which is 95.7 the game.
Not the money, the proceeds.
Why couldn't they rip us off like 10% of each of those?
Man.
Seriously.
Yeah.
We split it up among the four
You
of
know
us.
what type of society we're in, Donnie. Capitalist.
Also, I want to read this. This is a public service from my guy, Steiny. It's from the 209 out in the Tracy area, which I'm getting more familiar with. Steiny, I'm an electrician, 6 years in. I'm 28 years old, and I make $125,000 a year. We need more electricians. Let the young kids know. Pick a trade. We need all hands on deck. That's interesting.
125.
What am I doing? Did I butcher my life?
Yeah. If I had it to do over again, I'd be a mechanic. I'll replace your
Like
brake pads, and then
cars
I'll
or-
wreck the ones in the back, so you got to come back in 2 months.
So cars or...
Yeah, cars.
Like not
It's
airplanes?
a racket going on.
No, there's only one racket going on, and it's run by a guy named Joe. Joe.
Oh, okay.
Joe.
Now, hey.
Outside.
Yeah, the boss is listening.
Well, I'm not going to
That's his
spend a lot
guy.
of time
Yeah.
on... And I'm telling him not to be the guy. We got to...
Now, Stotty, I think you're not. Your chew ready would go down. Just leave this alone.
Leave it alone?
I love you. Leave it alone.
I want to just
you
give
would
people
come
a little...
off as a jack, you know what.
You think?
Oh, there's no doubt.
Oh, I got to tell you, I think this is
You
one of
probably
those that
we'd get hate mail.
I think this is
and
one
I'd
that
get
would
it just
split
from
the
listening
audience
to it.
right down the middle, which is what I love to do.
Stotty, hey, it's your career. You said you're at the end.
I'm just...
You said you're at the end. You go ahead. You can go into Diamond Lane. I'm going to be quiet. Go
I'm
ahead.
just going to say there's a guy around our building, outside our building, doesn't work here. Guy's got a racket going on. A racket. Now, he may sleep in a cardboard box, but he's got 2 cell phones that are much nicer than mine. That's all I'm going to say. Well, I'm going to say more, actually. Yeah, he cannot put homeless people in cans. You can't. Anyway, I'm just like, you know what?
It bugs you.
What bothers me is...
That's wrong.
Game in the system. How tough is it to game the system? Give me a break.
But you act like he's on a resort, Steiny. He's got all his belongings with him. It's hard to run DMC, hard times.
He's a minimalist. They don't want a lot of stuff. Not to mention the Porsche that drives by every...
the info you get.
I'm telling you.
You got analytics on him.
This guy better be careful.
Yep.
And I told you he was mean to me one day.
You keep playing.
He was mean to me one day.
Oh, this is I never knew that.
Yeah. I was kind of...
Yeah, this explains it. Dude, I'm telling you.
You don't need to know why. I was with a buddy of mine.
Okay.
But he needed a light. Well, this guy smokes everything under the sun walking around the street.
Did he let you use it?
No, he didn't. Hey, you got a light? No. I said,
I never knew that's why you didn't. Oh, man.
He wouldn't give me a light.
You left it alone, or did you let him have it?
I said, I see you smoking every day. Everything under the sun. You're smoking cigarettes. You're smoking weed. Can I just have a light? No.
See, this is an episode of Curb. Oh, Larry, if you're listening, that's pretty good. I never knew that
somehow.
Yeah,
but I'm not. It won't be a mean-spirited way. Let's go to Jeremy in the town. What's up, Jeremy? How you doing, man?
Not bad. Just calling in to say that we believe the Warriors in 7. They're champions. You can't count them out till they're dead, and they're going to show that tonight.
Love it.
Here's the thing, and this is where
Like, we got to get into it, Stoney. Like, I'm calling out names like Looney. He needs a double-double.
I know you've been doing this all day. I mean, so you have been doing it. You say, Curry, we need 40. We need a Clay game. Draymond's got to be a surprise junkyard dog. Dante.
Who's going to answer the bell? And the rat on
you about nine players.
And the rat on the table, Stoney, sponsored by Echo Pest Control. Go to EchoPestControl.com for all your pest control needs. Is Klay Thompson? He really could go for 30 tonight. He could go for 35.
He could go for 4.
My point is, he ain't doing steady Klay tonight. He's in his home building. He ain't. Stop. I'm sure he's not happy with his series, Frank. Stoney, since game 2, he ain't. The 8 of 11 from 3. He's not. He ain't been on fire. He's gonna let him go.
No, but this is like say. I don't even mind. You know, we need a good game out of Klay tonight. We need him to shoot well. Not Klay's going to go out there and lay 30. You're doing everything that you can't stand.
But I'm being real now because it's getting closer to game time.
That are
he's
just
not a singles hitter, Stoney. He's not a singles hitter. And if he misses his first 4,
that doesn't mean anything.
I'm going AT&T. He ain't dialing it back. He's going to shoot 4 more. That'll be 8. So now we just Warrior of Dub Nation. We got to hope that he's on. That's all. I'm trying to tell you to get ready for 15
Don't tell me what to get
15
ready
or
for.
20 field goal attempts from this man,
but
if
you
not
don't
more.
know. You're guessing.
No, Stoney is dire. This is it, man.
So it's like you're already boxing guys into games. Let the game happen.
Well, that's what adds to the excitement. Klay's a flamethrower.
He hasn't been.
True. But Wiggins is compromised. I'm just telling you.
Cannot go into the game saying 20 shots for Klay. Like, that's part of the problem. See what happens. Is he open? He open. Take a shot. I don't like to me, that's part of Klay's problem. Is he decides he's shooting the ball before he even gets it and under every circumstance. That's one. Yeah, I know. I get it. Yeah. That's what the guy meant yesterday. You're begging again. That's begging. Yeah. Remember the guy yesterday, you got really mad at him, the texter, when he said, quit begging, Goo.
That was in regard to foul gate and the whistle.
Well, this also fits under the umbrella.
Then I'm rooting for Klay to...
No, that you're saying Klay's going to get 20 tonight, 20 shots. You're just begging. You know, and that's...
I'm
a lot of people find that
Basketball Reference, the guy's averaging in the series, Stoney.
Okay.
5 games in, he's taken 80 field goal attempts.
I don't know what that means. What does that?
So the 15 to 18 is average. That's what we're seeing already.
16
That's what we
shots
saw.
a game.
Yeah.
Okay.
So you're saying it like you want to pull your hair out, but we've watched 5 games, and I think with the stakes being what they are and Wiggins compromise, we're going to see an extra ultra aggressive Klay Thompson.
How aggressive was he last game in their win? That was must win. How many shots did he take? Did he hit 16?
No, he had 11.
I know.
7 of them.
So maybe he didn't go into the game
12.
saying, I need. Yeah. Maybe that's a good thing. He didn't go in saying, I need 20 shots. I need 20 shots.
Wiggins had 18, and now we don't even know if he's playing.
Stop. He's got to play.
You got a source?
Look on the bright side. You'll have your excuse then.
Please.
That's what it's all about.
No,
See, now I'm turning negative. I don't want to do that. What's up, Mike in Calistoga?
Back
hey, Mike.
to Wiggins.
How you doing?
Napa.
Hey, good. How are you? Good afternoon.
Calistoga.
Hey, I just had a quick question.
Different.
You guys know there ever being a time because of the Warriors and Lakers being so low-seeded, do you guys ever know of a time where a team has had or been on the road, then came home for home court advantage, and then went back on the road?
Yeah, I know one team.
That's pretty good for.
Oh, boy. Go back to 1982. You really want to know, Mike? I do know.
Yeah, no, I do. I was curious because it's kind of, all the teams are, weird, it's a weird seeding this year with, every seeded team makes 1 through 8. So it's kind of rare to see this when you have a 6 and a 7 team going against each other, and then they're going to go against the 1 seed, and the lower seed might even be favored and might pull off the upset against the 1 seed. So,
all right, so
you guys knew.
Yeah, I do. So in 1981, in the Eastern Conference Finals, the Boston Celtics were down 3-1. 3-1 to the Philadelphia 76ers. They had 2 of the following 3 games at home. They won Game 5. They went to Philly and won Game 6. And they came back to the Boston Garden, won Game 7, went to the finals and won it. The following year, the Celtics had home court. The Sixers went up 3-1 in 1982. The Celtics won Game 5 at home,
3-2.
went to Philly and won again, and came back the very next year for another Game 7 after coming back from 3-1.
Damn.
And the Sixers won the game. Andrew Toney, I want to say, had 35. It was when the Boston Strangler was born.
Number 22.
So the Celtics came back from 3-1 in 81, won the series. In 82, they were down 3-1, got it back to 3-3 with a game at home, but the Sixers won that game.
Oh, man.
Anybody else want to take a deep dive into NBA history? 888-957-9570. 831. Deb from SoCal. Dentist trivia. Oh, somebody said that a dentist will make more money than a general practitioner. So apparently the only money if you're a doctor is I guess you got to be a real good one. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I guess if you get, hey, let's go to doctor. Give me somebody on the
Pangea?
No, he's not. Hey, let's go to Dr. Shader. Dr. Shader, because she's on. Dr. Shader, you got a cold, or she doesn't make much money.
Oh, stop.
Shader doesn't make a lot.
Nah, Steiny.
Now you got to go to Shader for brain surgery. Guess what? He's in the money. She's in the money. Doug's in Berkeley. Hey, Doug, how you doing, man?
I'm doing good, guys. I'm doing good. On pins and needles about tonight. Getting real, it's going to be a heavy lift, but I think we can do it. When I think about the fact that 2 of the games we lost in this series were self-inflicted wounds at the end, I think we're really a better team. But I got another take that I wanted to ask your opinion about. Because Kevin Durant's name has come up a couple of times earlier in your show. And I've watched Kevin Durant, this Phoenix series. Kevin Durant, he won 2 MVPs when we won the championships when he was here. And he's been kind of a little bit full of himself in some interviews over the years since then. It struck me, if you look at the rest of his career, and no shade on the MVP he won in OKC. I mean, he was great. But he won those 2 MVPs because he was on Steph Curry's team. If you look at what he's done since then, he's been a great player, but he won those 2 MVPs. Everybody says he was the best player on the team. I don't want to debate that, but he got open shots that he doesn't get if he's playing for any other team. And I want to get your guys' thoughts on that.
I sent out a tweet last night just echoing those same sentiments. I know Durant's a baller, Stoney, but it ain't been pretty since he left. You and I fought. You were like, "Goo, maybe he needs a new."
He did need a new,
challenge.
Not maybe he did.
Yeah,
he acknowledged as much.
Yeah, but he ain't got to a conference final since he's been gone. And I know Harden and Kyrie, he had to deal with that. I'm not blaming Phoenix on him, but it just is what it is. It ain't been rosy since he left.
It wasn't rosy when he was here.
Well,
and they won.
He got his first rings here.
Right, but he was unfulfilled because he knew. See, that's the thing I actually admire about him, and I'm completely serious. I mean, he came here, he won 2 rings, and he realized it was unfulfilling because he stacked the team. And whether he was better than Curry or Curry was better than him, doesn't matter. They were dominant.
Yep,
they were gonna win regardless. They were so good. Look, he came here, got a couple rings, and then was like, "This is ridiculously easy." And basketball is about competition and challenges. It's not about going to the pickup court and winning 6 games against a lousy team. Guru, Game 6 speech today. Are you doing one?
No, I gave one the other day.
Okay.
I ain't got no voice. You just gave one.
I know I did. We do well.
Did you like it?
I loved it. I absolutely loved it. 888-957-9570 is the number. John Dickinson,
JD.
95.7 The Games reporter, joining us at 1 o'clock today. 1 o'clock for JD. He's in L.A. And
like a little piece of you died.
888-957-9570 is the number if you want to jump in and talk about Game 6 tonight in L.A. You can hear it right here on 95.7 The Game. Tip-off at 9, JD pregame at 6 o'clock. Oh, I know what I wanted to bring up.
Give it to me.
Yeah, we got a minute or two. Yeah. You hear what happened to Mark Jackson?
I was hoping you didn't bring this up, but go ahead.
Are you serious?
Yeah, because I was.
And we don't have to talk about it.
No, not on air. I'm ready to get down with you now.
Oh. Mark Jackson has an MVP vote, and he filled out an MVP ballot, and he didn't have Jokic on the ballot. Wow. He didn't have Jokic in his top 5. And I can't remember who his top 5 was. Was it Giannis, Embiid? Yeah. I don't know. LeBron or Anthony Davis might have been on there. Devin Booker.
Tatum.
It was Giannis. It was in order: Embiid, Giannis, Tatum, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, and Donovan Mitchell.
Wow. Go ahead.
So he had Donovan Mitchell and Shai Gilgeous-Alexander above Jokic. So
here we go.
That his ballot comes out, and Andrew Bogut, old friend Andrew Bogut, who
From
never
down under
really got along with Mark Jackson, and I'm a Bogut guy. He tweets out Mark Jackson's ballot, in which he left off Jokic, and Bogut goes, I wonder why. You know, obviously there were 4 black players.
Yeah, no doubt. I'm
on
like,
his list and no
okay.
Jokic. All right, so in fairness to Mark Jackson, he was asked about it, and he said he made a mistake. He said, you know, where I come from.
I love this. Go ahead, Stoney.
When you make a mistake, own it and acknowledge your mistake. And he said he made a mistake. He left him off. He did it.
Go ahead, you're Bob.
What he said was,
I believe
somehow he got mixed up and thought it was an all NBA team.
Right.
And picked 2 guards, 2 forwards, and a center.
Right. Huh? But the Mark Jackson that I believe, and now, did Bogut thinks he is? Because he was implying it was because he wasn't black. He wouldn't have said, where I'm from, we don't own up on mistakes. That's why I believe Mark Jackson. He could have been like, I don't think Jokic just da-da-da. Or you saying he was ducking the smoke? But he did say, Stoney, where I'm from when we mess up. And if he filled it out like...
He's lying. Actually, I don't know if he's lying. Here's my
But
thing.
I know you ain't high on him either.
The point is,
so he won't get
he's
the
got a
benefit of the
track
doubt.
record of stuff.
But not with race.
We don't know that.
Well, Bogut must, Bogut thinks so.
I wonder if...
I believe the apology, though, Matt. Because I don't believe he's the type that'll fake apologize. Oh, you know what I mean? I thought he would have been like, let me tell you why I didn't put Jokic on it.
I think he's the kind that would be great at it.
Well,
like when
when
the extortion thing came out.
Oh, man.
He said all the right things.
Yeah.
Jeffrey in Albany. Hey, Jeffrey, how you doing, man?
Extortion. Damn it, Mark.
How are you?
Yeah.
Hey, what's up, buddy?
So I wanted to talk about 2 things. One is the magic we're looking for, and the other is open looks. So what I see happening with the Warriors is putting up some desperation shots.
Yep.
Am I still there?
Yeah. The hero shots, you mean?
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, the hero shots, which, 2016, pre-2019, that's kind of their bread and butter because they had this magic and they just put it up. And, I don't know about you guys, but I just was watching those teams and it just seemed like there was magic in the air. Iguodala, anybody, Poole, Curry. But now it seems like they're counting on the magic, and that's not how magic works. What we need is ball movement, open looks, and I'd be happy if we got a couple 24-second violations because that means they're moving the ball. All they got to do is bring it up the court a split second faster, and they got it. Draymond had that buzzer beater. I know they had at least one 24-second violation, Game 5. Curry can do it right before the end of the quarter. If we got a couple of those, I think we're playing right.
Sounds great.
But the other teams
Sounds good
also,
to me.
it's a great defensive team, Stoney, and it's not like the Warriors are trying to do it on purpose. But when they're getting extended and the Lakers are in, their area and they're guarding them, sometimes we saw Clay with 5 seconds on the shot clock chuck up one from almost half court. That's not by design. That's because the other team is imposing their will.
Let me be clear. Ask me if I think Mark Jackson made an honest mistake.
Do you think Mark Jackson made an honest mistake?
I do.
No. Wow.
The problem is his track record is such where some people are going to question what he did.
Yeah.
And
So
why.
I like Mark. I know he's not perfect.
I don't like Mark.
But, dude, I really believe the Mark Jackson I know, if he really would have had something against Jokic or thought, he would have like that. He would have went down that road and let me explain to you why. I don't think, he didn't cower to the.
Maybe he didn't know his ballot was going to be get publicized.
But Bogut obviously thinks it was because of the skin color.
Bogut and him can't stand each other.
Dude.
I mean, it's
I'm
pretty
surprised
unbelievable.
that's something.
It is. I mean, Bogut really doesn't.
And what I hate about this, real quick, is I can say people are wrong about Mark Jackson, Stoney, but the proof is he ain't got another job. So that I'll just leave that there. He has not gotten another opportunity.
925 says his All-NBA team was different than his MVP vote. See, I didn't even know that he had an All-NBA vote. This is also the other thing. Mark Jackson did say, I wasn't thinking. It's the kind of thing that if Joe Schmo or Janet Schmo, a writer, did or said, they would get lambasted.
I didn't even know he had a vote. Mark Jackson.
Yeah, they give him they spread him around. Sometimes, I can just tell you how they did it 20 years ago. I don't know how they do it now.
Sure, Guru, if it was backwards, you go into a full-length speech on racism. Give him the heat too. Mark, I just said I don't believe that he left Jokic off because of his skin color. I guess the texter's saying I'm giving passes out. I'm not. We talked about
this is where I shut up.
Dude, you don't have to shut up. You got a thought?
I'm not going down that way. Yeah. I'm not going down.
But you'll talk about our guy outside.
Oh, Joe,
I was trying to help
you. Want to fight? Sports radio announcer fired over insensitive comments about the homeless.
Your boy JD at one.
Let me tell you something. You start getting fired for I wouldn't have a job if it weren't for insensitivity. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. Game 6. How we feeling, Dub Nation? How we feeling? What's at stake tonight? Do you guys feel like tonight's game will be a pivot point for this organization if they lose? Or hell, even if they win, could it be a pivot point in the opposite direction? When you look at all the big monster games the Golden State Warriors have played in the last 10, 12 years, where does this one rank? How big is this one? 888-957-9570 is the number. We got JD coming up at 1 o'clock. He's down in L.A. Dub Nation, you know it. We are gold-blooded. The 2023 playoffs presented by Kaiser Permanente are happening right now. Single-game tickets available for purchase. Get your tickets now at Warriors.com or call 888-GSW-HOOP. Representatives are standing by. Next segment brought to you by Lucky California.
I have diabetes. I'm at risk.
I'm going to heaven, no doubt about it. I'm a good guy.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All righty, Game 6 tonight in L.A.
It's going down.
Must win for the Golden State Warriors. By the way, let me scrolling some Instagram.
Okay. IG, Steiny. IG, the kids.
Okay, the G. What you got? Let me ask you a question that I see that these kids are asking other kids. You got Riz?
I'm just learning. I was listening to Bonte and Allen. I know what cap is. That's lying. That's what the athletes, Steiny's cap, no cap. I don't know what that is.
You don't know what Riz is?
Nah, I'm losing my black heart.
I don't think necessarily it's black. I think it's more younger generation overall.
Go ahead. What is it?
I guess it's short for charisma. They call it
Now
Riz.
that is whack.
So when you say, like, I saw this guy say, hey, to a woman, hey, you got Riz? And she was like, of course I got Riz.
Oh, my goodness.
What's up, Joe?
And they call people like they're the Riz God if they have good game and they're spitting to a female or male.
Oh, my. What happened to He Got Game? Shout out Spike Lee. Riz.
I guess like Chariz.
If that were a bar in a rap song, I would say that's whack, Jack. You got Riz? Watch me take it to the kids.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. How'd you find
I'll be using that.
What site were you on?
Instagram.
Snooping?
Instagram.
Yeah, I know, but how did you find that? Like, how did you know?
Because every time I scroll Instagram, every third video is usually of a scene on a street outside a bar with young men and young women, obviously partying. Live. And then usually it'll be some skinny guy who goes up to a young woman, and says, hey, how much money you make? Or, hey, what do you do for a living?
Yeah,
and then they say, I'm a radio DJ. And then the guy goes, that's what's up.
Yeah, you kind of described it. Yeah, I'm out. Yeah.
You learn a lot of it. Actually, you learn nothing.
Steiny, give me your X factor. A player tonight. I'm going DiVincenzo.
Yeah, you're just guessing.
No, but
there's no reason
he's been MIA.
So, see, now this is an interesting thought.
No, it's real. Somebody need something you have not gotten that you used to get.
If two players shoot 40% from 3-point range.
Okay.
All right. And there's a minute left in the game. Okay.
Gotcha.
One guy's 4 for 5 from 3, and one guy's 0 for 5. But they're both 40% shooters over the course of a season. And they have the exact same shot. Who do you want to shoot that?
4 for 5.
Okay. Well, then guess what?
Because that's in the moment.
Kuminga ain't playing tonight then.
I see what you're doing.
I went from A to C, but that's basically what we're talking about.
But Steiny, the basketball, I ain't got to tell you, basketball is not just about getting points. You could put Kuminga out there to use his fouls to play some defense.
You do not want Kuminga to use fouls or play defense. You want him to dunk.
Know you hurt my feelings now. that ain't how it is. But now, Steiny, you got to get out there and tire LeBron something, especially if Wiggins and this rib issue is a thing.
When I was in 10th grade, I've told this story before. We played Reading High School. I was overmatched.
I thought you went to Reading High.
We beat Reading High. I went to the small Catholic school. Reading High is the big city school. I was completely overmatched. Tony Jenkins stripped me twice. My coach took me out of the game like 3 minutes into it. I was in 10th grade.
I remember this.
One of the reasons, not only was I killing him in the game, that's why he took me out, but he said to me, I didn't want your whole confidence to be shattered. Like, long term.
Yeah. Damn.
And you might have to think that way with Kuminga, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
Like if all
Steiny, that don't sound like a dog. Then, if that's how,
I'm just saying.
I'm not saying he's doing this, but if that's how fragile his mentals are moving forward and down the road, well, damn it, JK.
No, it's not about that so much to me. Even though I just said it was about that, so I apologize for that. But for me, it's that. Okay, Kuminga played 23 minutes a night entering the playoffs, and then he's been largely out of the rotation.
No doubt.
And now we're in an elimination game. And if you play Kuminga tonight, I'm just saying The stakes for the game are high, but the stakes for Kuminga could be really high. And the reason I say that is you're kind of putting him in a position to fail in a way. And that could have a long-term effect. The other thing is, if you play, if Steve goes to Kuminga but kind of doesn't want to, and then Kuminga ends up hurting him, then Kerr's going to be mad he didn't stick to his guns. Or even, what if Kuminga plays well and they lose?
Right, it's the Golden State Warriors. Right. It's not the Jonathan. Well, you know what I mean?
Stop saying that. See, that's what I'll fight against. Because if it were really about the Golden State Warriors, we wouldn't be talking about Kuminga. We wouldn't, because he's at best the ninth man right now. So why would we be like, who's?
Well, people are infatuated with his skill set, Steiny, and he had some success.
Hey, Spadone,
he had some success.
Who's the Lakers' 10th man? Who's their 10th man? Probably Lonnie Walker, but we'll go somebody else. Go Hachimura. He's probably 7 or 8. Yeah. Well, Malik Beasley plays.
Oh, Troy Brown Jr. Okay.
You think they're talking about him a lot in L.A.?
No.
Right. Okay. Why not?
But this is different.
No, it's not.
Kuminga was ahead of the 10th man before he kind of, quote-unquote, fell out of favor.
But it's more about he hasn't played in the postseason. Then you can't play him.
Well, Poole's playing.
Well, yeah, but you can't. I mean,
out of necessity,
for all we know, Kuminga's gone in and said, get me out of here.
What?
And they're like, you know what? We will. So you're done for this year. And I don't want to, of course, I don't know that happened, but again, I don't make any prejudgments on this game.
You just think he signed, sealed, and delivered, like not even an option?
Not necessarily. Right. But I'm not going into the game saying we're going to play Kuminga 10 minutes. Right. I don't know.
Because Bonte was like, Guru, do you dust them off? And I go, when you're desperate, you're probably, you know.
But I don't think they're desperate right now. They're at the start of a game.
I was using the Wiggins possible injury or not even.
He's going to play.
You think so?
Yeah, I think so.
Well, we'll talk to JD.
So Anthony Slater, Andrew Wiggins is listed as questionable for Game 6 with a left costal cartilage fracture. That's an area of the rib cage. Now, this is from Dr. Panja, who comes on our show. He's going to be on at 3 o'clock also, but he gave some detail on this. Here's a quick thread on costal cartilage injuries. I might not be saying it right. Andrew Wiggins, the costal cartilage is the cartilage that connects the ribs to the sternum. The cartilage allows the rib cage to expand and absorb shock for trauma. It is a variation of a rib fracture. Return to play depends largely on pain relief. If the athlete can breathe/function with the pain, then they can return to play. There are various ways to control the pain, i.e. injection, and protect the area. That's from Dr. Panja.
Wow. And I know you're not a doctor, Steiny. You told me you should have been. But do you think the fact that Wiggins continued to play is a good sign or you know what I mean? I'm just wondering.
I got to tell you, you know what? You could be a great interviewer. Dead serious.
I'm asking why.
Because when you ask certain questions, they're really hard to answer. And
it's out of curiosity, though.
I'm giving you a compliment. I'm giving you a compliment. Like, do I like?
Okay, let's say.
You ask a lot of questions, and when I think about it, 90% of the times I got to say, I don't know. So that means they're good questions.
Right. Okay.
Did Wiggins hurt himself?
Taking that.
Yeah, I don't know.
But let's say I don't know where you're watching the game tonight. Let's say you end up with Spadoni. And we find out Wiggins is not playing. Okay. If we could rewind to our show, and then I say, hey, Steiny, we now know Wiggins is 100% not playing.
Right.
Wouldn't that change the outcome of what you think the Warriors can do in regard to winning or losing?
I mean, it lessens their chance a little bit. They can still win. They can still win tonight without Wiggins. Of course they can.
And Matt,
this is where I don't get you.
Okay, but I'm about to tell you why. Before you go.
I'm not going anywhere.
You're already not getting anything from Poole that you used to get.
See, I don't get this.
And Kuminga and DiVincenzo. So this is monumental. I'm trying to be positive, but you're not. Now,
Bottom line is this. Jordan Poole plays like he played this regular season for the most part. They're probably going to lose. If they ask Kuminga, they need 8 minutes out of him, and he gives them kind of what he's been giving them, they're in trouble. Now, I think asking, you want to throw Kuminga in for 12 minutes and say, Jonathan, be the player you were at the end of the regular season. Boy, that's to me, that's unfair.
Yeah. And I guess that's why I'm nervous about this.
Why do you think Moody why has Moody jumped over 2 or 3 players?
They trust him.
He's
been more consistent.
He's been less volatile. Exactly.
Now,
his highs are not as high as others, but his lows are not nearly as low.
And this is all basketball, not off the court. You're talking about just on the floor.
I got Dante DiVincenzo and Jonathan Kuminga have turned into riskier players than Moody
since Wiggins' return.
I guess.
All right.
I guess
because you said it. Some guys, it's going to affect them. And this is not the DiVincenzo, nor Jordan Poole, nor Jonathan Kuminga we were seeing in March and April.
Well, things changed.
Yeah,
that's the other thing. The team changed. The Lakers changed around the All-Star or around the trading deadline, so they've changed, but they've been together now for 3 months or so. The Warriors, they just came together at the start of the playoffs, and I know people will say, well, they did that last year too. Last year was different.
Wow.
Last year was different. But, listen, I'm not saying Wiggins doesn't matter, but this is where the extremes, they can go down there and win a game if Wiggins is not 100%. Nothing's going to be easy. Let me ask you this. Who's got a better... what percentage chance do you give the Warriors to win tonight? Is it 50-50? You think it's 25% they win?
45-65. And that's the Lakers.
45-55.
Yeah, for everybody.
Okay, so let's just say 50-50.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's say the Warriors do win. All right. What chances would you give the Lakers then of winning Game 7 here? Probably less.
No, I would go 80-20 Warriors because I'm telling you, Guru math.
No, I don't.
This is an opportunity. If the Lakers got to pack a suitcase, this game is almost worth 2 wins, Steiny, and I know you hate it.
You wish it were worth 2 games. The Warriors wish
cannot wait,
it was
man.
worth
I need a
2
drink.
games.
I cannot wait.
You're gonna get one. Relax.
I know, but still,
relax. Let's go to Jocko. Jocko's in Pacifica. What's up?
No, I was reading what he wanted to say.
Yeah, go ahead, buddy.
With you guys?
All you, buddy.
Okay, man, thanks.
Yep.
Yeah, I had the same injury that Wiggins has from playing basketball. And, of course, I wasn't an NBA athlete. I was a 40-year-old playing rec league ball. But mine, there's different levels. But the pain I experienced the most was the twisting, the torquing, and not the breathing so much. So hopefully he can, wear a little flak jacket, get out there and ball. I expect him to play. But, again, can't compare 2 injuries. But
Jocko, let me ask you this. Give me the scouting report on your game. What kind of player were you?
I grew up in Indiana as a lanky white guy, so I naturally grew up a Magic Johnson fan.
How tall are you?
And I'm 6'5".
Oh, so you're a 3 or 4?
I fancied myself Magic Johnson, so I wanted to be a point guard and do it all. But
did you play in college?
I can always shoot. I can still roll out. No, I didn't play college.
Did you play high school?
Oh, yeah. I played all my life. I grew up in Indiana. I played out here in San Francisco since the 80s, just playing pickup ball over by the Potrero Hill Projects. And
sure.
That was my main court I played on.
Cool, man. Appreciate it, Jocko.
It's not ask me.
No, I thought he brings us. Yeah, he brings us wine. We got to go to him. Thank you, City Boy. Great timing.
Game day, baby. Game day.
Oh, Julian.
Pretty pumped up. Oh my God, I'm so pumped. I'm psyched. I'm gonna hunker down with my son, make some margaritas and some tacos. I'm gonna be chilling. Can't wait. Okay. Do you mind? So I wanted to give you my my prediction, and I just wanted to also mention Mark Jackson real quick. So
yeah, go ahead.
I just wanted to say real quick on Mark Jackson real quick. to me, there's absolutely no way it was an accident that he left him off. Because I'll tell you what, the MVP is voted on it's won by a point system, right? So you get, let's say 5 points for a first place vote, and let's say 1 point for a fifth place vote.
Right.
Well, if Embiid is going to be 1, 2, or 3 on 100 out of 100 ballots, right? He's going to, be guaranteed to be in the running for first place. Well, Jokic was probably either 1 through 3 on 99 out of 100 ballots. So by leaving Jokic off of his completely, that's like a 5-point swing in Embiid's favor. So he was really just trying to help Embiid win it. And Embiid would have won anyway, regardless. But I think, he didn't know that at the time, and he just really wanted to make sure his guy won it. So I think he definitely left Jokic off on purpose. I don't want to speculate on any kind of race stuff, but I think he wanted Embiid to win, and knew if by leaving Jokic off, he would create an advantage.
Hey, before you go, Julian, this is just me now. I heard everything you're saying. I agree with half of it. But Mark Jackson, to me, is not the type of dude, because it was brought to him, even if he was thinking it was a race, I don't think he would change his tune. So that's why I'm buying that he went at it like he thought it was just he had to take every position.
Well, let me just ask you this, and then I really want to give you my prediction for the series.
Okay.
But is Mark Jackson petty?
Tom.
No doubt. I'm going to give you a 4.
Guy.
He's not only petty, he's the heartbreakers too.
Exactly. So what he did was really petty. He didn't want Jokic to three-peat. He did his part to make sure his guy won it. That's my opinion. But I got you.
What you got? Give us a prediction.
So we got a nail-biter tonight, and the Cubs are going to win it, and it might even be on a buzzer beater by Steph. But Steph is going to have a big game. Warriors win in an absolute nail-biter. It's going to be a great game. And then the Dubs win going away on Mother's Day to make up for that horrific.
Look at him.
All right, there you heard it. Thanks, City Boy. Appreciate it. Now, of course, I still have to revert. I can't be I can't do a complete 180. What do you say? Steph hits a shot at the buzzer?
Yeah.
That'll be first. Okay. See.
Sometimes comedians have bad jokes.
Well, when they often when they hit close to home. Come on, 408. Come on. I'm going to get to it. It was part of the bit. So we get to listen to Steinberg's. We get to listen to Steinberg's high school stories, but we can't hear from Guru. Go to hell, Steiny. You're a sour negative Nancy.
It's okay. Willard texts me.
It's a bit.
I understand.
Guru says something about himself. I go to a call, and now I say, tell me about your game,
But
my
Willard texts me like, hey, Guru, tell me what type of player you were. But in high school, honestly, Steiny, I had talent. I was tall, but the stage scared me. So I was Brad Sellers on my high school basketball team. I was soft. But then I smoked pot. And at 20 to 22 years old, and to this day, I'm being real, Reg B. Silk will tell you, I turned in to Spreewell and Eddie Jones. I do have regret. Had I maybe smoked pot in high school said the stage is nothing, puff, puff, pass, I might have played D1. But I was a late bloomer. It wasn't skills. It was mental. They used to say, Daryl, and I would be on the bench wanting to tell them, stop it. But my boy Byron to get me in the game. But then when I smoke pot, and like y'all ain't nothing. I start balling.
The kids are out of school this week.
Oh, my God.
We had 4 kids call in this week, and that's the story you want to tell.
Yeah, my bad.
Oh, God.
Yeah, we love the kids.
Oh, my God. By the way, somebody's actually saying to me, whatever. No, I don't. You're an athlete and you smoke? No, I said I was with a friend that day.
That might have been TMI for me.
Way too much.
But Brad Sellers, he was soft.
Great college player. He was.
I didn't know.
Ohio State.
Brad Sellers. I just remember.
Are you in awe sometimes of my knowledge, basketball knowledge? Just, you can answer. Hold on. I can answer that for you.
No, JD, I am.
He doesn't have my scope of history.
The dude can remember an 82-game schedule.
Right, but
Go ahead, what do you want me to say?
Believe it or not, Go ahead. Yeah, praise me.
Your memory's
No, my memory stinks, is what I'm saying. I said Ohio State, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Right.
I wanted to make sure I got that right. Where's the one? Hey, Good, does Steiny know more basketball than JD?
I don't know. I'll give you one.
Yeah, I thought it was.
God, I like
said,
Willard, man. Willard cares about me.
Where's your one about the winning the tie? Oh, hey, Goo, is Steiny know more about basketball than JD?
I do. God, Steiny. I'm ready, man, for the
John
game.
Dickinson is on the other side.
Yep. He's in L.A. La La Land.
He is. And I guess that means if they can pull off the improbable, he'll be in the Mile High City, Denver, Colorado. You want to start looking ahead? I'll tell you right now.
Altitude.
Altitude. You know I'm not a pessimist. You know I always look at the bright side.
Oh, my goodness.
When the Warriors win the next two games, they're going to get hammered on Tuesday in Denver. Oh, my God.
I like their chances.
Both these teams against Denver. Now on that
Are you being serious?
I am totally being serious. Denver's going to play Tuesday at home, and their opponent's going to be either the Warriors or Lakers, who played Sunday. That game has that. Oh my God! Denver's already up 1-0 in the Western Conference Finals.
I almost want to
seriously.
No, I mean they're balling,
and they're gonna have 4 days off.
But they played an injured Phoenix team too, taking nothing from them.
Yeah, but this is where I think people.
This is what you've been saying all year.
No, this is
because they've been number one all year. They've been consistent. Denver.
No.
They
I'm talking about the
respect.
Warriors playing a 7-game series. It'll be just like the first round against the Kings. They beat the Kings in an emotional game 7. Guess what? Nobody will deny. Will anybody out there deny that Game 7 against the Sacramento Kings?
No,
certainly didn't help the Warriors in Game 1.
They went 15 rounds.
And they're looking at the same thing now. It's obviously too early to think about that, but just throwing that out there. All right, John Dickinson is on the other side. He's in L.A. He's our 95.7 The Game reporter, and it's all sponsored by Lucky, California.
For Mother's Day, Lucky has the prices to help mom feel like a VIP.
That's a problem.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, welcome back. Matt Steinmetz, Darryl the Guru Johnson with you. Game 6 at 7 tonight in L.A. Warriors need to win to stay alive. And this segment, The Quest for 5, is brought to you by West Credit Union, working for you today, tomorrow, together. Let's go down to L.A., where we've got 95.7 The Game's reporter John Dickinson in the house in L.A., Crypto.com. And JD, welcome. And I'll start with Andrew Wiggins. What do you know? What do you think? And where are we going with this injury?
Yeah, shoot-around wrapping up here within the last hour or so, and I should let John know that I've got a little bit of a mix-minus issue in Grandy, so I'm hearing myself coming back as I'm talking to you, but we'll push through it. But I did want to let them know here as we start the conversation. But shoot-around wrapping up just about an hour ago over at the arena, and Andrew Wiggins was not present when the media was allowed in to watch the end of it and the Warriors, getting their shots up. However, the Warriors did say that Wiggins did participate in the team portion, which was basically a glorified walkthrough. So he was out there. I think the most indicative quote as to what the situation is going to be as far as this game goes, fellas, is it was Ron Kroichek of the Chronicle. Gary Payton II was one of the players that spoke to the media, and Ron Kroichek asked him, how problematic would it be if you don't have Wiggins? Because Wiggins has been, guarding LeBron a lot and this and that. And GP said, we didn't go over that. So hopefully that means Wiggs is ready to go and they don't have to worry about that. So I took that as an indicator that Wiggins was there. They went through everything as normal. Obviously the plan's going to be for him to go through his pregame routine and test things out. But I think he's at least going to be able to give it a go. How effective is he? Well, that still could go a long way toward determining whether the Warriors are able to win or lose. He was so important in Game 5 especially, and really important as far as this series goes. When he's played well, the Warriors have played well, and they need more offense. They need more juice, athleticism. His game, when he's on, really brings the Warriors a dynamic that they need if they're gonna go far here and survive this series.
Jay, no doubt, I can't wait. But you know what, Jay? I've been telling Steiny, let's just say Wiggins is compromised. What are we gonna see? And when I bring up Draymond Green and his antics and the Warriors' leeway to let him be who he is, you see games like Game 5, he was just a monster, and it was great to see. Marcus Thompson has an article in The Athletic this morning, JD, about Game 6 Klay, and we just had a conversation. I don't think anybody's in Klay's ear to tell him not to shoot or go after it, but I feel like, Jay, I know Klay and the stakes, and it is Game 6, and I think he's going to play the same way. When I bring up his name in this situation and stage, what comes to first thought for you?
He needs to relax and just play his game and not be thinking about it one way or another. Not be thinking he has to do more because it's Game 6 or because it's an elimination game, but also, not thinking necessarily that because he hasn't had a great series offensively that he has to be too cautious either, because the Warriors, I think the number one key for this game for the Warriors is, will their offense travel? Can they hit some freaking shots in Crypto.com arena, for crying out loud? And so you don't want Klay to be tentative, but you don't want him to be doing what he did at the end of Game 4 throughout the game, because the one thing that's gotten the Warriors in the most trouble of anything in the playoffs, whether it was the Kings series or the Lakers series, is taking bad shots. And I think it's just been their biggest issue all season, really, is the inability, and I've said this a lot, to just acknowledge that you're not quite as good and you got to be a little more disciplined, and you're still good enough to win games and win series and maybe even make a run if you can survive the weekend. But you got it. They just have to understand that the margin for error isn't what it used to be, and so they have to be sharper more consistently. And it just feels like there's been a pull, constantly of they want to go back to doing it the old way as soon as they have success, and then they run up against big trouble, and then they cut back and try to try to be a little bit more conscientious in the way that they play, and they've been able to do enough when they've put themselves in those positions to be able to win. But I think Clay exemplifies all of that, the collective of the whole team, just based on the way he plays. And he just, we've said this a lot, and I've brought it up. I mean, he just needs to play free. He needs to be the Clay that went and jumped in the ocean, 4 years ago, and just embraced the moment, embraced the nerves, embraced the fact that it might all end tonight if things don't go well. Just embrace it, but use it to perform. And not use it to be angry like every shot is some indictment of anyone who's ever criticized you for having a bad game or taking a bad shot. Just go out and clear your head and play basketball.
John Dickinson joining us on 95.7 The Game. I mean, I guess the biggest question is, can you confirm or deny whether he jumped in the ocean in the last day or two?
I cannot confirm nor deny. It
Janie
would have been.
McCauley didn't ask him? Is she not down there?
Well, Janie's not on this trip.
Oh, all right.
And they flew mid-afternoon yesterday. So if he did it, I think they had a film session at the hotel.
Little moonlight swim.
So it might have had to have been, unless he got up early this morning.
Yeah, John Dickinson joining us from L.A. Game 6 tonight. It starts at 7. JD has Warriors Live starting at 6 o'clock. He'll also have the Warriors Live post-game show. And I'm just gonna throw this out there. What's your gut tell you might happen tonight?
I think if the offense is there for the Warriors, I think they got a great shot to win. If the offense is what we've seen in Game 3 and 4, I think they're probably going to lose.
All right. Well, let me ask you to expand on that, because it felt like in years past, when the Warriors were a dominant team, they were the only team that mattered. It kind of sounds like you're still going to give them that benefit of the doubt that they can be a high-powered offensive team, even if the Lakers are defending at a high level.
Yeah, I mean, it's an oversimplification, Steiny, but if the Warriors make 15, 16 threes tonight, which they may have to do, even if whether the Lakers are defending them well or not, like, you got to make shots, right? If the shots are there, you got to make them. And so I'm not, they have to do it if they're going to win. If they don't, I don't think they can win. I think they're capable of having a hot night, but if they're going to have the hot night, to me, I look at the home games, right, in this series, and I think the Warriors' offense has been good enough in every home game, the 3 home games that they've played. Offense has been good enough. I think the Lakers at times have looked comfortable with their own offense. I think the Lakers defensively have made the Warriors more uncomfortable than the Warriors have made the Lakers uncomfortable, if that makes sense, even though the Lakers are not as good an offensive team on paper as the Warriors. But in the home games, I think the Warriors have had enough offense, and the games have been a little more loose and open. The 2 games down here have been slogs and grinds, and whether it was the turnovers wrecking the Game 3 or all of the wide open, like, the Warriors got a lot of what they wanted in both of those games, but they didn't convert, or they made so many mistakes that they erased everything that they did well, and that's the kind of thing that can't happen if they're going to have a chance to win the game. Like, I look at tonight, and I feel like the Warriors win tonight, it's going to be because I think they could win a Game 7 without necessarily having to have a hot shooting game. Like, I think they could grind that game out at home and win it. I think tonight they got to have a pretty good shooting game. Like, I think whether they're well defended or not, we've seen the Warriors, when they are well defended, come up with those games where they're hitting and they're making the most of opportunities, and they're putting the pressure on the opposition to keep up, which I think the Warriors have done in the games that they've won. They've put a little pressure on the Lakers to keep up with them, and even though the Lakers have looked comfortable, they haven't quite been able to do it. So, again, not to oversimplify it and, make or miss league and all of that, but the bottom line is, if the shots are there, you got to hit them, and the Warriors just haven't hit them in Crypto.com Arena for whatever reason.
No doubt. JD, we had Myers on yesterday on the executive show, and I'm telling you this, and please forget that Draymond scored 20, but I told Bob, soon as that ball was tipped, I felt Draymond went to a dark place, and he was like a bear. And I felt like the Lakers were afraid to even be around him and dribble the ball in the paint, and there were steals. And Bob talked about how hard that is, and not that he doesn't get the credit to go there, but what it takes for Dre to go there. JD, he has to go to that place again for me tonight. How important is Draymond and just him being that junkyard dog like we saw last game for the Warriors to get a win and bring this thing back?
It's everything. It's absolutely everything for them. He has to be able to defend and slow down Davis and rebound and push the tempo, because I think pushing the tempo is still – that was the one thing that they didn't really do. They did a lot of things well in Game 4, and the Gary Payton II going into the starting lineup move, that worked, and that's worked in each of the last two games in Game 4 and Game 5. So obviously you stick with that. But I thought the big difference between Game 5 and Game 4, even though the Warriors would tell you they liked a lot of the things they got in Game 4, even though they didn't convert and didn't finish down the stretch, they weren't really getting out in transition in Game 4. They got out in transition a lot and ran and pushed the tempo. They did that at home. Now, are you more fresh-legged at home? You got more juice. You got more players that are a little more playable than you've had, or at least it's felt like they've had in the games down here. Maybe that's all part of it. But to me, they need to try to get some easier baskets because they haven't been able to hit enough shots to make their half-court offense consistent enough to win here. So to me, that really needs to – but it starts with you got to get some stops. And so to me, Draymond – and I think Wiggins also, because those are the two-way, those are the closest, those are the two players that can impact the game the most on both ends are Draymond and Wiggins, right? Steph and Clay are going to be offense more than defense, I think, at a high level as far as their impact. But Draymond and Wiggins have the ability to do it both ways. And so Draymond has to set the tone. I think Wiggins' ability to play through the pain is going to be something that's going to be key. I know Kevon Looney talked about that as somebody that had a similar rib injury that he played with in the 2019 finals. And I know Looney said, he kind of joked, he said, well, I didn't have to shoot the ball. And so, indicating, and the injury's a little different. It was a little higher up, I think, on Looney, he indicated, than it is with Wiggins. But, he felt like he was able to do a lot of the things that he could do normally, talking about Looney, but also acknowledging the fact that Looney, part of his game isn't to hit pull-up jumpers like it is for Wiggins, or to really attack and be on the move offensively. So, and also you're going to be guarding LeBron, which is part of this. And LeBron is going to be trying to put his head and shoulder down and driving into the middle of Wiggins with that big old body. And so, that's something that he's going to have to be able to withstand. But long-winded answer, fellas, but get out in transition, I think, and try to get some easy buckets without turning it over until you get your three-point shot rolling if your three-point shot isn't cooking.
John Dickinson joining us on 95.7 The Game. He's down in L.A. Tip-off at 7 o'clock. His Warriors live show starts at 6 right here on 95.7 The Game. One of the reasons that obviously this game's a monster game is because it's going to have consequences for the future. And I wanted to play this for you. This was Bob Myers from the executive show from yesterday, JD. And the reason I asked him this question was because somebody asked Steve Kerr if he thought about Wednesday's game possibly being the last game, and he really downplayed it. This was Bob Myers when I asked him, or Guru asked him, about the Wednesday game possibly being the last game and what that would have meant.
What I thought last night going in, Guru, was if we go down 4-1, then we're not very good. I mean, as harsh as that is of a conclusion, if you lose 4-1 in a series, you got beat. You got beat pretty bad. You barely avoided being swept. So my thinking was, I was confident we would win because our guys have proven they respond with their backs up against the wall. But I also had a feeling of if we don't, that kind of gives you your answer, and that's how I looked at it. But I had a good feeling we would win the game.
See, I thought that was kind of interesting, JD, because now it begs the question: well, does 6 games and a loss mean you're a little bit better? What about if you know what I mean? You can kind of play that game. Just your thoughts on that comment.
Yeah, I think it's a lot to put on the difference between one game if you end up going out tonight. But it is a fine line, as we've discussed through the years, the three of us, in that, a 5-game series is a short series, or a you-dominated series. A 6-game series is a long series. I mean, that is the tendency as to how we look at it and the difference. It just seems like a lot to put on one game difference. I know he also mentioned injuries,
right?
As if you're hurt, you look at it that way. I mean, I'll just say this from my point of view, and I'll try to be quick about it. Like, I kind of already have, and I know there's an order of operations. Like, I was kind of thinking about this because you got to plan for everything. Doing the post game tonight if things don't go the Warriors' way, doing Warriors this week, tomorrow from here if the things don't go the Warriors' way. But if they lose, there's a specific order of operations, right? It's what happens with Bob, and then what happens with Steve, and then does Draymond opt out or stay? And then after that, you decide, okay, well, do you want to add or subtract, or how do you get better at that point? So to me, there's a very strict, kind of boxes that need to be checked or not checked component to it once the season ends, and you look at how the season ended. The one thing I will say, though, is I'm more inclined on the surface, and again, we don't know how it ends, but I'm more inclined on the surface right now today to lean in the camp of trust Steph, Clay, and Draymond, and I would almost try to keep pushing if you can with those three, Wiggins, and then looking at, try to keep as much of the championship core or all of it together while and I mean the guys that have won 4 or plus maybe Wiggins and Looney. I would try to keep that together and then look to improve in other ways, or look to use the other players on the roster to try and improve and hang on to that, as opposed to thinking that you got this young core. Like, to me, the young core looks like, oh my God, like that doesn't look like a very good team. If you start thinking so I would lean in, I guess, is what I'm saying, on the guys that are championship blood type players, and the rest of them, maybe you move off of.
JD, I got a question, man. That's good stuff. And I know it's Game 6 tonight. The Warriors season is on the line. It's about Mother's Day, Game 7 possibly. But I've been asking Steiny, and I'm looking for answers because I do have these thoughts. So Andrew Wiggins came back, and he didn't make his debut into the playoffs. And I'm looking at Kuminga, Poole, and DiVincenzo. And for whatever reason, I'm going to say it, Jay, I just feel like they've been MIA. They are not who they were, a majority of the season. When I run those names by you, is that just a byproduct of Wiggins coming back and minutes being cut? And maybe that's why these three guys are not doing what we're accustomed, of them doing in the season? How do you compute that?
Yes, for DiVincenzo and Kuminga, because those two players specifically were starting in DiVincenzo's case, and some of the time Kuminga. I mean, remember the Warriors, I think in an attempt to actually use Kuminga, they would start DiVincenzo at the 3, and then they would take Looney out of the starting lineup so they could play Kuminga at the 4, because he's a 4, not a 3. And then Draymond would slide over to 5, and they were bringing Looney off the bench a little bit. But no, when Wiggins was out, it opened the door for more regular playing time. And those two players specifically, DiVincenzo and Kuminga, have played better when they just know they're going to get that run. And it's interesting because DiVincenzo's a younger vet, but he's still a young player in the league, 25 or maybe 26 now. But, he just has not, and he and Kuminga have not been able to be effective when they're asked to play 10 to 15 minutes. Hey, you're getting that 6-7 minute shift, and DiVincenzo is just, it's like a coin flip as to whether he's effective on those nights, and Kuminga is so ineffective that you're better off not playing him, which is exactly what happened in the Sacramento series, because it wasn't only that he wasn't effective, but he was flat out terrible. And so I think that with Poole, I think it's different. With Poole, I don't know what it is with Poole,
right?
Because he's playing basically the same amount of minutes on paper, no matter what, and his position isn't really affected by Wiggins and all of that. So, that one I think is a little bit more of a mystery. But no, I'm with you on the DiVincenzo Kuminga part of it for sure.
All right, JD, enjoy the game tonight. We'll be listening at 6 o'clock for Warriors Live, and then your post-game show after.
Okay, thanks, fellas.
All right, that's John Dickinson, 95.7 The Game's reporter. He's down in L.A.
And hopefully he'll be on Warriors this week. Tomorrow, hopefully he's previewing a Game 7 Sunday, Starty. Because like he said, if not, it's about I've never been in it where you have the exit interviews. I don't know how soon the teams do that, but I don't even want to put that in the air. But do you know how soon that pops off? Like if the Warriors didn't win tonight, they come back. Is that right away? Couple of days? How does that work?
I think it depends on the schedule.
Okay.
They'll probably do it Monday.
Yeah. All right, but that's bad juju. But yes, Donnie, you talked. I got to give you a victory lap. And
how many do I have to take?
No, it's a half of one. But you said, Goo, when Wiggins comes back, there's going to be, what word am I looking for? There's going to be a price for other guys in regard to their minutes. And I do wonder if Dante can't just get, and some are probably driving and listening like, bump that, Goo. These are professionals. I don't care if 15 minutes went down to 5, you got to ball out. But that's not reality.
Oh, it was for Lonnie Walker. And I know that's a trite answer, but it was. And that's the difference in this series right now. Lonnie Walker's game 4 is the difference in this series.
Man.
The Lakers found a guy deeper in their rotation than anybody thought. And he essentially won him a game.
No doubt.
He essentially won him a game. Now, does Kuminga even have that in him? Well, probably not. Obviously, that kind of game, but
or even in his opportunity.
In his own way, he can make his own impact on a game. That would help the Golden State Warriors win tonight.
Wow.
As long as we're talking about victory laps. Remember when?
What you got?
Remember when we're talking about the young guys, Wiseman, Moody, and Kuminga, and I was like, "Geez, Bob, I mean, you really think these three guys are gonna be able to, help you in the playoffs?" I don't see it, Bob. And he said, "What about 1.5?" He said, "What about 1.5?" Which is Moody
now.
Yeah, but they've got what, a half now?
Yeah.
Kuminga's all the way out, Wiseman's gone, and Moody's a half, really.
Yeah. I'm surprised Moody hit his. I know he only took 2 threes, but throughout these playoffs, Donnie, he'll hit from outside. Not every
ready.
Shot.
Like that's the other thing. I mean, why is Moody?
I'm like, damn, Moody, you making them?
Why is it's not even so much that he's making them; he's making the right decisions. Why is Moody all of a sudden playing? Because in the playoffs, it gets harder and harder to play guys, and more guys get exposed. And Moody's just been ready every moment
and not hesitating. He gets it, he lets it go, Steiny.
Yeah, that's a big difference. A big difference between Moody and then Kuminga and Wiseman. Wow. Moody played a year at a big school. 888-957-9570 is the number. Game 6 tonight at 7 right here on 95.7 The Game. If you want to get in and talk about the game tonight, your chances right now before the crossover. It's all sponsored by Save Mart.
Without the ones like you who worked...
Yep.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, 2 o'clock's the rule. It's the rule, not the exception.
We got to shout somebody out.
Oh.
Travis King donated to us. Just send me something for us to have fun at the cafeteria, Steiny. Get some good people out there. We played the song, him and Fabby Davis, but damn.
Nice.
Yeah.
By the way.
No paper trail for me, dude.
By the way, yeah, let me just make sure.
What you got? Shout out T. King.
The biggest joke of a pickup court from Reading, Pennsylvania to San Francisco, California by far is the Panhandle. Dibs.
Never been there.
Of course not. You know why? Because it's a joke. Dibs summed it up perfectly. There are more 8-minute arguments than baskets.
Oh, well, that's everywhere I play.
You got to worry about shopping carts left and right.
Oh, no, not that. Come on, Steiny.
Come on, what?
Tell me you're just playing.
I'm not.
I'm trying to get you out of retirement, man.
Do what?
You, me, Styles, K. Diddy and Sack, Evan, for the Warriors World Tournament. Bonte coaching. Why are you out? You're not done.
Hey, don't kid yourself. Matt Simons is a quality
That's what John. That's the way
player.
to get him. Come on, baby. I'm going to ask Willard. Willard said he's retired. But come on, man. I see it in your eyes. I can see it in your eyes.
All you can see in my eyes right now is the glow of knowing the show's over in 25 and it's the weekend.
It's the weekend.
Here, you ought to like this guy. Diego in San Jose, he's nervous, and he thinks the Lakers might win. Like, hey, what's up, Diego?
Diego.
What's going on, man?
Talk to us.
Hey, man, I don't know. I follow you guys. I'm a big Niner fan, too, but I'm this serious. I'm a Laker fan, but I think it's going to be a good game. But I think LeBron, he hasn't done much this whole series. I mean, he doesn't really bring the ball up, so I think he's going to have a good game. And AD, I mean, he got to show out, but, I mean, you guys are all the Warriors, so I think it's going to be a good game. But I think the Lakers, I think LeBron's going to show out, triple-double, and it might dominate, probably a 15-point game. 20-point game, but, yeah, it's going to be a good game.
Thanks about it, Diego. Appreciate it. Should be a good game.
I know we want your prediction before you get out of here, because I got one.
Oh, my prediction is pain.
Is it? What's because of Wiggins news, or you not taking that into account?
I'm not making a prediction. Why would I make a prediction?
That's what people do.
Okay, Warriors are going to win the next two and win this series.
No, you do one game at a time.
No.
And we need
We're not going to be on the air
before
Game 7. So
Monster Monday. Yeah.
By the way, I'm supposed to be going on this golf trip in Ireland.
Let's do it.
Well, you're out, but it's a buddy of
I
mine.
didn't say I was going. I'm telling you to do it.
I'm sorry.
Me and Evan.
So it's 12 of us going, and he just sent out this email about, everybody.
I get jealous.
I think it's 8 guys or 12 guys.
That's dope.
He says there's 2 rules. No talk of politics. None. 0. No sexual orientation, no race relations, no Biden, Trump. There are strong opinions in this group, and all of us are winning, or all of us are wrong, and all of us are right. You mix booze and a small island for 10 days. We do not need this.
See, we don't, my friend, man. See, my friends, they're my friends, so we just stick it's Braun or Kobe. Kobe or, we don't go there, but it sounds like your group, it could be some nastiness.
Second rule is no complaining about the weather. We're going to Ireland.
Hey, when is that?
August.
How long are you going to go?
Like 10 days.
Yeah, baby. I miss you a little bit.
See, what he doesn't know is that's the worst rule. I don't like rules. I don't like those rules.
But you ain't a big politician. You don't talk politics. You don't force it. Like you and I will talk it.
Put it this way. I am in a
you got a thread
minority in this group politically.
Dude.
I mean, yeah.
You got to be bad. You better be careful.
Let's go to Leroy in Oakland.
Our guy,
Leroy, what's up, buddy?
Hey, what's up, Steiny Girl? TGIF, man.
Yes,
Happy Friday, man. Y'all know it's always a pleasure to be on. Normally,
Leroy, it's big.
I'm talking sports, but I'm confident that the Warriors are going to get this game, so it's enough talking. Let's get down to business. I do want to say this. Steiny and Goo, I'm from San Francisco, California, and I used to be a baller in the park and rec game.
Wow.
And the best ball growing up in the mid '80s and the late '80s was at the Potrero Hill
Recreational Center.
Yeah, the indoor court.
Where O.J. Simpson honed his skills. They got a picture up there of him in the Bills uniform. They got it painted up there. He used to stay right down the street on Connecticut Street, down the hill.
You know who else used to play there?
Patrol Hill Recreational Center, man, was some of the best ball. Even the pro-amers used to come up there and ball. I remember the Connors guys. You remember them, man? Bay Pride, all those guys. Chris
How about the Chavez
McNeely,
brothers? The
Brian
Chavez brothers?
used to come up and ball, but man, as kids, we used to just be in there balling, and no one wanted to see us up there. Yeah.
What about the Chavez brothers, Steiny said?
Marlon Redmond used to play there, the great player for San Francisco, played with Quentin Daly and Bill Cartwright. Marlon Redmond. Right, Leroy?
I mean, the great K.C. Jones used to come up there sometimes and coach the games, man.
Dare I say?
It was awesome growing up.
Yeah. All right, thanks.
That was crazy. That's a lot.
I can give you all that.
Who are the Chavez brothers?
Bucky and Eddie, I believe.
From
Marin.
Damn.
But they were Bay Area guys. I think they went to Santa Clara. Dibs knows. The Chavez brothers were great.
He said the Chavez, bro. I hadn't heard of him.
Yeah, Marlon Redmond used to be.
He played with Daly and your boys.
Those USF teams.
So is that facility still there? Do you know? Like, are they still hooping there now, or is
I
it?
would assume so.
That's
Chubby Cox. Chubby Cox probably played there.
Yeah, game.
Mm-hmm. Transfer from Villanova.
Chubby Cox.
Yeah. He's a good player.
Yeah.
He's a real good player. I bumped into Marlon Redmond once See, you go, like, when I was growing up as a kid, all right? So
I got stories.
It was like mid-'70s. I'm back east, and you'd buy Street and Smith's College Basketball Magazine.
That was my go-to.
Okay, and because I'd read it all.
Yeah.
And I'd get out to USF, the Dons, and they'd be like Bill Cartwright and Quentin Daly. Those teams were great. And so we play make-believe games kind of in our, Nerf basketball. And I'd always be USF.
Stop this, Tiny.
So then all of a sudden,
without ever seeing them play in person.
I never saw them play.
Yeah.
They were actually on TV a couple times because they were really good.
Daly
so
was
then I
baller.
moved out here, and I bumped into Marlon Redmond at I want to say the Ramp.
Hooping?
At the Ramp. It's a bar.
Oh, like I'm supposed to know.
I did play with him once or twice after that, but I bumped into him.
What'd you say? You went up to him?
I was loose.
Yeah, look at you. Tipsy.
I was like,
but
Marlon!
you recognized him?
Oh, definitely.
What'd he say?
He was appreciative.
Did you overtalk him?
Yes. Absolutely.
With a motor mouth?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah,
I was trying to tell him all about Street and Smith when in the 70s I grew up back east, and and he's just nodding, saying, "Get this guy out of here."
So if I asked
Winford Boynes, thank you, 510.
So if I asked you the best player you ever played pickup against, who
Chris
would that?
Mullin.
And I think I've asked you that already because I was about to say Mullin for you. Wow.
I mean,
J.R. Ryder for me. What you laughing at?
Oh, I mean, anybody can get in the game with him.
J.R. Isaiah Ryder? Isaiah J.R. Please, Tiny. Put some respect on my man's name.
Dude, we got a break, but I saw something of him on social media. And
he's in Arizona.
Really
he's got
cool.
an AAU team.
It was really cool, actually.
Mm-hmm.
I always liked him, actually.
He was a baller.
All right, coming up next, you know what it is. It's a crossover. Mm-hmm. And it's all sponsored by calhope.org and by the Next Generation 10G network, only from Xfinity. Crossover coming next. The future starts now. Oh, my prediction is pain.
Life is uncertain. It's okay to feel stressed.
Stoney, I'm going to be numb. I'm going to be on my numb juice.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All righty, the changeover is brought to you by the Department of Healthcare Services. The Department of Healthcare Services. Let's welcome in Dan Dibley and Mark Willard. Game 6 tonight, 7 o'clock, right here. Tip-off, gents. JD with the 6 o'clock Warriors live. How we feeling?
Dibs, I had your... Where's your chair? I'm in it.
No, that's...
There you go, Dibs.
There we go. Thank you, John. Now we're good.
No, leave the chair. I need it.
Stressful days.
Leave the chair. Take the cannolis.
No, I'm excited.
Stressful days call for moments of levity, and I appreciate you, Guru, because
man,
I'm cruising around today.
Fight for my life.
Right?
Totally.
Cruising around today, I'm like, damn, right? You know, this might be it, and all the things that everyone's feeling. And Steiny goes, all right, Guru, what kind of chance you give him? And Guru goes, about 45-65. And it made my day. It absolutely made my day. I'm like, all right, I give the Warriors a 45-65 chance of winning the game tonight.
I get
But
them
the
at
Wiggins
50-60.
injury. Who saw that yesterday? We were talking about the guy that might not be playing was AD.
That flipped
in
on
the
us,
middle
didn't it?
of the night, Wiggins got, and if you saw, did you see the play? Bron cracked him. Not on purpose.
Yeah.
He's a
Yes,
big man.
whoa, yes, on purpose.
And he looked, and Wiggins went like this.
No, I'm not mad at him. That's
Right.
basketball.
No
he
doubt
fouled
about it.
him.
Yeah. I didn't say dirty by
but
any
it was
stretch.
way more on purpose than what Kevon Looney did to AD, and you know Looney's family had to deal with all the stupid social media stuff that people do, and they came after him and everything. Yeah, LeBron gave him a shove. But that's basketball. You foul somebody to try to get him to miss the shot. That's what LeBron did. Andrew ended up on the floor. I remember the play when it happened.
Okay.
And I was thinking the way he landed, I go, shoot, he's just like tired, right? He's not hurt. And then he hopped up and hit his free throw, and I go, okay, phew. But then you look back and I go, no, he was. He took an extra second on the floor, and something didn't feel good. So, you know, opportunity to add
You've
to the
had
legend.
every injury. Have you had this one?
Of course.
No, I've not
Twice.
had a costal rib cartilage situation, and you know we've talked to Doc Pandya, and we'll have him on again at 3 o'clock. Emergency Pandya, in terms of what motions are going to be most limiting to Andrew.
Breathing.
It's more the twisting. The breathing is fine. If you break a rib, then it's more breathing, and obviously if you have a lung injury, it's more breathing. But if you have a costal, I remember doing maybe it was when we were doing a show with John Curley, my man. When he was producing before he crossed over to the dark side, we had somebody who had a costal, because he was always joking to me about Coastal Carolina as the fracture in the
so he had
cartilage.
this.
No, he didn't have it, but we had somebody on our show who had it, and you can play through it. Andrew can play through it. He'll be fine.
Get a little shot too.
Let's go. Get the needle.
Well, there's a
Dr.
text-
Feelgood.
Well, text from an anesthesiologist said you can use something called a nerve blocker, which I guess is about 4 shots of Hennessy.
Yeah, thank you. Shout out Payday.
Yeah.
And you guys were talking earlier about a dentist makes more than a doctor.
Yes.
The anesthesiologist makes more than all of them.
Yes. Yeah, I've heard that too.
When I had my my
true?
procedure, when I had my reverse,
They come in for 2 minutes and you don't even meet them.
stakes are
You
very
do.
high.
There's no
Right.
way,
dude.
Stakes are
really
high.
high.
Shout out
That's
De La
true.
Soul. And great album, the follow-up
Look
to
at this.
3 Feet High and
Myself
Rising.
Myself
So
Soul.
I go into my reverse procedure, and the anesthesiologist is like, "Yeah, you're gonna have to pay me in cash, $1,500." And I'm like, "Wait, what are you gonna do?" He's like, "I'm gonna inject you once, and then I'm gonna leave." I'm like, "Wait, what?" Yeah, he's like, 10 minutes of work, $1,500.
Dude.
I take cash or credit card. And I'm like, dude,
On my 10th
but
Man.
but he's the one that if he or she is the one that if they mess up, you gone.
Willard, I
You
am
gone.
a baby at the
Yeah.
dentist, so
Right.
on my
I lived.
10th root canal,
There you are.
I was like, I need the gas.
Yeah.
They're
Oh,
like, okay,
gosh,
we
yeah.
got it for you at $340. Oh, no, I don't.
I
You
always,
take that gas right back.
I always
Shit, my
loved it.
insurance,
Yeah.
I was the guy arguing, my insurance covers it. They like, nah,
I
this
love
is cash,
it. I
homie.
need the gas.
Yeah.
No, I don't.
Randy
That's so
Moss,
good.
straight cash, homie.
That's so
Nicole Diaz on the YouTube chat says, "Huh, you guys are right. My husband is an anesthesiologist.
Yeah, she is.
And we're living well, right?
Yeah. But the doctors and dentists are getting chicken. They all get paid.
They're all doing fine.
Yeah.
Well, my dentist,
they're paying back student loans, but yes.
Dr. Bill Cavalli, my dentist, shout out Berkeley right there on Dana Street. Tell him Dib sent you, and he'll give you an extra drill on the house. He does like 14-hour days. So he goes in at 6 a.m. and he is stacking patients. So, yeah, you got to put in the work as a dentist, and your hands are in a lot of people's mouths.
There you go.
3 o'clock, we'll ask Doc Pandia what he makes. Go ahead. That's the first question.
The crossover is brought to you by California Academy of Sciences. Every visit supports the Academy's mission to regenerate the natural world. Learn more and reserve your ticket at calacademy.org. I got Feely and Pandya in a battle over playing time and who starts.
Oh, well.
He said this earlier.
Pandya is kind of like the big three. He's been here longer.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Feely, a little bit of a Jordan Poole thing. He's come in. He'll have really good days, but he's got to work his way into the system.
Pandya's from Chicago originally.
That's all right. That's all right. The man has every jersey. He has every jersey on the whole team.
That's great.
What do you think he's making then?
Oh, max contract.
I get uncomfortable. Where I'm from, we don't do that.
No, you never count somebody else's pockets.
That's not good. Hey, what's your gut tell you?
What do you make? What do you make?
Well, there you go. Here we go.
What do you make?
Look at you.
Man, enough to where he can golf every Wednesday and leave us in the lurch.
But I married well.
You sure did.
Relationshiped well.
It's funny you say that because I know, and you know that I know, and your partner is she's a real one.
Yeah,
she's a real one.
She's all right.
No, she's more than all right.
Let me tell you something about her.
She's all right.
She actually didn't do badly herself.
Okay, let me say this on behalf of Susan, and you know I know her, and I've known her for damn near 15 years. You could work 3 of these gigs a day, and she still would say, honey, take out the garbage.
Wow. Yeah, but you know what? She's moved around a little
Tapering?
bit. Yeah, she's starting to taper a little bit.
She's tapering?
She didn't say she was going to start tapering just because we got a little older. You know what I'm saying? Anyway, that's all.
The Chavez brothers, what can you tell me about them? We had a guy call about old school hoop.
What does Christy make?
I actually know exactly what Christy makes. The lovely Christy's
I'm so out on
doing
this.
just fine.
It's a joke.
Guru.
Yeah, but a good joke comes and it goes. It don't just stick around.
You're asking about Bucky and Eddie Joe because we talked about pickup hoop, and Steiny couldn't handle a panhandle, and I get that because the panhandle pickup game was all about where's my wallet and let's argue about everything. And I've got a knife, and so do I. And so why are we even playing basketball?
Trunk type stuff, yeah.
Bucky Chavez and Eddie Joe. Eddie Joe played in the Olympics for Panama. Oh, that's right. And they played against the Dream Team.
But where are they from?
They're from Marin, San Anselmo. And shout out Ed Sr., rest in peace, who was an absolute legend. But I learned my basketball thanks to Bucky and Eddie Joe. And Eddie Joe played for Panama's Olympic team, and you can Google it, and he goes up against the Dream Team, and Panama actually had a lead, I think, 14-7 on the U.S.
Come on.
Eddie Joe put 2 in Michael Jordan's eye, and then the next trip down the floor, Michael Jordan picks him up at half court, and he's like, no more.
It's over.
And it was over. The U.S. won by 45 or 50, but for that brief moment, Eddie Joe Chavez from Marin County, San Anselmo, shout out the Chavez family, legends.
Okay. Last Marin question. I got to get this. I'm watching
stuff all day.
Me
doc
too.
on Tupac FX. It's Dear Mama, and it's all about. Did Marin have a hood? Because they showed like
Marin City.
Oh, Marin City.
Yeah. Where was I at?
By the way, very, very. I don't want to say very good. An acquaintance of mine. He's actually a very good friend of the lovely Christy.
Okay. Shout out Christy.
Who's behind that doc.
So it had a little. You have to be careful.
We've been waiting.
I thought it was like Napa.
Oh, yeah.
No. Wow.
It's a crazy. It's one of those, there's a lot of these in the Bay. Back at EPA when I was growing up. Like, there's just spots. There's even spots still downtown San Francisco. It's like one side of the street is this, and the other side of the street is that.
It's real.
That's
I
another
go there
one of those
barn
spots.
from Oakland. That ain't Marin. I'm watching that stuff. I asked Dibs and I forgot.
The Marin City Flea Market, if you know, you know. Yep. Back in the day, the Marin City Flea Market was a real thing, and it turned into a mini mall. And now Marin City had a whole spate of projects right there as you go from Sausalito into Mill Valley, right before you get over that bridge, Marin City.
How about
is still
now?
There. It's been gentrified.
Okay,
Goo.
gotcha.
Sadly,
What hasn't?
a lot. I mean, and so you still do have a pocket of people in Marin City, but also in the canal in San Rafael is where the majority of the Latinos in Marin County live. But it's just
I didn't know.
No, absolutely. The history of Marin, everybody thinks about Marin and they talk about me being from Marin. We were poor white trash. I mean, the fact that we lived in Marin was coincidental. Yeah. Not PYT.
No,
PWT. Yeah.
What's your gut tell you about tonight?
They win.
45-65.
Do you really mean that?
No, actually, I will take 65 because I'll say 35-65. I think that's
the weakest thing doesn't bug you.
And he's Captain Positive, and he thinks they're going to lose.
No, I don't know if it's about think they're going to win, think they're going to lose.
Is big.
It's not about a prediction in this situation. The Warriors will have an opportunity to win the game. They're that good. They're that comfortable in this environment. And I go into this game mindful of 3 scenarios where something like this played out in the past. And that was where the Warriors either were facing elimination or it felt like the series was out of their hands and they were on the road. It's happened 3 times. Oklahoma City, Game 6. Boston, Game 4. Sacramento, Game 7. Win, win, win. However,
Houston, Game 7, down 11 at half.
Right.
Yeah.
But with Chris Paul out, I hear you. But in each of those cases, when they won, it took an heroic performance by one individual, Clay, Steph, or if you want to add in Houston, Clay, Steph, and the whole Rockets team with a heroic run of missing shots. That's the kind of thing that usually is needed in a case like this. So my eyes are open to how hard tonight is.
Yeah.
This is really, really running uphill. It's really hard.
Kate Bush.
Doesn't mean they can't do it.
But you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on Twitch, relax, Goo, YouTube, and the free Odyssey app.
Stay as long as you
Give
want.
me Game 7 on Mother's Day. Shout out to the moms, and I love them.
Well,
but come on, give me that. Inject
dear
it
mama.
In. Well, we got one because I didn't know Boston. They're waiting 3 days to play that one. Boston and Philly is on Mother's Day.
Fine. If the Warriors aren't in a game on Mother's Day, I'm not watching Boston and Philly.
Okay.
I mean, I'm sorry. It's Mother's Day. We got a brunch planned.
Look at this.
My lady is a mom for the first time. So thankfully, I already secured her gift, and so I'm like.
But you can sneak watch Dibs on them. They got it on the phone.
There's no sneak watch.
Okay.
There's no sneak watch. We're going to her mom, so it's a double mom brunch, double mom extravaganza. If the Warriors aren't playing, there's no like, hey, let me sneak a Boston score in.
But good work. It's veteran play to make sure that it's brunch so that it's over by 12:45.
Willard, see, that's how your boy gets down.
The brunch will be like a noon brunch.
Oof.
Yeah, it's.
Oof.
And I already let her know
brother.
if there's a Warrior tip, it'd be 12:30, right? The Warrior
Locked
tip would
in
be
according to John Dickinson.
So thank you, John Dickinson joins us at 5:40 today. It's going to be
Steve speaks. Yeah,
it's going to be a rare crossover.
Cool.
It's going to be the first ever Willard Dibbs and JD crossover.
Oh, wow.
We're going to cross over into his pregame show and get all of the latest breaking news. No, he's into it, so it's actually not a problem. And JD and I have grown closer than ever, and I think JD and I might be threatening you and JD in terms of closeness. Please. I've known him longer. You didn't.
But have you partied with him like I have?
I don't need to text with him.
Yeah. Well, I do too.
You ever been on a plane with him? Take that.
Have you been at the Mark Spears finals party with JD?
No.
That's me.
Have you done a show with
Snitches get stitches,
JD
Willard.
where he was told to not talk
That I
repeatedly?
haven't.
No, you haven't.
It's one of the greatest stories of all time.
When we launched the station, it was me, JD, and
What's
this,
other guys that
and the unknown. I mean,
that one went over my head.
His name will never be
Did you just
named.
say the unknown?
Yeah,
Like GNOME?
he was more. I mean, that's a pretty big gnome, closer to Jabba than gnome status, quite frankly. But yeah,
I can't wait.
He got a lot of stop signs on that
Hey,
show.
I got a serious question about
Let's
gambling.
go.
A gambling question.
Go ahead.
Is there, even though the opponent's not named, I take it there's no line on like Denver's first game.
I heard
Tuesday.
a look ahead line. I heard you
Do they
guys
have
talking
those?
about this earlier, and I think that you're probably on to something, which is that whatever happens here, although What if you did that now and the Lakers win tonight and they come in just as
still
rested?
kind of like it. Not as much.
And the Wiggins injury, they're going to wait and see what that is if the Warriors were to win.
But you know what? I'll bet if you do the bet now, the odds would be better than waiting to make sure there's a game.
I don't think you can make the bet.
Yeah, I don't think you can make a bet on a game that doesn't exist.
Right. Gotcha.
Right? They'll do a look-ahead line, but you got to know the opponent first. So,
the one thing you could bet would be Denver to win the Western Conference. Like that bet is out there right now.
Okay.
A futures bet.
Well, there you go.
Mark might be Googling it. Denver to win the West is probably plus 125. You're not getting great money on it right now, I'm sure.
You buying them dibs
futures,
Yes.
like Steiny is?
Oh, yeah.
Conference futures, the Denver Nuggets are minus 150.
So, yeah.
To win
Even
the West.
worse than plus 125. Yeah.
Are the Nuggets going to be favored regardless of their opponent?
Yes. Yes, absolutely.
Absolutely. You mean in the series or in game one or both? Yeah. Yeah. The answer is yes.
How often have the Warriors not been favored in a series?
Well,
if they were to get there.
Do you mean at the
that's
start
a
of it?
great question.
At the start of it, because they weren't favored in the series as soon as they lost game one.
Yes,
to the Lakers.
at the start of it. Yes.
But they were favored against Sac.
Yes.
They were favored against the Lakers.
They were favored against the Lakers before the series started. Yes.
Yes. I mean before the series,
How
for
often?
sure.
Gosh.
I don't know if
I gotta say,
I mean,
I don't know.
even against Boston last year, they had to have been favored in
At
the
home?
NBA
Hell
Finals.
yeah.
Yeah, exactly. And
I mean, it must be back to their first year,
They're 19
first
and
title
0
year.
in the West.
Were they favored in the finals against Cleveland before it started, their first title?
Well, I'm thinking about who they play in the Western Conference. They were the number one seed, though. Even
And
their
they
first
always
year.
had home court against
67 and
Cleveland in the
15,
finals,
Coach.
I
Yeah,
believe.
that's true.
They never started that finals in Cleveland.
Right. Yeah, that's true.
Maybe it is.
I don't know.
No, but it would be.
rather.
And,
19
you
and
know,
0.
right now, if you're the Warriors, you would take being underdogs at Denver.
Oh,
and
hell yeah.
I think you're right. Let's say the Warriors win tonight.
Okay.
And they win Sunday.
Yep. Oh,
they go
man.
into Denver, and they are probably 7.5-point dogs.
That's a tough assignment.
game one?
That's a tough assignment.
Is that a fair
4.5.
number, you think, Mark?
That's too high.
7 and a hook?
You got the
Might be a
chef.
little hot.
Yeah,
Might be a
maybe
little hot.
5, 4.5.
Just because it's the Warriors.
I'll take Denver and lay
The
whatever
chef.
they want to post.
Yeah, well,
I mean,
I don't know. I mean,
Denver
sometimes-
doesn't lose at home,
Not-
and
not
the Warriors
often.
don't win on the road.
Not often.
Except tonight.
Yeah, you got
That would
game
smell.
7
That
Sac.
would just have the smell of a Warrior game 2 win.
Totally.
You know, like, and I think this is a big part of the playoffs. Actually, you know, if the Warriors do go, like, they're not idiots. If the Warriors come back, win this series in 7, you think there's not a discussion about kind of how do we want to play? Like, you can't just be like, let's just go nuts the next 2 games. There's got to be some form of some kind of plan,
I
a
think,
Luke's plan.
I think this is something that fans hate, but you're absolutely right. Like, even Mike Trudell, the Laker reporter, came on with us yesterday and sort of talked about how LeBron James is not, you don't think he goes out and goes all effort 7 games.
I heard that. I heard him.
Because
Yeah.
he can't. So it doesn't mean they're load managing. It means they're running almost analytics in their head.
Exactly.
What's the best way to win a series? And the best way to win a series is to pick spots to go all out. And Game 5 was not one of those spots for the Lakers, and tonight is. And that's the hard part because the Warriors put themselves in a
Crowd
spot.
going to be crazy.
Yeah, it's going to be. This is hard.
We
This
had
is just- it's
Styles
hard.
in here with Bonte this morning. Did a great job. I got to give him credit. He's got some guns. But I forgot to tell you this. What was Dave Chappelle doing? You can't have the 50 Cent tank top. Did you catch him here?
Oh, I saw him.
Yeah,
I saw him.
They look like Norm's
Dave.
arms. And you're like, come on, Dave. I know you got the bread and the jokes,
You ever
but put a jacket over them guns.
Dude, he's your age.
Yeah, but still, I got.
Well, Dave, yeah, that's old man strength.
Yeah.
Dave's got that.
His were
He
flabby.
looked like somebody stuck a straw in him
Yeah,
and blew on
that's
it. For
all.
You look at old clips of Dave Chappelle. He's tiny.
Yeah, that
He's a
I
big
was like,
man
Dave,
now.
you take a lot
He's
of
a big
courage.
man.
You're the man. But the gun show,
Yeah,
BB's.
he do whatever he wants, sitting right next to Lakem.
Kind of getting back to what we were talking about there. It's like, I think the Lakers, for example, as of right this minute, this series has gone exactly like they, quote unquote, wrote it up.
Absolutely.
They absolutely went all in Game 1, knowing the Warriors had played, and they figured out a way to get here. And that's why I do think it's not crazy, but like, this is their chance tonight. Like, they know. They've set it up for this game. If they don't win tonight, that's an official monkey wrench into something that means anything can happen.
I think that there's no question that they're all in. The number is up to 3 tonight. By the way, the Lakers a favorite in this one tonight, and that's what's hard for the Warriors, which is you have to. Then now you're in a spot where you have to 3 times in a row go all out with no rest, and then people start getting dinged up, and you're playing in a building where Steph doesn't shoot well and Clay's not shooting well, and all this stuff. Something's going to have to click. Something that hasn't been happening is going to have to click tonight. But history tells us with the Warriors, it usually does. Something usually does. History also says you lose this game.
You going Game 6, Clay, on us?
I wouldn't predict that, but somebody's going to have to do something that's a little out of character. Somebody's going to have to do something that's a little out of character.
And it's Clay, because Andrew Wiggins is hampered and Jordan Poole is not yet back to where Jordan Poole would be. Yeah. It's got to be Klay Thompson, in my opinion.
I give Clay a much better shot.
I agree with you guys there, but it can be anybody,
no doubt.
I mean,
Kuminga, did he even get in the game?
Who's really going to play enough to, like, listen, Moody may come in and get 9 points in 15 minutes, and we'll be like, he helped them win that game. Are you talking about, no, somebody's got to have 24 outside Curry?
No, somebody's got to do something that's out of character, and it can be smaller in nature. Lonnie Walker the other night didn't do it for 4 quarters.
But he won him the game.
A burst.
Yeah.
What do you have, 15 in the fourth?
Yeah. Outscored.
So that's enough.
That's enough. So somebody needs to have a burst. If GP2 scores 17 points, that's a burst. Yep. If Clay scores 30, DiVincenzo, could you find your shot?
Yep.
Like, it could be somebody that's like Lonnie, where you catch a heater and then you stick with them.
Yeah.
And you get them more minutes than they normally would have. So, but yeah.
You need Steph +2, and you need 2 other guys to play, and we talked about this yesterday, to play great and better than you expect them to play. Draymond Green in Game 5 was terrific.
Man, we need that.
You need that plus another one if it's Clay. Right. If it's not Clay, it's Wiggins. I don't love relying on Wiggins because he's got the small injury.
He's compromised.
But it's got to be somebody. It's got to be Steph +2 to get this win tonight.
You know, I was thinking about Lonnie Walker's game the other night, and
shout out Redding,
somebody who just basically came out of nowhere. And usually, if a guy does that, he's a role player that, what does he do? Makes 4 out of 6 threes, and it's like, oh, look at that, he had 16. But he came into the game and was like their number one. Like he was their offense. He didn't make a bunch of 3-pointers because he made 3 threes and then he cut at the right time and LeBron hit him for dunks. Like, he was their offense.
Dancing. He was dancing with the rock.
And you think about that, and that's where you kind of look back on that game and think
that's Jordan Poole to me.
But that's also where I think, and I'm kind of with you on this. Where's Peyton? Where's Peyton? It all kind of happened fast, and Lonnie Walker's really going to beat us taking 9 shots.
Yeah, it's got to be organic, and it's why I didn't get so mad that Steve Kerr didn't, as a lot of people said, like, where's GP2 to come in and stop Walker? It's like, at no point are you thinking, even when he hits 2 shots, that he's going to hit 5 more. Like, you didn't know, and you didn't know it was a heater until it was over, and then and you lost the game. What about this? Before you guys hop out of here, I'd love to hear, because I thought you guys were absolutely, I want to give you a compliment. You're absolutely spot on in terms of the tone that you set for what tonight means. And Steiny, you asked it earlier in terms of what's at stake. But I'll take it even like a little bit step further. I agree with you guys when you said, yes, there is a very big difference to losing this series in 6 versus 5, if that's the way it goes. I believe we've reached the middle. Anything short of tonight was disappointing, unacceptable, major moves. Anything past tonight, especially if we make the unfair but assumption that if you win tonight, you're probably going to win on Sunday and you're going to end up in the Western Conference Finals. If that happens, now you're over the line. You're in plus territory. Tonight is the official middle where I think there's a healthy debate as to where everybody is in terms of what has been earned. Are you sticking with the big 3 no matter what? Are you making big moves at this point if it were to end tonight? What is actually on the line in terms of the future of the Warriors tonight?
Like, it's a fascinating question. And the way Bob Myers was talking about it yesterday, I think the way he viewed it is, if we can't win this game at home, then this thing is fractured.
But you were right. The 24 hours before he said that, Steve Kerr was like, Steph, Clay, and Dre.
Right.
Which maybe is just what he wants.
Right.
Rather than what he thinks.
Knock it out of the park today. Have fun with.
I'd love to hear what Guru has to say about it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
You can turn your mic. You can
go if you want. I know your bag's on your
blocking
shoulder.
the bag is
Man.
Yeah, it's just me, a horse yak in the.
Go watch the game.
No, what you said and what Steiny just answered.
I'll see you
2 weeks ago.
See you, Steiny.
I would have said that's what it is, but now there's drama. And I'm not creating this drama, but I know what I'm watching. There will be changes, and I believe Jordan Poole and Draymond Green can no longer coexist.
Yeah.
You've
And
said it a lot.
Steiny told me Joe Lacob is a killer. So if he offers Draymond Green a number, this ain't even about winning. This is about the end when this season, if it culminates in a chip or not. If Draymond Green feels like that number, whatever it is, to Joe Lacob, and Joe feels like, you know what, I can't meet that, then there'll be changes. But why I'm going to sleep good at night, and I just thought of this the other day, is Curry is not going anywhere. This will be a reboot. This will be a different version of the Warriors moving forward. And if Poole is shopped or is Draymond in a sign and trade, you are going to get something back to go with the chef. But as I watch these Warriors and Kuminga's looks and these 1 million videos of Jordan Poole, he is in a dark place of, I don't, like, you could scratch $1 million lotto ticket and he's not going to be happy. You can't fix that. It's a change of scenery. So I say all that to say is you can't, even if they win a chip, I don't feel like this team is coming back as whole. So that's just, it's inevitable, Tibbs. So it's just, when does that process start? Is it after the parade? And that's what we probably want. Or could it be tonight? But there is some rats on the table.
There are.
In the Warriors thing that before, what our guys tell us, they're not. They didn't get out. Oh, they will come out. I think they're already out.
But winning a chip definitely changes it, because I do think that there might have been bigger changes last year had they not won the chip.
Steph told us.
Yeah.
He said it would have been
exactly.
major changes.
So to Mark's point, tonight feels like either the beginning of the end or the end of the beginning, or you got to kick this thing further down the road, because if you win this series and you go into Denver, even if you lose to Denver in whatever, 4, 5, 6, or 7, you feel like, okay, we were one of the last 4 teams playing.
Right.
Maybe we can retool, tweak here, tweak there.
But do we like each other?
Well,
that's where I think they're dealing with something that never was a part of the formula.
For me, if you win tonight, you do whatever it takes to keep the big three together.
No doubt.
The big three.
And Dre would stay here. I honestly believe, and Laker would probably, because they already know the two guys can't coexist. Cheers was one of my favorite programs of all time.
Best.
Remember Shelley Long left? Cheers didn't go away.
Nope.
Kirstie Alley came in. Different. And I was like, no.
Wasn't the same.
But I accepted. So if one of these two dudes not named Steph,
everything was fine.
But I found out he had
Coach
a hairpiece
left,
that
and then,
bothered. You're right.
Woody came in. Yeah.
Dude, I was like, no. But it happened. So as long as the chef here were okay, but I just think Poole and Dre, something's going on, and one of them might be. Or could there be a scenario to where both? If Poole's traded and Dre,
I think
the money is, I don't want to. Okay, I get it.
More on the table than I bet we realize.
That's all. All right, fellas.
Yeah.
Thanks for letting me get that.
Okay, man.
Dude, it's a payday Friday. Go get it.
Yeah, go spend
It's
some of
allocated.
it.
It's allocated.
Oh, that's an allocation sensation.
That's
There
a
we go.
buck, yeah.
Cha-ching! They're longtime friends.
Let me tell you something real quick about Dibs that I'm sure not everybody knows.
And first-time partners.
Hang in there, big guy. There'll be brighter days ahead.
Now, these two homegrown Bay Area boys finally come together to take over sports talk.
Get the hell off of my doorstep.
Major League Baseball, you stink.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
All right. I mean, honestly, I look at the clock already, and I'm like, we've only got so much time. Yeah, we've only got so much time. Because 5 hours from right now, a basketball game is going to be played, and it might be the last one this season for the Golden State Warriors. It might. So I think we're of the mindset that if you're going to get in something that you want to say about this basketball team this year, this version of the Warriors, my God, you better get it in now. You better get it in right now. So 888-957-9570 is the number. Come on YouTube, come on Twitch, come on Comcast Business Text Line. Let's connect on this and let's talk it out. What is actually on the line tonight? For me, Dibs, and I will make what I admit is an unfair assumption, but for the purposes of Friday, May, what the hell is it?
It's the 12th, Mark.
12th, Friday, May 12th, because this is the last time we are going to speak on this series before it ends, right? The series is going to be over when we come back on Monday. The Warriors will either be getting ready for game one against the Nuggets or exit interviews are going to be taking place. These are the options today as we sit here on Friday, May 12th. So, if you win this game tonight, I say to the organization, come hell or high water, when they play again, Steph, Clay, and Draymond are a part of this team in October and in November. If they lose this game tonight, then I think all things are on the table. And there are two very fascinating comments made this week on this station. One by Steve Kerr to us, one by Bob Myers to Steiny and Goo. And Dibs, I thought that they both struck a very different tone. We'll play them for you in a sec. But the basic idea, Kerr says, I was on the Last Dance team. Matt Puppy was done. These three are not done. But Bob Myers says the next day, if we had lost game 5, that tells you that this isn't working and we're not good enough. So they win game 5, but we're only 48 hours away from that game. So that tells you what is on the line tonight.
I think everything's on the line. And, you can say what you want to say about the future or the big three and whether or not they want to be together, but it comes down to so much more than just tonight. Because if the Warriors lose tonight, game 6, and you do exit interviews, and you get a week away, 2 weeks away, 4 weeks away, 6 weeks away from now, and the NBA Finals are over, between now and the end of the NBA Finals and we get into the NBA Draft, Draymond Green will have done multiple podcasts. He will have been on TNT a bunch of times because they're going to want him on their show if he's out of the playoffs. Klay Thompson will have sailed many, many hundreds of nautical miles. Steph Curry would have fed probably 100,000 undernourished or malnourished families. They all would have done their thing. And when push comes to shove, and they all want to decide whether or not they want to run it back, Bob has a choice, Draymond has a choice, and all the rest of them have to decide what they want to do with the future.
Yeah. So and it's always odd to me when it feels like you're putting something like that into one game. But this is one of those rare moments where I feel like it's true. That question was thrown out there in part to Bob, and therefore a lot of the guys on the station today, a lot of callers have weighed in on this. Is there a big difference to you if they had lost in 5 versus, let's say, they don't win tonight and they lose in 6? To me, the answer is absolutely yes.
I'm with you, yeah.
A 4 or 5 game series is a short one, and a 6 or 7 game series is a long one. And this is probably, if the Warriors lose tonight, this feels to me the same way the Kings probably feel. They're like, damn it, if the Barnes shot goes in,
exactly,
we win. We're right there.
You can, coulda, woulda, shoulda in a 6 or a 7 game loss. If you're the Warriors and you think about Jordan Poole's shot and you think about the messy game 4 end game scenario, even if you lose tonight, you could think, man, we should have had game 4. We should have been up 3-2 in LA, and we would have won game 7 at home. This should have been different. It wasn't, and you know the reality of that, but you could at least feel like, man, if things went a little bit of a different way, we would have won that series. Things would have been different. Yep. If you lose in 5, you can't play that game. Even though, hey, we could have won game 4, but you still lost 4-1. If Jordan Poole's shot goes in, you still lost 4-1. But if you lose in 6 on the road, knowing that game 4, you didn't dominate it, but you were probably the better team, and you lost, it's a little bit easier to justify what you're talking about.
And by the way, I even think there's something to be said for how you lose if you lose. Do you do what Memphis does? Memphis is in the mode of, dude, we need to change something. Because we went out there in game 6 and lost by 40. But if this one, and I don't want to think about this because this just sounds nauseating, but if this game's tied with 40 seconds to go and those last 40 seconds go the wrong way, I mean, that's different. That's different. That's a competitive situation. Now, check this out. You'll love this. I didn't even know this. The Bob Myers and Steve Kerr comments that we're talking about, both of them are exactly 35 seconds long.
Wow.
So both of them were given a similar question, and it was almost as if they timed out their answers. They both said, you know what? That's a 35-second question, and here's my answer. Bob Myers, what if you had lost Game 5?
What I thought last night going in, Guru, was if we go down 4-1, then we're not very good. I mean, as harsh as that is of a conclusion, if you lose 4-1 in a series, you got beat. You got beat pretty bad. You barely avoided being swept. So my thinking was, I was confident we would win because our guys have proven they respond with their backs up against the wall. But I also had a feeling of if we don't, that kind of gives you your answer, and that's how I looked at it. But I had a good feeling we would win the game.
Okay, spotlight that. That kind of gives you your answer.
Yes.
Don't you translate that as I do, which is Bob is saying if they had lost Game 5, well, it's time to do something very different.
Absolutely.
Right?
Because you weren't good enough. You lost in 5 to a team that was a lower seed than you. You were a 6 seed because you weren't that good in the regular year. You needed, not a miracle, but you needed a reach down, gut check performance to even beat Sacramento, a non-playoff team for 16 years, just to advance to this point. Yes, you need to make a change.
Okay, now Steve Kerr asked by us Tuesday, the night before Game 5, have you thought about the fact that this could be it for the Big Three?
No, never crossed my mind. You know, I mean, I played on those Bulls teams, you know, the Last Dance, and I can tell you from experience, even though everybody now says, well, why didn't they keep that team together? That team was done. That team was finished emotionally, mentally. There was nothing left in the tank. And I don't feel that way about this team at all. I think these guys, Steph, Clay, Draymond, they've got lots to give for years to come. So I never even have stopped to give that a second thought.
So the only difference here is Bob is speaking knowing that they won Game 5. Steve is speaking before Game 5 even happens.
Right.
Steph, Clay, Dre have lots to give for years to come. Now, I don't know if he's saying that because as a coach, he's just hoping he would rather coach Steph, Clay, and Dre together.
Of course,
as opposed to be a part of some sort of reboot, rebuild, whatever you have you. So maybe that's an aspect of this. But, Tibbs, those are very, very different answers in terms of where we sit right now today, Friday, May 12th.
In terms of where they sit right now, Friday, May 12th, because Bob doesn't know if he is going to come back. And it seems like Bob can decide whether or not he wants to come back. So I think Bob is dealing with his own decision before he even thinks about if Steph, Clay, and Dre have more to give for years to come. And if you're the coach, yes, you were going to say that because those three players have given you 4 championships. And Steve's won 9 of the last 27 with Chicago, San Antonio, and now here. And he knows that you don't win another one unless you have all 3 together.
All right, so what's your answer then, everyone? What is on the line tonight? Where do we sit? The future of the Big Three, is it in stone? Or is it a feather blowing in the wind based on the outcome tonight? We're sponsored by Lucky California. We got all kinds of great stuff for you today, starting with a lot of you. A lot of your perspective and phone calls today for sure. Emergency Pandia at 3. We'll be live in L.A. at the very end of our show. After JD listens to Steve Kerr, we'll talk to him and continue to get more perspective with boots on the ground. 888-957-9570 is the number. Let's do this. It's Willard and Dibbs.
For Mother's Day,
This is Kevon Looney. Welcome back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game. Take it away, Mark.
Okay, I will. All right, let's take it away. Let's do this.
Real quick.
It's the biggest day in the history of mankind.
Win the big
It
days.
is the biggest day in the history of ever.
Dibbs, stop joking around. Win the big days. This counts, Dibbs. Knock it off.
Emergency Pandia, 26 minutes.
I love an EP.
I know that Pandia's done social media.
Fine.
I know that. No. We got questions. We're going to, and I said this to you right when I walked in. Everybody's talking about the Warriors' shot selection. The biggest shot that the Warriors will take tonight is the one that the team doctor is going to stick into Wiggins' ribs, and it better hit.
That's a 4.
That's the one that needs to hit all net. Please do not hit rim on that shot, because if you do that, I really believe that he's going to perform. I really do.
As a guy who's got multiple injections, they are really, really good, the injectors, at avoiding, oh, sorry about that, I hit the bone. Let me try again. These people are paid to shoot you up the correct way.
Right.
They're like Steph Curry at the foul line.
Well, except for...
Or even better.
Or, remember, one of those people once upon a time works for the Chargers, and Justin Herbert's career was launched. So...
he's fine.
They miss sometimes. Even Steph at the free throw line.
They're like Robbie Gold inside of 50.
Okay.
Not outside. Not outside. And Robbie Gold rest in wherever you are.
Round 3, drafted a kicker. Anyway.
We still haven't gotten into that.
No, we will. I don't have a problem with that stuff. You know me. Draft whoever the hell you want. I'm not going to get mad at it until I see that it stakes. I don't get mad at it now.
First
in
miss,
May.
I rip.
Yeah, I know you do.
That's how we do it.
What's your draft grade? I give him a D+.
It's always a C+.
Stop.
Just like ask me about any NFL team and what I think that after looking at their schedule.
Oh gosh.
I got them at 11-6, Mark.
I love what they did in round 5. Shut up. For crying out
Totally.
loud. All right. So anyway.
He joins you Monday.
Thank you.
Larry Krueger. I give you a 3 for your Krueger.
Yeah, please, people. If you only knew Larry's going to be here on Monday. We need the Warriors-Nuggets series to be starting, or else he's going to break down round 6 for the Niners.
Oh, my God.
I like his snicker or his laugh. He'd be like,
we got to be careful. You better be careful. So it's the biggest night in the history of forever. And then the thing about Wiggs, and this will be one of the questions for Doc for sure, but I feel like we're starting to hear from those in the medical community, this is a worry for a different day, but if the Warriors somehow navigate this weekend, this is going to dog Andrew for the rest of the playoffs. And so maybe that only lasts for 3 hours, or maybe it lasts for 5 more weeks. I don't know. But those are the things we're going to talk to Doc about in 24 minutes. All of your Andrew Wiggins information, perspective, all of that, 3 o'clock sharp. Emergency Pandia. Now, for the rest of you, it's just emergency 888-957-9570. This is it, okay? So let's rock with your perspective on what is on the line tonight. My quick sentence is, you win tonight, I'm riding with the big 3 no matter what. You're back. You're all back. Draymond, opt out. I'll give you 3 and 60, and let's ride.
Man.
Clay, we're going to worry about this a little bit later, and I don't think that either of them are going to have offers around the league to combat that.
Right.
I think they both say yes to that.
I'm going to say this on behalf of Draymond,
okay,
and I'm going to say this based on what you always say to me about the temperature in this room, because you tell me, Dibbs, we're not doing 80, and right now we're doing 80, and I'm working hard to bring it down.
We're doing 80.
Because you don't do well when we get north of 80. The migraine comes in, and you don't perform your best when we're north of 80. And I know
I'm
that.
fine right now, though. I appreciate you asking.
No problem. And I'm working on it for you, for us, for the audience. But on behalf of Draymond, we're not doing 3 and 60. And I don't believe he's doing 3 and 60.
No.
I believe that he can get 3 and more than 60 elsewhere.
Do you really?
My opinion, yes. Based on his agency, based on what he means to a team like, I don't know, Boston, Philly, Miami, any team that wants an elite defender and a point forward, we're not doing 3 and 60.
You're going to laugh at me, but I believe that. Good job. No, it's a little early. It's a little early.
My fault.
I believe something about Draymond Green that I bet a lot of you don't. Draymond's way makes you feel like he's such a stone-cold killer that he is not going to be a negotiator. He's going to walk in and be like, I got 3-75 on the table from the Lakers. I do believe that Draymond Green take a couple bucks less to stay. I do believe that for multiple reasons. For those of you who don't think he's got self-awareness, who laughed at the idea that he would come off the bench in the Sacramento series, and then he showed up the next day and it was his idea, Draymond has self-awareness. Draymond knows the value of the big three. He knows the value of the Warrior brand, and damn well knows his value is higher here than it would be anywhere else. So I don't think the Warriors even need to match to the dollar what's going to be available to Draymond. I think a couple bucks less, and he's still here. I really do. And so,
have we gotten to the point yet where I can start laughing at you?
Yeah, go ahead. Can I respond to your laughter and point out that you were hold on, okay, you're not done laughing yet? Can I point out that you were at the front of the line calling it ridiculous that Draymond would willingly come off the bench in the Sacramento series?
Yes.
And he did.
But let me counterpoint your counterpoint with a counterpoint to say him coming off the bench doesn't cost him $1. And Draymond Green asked for, allegedly, reportedly, according to sources, in the offseason, he wanted the max, and the team did to him what I just did to you.
It's a while ago.
They laughed at him.
It's a while ago, though.
But Mark, he's on the books already for $27.586 next year.
Right.
So if you offer him $3.60, Draymond looks at it and goes, I'll just take my player option then. If I don't have a better offer out there, I'll take 27.5 now, and all I would have to do to match your insulting offer would be to get a contract after next year for $2.43, which I believe that he'd be able to do.
Maybe, but if you match it, why would you not just take it? Why would you risk injury? Why would you risk poor play? Why would you risk the Warriors being even further down in the standings? Like the scenario you just said, he's leaving $33 million on the table. And maybe it's a little bit more.
Temporarily.
Maybe
it's temporary.
Yeah,
it's actually 2.33. I apologize. Not 2.43. He would just need to get 2.33 elsewhere.
But that's risky.
Match that.
But it's risky. These are guys who load manage, who get hurt every year right now.
Right.
They're in their 30s. They're deep into their 30s. We'll see. We'll see.
Yeah.
Let's head out to you, 888-957-9570. Alex in San Jose, you're on with Willie and Debbie. What are you doing?
Hey, guys, I'm just getting back from Costco. Ended my day earlier, and now just relaxing, getting ready for the Warriors game.
I'm jealous. I love the Costco runs. Fantastic. What north or south of 200?
Friday, midday.
Yeah, $250. I'm going to set the over/under at 250. Did you go over or under?
Over.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
That's a low
sounded
line.
like
That's a low line. I only got like 12 things, and I spent $300.
Yeah, but your 12 things, there's 12 of each of your 12 things.
Yeah.
So you got that going for you. Alex, what's up?
And I won't need anything else for 12 more months.
Exactly. What's up, brother?
Well, anyways, I wanted to touch on a few things you guys said earlier. You said Bob Myers and Steve Kerr, they had 35-second long responses. Well, I think number 30 is going to go for at least 35 tonight.
I like that, Alex.
I think that's a good call.
I also want to say he just needs a little bit of help. Throughout this entire run, the last championships, for the last 7 or 8 years, he's had guys help him out when he needs it. And if we don't get help tonight, then our season's over. But if Dre or Clay or anyone else on the bench goes for 15 and up, I think we'll make it through.
Do you know what's interesting, Alex? And thanks, man. And enjoy your 7,000 rolls of toilet paper.
Yeah. Tough to get a couple of years ago.
No joke. Remember that? I think we've overblown the Steph has no help. I get the circumstances. In the moment, it feels like that right now. And that really boils down to two people. Clay is struggling, and Jordan Poole is Jordaning. I don't even know how to describe whatever's going on with Jordan.
He played better in Game 5.
He played better, but it's still not enough to be that second guy. And so Andrew Wiggins and Draymond came in, and they were 2 and 2A for Steph the other night, and maybe they will do that again. And it's harder for us to imagine right now because it's a road game. Draymond's not usually a great scorer, and Andrew's hurt. So I get it. It takes a little bit of blind faith. but most of the stars around the league would kill for the roster that Steph has around him. Most of the stars around the league would kill for that. There is still strength in numbers. There is still depth. There are a number of people who can play that role tonight. And really all it takes, I know you said 2, that would be, to me, a really great result. You really kind of only need 1, I think. Wow. I think you need 1 alongside Steph. Look, they did it in Sacramento with none. This is a different animal, for sure, but you got to have 2. You got to have someone else play that role. And there are many options as to who that could be tonight.
Well, and you look at Game 5, and it was Draymond and Wiggins.
Yeah.
Wiggins had 25, and Draymond had 20 points. Think about Draymond Green with 20 points. That's like Klay Thompson having 40 points.
Yep,
because Draymond Green normally will get you between 6 and 10, maybe a dozen if he's really going for it. He had 20 points. That is a monster game from Draymond on 7 of 11. Wiggins was 10 of 18. He had 25. You had 2 people really help Steph Curry. Now, Klay had 10 points on 3 of a dozen, and Gary Payton had 13, which is great, but you need to have 2 other players, either Klay or Klay or Draymond or Wiggins or Poole or GP2. 2 of them have to play far better offensively than they normally do, unless Steph goes for 50.
The Draymond point's an interesting one, I think, because I've always felt this. When he scores, they're unbeatable.
Right.
They're unbeatable because he's the guy the other team is like, well, just let him shoot. You know, when Klay does it, you're prepared for that as a defense. You're like, that's Klay Thompson. When Draymond starts hitting threes and he starts driving to the basket with one hand and he's doing scoop shots, and you're not prepared for that. And there's just nothing you can do when he's engaged offensively. I feel very confident that Draymond's not going to score 20 again tonight. Like that would really surprise me if he can do it again tonight. It'd be
Can
great.
he get 11?
Sure.
Here's Draymond Green far.
I think he'll go double digits.
Draymond in the playoffs so far. Game 1 against Sacramento, 4 points, they lose. 8 points in Game 2, they lose. Didn't play Game 3. For stomp reasons, they win. He had a dozen in Game 4, they win. He had 21 in Game 5.
They
win. He had 4 in Game 6, they lose. He had 8 in Game 7, which was fine because Steph had a 50-burger, and they won.
Yep.
Skip ahead to the Lakers series. 6 points in the opener. Lose. 11 in Game 2. Win. 2 points in Game 3, and he admitted that he stunk.
Yeah,
they all stunk.
Yep.
They lost. He had 8 points in Game 4. They lose. He had 20 in Game 5. So
it's almost
maybe
an indicator.
Maybe it's just that easy,
If he
Mark.
can get to double digits, the Warriors are in great shape.
I mean, get north of a dozen. He had 11 in Game 2, and they won that game by 27 going away. He had 11 points in 28 minutes on 5 of 10. Aggressive. Game 3 and Game 4, not aggressive offensively, and they lose. Game 5, he was a maniac trying to score.
Ask me what I had for lunch.
Mark, what'd you have for lunch?
A burger.
Was it a 50 burger?
Well, I'm 48, but I'll take that.
Yeah.
I'll take that. It was a 48 burger. I'll take that. Okay, Steph? I'll take that.
You can't quite see 50 from where you're from, but you can. There's an object in the distance, and you're squinting because you're over 45 now, and you do a lot of squinting. And I know you got cheaters over there.
Oh, yeah.
Shout out the cheaters.
Yeah, there you go.
And do I need to go get my Zennies? Because people were asking me, Dibs, you got to wear the Zennies.
Your championship glasses.
The good look Zennies.
Well, your championship.
You let me know.
Didn't you wear them for Game 6 against the Sacramento Kings?
Well, that wasn't my fault.
My fault. Quest for 5 brought to you by the Alameda PD, now offering a $75,000 hiring incentive. Our team is your future. Go to alamedapolice.org to apply today. Hey, Jonathan in the city. You're on with Willard and Dibs. What are you doing, Jonathan? What are you doing?
Hey, guys. I'm just trying to contain my excitement and listening to you guys. The best Warriors hype machine, 95.7 a game. I just want to say, man, hey, this man is overdue. Hey, Game 6, Claymaker, please show up tonight. It'd be nice for the Warriors to set him up early, have him in rhythm, run a few plays where he's catch and shoot Clay. Because, you know, when he doesn't do that early, he tends to hunt for shots, dribble, and get in trouble. You know, he's had his most efficient Klay Thompson when he's just, you know, curling and using the screen and catch and shoot. The less dribble he does, the better Clay we're going to get. And also, another guy who's well overdue for a big game is Jordan Poole. Jordan, it's Friday, bro. What's Friday? Any Friday is great day for a pool party. So we need those two guys to show up.
Hey.
And Draymond doing his thing. And Andrew Wiggins, bro, be aggressive from the get-go. It's just a rib, man. It's just a rib. You got plenty of more ribs. Just be aggressive from the get-go.
How many ribs do we have, by the way? How many are on each side of the cage?
I believe 12, 6 on each side.
6 on each side. All right, so you get 11 more. Right. Thank you, Jonathan. Can I say this about Klay Thompson?
Actually, more than that. Boy, now that I look at it.
I don't even
Full
know.
rack, I think, is 8 on the side.
Rack that guy.
Totally.
Anyway, can I say this about
It's just
Klay?
a rib.
It's got a bunch
great
more.
call.
It's just a McRib. I want to say this about Klay Thompson. Everybody's talking about Game 6 Klay. Sure. It's legendary. It's fun. It's happened a number of times, although one certainly much more famous than the rest. And so everyone's either predicting it or hoping for it, and I don't think you can do that with these kinds of performances. I don't want Game 6 Klay tonight. Do you want to know what I want? I want regular Klay. That's all he's got to be tonight.
Steiny.
Just be regular Klay. That's all you got to do. You don't need to impress Dad, and you don't need to live up to your own history. What you need to do tonight is hit about 51% of your shots and about 44% of your threes. Give the team about 24 points, and I think they're going to have a great shot. That's all you got to be. I don't take the number out of this Game 6 Klay. Just be regular Klay.
Well, not regular season Klay, because there was 2 different Klays.
Well,
there was early regular season Klay, which was not good, and his teammates had a team meeting to tell him to knock it off and stop shooting so much. And then there was the other regular season Klay, where he spent 2 months being the old Klay. And then now we're into postseason Klay, and that Klay has not been the Klay that we need tonight. You need Klay to feel confident and look to knock down shots. He's got to be able to knock down the 3. He's got to go better than 3 of 12 from the floor tonight.
Yeah, I mean, you would think. Yes. Yeah, that would be just, again, regular Klay. And I know the scary part is he's such a streaky guy, and he's in a bad streak.
Yeah.
But streaks end, and that's sort of the beauty of this. The Warriors situation tonight is one where, for me, I wipe out all the history. I don't care about Game 6 Klay, and I don't care that the Lakers, the team that's at home up 3-2, wins 76%. I don't care about any of that. It's just tonight. It's just what happens tonight. And Klay can be in the worst rut of his career, but if it just takes 2.5 hours off, they're going to be in a great spot. I don't know what's going to happen tonight, but that history, for me, doesn't matter. It's just what happens for these 2.5 hours, and that's why I think a Warrior fan can still be kind of cautiously optimistic. This is hard. I think it's unlikely. I think it's less than 50-50, but it can happen.
Right.
It can happen.
If it's going to happen, it's going to happen because Klay doesn't have to have a Game 6 Klay game where he has 42, but Klay's got to shoot better than he has so far in L.A. He is 8 of 25 in the 2 games from the floor, 6 of 18 from 3, and he's averaging 12 points a game in the 2 games in L.A. so far in the series. If he does that, you lose. And that's just point blank.
Well, not automatically. Someone else could pick up that slack, but I'm with
if
you.
If Draymond and Wiggins do what they did in Game 5,
then you're fine.
Yes.
Yeah.
But I'm going to stand by my earlier point of you need 3 guys to play well. And if you look at Klay in Game 1, he played well. He had 25 points on 25 shots, not very efficient, but he was able to score. He hit the 3. That's the game that Jordan, Steph, and Klay all hit 6 threes in the game. First time that's ever happened. He had 30 in Game 2 in a victory, and then he had 15, 9, and 10 the last 3 games, Mark.
Yeah, it's been a rut. He's in a rut.
That's more than a rut. That's 11.3 a game for a Hall of Famer, a guy who's used to averaging 20 a night.
I was taught in high school.
It's more of a chasm than a rut.
You know that your shot, if you're a shooter, you know that your shot is on if you're simply missing short and long. That's what should happen with a shooter. If you're missing right and left, we got problems.
Yeah.
Klay's missing right and left. He's not missing short and long.
He's missing short and long, but also right and left. He's missing.
And that's
he's had a couple hit the side of the backboard.
Right. And I know some of those are because they're such poor shots in terms of selection that they just go completely haywire. But a shooter that's as good as Klay Thompson should not be, and he's one of the best shooters of all time, should not be missing right and left. So he's in a rut, but you hit the bottom of the net one time, and sometimes that stuff just up and goes away.
And the beauty of Klay is that he's in a rut, but he's not going to shy away from the shot. And you know that the only way he gets out of the rut is by shooting the ball. So it's not like Jordan Poole where maybe he's a young player, you sit him down, and maybe you pick your spots. Klay Thompson's going to play 35 to 40 minutes tonight, and he's going to shoot between 15 and 22 times. You just hope that he's able to snap out of it.
Let's go to Tony and Alamo real quick before Emergency Pandia, because I think this is on the Wiggins situation. Hey, Tony, what are you doing?
Hi, I'm just getting myself ready on my boat for the weekend.
Look at you. Congratulations on your life, Tony.
He's on a boat.
Yeah. Take a good hard look. Go ahead, Tony.
So I just want to share an experience I had 10 years ago when I was a spry 64-year-old. I was racing around the world on a 72-footer, and leaving Rio, I thought they were bruised, but I broke 8, 9, 10, and shattered 11 on my ribs. And I tell you, it sort of gave me an appreciation for what women go through in giving birth, because for 3 days, I could not move. You can imagine on a pitching boat in the middle of the South Atlantic, trying to get up and do anything, the basic things that you need to do.
Yeah, but Tony, your injury sounds worse than Andrew's. That's just my guess. Right?
Oh, for sure. He didn't break 5, not 6, not 7.
And I don't think he didn't crack. He didn't crack actual rib. But it's
just cartilage.
It's cartilage. Yeah, more of that, right, Tony?
Let me tell you.
Real quick, Tony. Real quick.
When adrenaline kicks in, you forget about all of that pain.
Well, I think there's going to be some adrenaline tonight.
Yeah.
That's my guess, number one. And number two, look, Tony, you're older than me, and I respect my elders. As a man, I don't compare anything to what women go through with childbirth. I just stay away from it completely.
Even though he broke 8, 9, 10, 11, and 12.
Yeah, no, there was this one time I stubbed my toe on the bed at night when I was going to the bathroom.
I thought I was having twins.
And I was like, man, this is what pregnancy must feel like.
Careful. You better be careful.
Presented by Fremont Bank. Full service banking. No compromises. Plenty more of your calls throughout the day. An Emergency Pandia is about to happen on Willard and Dibs.
Don't be disrespectful. Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
No. I'm just reacting to my nightly San Francisco Giants roster move email.
Man.
This one actually makes sense. This one's not a taxi squad action.
I thought you were responding to me singing Super Pandiafornication.
No, I'm used to you singing by now. That's what this radio station does. We just sing on Fridays when the Warriors are about to play.
I'm in a great mood. I feel good about tonight's game, and I'm cautiously, nervously optimistic. I don't want to be too cocky, but hearing from our next guest is going to make me feel even better about the ball game.
Well, let's rock and roll on that. The Quest for 5 is brought to you by Meriwest Credit Union, working for you today, tomorrow, together. Back to your phone calls in a moment. But it's emergency Pandia time. It is time for Cleared to Play. We're going to take you inside the tent, get you updated on the latest injuries in the Bay. Proud to partner with UCSF Health on this segment and bring in Associate Professor of Orthopedic Surgery, Dr. Nirav Pandya. Now, Doc, take this the right way. I was really hoping not to talk to you today.
Wow.
But here we are. We got emergency Pandya, you know?
Yeah, that seems to be the sentiment throughout the Bay Area. No one wants to be hearing from me when Warriors are playing Game 6.
Okay, I know that you've put some content out there already, but especially for our listeners who have not heard it yet, how would you characterize what Andrew Wiggins is experiencing?
Yeah, so this costal cartilage is basically where your ribs attach to your sternum. So you see it's kind of like a rib fracture, but actually it's that cartilage that actually breaks. So the key thing with this injury is that it's all about pain control and pain relief, because anytime you breathe, you're going to be stressing that area. Anytime you twist or get a blow, it's going to hurt. So I think the key thing in terms of Wiggins coming back is, number one, how much pain he has. Number two, can they control that pain? And you can do that through injections. You can do it through padding or vests. And then based on that pain relief, can he be impactful on the court? And I'm not necessarily worried as much about shooting, dribbling, but is LeBron going to be basically plowing into that area? And that's what I worry about, the contact. I think all the other things, particularly since he played with it after it happened, I'm not as much worried about. But are the Lakers going to be targeting this area of his body?
Is it the impact of LeBron backing into him? Is it the twisting? Is it the breathing? Which is the most severe of the pain thresholds that Andrew's going to have to clear?
I think it's people banging into him. I think the breathing is, obviously the thing that everyone gets concerned about, but there's a lot of other stress kind of going around that rib cage where that one area won't necessarily impact it that much. Twisting would be number two, but I think that the direct impact to that area is what you really worry about. And that's what football players have to worry about, where you see this much more commonly. It's the impact that causes the pain that prevents them from playing.
Okay, so Doc, let's get optimistic for a second. What if the Warriors make it out of this weekend? What is Andrew looking at going forward? How quickly could it get better?
So I think in general, these aren't going to technically heal like on a CT scan or MRI for 6 weeks, but most of the pain you're going to get is going to be within the first 7 to 10 days. So if the Lakers, they can get through the Lakers, they get to the next round, yes, that injury will still be there, and there's always a risk of it potentially getting aggravated. But that acute pain that prevents you from playing those first 7 to 10 days. And I think we saw a similar thing with Justin Herbert when he had it with the Chargers. Obviously, different position, different sport, but it was like that second week, I think he came back and he was able to be effective. So I think if we can get through this week and we get to that next round, then I think it's going to be less of an issue for him moving forward.
The worsening of this injury, can it lead to an actual broken rib, or is the cartilage fracture just significant enough to where the cartilage can only get fractured so much and then it's just going to be what it's going to be?
Yeah, I think for the most part, barring some massive blow, and I worry more like a sport like football as opposed to basketball, is that, could that potentially maybe move a little bit? Could it get worse? But it's an inherently pretty stable area around it. So, yes, it's a break of the cartilage. It's very painful. But it would take a very severe blow, probably something that wouldn't happen on a basketball court, to make it much worse. Obviously, that's a risk, but the chance of it happening is pretty small.
Hey, Doc, what did you see with the whole AD thing the other night? What the heck do you think happened there if that's not a concussion?
Yeah, I think that goes into the kind of the ways in which you diagnose a concussion. And I think it's really hard, particularly in the NBA where they don't have independent, people watching and don't have as strict a criteria as the NFL. Because it's based simply on how players perform on a test and kind of subjectively how they're saying, it can be hard to diagnose it, or sometimes, players know what questions they need to answer. So I agree, just looking at it from 20,000 feet, away, you're like, oh, how could that not be a concussion? But it's always hard to know exactly for sure and what the medical staff of the Lakers is doing. So as a fan, I was like, wow, that looks like a concussion. But I could see how a player could potentially be cleared under that scenario.
because there is a lot of gray zone in terms of diagnosing concussion. So a lot of nuances in it. I know some of the people on the Lakers medical staff, and they're good people, so I don't think there was anything nefarious going on. It's just the reporting where they talked about him hobbling and being in a wheelchair made you think that something serious was going on.
Did you think similarly about the Draymond Green head slam in Game 4? Because I saw that, and I thought immediately about the protocol, and yet even though he was rubbing the back of his head for 5 or 10 minutes, he never seemed to be in a concussive sort of state.
Yeah, I think that really does show how much head trauma is different. So you can have a player who has a big impact, they get up and they're walking fine. It's really how their brain's impacted afterwards. So, if Anthony Davis was wobbly, was not able to walk, you obviously get more concerned. Draymond, yes, it seems like a much bigger hit than what Anthony Davis did, but his brain didn't seem to be impacted. He got up, he played, he wasn't having any symptoms. So that's the difficult part, that a lot of times it's not the blow, but it's how the brain basically gets kind of shook around or jarred. So it can be as much acceleration as it is the actual impact that causes the concussion.
Doc, who plays basketball tonight?
Klay Thompson plays basketball tonight.
Let's
Normal
go.
Klay Thompson. Normal Klay Thompson.
Right. Yes, thank you. Regular Klay. That's right. I want to go to the window, and I'd like to order just one regular Klay, please. I like a regular size Klay.
You don't want that spicy?
No, just regular Klay, just bland, fine. Let's go. That's it. Doc, I think that's perfect.
Awesome. Well, have a good one, guys.
All right. Thank you so much for doing it.
Game 6 Pandia is what that was. Legit.
It was. It was a flurry, and it was also sponsored by UCSF Health. So,
I love an emergency Pandia. And you said it perfectly off the top. We wish we didn't have to call you, but he knows the nature of the gig is costal fracture. He gets the call.
He had been booked, but by the time I got to the car last night.
I saw that.
Yeah.
I was still in Bay Bridge traffic.
Well, we were already texting. I'm like, remember, give me what's the Andrew situation?
Yeah.
And then I was like, all right, what time are you available tomorrow? Here we go, 3 o'clock, emergency Pandia. Okay, so look, this is going to be what we're tracking. JD is going to join us here right at the end of the show, because by then he will have listened to what Steve Kerr has to say, and maybe you get a glimpse of what's going on out on the court in warm-ups. I imagine Andrew goes out and tries to loosen things up. Then again, and this might have been an interesting question for Doc, like, he's talked about an injection. When you do that, when do you get it? When do you? How? Because you don't want it to wear off at halftime, or maybe you go get another one. I don't know.
Yeah, you run that thing back.
Right? But so when would the Warriors make a decision on how they're going to go about playing Andrew, right? Like, I think they're obviously going to try, but do they still start him? Are minutes lessened? I think those are all possible things. So throughout the show today, as things develop down at crypto.whatever, JD is going to be weighing in, and then he'll hop in a little early at the end of our show.
My gut tells me that it's a injection before he goes out to warm up, just to see how he's taking to the injection. He's going to be wearing some sort of a flak jacket to lessen the LeBron impact, because if you play Wiggins, you got to play Wiggins on LeBron, because AD is going to be guarded by Draymond Green. You don't want Klay on LeBron. So Wiggins, if you're going to play, you got to guard LeBron. So he wears a flak jacket. You get the injection pregame before warmups, and then you get another little re-up at halftime.
Actually, apparently Doc Pandia is not only making emergency appearances on the show, he is also still listening to the show.
Okay.
I have received a text message as to when the injection happens.
Confirming, I'm sure, my diagnoses.
Well, we could almost game show music it if you want. How many minutes before tip-off do you think he should get that injection?
Probably 60, Mark, would be my guess. Right. You go 60 before, that way he has a chance to test out the pain threshold, and then you run it back at halftime.
Grandy, please do what you do.
Wait, hold on.
There's 25 to 30 minutes before tip-off.
What does he know?
Who, Grandy or Doc Pandia?
I mean, if I say Doc Pandia, then I turn on my brother. And if I say Grandy, then 25 to 30.
25 to 30 minutes before tip-off.
That's fine.
Yeah, so, those
I'm more
pregame
conservative,
warm-ups.
I'm more of a 60-minute guy.
Yeah, you are.
Okay, I get it. I got it wrong.
It takes longer for things to sink in for you is what it is. Anyway.
I'm coming back there.
All sponsored by calhope.org. It is all your calls. Coming up next, what is on the line tonight? For me, they have arrived at the middle. If the Warriors win, even just tonight, I'm all in on the big three. finding a way to stay together well into the future. We'll get into that. What do you think? 888-957-9570 on Willard and Dibs.
Thanks.
Life is uncertain.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, let's go. I mean, heat check, right? It's a little different with us than it is a basketball player.
Heat check 3.
Where you at, man? Check your pulse. Where you at?
Oh,
Where
I'm feeling good.
Yeah,
I'm feeling confident.
You feel comfy today.
Yeah.
I don't feel stressed. But I also, gosh, I'm going to use something different than the word confident. It's not that I'm not confident in the Warriors' ability to put forth a good effort.
Right.
I have no doubt in that. I don't think there's any scenario where they get blown out of the gym tonight, like Memphis did in the same situation. I just know that the Warriors might play well and still lose, because that's how this stuff works. This is a boulder. This is a boulder coming downhill. You ever gone on that Indiana Jones ride at Disneyland?
Yeah.
You know, and the boulder's coming at you? That's this deal. This is a boulder coming at you, and you got to find a way to get out of the way. Literally, LeBron James. He is going to be, I expect LeBron to be fantastic tonight.
I am a little bit bummed. The only thing that makes me a little cautious is the fact that Scott Foster referees tonight, but in Miami.
But not this one.
Not here.
You knew he was going to get a game tonight.
Yeah, based on my my ref analytics.
He went to the wrong place because, by the way, you call him the extender. He's not extending that one.
No.
Bye-bye, Knicks.
Pretty much.
Night-night.
Miami's up 3-2, and Miami's at home, and Miami's better.
I got way more confidence in Miami to win their game tonight than I do the Lakers to win their game tonight.
No doubt.
Way more.
And I wonder if the spread would be indicative of that.
It is.
Miami spread is what, 5? Oh, 6.5. Yeah.
6.5, and the Lakers spread is 3.
It's up to 3.
3.
Well, I would love for that thing to climb even higher, 3.5 or 4, because
it's threatening to get another hook on it. Yeah, it's threatening. It's 3, but the odds are rolling in that favor.
Right. Then I'll wait and bet the Warriors on the money line, because I think about this series and put aside the fact that Steph Curry has not shot the ball well traditionally against the Lakers at Staples or at Crypto. I'll put that aside. The Warriors have been very much the equal to the Lakers in all these games.
Yeah.
And they're coming off the game where I think that they figured out how they can beat the Lakers. They played faster. They played freer. They moved the ball. They took good shots. They didn't necessarily shoot lights out. They shot better, but they played faster. And I think they can do that in LA, and that's the key for them to win.
I mean, look at sports. We get this. Sometimes it does just get simple, right? There's teams that are bigger, and then there are teams that are faster. And what wins? The answer is both. They both have an edge on the other one. It's kind of like when we made that analogy last week. If Shaq played Steph one-on-one, who would win? The answer is the other person would score on every single possession. Steph cannot stop Shaq. Shaq cannot stop Steph. So there's an advantage for both. And you have to highlight it. And I think early in the series, the Lakers, especially game 1, I really felt it.
Yep.
In game 1, the Lakers highlighted their size, and Anthony Davis could not be stopped. The Warriors have been making adjustments ever since, and they made one. It sort of actually started in game 4, where they're like, okay, what do you do when people are bigger? You make them move, because we're faster. The Warriors are faster. They've spent all year playing teams that were, quote, more athletic. Well, not this one. The Warriors are more athletic than the Lakers. So make them move. So I'm with you. They've got to play fast. They've got to play downhill. They've got to play decisively, confidently, and aggressively. And if they do that, the offensive options will be there. I much more worry about the Warriors tonight on the defensive end, where I think it's going to be hard for them to be aggressive and not get whistled. That's, to me, if you want to pick out a challenge for the night, my challenge for the night is, how do the Warriors play aggressive defense? Andrew Wiggins is compromised in the midsection, okay? And you got to play aggressive defense and not get whistled every time down the floor. That is what I think is going to be the hardest thing tonight.
And that's been the key to the whole Warriors run. Yeah. It's, can you not turn the ball over every time down the floor, and can you defend without fouling? And I look at the ref assignments tonight, and it's not Scott Foster, it's John Goebel, Courtney Kirkland, and Mark Lindsay. And if you look at their numbers, all 3 have been crew chiefs throughout the course of the season. So it's a very experienced crew, and all 3 are among the leaders in fewest fouls called per game.
Okay.
So you look at Courtney Kirkland, as a chief, he only calls 39 fouls a game. and his partners tonight are about in that same range. And, you look at GP, Germanius Petraitis, who refereed the last game.
Game 5, yeah.
He's the league leader in fewest fouls called per game, and Scott Foster is kind of among that same group. Now, this crew tonight, they don't call a lot of fouls traditionally, so that part of it, I think, does lean in the Warriors' favor.
Bodes well. Plus, I think in general, you get to Game 6 of a playoff series, all officials start to call a little bit less because they don't want to decide this thing.
Agreed.
Nobody wants a parade to the free throw line. The league doesn't. The refs don't. Nobody not named Darvin Ham wants this to be a parade to the free throw line. Back to the phones. Let's hear you. Come on. Okay? There's potentially 2 games this weekend. When we come back on Monday, we've either got Western Conference Finals or exit interviews. So it is very possible. I said this off the top. You have to at least go into this show feeling like if you've got something to say about this year's Warriors, there's a chance this is your last chance.
Right.
So 888-957-9570. Ryan in the East Bay on with Willard and Dibbs. Hey, Ryan, what are you doing?
Watching my 6-month-old drink a bottle. So I'm trying to
bottle of what?
Nap. I got some free time.
Oh,
nice.
Yeah, good question.
Yeah.
So very quickly, so good news with Dr. Pandia. No pun intended, but it might have been some pandemonium if we had some bad information from him. He hasn't used that one yet.
No, and Dibbs wanted to give you a 2. I like that better. That's a 3. We might need to use that at some point.
You're right.
Pandemonium.
And callers get an extra point, so it's a 2, but it's upgraded to a 3.
To a 3 upon
and maybe
review.
a 4 because he's dealing with a newborn, and I can feel you. I can feel your pain on that.
Yeah. So my point in calling was with Draymond. I think he's staying because I think after Game 4 was when they lost, they got blown out, and he got that rebound, and he was underneath the basket. And instead of going up, he throws it back out.
Yep.
I think that shows that he's like an AL pitcher who doesn't want to go to the NL and learn all new batters. So I think he's going to stay because he knows his core too well. And I think also Steph is turning into a 2-point guard, and he's dishing more, and he's getting others involved rather than having to score 50, which I think will lengthen everybody's careers and their time together.
Ryan, I'm gonna extend your point because I think you have something there. I don't know if one play is the thing that actually displays it better than what I'll say here. And Ryan, thank you so much. Draymond Green is more self-aware than you give him credit for. And I don't mean you, Ryan. I mean general Warrior fan. And yes, you.
And all
Dan
of us,
Dibley.
yes.
The point is when you have a personality like Draymond, it usually means we think of that kind of person as lacking self-awareness because they ride the line and they're really overly emotional. It was fascinating to hear Izzo on our station again. He was on this morning, and he talked about openly all of the bad that comes with Draymond along with the good, right? He is a pain in the rear. He'll be the first one in calm moments, though, to tell you that he's a pain in the rear. He knows this about himself. We've watched at times when Draymond, self-awareness is called for, and he's got it. He's got it. Sometimes it's not till after the fact, right? It's not always there in the heat of battle. But Draymond knows, for instance, that back in 2016, he screwed up. He knows that now. He knows when he watches the King series turn in the Warriors' direction when he's not even there. Maybe he should come in and ride pine for a little bit. He's someone that when things calm down, I think sees them pretty clearly. And my belief is whenever this is done and it calms down, he's gonna see and continue to believe that the best place for him, the best version of Draymond Green, is here with these teammates.
Well, that's a leap, in my opinion.
Okay.
And it's a leap that I'm not willing to make. And what you said about his on-court basketball self-awareness is absolutely spot on. And I think that he's even shown that in terms of his contract. The last contract he signed was a 4-year, $99.6 million extension back in 2019 when, maybe he could have held out or done some things to get more or go elsewhere, and he didn't. He wanted to be here. He stayed here, and he's won here, and that's all fine and good. But now you're dealing with a 33-year-old Draymond Green who's made $156 million over the course of his career, and he is getting $27.6 next year if he wants it, all he has to do is say, I'm in, and he gets that, or he can get one last big deal. And I don't think that if that one last big deal is not offered here, I think that he will take that one last big deal elsewhere. I don't think that he comes back here for 3-60.
What do you think that big deal is? What do you think right now? Open market goes open. What's the offer?
Probably 3-70 to 75. Which is not 3-60.
Yeah, but
so if you're offering,
all right, so the Warriors go to 65.
Let's say the Warriors offer 3-60.
Okay,
and he has an offer elsewhere for 3-75. I don't think that he takes another pay cut to stay here for a $15 million pay cut.
What if the Warriors cut the pay cut in half? All right, Draymond, 3-67.
Well, then it's a maybe.
Yeah,
I think it becomes a maybe, but
that's my prediction. I think something like that is the way this is going to go.
And I wonder, though, because Joe Lacob, and you have cited this hundreds of times, Mark, and you're right to do so, Joe Lacob is not doing $500 million.
No.
And if you look at their contracts for next year, right now, as we sit, you've got 51.9 for Steph on the books. Clay's at 43.2. So that right there is $95 million. You add in Andrews' 24. Now we're at 119.
And Poole.
GP2 brings you to 128. Looney gets you to 136. Jordan Poole gets you to 164, and we haven't even gotten to the Kuminga option, which is a team option. You would figure that they're going to exercise that. So now you're at 170. Moses Moody's is for $4 million. Now you're at 174. PBJ is $2 million. Now you're at 176. Rollins is for $2 million. You're at 178, and that's pre-tax, which means you're probably at about 350 pre-Draymond.
Yeah,
so,
absolutely. But,
my God.
But here's how you could actually keep Draymond and have it be a money saver, which is you have him opt out, and then you do a 3-year deal, and let's say the first year of that 3-year deal is 19. Now you've saved $8 million and subtract out the escalator that $8 million would have cost, and you're saving probably north of $30 million.
So you're asking Draymond Green to take an $8 million pay cut?
No, I'm not. I'm actually giving Draymond Green a big raise because right now he's only signed for 27, and I'm going to offer him 67. That's $40 million I'm giving you, Draymond.
So you're going to give him 19.
Well,
and then you're going to give him
year one.
And then you're going to give him 30. And
I think that this will also go along with a trade of some sort. I do think there is a trade this offseason that will trim salary. Now, you can only trim so much because the dollars need to match up. But, yeah, I could see.
You can trim $53 million by trading 2 players.
Mm-hmm.
And this is where you and I can go all the way back to what I said months ago, that I don't believe that Draymond and Jordan Poole are both on this team. So if you get to a backroom conversation and you say to Draymond, look, Draymond, we know you deep down you want to be here. And also deep down, you probably don't want to play with the guy who you knocked out in training camp. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to tear up your player option. We're going to give you 3-65, and we're trading Jordan Poole.
Well,
then Draymond says, okay.
Yeah, but you're making it sound like if you trade Jordan Poole, that money just comes off the books. You got to get something back.
You get something back.
Yeah,
and that's what makes Draymond want to stay.
Right, yeah. You're going to need to get something back for 2 reasons.
Jaylen Brown.
You're not going to get that straight up. But
right.
A, that means there's money coming back. And B, I would like to remind Warrior fans this. Okay? We're in an emotional moment, and everyone's mad at Jordan Poole. Take a moment to think about what they'd look like without him.
This year? With no replacement?
Correct.
They'd be a little worse.
They'd be a lot worse.
Well, in the regular season, not in the playoffs.
Well, but the regular season, if they're a lot worse, they're not even in the playoffs. If they're 4 games worse, they're out. They're out.
They're in the play-in.
Maybe. And what does that get you? It might not get you into the playoffs at all. So just keep that in mind, that guy plugs a lot of holes when Steph gets hurt, Draymond load manages, and Andrew takes nights where he's only going to go half speed, and Clay goes into a shooting slump. Jordan Poole is a guy that they can ask to go out and give them 25 or 30 points, and that matters. So if you take him off that team, you need to put someone else on who can do some things offensively, or else you're not a very good basketball team. So this is a hell of a pickle. This is a hell of a pickle that the Warriors are in, and it shifts right now, I believe, with every game. with every game. Every game that this gets extended beyond tonight, I think is good for the big three, and it's good for Lacob's willingness to extend a couple dollars. That's how I'd say it.
I'll agree with that. And I also do think that the Jordan Poole, Steph Clay, and Draymond confab will come to an end, because I don't think that, and let's say that it's extended by a night or even 2 games. Let's say you get into a Denver series and you lose to Denver in 4, 5, 6, or 7. I don't think you look at this core and think, yeah, we're good enough. Let's all run it back.
I want to make sure I'm clear on what you're saying right now. Do you believe that when this Warrior run is over, potentially tonight, this is it for the big three?
No. I think that that's it for the big three and Jordan Poole.
Okay.
Either Jordan stays and the big three is not all here, or you find a way to get rid of Jordan Poole and the big three stays.
Okay.
And that's what I believe. And, we had the Colin Cowherd speculation about a Jaylen Brown trade. And if it was Jordan Poole and Wiggins and Kuminga for Brogdon and Jaylen Brown, I think the Warriors do that in a heartbeat.
I do too, although what I don't know is the details of where the Jaylen Brown-Boston Celtics relationship is. And I can also say that them winning the fourth quarter in Philadelphia last night was not good for the idea of Jaylen leaving Boston. Because now Boston's got Game 7 at home. They're probably going to win it. They're probably, therefore, going to head to the conference finals, potentially win that, because they're going to be playing the Miami Heat. And guess what? If Boston wins a championship, Jaylen ain't going anywhere. Jaylen's not going anywhere.
Jaylen is in line for a massive deal. He's on the hook next year for $30.7.
Which is a problem also for the Warriors, yes.
Then he's getting the max. So
yes, he's a max player.
Well, Jason Tatum's got 3 more years after this one at $103 million left on his deal, and then he will get a max as well. So I don't know if Boston wants to pay for 2 max players, but to your point, if you've got a championship, all of a sudden you're more willing. Well, Malcolm Brogdon's making $22.5 next year, so Jaylen Brown's $30.7 plus Brogdon's $22.5. That actually would match up pretty well with the Wiggins-Poole conundrum.
Yeah, it's an interesting deal. I've read a lot about it as to where Jaylen is. I do think that he is a little bit offended that the Celtics have slow played this. But I also think we do this to players where when we see something like that, we're like, oh, the relationship is fractured. They want out. It's actually because we want trades. We want drama.
Right, we want action.
And so we're like, oh, they definitely can't make up. Remember, this is Deebo Samuel all over again. Jaylen Brown is Deebo Samuel. Oh, my gosh, he's offended. They can't figure it out. There's going to be a trade. He's going to be a Jet. Niners are going to get a top 5 pick. And John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan were like, yeah, we like Deebo. And so we're going to just try to figure this out.
We're going to keep him.
And then they figure it out. And everybody goes back to their lunch. And I still think that's the number one probability with regard to Jaylen Brown. I think they're probably going to figure that thing out.
Probably, yeah. And he already signed a 4-year, $107 million extension early. Yep. They signed him early, and they extended him, and now he's outperformed that, so now he wants the max. And so Boston can keep them both because they drafted them both. Yeah, so you can have 2 maxes. You got the bird rights, and so it's not that easy. And for all you Kevin Durant dreamers, KD's getting 47.6 next year, then 51, then 54. So if you want to trade Wiggins and Poole for KD, as if Phoenix would do that.
Yeah, Suns and Warriors are not getting together on a deal.
No, but everyone who's like, KD, it would take those 2 plus probably Kuminga just to get Kevin Durant.
Wow.
And I don't even know if that would be the solution for this team.
Yeah, how many places do Kevin Durant and Kyrie Irving have to go before we realize they are not the magic elixir to a championship in the NBA?
2 more, Mark.
Okay.
2 more each, yeah.
I remember those deals at the deadline. Oh, my gosh. No one's going to be able to deal with Dallas and Phoenix now. Well, it turns out
that voice
people were able to deal with Dallas and Phoenix. Quest for 5 brought to you by Alameda PD, now offering a $75,000 hiring incentive. Our team is your future. Go to alamedapolice.org to apply today. Hey, Randy in San Lorenzo. What are you doing, Randy? What are you doing?
What are you doing, Randy?
Hey, thanks for taking my call. I'm actually driving home. Hey, so getting to Draymond, I think that he's going to sign with the Lakers because he and LeBron and Anthony Davis are tight. And what are you guys thinking about the Phoenix Suns? I mean, Kevin Durant, he was in such an ideal situation with the Warriors. I mean, so what do you guys think about that, actually? Thanks for taking my call.
Yeah, I appreciate it.
Thanks,
I mean,
Randy.
we just touched on it a little bit there a second ago.
When I think of the Phoenix Suns,
Yeah.
that's what I think. That's what Phoenix does. Last year, best team in the association, 32-9 at home, 32-9 on the road, and you got by Dallas. And this year, we brought in Kevin Durant. I'm doing my Mark voice. Oh, look at us now. We got Kevin Durant.
Oh, my God.
Thank you. Oh, my God. We got Kevin Durant.
Their offense is going to be a problem.
You stink. You're not good enough, Phoenix.
They were, yeah. They got no continuity. They got no defense. They got a problem with DeAndre Ayton because I don't think he wants to be there. And quite frankly, any team that has Chris Paul that thinks they're going to win an NBA championship is banging its head against the wall.
As for Draymond to LA, just looking at their numbers next year.
Yeah, look at their numbers. I got it in front of me.
LeBron's at 53 next year. AD's at 40.6. And Mo Bamba is on a not fully guaranteed deal.
Mo Bamba,
Other than
number
that,
5.
Mark, they've got nobody signed for next year. That thing's a tabula rasa. It's a blank slate, Mark.
Is that the case? No D'Angelo Russell, whatnot? Yeah, you're right.
Now, D'Lo is a free agent.
They got space.
Hachimura is a free agent. Even Wenyen Gabriel.
They are all free agents. Yeah.
The team's wide open.
Cap hold for D. Russ, 38.7 mil, but not guaranteed. Yeah, it's LeBron. It's AD. Jared Vanderbilt, only 4.6. Yeah, there's a lot of openness there. So, and I get it. Clutch and openness.
Right.
And therefore, people are going to put 2 and 2 together. Draymond, entertainment industry. It's not impossible. I do think we've run to the bank with that a little quick. Like we've all just put the puzzle piece together without really any firm evidence that that's being discussed. But is that the kind of thing that the Lakers would need? I think is also a question.
Well, it depends because their whole roster is in flux. And I'm just going to say this quickly, and you can rebuke me if you want, because I know you don't love him. But Dennis Schroeder, one of the best contracts in the league, he's making 1.8 this year, Mark.
Good for him. Stay on your feet, dude.
You can admit that that's a sweet deal for the Lakers.
It's a sweet deal. It's a sweet
he's
deal.
a legit contributor for a team that might be going to the Western Finals, and he's making 1.8.
Does he have bonuses for falling down? He must.
Yeah, I got to Google it.
Yeah, contract extends to $40 million a year if he falls 8 times per game. Warriors Live is at 6 o'clock tonight, people, okay? The Warriors play the Lakers.
You hate him.
I don't like that word.
No.
I dislike him. Lakers brought to you by the Next Generation 10G Network, only from Xfinity. Future starts now. And we're presented by Fremont Bank. Full-service banking. No compromises. Look, it's a big day, so it's more of your calls. Coming up next on Willard and Dibs.
The playoffs are here, and sports fans are laser-focused. The Goodman Eye Center wants you to do the same.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
All right, let us bring you inside the room here for a second before we continue with your phone calls at 888-957-9570. The two television sets that are in our studio here, there's always a rotation sensation.
That's a buck.
I would imagine here in about 45 minutes, maybe we'll get the elimination sensation of the New York Knickerbockers on one of the TVs.
We will. And just to bring you even further inside, the TV on the left is controlled by God, I Hate Mark Grandy. And on the right is the one that I normally control with the remote control.
Oh, okay.
So it's kind of a his screen, my screen breakdown.
And I'm always the guy in the room. This is why I hire people when stuff goes bad at the house.
Right.
Because I'm like, I don't even know who the hell's controlling these or how. I have I've been here for, I've been here for over a year and a half. No clue. I'm one of those people. Could someone change the channel? We need a game. I'm that annoying guy. Anyway, so TV on the right's got Super Bowl replay on NFL Network. We're watching the Chiefs. We're watching them dismantle and come back on the Philadelphia Eagles right now. Okay, so we're watching the last minute and a half, and the famous James Bradbury holding call. Okay, and we're spitting out our opinion again. Here we are months later going, yep, I think it was still a hold. It was still maybe a little tacky.
And we were together for this in real time.
Yes,
I was at your watch party Willard.
You were inebriated, but anyway, it was fine.
I'm stone cold, dude. I might have been like
remember this
shouting down your 9-year-old.
Yeah. All right, so anyway, this applies to the Warriors because I'm watching. Now, we don't, obviously, because we're in a radio studio, we do not have the sound on. So we're watching the read across the set here of what's being said by the announcers. The color analyst for the game, as they replay the hold on James Bradbury, goes, now, Mike, this is just me, but I think in this moment, you let him play. Can we talk for a minute about, quote, let him play? Because this applies to the Warriors tonight. The Warriors have got to be good at this because we all want them to be physical. And then the next thought you'll hear is people going, well, just pray that the refs will let them play. Well, what does let them play mean? Because the person being fouled is like, no, don't let them play. What does the word play mean? We've decided we've substituted it for foul or cheat. Let them cheat. Let them foul. This is the most worrisome thing for the Warriors tonight, if you ask me. They've got to somehow defend aggressive LeBron, aggressive AD in the interior without fouling. And in my opinion, you got to do it in a way where you're not asking for let them play because it's game 6. Because if you're being fouled, you don't think that that's letting them play. You think, in fact, that's stopping them from playing.
Let them play means don't call fouls and penalties on my team. That's what it means. Right. That's what let them play means.
Exactly.
And we just watched the Bradbury hold again, and in real time, I didn't think that it was a flag. And then you look at the replay, as we have now done 30 or 40 times, including just moments ago, and he straight grabs him off the line of scrimmage, and then he kind of like escorts him to the dance floor. It was not really a full hook, but it was a right this way, ma'am. Let me show you to your table, kind of a double-armed caress. So he actually fouled him twice. But if I'm an Eagles fan, I'm saying what the announcer did, you got to let him play.
Yeah.
And if I'm watching the Warriors tonight and Draymond Green guarding Anthony Davis, he's going to foul him probably 20 to 25 times. And that's just the nature of the NBA, the association. Now, if they're going to let him play like they did in Game 5, they're only going to call 2 or 3 of those fouls on Draymond Green, and the same thing applies to Wiggins on LeBron. Unfortunately, on the other end of the floor,
there you go.
It doesn't really work that way because the Warriors don't play the same way in terms of physicality.
Right, except for one player, and that's my concern because if the referees let him play, guess what that means? It means Lakers taking shots to the midsection of Andrew Wiggins.
I thought you were talking about Steph and his trips to the hoop.
Well, there's that. But Steph has learned that this series is not great for his finishing around the rim. He's phenomenal at it. He's the most creative I've ever seen. But LeBron and AD's length is too much.
Yeah.
It's too much, and he's getting a lot of them blocked, and he knows it, so he's figuring out another way to do it. It usually means an extra pass because they collapse on Steph so much. Sweet little Gary Payton II's usually standing right there under the hoop, just like, why don't you just give it to me and I'll put it in? And Steph's doing it. That's why his assist numbers are going through the roof the last 2 games, right? So he's figured that out. My concern is I'm putting this on the Warriors. I don't want the refs to, quote-unquote, let them play. It means everybody's just going to start beating the hell out of each other. That's not good for Andrew Wiggins, and it bails the Warriors out. I want the Warriors to be able to defend without fouling. Now, of course, they're going to be physical, and they're going to foul, and some will be called, and some will not. But I caution Warrior fans from this idea of, well, I hope everybody's just allowed to start punching each other, because no, that's not basketball, and B, it's bad for Andrew Wiggins.
But C, that actually favors the Warriors. So, and forget Andrew Wiggins. He's either going to be in too much pain to be Andrew Wiggins, or it's going to be an injection situation sensation that's going to work in his favor, and he's going to be able to tough it out.
That's $5 because it didn't even rhyme.
I just did it because you're staring at me like you were waiting for me to do something.
What do you want me to do?
Number
Watch this.
5.
I can watch the Super Bowl, but I know how it ends, so I was just going to look at you.
It's actually already over. The confetti's falling.
Congrats to the Kansas City Chiefs for those of you who didn't watch.
Spoiler alert.
Yeah,
and the most anticlimactic end to a very good game. We're going to let the clock tick down. Here comes Harrison Butker from 24 yards. Yawn. Wake me when it's over. I think I left before the game even was over.
Yeah, well, again.
So mad.
Yeah, again.
Sick of you.
You didn't know what the hell was going on by that point.
Ride home for me.
Yeah, and
you're portraying me, by the way, as being half in the bag, which I wasn't.
You were only a quarter in the bag. But
the
anyway,
bag was out.
It also means you missed this great moment, which is Travis Kelce announcing that everybody doubted the Chiefs. And and they shocked the world. So that's coming up too on an NFL
if they
network.
Let them play tonight, that favors the Warriors. So I want them to let them play.
I get what you're saying, but I think there's there's a line there, both that's bad for Wiggins and is also just bad for sports. Like I just think it's funny when we say that, let them play. Again, the person being fouled is like, no, you're stopping me from playing. Let them play has a line. It has a line. I'd still like this to be a basketball game. I don't want people getting away, especially because the Lakers, a let them play game, hell, that could mean the Lakers are on the floor half the night and the refs are getting fooled again, which I do not want. I do not want. If you let the physicality go over the top, well, now the Lakers are really going to start flopping. They're flying to the ground when you're not touching them. Let alone when you are.
Game 5, 18 fouls called on the Warriors, 17 on the Lakers, 35 total fouls, which, if you look at ref stats, and I'm looking at called fouls per game, the lowest in the association was 35.5. And that was the aforementioned Gediminas Petritis. He called 35.5 per game as a Chief, fewest in the league. So the 35 called fouls was an extraordinarily low number. Mark, they let him play in Game 5, and the Warriors won.
They let him play.
If you let him play, Draymond stays out of foul trouble. The 2 ways you lose, the 2 fastest ways to a loss tonight, turnover city, Draymond in foul trouble.
Yeah, right. Well, again,
those are the 2 things.
Defending without fouling, yes.
If you do both of those things, if you turn it over a bunch and Draymond's in foul trouble, night-night.
I don't like this referee's last name. It sounds like a disease. What is it?
Petritis.
Yeah, I don't know. It's uncomfortable to listen to.
A foot fungus will usually knock that out.
It'd be like if Mikhail Petrus got sick, you get Petritis. Is that like it just, I don't know. It makes me, I don't like the way it sounds.
I had to think about that too much, so you get a 2. I like the effort.
I don't want.
Wanted to give you a 3.
We certainly don't want you thinking. I don't want
Mikhail Petritis?
Yeah. All right, let's move on. Josh is in Davis. Hi, Josh. What are you doing?
Hey, guys. I'm just finishing up work here. I've got a big U10 AYSO game. I've got a coach in a 5 o'clock start here tonight.
Oh, God. Wait a minute. You're going to be you're at a youth soccer game for the first quarter of tonight's game?
No, 5 o'clock start.
Okay.
I'm good.
Get it in.
Yeah.
Please, no overtime. Yeah. Okay, Josh?
No kidding. But,
yeah. All right.
Hey, guys, love the show. Thanks for taking the call.
Yeah, thanks.
So, guys, here's my thing is on the big 3 is going forward, Klay Thompson needs to take a lesser role, I feel like. I thought Kerr had an opportunity of 18 months ago to give him a little bit lesser role, give the role to Andrew Wiggins as far as your number 2. But Dib said it, 18 shots, and we're hoping it goes in. And I just feel like that's not championship basketball.
Well, Josh, look, it goes night to night. You know what I mean? Like 2 months ago, Klay Thompson is winning awards for essentially being the NBA Player of the Month. He was one of the best players in the whole league in February and March. And now he's in a bad stretch. And so we've decided that going back to the beginning of the year, we should have changed his role. And if we give it to Andrew Wiggins, does he want it? Haven't we also decided through the years of Andrew Wiggins that playing the role as the 3/4 on a team is actually what fits him best? What we saw in the playoffs last year with Wiggins is exactly what, yes, he became the second best player, but it was organic. It wasn't given to him. It wasn't like the Warriors were like, we need to feature Andrew Wiggins. He's got plenty of touches to get aggressive and do whatever he wants to do, and Klay still to do his thing. I just think it's way too circumstantial to say now, in this moment, we're supposed to pull Klay down and he needs to have a lesser role. I'm a big fan of dance with the date you brought.
Right.
If it needs to become that, that's for a future year. This team is who they are, and you got to dance with the date you brought.
4 titles in 8 years, 6 finals appearances in 8 years. Klay Thompson is a Hall of Famer. He's one of the greatest shooters of all time. And from having seen Klay Thompson over his entire career that he's just a couple, 2 or 3 shots away from snapping out of whatever funk he's in. And the way that Klay gets out of his funk is by shooting the basketball. So Klay is going to shoot 12 to 15, maybe 18 times if he's feeling it. The key to me, other than Draymond Green playing the way he did in Game 5, which is aggressive, going to the basket and trying to look to score, it's Andrew Wiggins. And if he's able to play through the pain of the costal Carolina, as I call it, the costal cartilage issue, if he can play relatively pain-free and play aggressively and play like he did in Game 5, the Warriors are going to win this game, Mark.
Quest for 5 brought to you by Merrill West Credit Union, working for you today, tomorrow, together, and you are listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1, San Francisco, always live on Twitch, YouTube, and the free Odyssey app. How about Ian in Oakland? Ian, what are you doing? Thanks for calling. Ian? And gone. Let's go to Charles in South City. Hi, Charles. What are you doing?
Willie and Debbie. How you guys doing today?
Man,
Charles.
So good.
Yep. So what I see tonight, what we got on the line is we have a chance to force a game 7. That's if we can win tonight. What it's going to take to get a win tonight? Well, just let them play. Like you guys said, let them play. Just do what you guys did in Game 5 back at home. Obviously, Wiggins isn't really going to be 100% with what's the rib injury he has again?
Yeah, Coastal Carolina or something. Yeah. Costly rib Carolina. I have no idea. Something. His rib hurts.
It's a costal cartilage fracture, which is the cartilage that connects the rib cage to the sternum. You're welcome.
Well, obviously, like I said, Wiggs isn't going to be 100%. But other than that, everyone just got to give their all. Obviously, this isn't the same team like we've seen throughout the past few years, but I definitely still believe in this team that we can get through Lakers tonight. If we can get through them at Staples Center, Crypto.com Arena, whatever it's called, we can get through them at home. So we just got to go out there and play hard-knock basketball, play smart. That's all it's going to take.
Yeah, Charles, I think it sounds to me like you're talking about effort, and I'm not worried about any of that at all. I think the Warriors are going to play their rear ends off. What's going to be different tonight is the Lakers. The Lakers are going to play better tonight than they did a couple of nights ago. The Lakers will probably play better than they did in Game 4. The one thing that I keep going to is, and it's what makes this show tonight so great, is when series get to moments like this, I think we get trained as viewers and fans. We get trained to know that the weight of greatness starts to really be heavy, and the power of championship pedigree, this is when it starts to show. Go back to the second half a couple of Sundays ago in Sacramento, if you'd like an example of what I'm talking about. The weight of championship pedigree was too heavy for the Sacramento Kings. The problem for the Warriors in this game is that the Lakers have it too. And so when we call it a heavyweight bout, it truly is. The weight of Steph Curry versus the weight of LeBron James, and which is heavier? And I honestly, in this game, I don't know. I don't know the answer to that.
I don't know if you're old enough to remember Ali Frazier, but I'm sure you've gone back and seen some of the footage.
Way too young for that.
Nice try. At 48, you were alive for the Thrilla in Manila. You might have been in diapers. Whatever. Act like you cared about sports as a zygote.
Google Gaga, could you put the boxing match on?
Totally.
I mean, come on.
It was the Thrilla in Manila. It was more than a boxing match. It was a battle of a couple of icons in the sport of kings. But those fights are kind of what you're talking about, because Ali won a lot of his bouts because of his championship pedigree, and Joe Frazier didn't give a crap about said pedigree. And now you sit in a situation where the Warriors are down 3-2, and I think you're right, Mark, about Game 7 in Sacramento. It was only the pedigree of Steph Curry. He was the best player on the floor by a long shot, and Sacramento wasn't ready. Their young team that you called adorable, the city, the fans, the team, the beam, you called it all adorable. They were not ready to win in that moment. Tonight is different. LeBron has been there, and he's done that. Anthony Davis is a champion, albeit a bubble champ. They're playing at home. This team hasn't lost at home in the postseason. So that whole Ali Frazier sentimentality that I'm trying to offer up as a comp that you don't know a damn thing about.
Well, I just looked up the date, and I love that you just flippantly are like, you are well old enough to be alive for Ali Frazier.
It was 75, right?
I was 9 months old.
So he was 73.
No, it was 75. I was born in 75.
Oh, my God.
I'm getting younger by the minute, bro.
I guess. I said 75, Grandy. You don't get to buzz me when I'm right.
This guy,
I control the button.
This guy wanted me clicking pay-per-view when I was 9 months old with no remote control.
First of all, there was no such thing as pay-per-view.
I know,
was Howard Cosell on ABC. Down goes Frazier. Down goes Frazier.
No, down goes Mommy's milk. I was 9 months old. You have one of these in your house right now.
And you don't think that we watch boxing all the time, dude? I try to sneak in some UFC every now and again.
I bet mom loves that.
Mama Bear, turn that blank off.
Exactly.
It's I tell her, it's like physical chess. She's not buying it. We're not doing UFC.
Sweet science. It's a sweet science. No.
Do you realize the strategy that it takes for this woman to choke her out?
I'm trying to do less sweets in the house, okay? Sweets. Hey, Bud in Oakland. Hey, Bud, what are you doing?
Hey, listen, man, I'm right here trying to soothe my calf. I got some calf tightness. I went and played a game or two on my lunch break, man.
Emergency Pandia. We'll have him on again tomorrow. Find out about your calf.
If it's lower calf, you got to worry about the Achilles. Hopefully it's upper calf, and then it's more of a hamstring issue. Go ahead, Bud.
Yeah, I was over at Mosswood Park, got a few games in, man.
Nice.
Hey, listen, so, Willard, you spot on with the guys keeping the tempo, pushing the pace. That's what we want to do. That's all we can do is push the pace, control our game, make smart passes, but the defending without the fouling. Don't get caught into swiping at the pass. LeBron and AD are going to garner the whistles. It's the others who you can disrupt and knock off that game. It's the others that we want to go ahead and get physical with. Not saying we don't want to get physical with LeBron and AD, but those two are the stars that are going to garner more of the foul call. So if there's anybody that you can get away with extra roughness on, it's going to be the other guys. And those are the guys that you want to shut down. If AD gets 25 and LeBron gets 30, that's only 55 points. You can't win a game off 55 points, So,
but I'm with you. I think the focus is on three other Lakers. If you want to remove LeBron and AD, and as you said, go ahead and give them their 50 points, maybe 55. Don't give them 70. That's one issue. But three other Lakers to me are the ones that the Warriors need to watch out for?
I try to guess the three, but I'm a little bit buzz averse right now. The buzzer's getting to me again. I didn't even guess yet, Grandy.
No, go ahead and guess, and then we'll just say you're wrong even if you're right.
D'Angelo Russell.
Yeah.
No,
actually, that's right.
Thank you.
Here, D'Angelo Russell
would be.
It's not get physical. It's get not physical.
Exactly. Stop
Get
fouling
your
him.
hands out of the way of that stupid swinging bridge thing that he does. If the Warriors get called for that, I'm hucking pasta at the TV tonight. Okay? Lovely Christy's making lasagna.
Oh, and her lasagna is phenomenal.
It's restaurant quality.
Yes, it is.
It's DiVincenzo. Anyway, so that's one.
Yeah.
Two.
Two
is the German. Listen, refs, don't fall for it.
I got the girl's number with 3 McNuggets. That guy was so good on Wednesday.
You can get a little physical. Okay, you can get a little physical, but not a lot, because he's going to go flying into the stands, and the refs need to not get fooled. Now, the one you can get physical with is Austin Reeves.
And he's the third of your
that's
three.
the third guy.
See, I would have had it right, Brandy.
Because that guy,
Man.
you can athletically overwhelm him if you're the Warriors. When that guy drives, he got nothing. He's got nothing. Have you seen Reeves take it to the hole and have it work the entire series? No. He'll pull up from the mid-range. Good. He'll pull up from 3. Good. He's really good after a made bucket by the Warriors. I heard Styles talking about that this morning, and he's right. But what doesn't work is when Reeves drives to the bucket. He's not finishing over Wiggins or Looney or Draymond. So body up Reeves. Get physical with that guy. He's a flopper too. So watch out, refs. But I think that message has effectively been sent. I think those are the 3 guys. And if you keep them from going off, I think you got a great chance.
Yeah, I like that strategy. Other than having AD go for 35 and LeBron go for 30, I think those are fair points. Schroeder had 14, Russell had 15, Reeves had 15 in Game 5, a combined 44, but the big two only had 48. So that was 92 of their buck 6. To your point about, LeBron and AD, even if they have big games, if you do contain those 3, and I don't really think that they did in Game 5, 6 of 10, 5 of 12, 6 of 11, those 3 got theirs.
No, they were the reason.
But Anthony Davis and LeBron didn't really go off.
They were the reason it wasn't a blowout. I thought the big buckets came from Schroeder and Reeves
right
in that game. So those are the guys. And yes, there are other players. Look, you've had a Hachimura game in these playoffs.
You have, yeah.
You've had a
Lonnie Walker.
You've had a Walker game in this series. So it's not that you don't have to watch out for anybody else, but I think if you keep those guys from having a great game, I think that's an opening for the Warriors tonight.
Yeah, I look forward to seeing if the starting lineup is the same, too, if he runs it right back with GP2.
We're sponsored by Chilton Auto Body. I would expect him to do that, by the way. But Steve Kerr will be talking in 1 hour and 20 minutes. JD on the scene will be there. As soon as that happens, he comes and then talks to us. We continue with your phone calls at 888-957-9570. And also, joining us coming up next, for our money, maybe one of the best NBA analysts in the game. I can't wait to hear what he has to say about the mindset, about the X's and O's, about the matchup, about the situation. Tim Legler of ESPN joins us next on Willard and Dibs.
Have you been in a car accident?
You don't have to get ready when you stay ready, and I've been ready for some time now, Mark.
Well, I don't mean for Game 6.
Oh, okay.
I mean for our money, one of the best NBA analysts in the game, and he is about to speak on it right here on 95.7 The Game. The Quest for 5 is brought to you by the Alameda PD, now offering a $75,000 hiring incentive. Our team is your future. Go to alamedapolice.org to apply it today. That is none other than Tim Legler, ESPN, with us, thankfully, right here on Willard and Dibbs. So, Tim, A, thank you so much for coming on, and B, please tell us that this Game 6 on the road situation, because it's the Warriors, because they're defending champs, because they have future Hall of Famers, is different than other Game 6 road elimination games.
Oh, without question. First of all, thanks for having me on. I appreciate the time. There's no question it's different. It's why when they went down 3-1, I said at the time on the air, this is maybe the only situation that I can recall a team being down 3-1 in the 22 years I've been at ESPN and having to pick these series and analyze these series. Maybe the only time I felt confident, actually, that they could come back from that because of who they are, because of the X factor with their ceiling and how good they can be on certain nights and the shot making. They've been in every situation imaginable together, and there's nothing they're going to see that's going to get them rattled. I can't say that about a lot of teams, and we're seeing it now play out in some of these series. Saw it play out last night in Phoenix. We saw it play out in Philadelphia last night, where the Sixers, basically set up their season to advance by getting that game at home, and you had guys play tight because they hadn't been in that situation, and the pressure got to them last night. So the Warriors, the reason I have faith in them in these situations, there's nothing that's going to happen in the course of the game that's going to phase them, and that's a major advantage when you get into these situations.
You also have a Laker team that probably equally won't be phased. LeBron James, more playoff minutes, more playoff games than anyone in the history of the association, and Anthony Davis, a veteran who's a champion. Does it come down to role players playing better at home as the Lakers' best chance to avoid those jitters?
Yeah, I mean, that's a big part of it. Certainly, I mean, a lot of times guys do play better at home, but I can tell you this, it's not the same playing in a game that you feel like you cannot lose it, right? Because that starts to creep into your mind if things are starting to be more difficult than you thought, or you're in for a real fight, or it's a close game, or if it goes off the rails and you're down 10. That weight of that game is different because they know this is their last home game in the series. This is it. And that's exactly what Philadelphia experienced last night. It's a very similar situation. You got a Boston Celtics team that went to the finals last year, went in, and they played with more poise. They played with more confidence. The pressure of the home team is different than it is the road team. It's the same thing here. The Lakers are a team now that knows that this is it. They've got to get it done. I'm not saying they couldn't win a Game 7, but they know the odds of that happening aren't great. So the pressure, if the Warriors can be within striking distance, like you're in a one-possession game with 5-6 minutes to go, there's an awful lot of pressure on all of those guys, LeBron, AD, and especially the role players, to make plays to close the deal. And that is just a different weight that you carry in a moment like this when you're at home.
Tim Legler, ESPN, with us on Willard and Dibbs. Tim, I love your comparison to last night with Philadelphia. For me, here's maybe the difference. One thing I keep going back to, because I certainly think the Warriors will have their opportunities tonight, but that Philadelphia team does not have a LeBron James. What is the factor in your mind that he plays tonight, since he's done it all, seen it all, and experienced it all?
Yeah, I mean, I think this is one of those games because he understands, there's so many implications here for him and how important this moment is to beat a team like Golden State with Steph Curry on it, potentially, meaning that their path is continuing now to potentially end up in the NBA Finals again, maybe end up in another championship. And if for a guy, that's just constantly trying to add to the resume and try to, if he could possibly get more entrenched in the debate with Michael Jordan as the greatest of all time, because I think that's important to him. He understands the significance of this moment, and that means he's going to have this game in his hands.
And I think you're going to see him control pace. I think you're going to see him maybe be in the post a little bit more, play a more physical game to slow it down, and not take as much trust in some of the guys that he has trusted to such an extent to this part in the postseason. Mainly guys like D'Angelo Russell, Austin Reeves, the guys like that LeBron has really deferred to at times and let them go initiate the offense. Very rare for LeBron to be comfortable doing that in the playoffs. If he wasn't playing with a guy like Dwayne Wade, it was difficult for him to give up that kind of control. He's done a lot of that with this team, and it's one of the reasons they've broken through. I think in a game like this, it's going to be really more about LeBron James. Again, you're going to be able to notice that right away. The style that he plays, it's going to look a little bit different tonight, I believe, than what you've seen to this point in the series.
Is the style and maybe even the pace the key for the Warriors then accordingly? Because LeBron does want to control things and slow it down and win the game 100-99. That style, do the Warriors need to get up and down again, kind of like they did in Game 5?
Yeah, it's got to be fast, and I think the key to it all is Draymond Green. And I said it during the game, after the game. I don't understand why he doesn't play like that all the time, because that to me was obviously a premeditated thing where he thought about that, like going into the game, like that afternoon, at the game, before the game. Getting his pregame meal. He's thinking about how he had to play. They're a completely different team when he plays like that. And I'm not talking about having an impact. He has an impact every night. That's not what I mean. I'm talking about making the Lakers pay for opportunities that he gets that are obvious scoring opportunities that sometimes he's completely neglectful in looking at. And it makes them easier to guard, and it puts too much pressure on Curry, Thompson, and Poole. And it's also exhausting if he's not taking advantage of those opportunities, because then they have to go chase the ball down again and continue to run and move when he had space to go make a play. I just thought his mindset was so good. That's the Hall of Fame Draymond Green that you saw the other night. He doesn't have to put up 25, 30 points. He might not even have to get 20, but he has to be somebody that's a threat to take advantage of what's there for him and shoot the ball when he's got an opportunity, because he can contribute in such a way that takes pressure off of those guys. And he's the guy that is mainly responsible for pace. So, yes, a lot of this I think we're going to put on Draymond tonight, challenge him to be the same guy he was the other night from a mentality standpoint. Hey, maybe it doesn't go in tonight and he shoots 3 for 12. Okay, live with it. You're still taking opportunities that force the Lakers to react to you. That is good for everybody else on the court.
Tim, you're asking the same question that many of us ask throughout the year when we look at players and go, why don't you do that every night? And actually, the number one guy we say that about is Andrew Wiggins. Why? So in your mind, why is it difficult for guys to find consistent aggressiveness? And the second part of that is specific to tonight. How do you think the injury affects Andrew Wiggins' aggressiveness?
Yeah, look, I wish I had a secret for why some guys are like that some nights and other nights they're not. I wish I knew. I wish I could really, bottle that up and everybody could take a sip, because you'd love to see everybody in that same mindset every night. So your guess is as good as mine. And I think for Draymond, I think, he gets a little bit defensive about that topic, because he to him, he's doing, everything every night that it takes to help win, and he's been part of these championship teams. That's all true. But there's more there some nights. And the main thing for me is they're just a better team when he plays that way. So, and I think for Wiggins, just depending on what he's dealing with. I mean, I've dealt with something like that. I know how painful that is. Everybody's different in terms of what you're going to be able to tolerate and what he's going to be able to do. And I think it's something, if he's out there, he's going to have to test that out in the beginning of the game. You're going to know pretty early, I think, with Andrew Wiggins, how he feels and what his ceiling is going to be tonight.
If he's unable to go and really be effective, what do you do about the LeBron problem? Because Draymond's done pretty well on Anthony Davis, but it's been Wiggins on LeBron James. Do you have an elixir for the Warriors if Wiggins is unable to go on LeBron?
Yeah, no, I mean, that's the biggest probably component you're going to miss with Wiggins. It's going to be different, I think, in how you're going to have to play him. And I think you're going to have to probably load up a little bit more, and that's going to create some open opportunities for some of those other guys. And like I said before, the pressure is going to be different. So if you're Steve Kerr, the last thing you want to see is LeBron James have his way, because you kind of know how that's going to go. If he's got smaller guys on him, if he's got driving lanes, if he's not getting enough attention because you might not have the defensive personnel to deal with him like you normally would, then you can't at the end of the game, you lose. You can't go home and be thinking like, LeBron's the guy that just gutted us all night. make other guys make shots. Make all those role players that I described make shots. So without a Wiggins, who could do a much better job if he does get single coverage against LeBron, you might have to see a little bit more guys stunting or flat out blitzing and then get the ball out of his hands and then see if other guys are good enough to beat you. And if they are, then there's just not much you can do about that, because then they're just a better team in this series.
Tim Legler, ESPN with us, Willard and Dibbs. Hey, Tim, can you give us a sense as fans, when we hear, especially in a playoff series, and when it gets late, it's like, well, the home team gets the whistle. In your mind, what does that mean? And what's your experience with it? How does it affect the game?
Yeah, look, I'm a person I've never really bought into all of that. I really try to keep my thoughts out of it, even as a player. Like, you'd hear that kind of topic going around all the time. You're worried about who was reffing and where the game was being played and all of those things. And I just think ultimately it typically comes down to the team. The more aggressive team, I think, gets the benefit of that whistle. And I think officials get caught up in that early in the game. If they see a team being very aggressive defensively, pressuring up on the ball and attacking downhill, and like that's their style of play early in the game, I think referees get caught up in that as well. And they tend to then give you a little bit more leeway because you're setting the tone for how you're going to play. And I think that's very important in this game. This is not a night for passivity defensively. Like you need to be locked in, and you need to make sure that you're the team that's setting the tone, that you're more aggressive, and you're there for a purpose tonight, which is to get this back to a Game 7.
Speaking of officials falling prey to certain things, how big of a deal and how big of an issue is flopping in our league, Tim?
It's a massive problem, and they tried to address it a number of years ago. They actually instituted a rule where guys were going to start getting fined and suspended for flopping, and that just kind of disappeared because I thought that was one of the best things they came up with, because it's out of control, and it makes it so much harder to officiate, because you think about these three guys are out there, and they've got certain things they're looking at all over the court, but then they can't see everything, and out of their peripheral view, they see a guy reacting like he just got hit with a sledgehammer. And then they turn and look, and the guys fall. And so sometimes you don't get a clear look at it. And when you're an official and you're constantly trying to be fooled, which I think so much of defense in the NBA anymore is every trip trying to trick an official. And as a result, there's a lot of missed calls. And a lot of this stuff needs to be cleaned up. It needs to be addressed, because I don't think there's barely a possession that goes by in an NBA game where somebody is not on their backside because they're trying to trick an official, bait an official into getting a call.
All right, Tim, what kind of chance you give them tonight?
I give them a great chance. I picked them to win the series. I'm certainly not going to run from it now. I think that they're capable of having a special night, and I think the key is, like I said at the very beginning, be there. Coming out of that 7-minute timeout in the fourth quarter, be within a possession. And if you are, I think you're going to see some guys not play well under pressure for the Lakers at home, because it's just a different feeling, and I think the Warriors poise and what they've been through collectively will serve them well tonight. I really think they've got a great chance to win this game. They just can't get hit with an onslaught or a gut punch early in the game and try to play from a 15 to 20-point deficit.
Now, is that some bias as a former Warrior, having played under the saintly one, Gary St. Jean, during the dark days here in Golden State? Tim, is there some Warrior love bias emerging here from you?
No, not really. I think for me, if I am biased in any way, it's as an analyst, and I have to continue to do this for another month until the season ends. It's more fun for me to watch that style of basketball. Like, I love watching the Golden State Warriors play when they're at their best. But look, as I tell so many fans around the country that always think you have a bias in everything you say and do, right? They just insist. I try to not have any of that going on, because I can tell you this: win or lose tonight, I will sleep like a baby. And I don't know if the fans of the particular teams will. I can tell you that.
I sure won't, Tim. And I appreciate the 23 games.
You have a baby, though.
Well, that's true.
I'll sleep good.
Yeah, I'll be tossing and turning.
Oh, man. Tim, hey, Tim, you're the best, man. Thank you.
Appreciate you having me, guys. Take care.
Thanks,
Tim Legler, ESPN. Do you know
former Warrior Tim Legler?
Well,
I had to Google it.
We should introduce him. How many games he played?
He played 23, and that was in 99-00 when the Warriors. I think they were 19-63. PJ Carlissimo lost his job And hello, fellas, the saintly one took over and didn't fare a lot better.
Well,
it was a rough go back then. Larry Hughes.
It was always a rough go. It's the Warriors. Until 12 years ago, it was always a rough go. That's the deal.
These were the roughest of the rough.
Yeah.
They went wins in order 19-21, 19-17, 21.
I mean, dude, we're naming sandwiches at McDonald's after people because they could make the first round.
Dude.
Like nothing against Tim, Mitch, and Chris, but that was the highlight for those of us of a certain age. That was as good as it got.
Were you alive for that?
Of course.
Run TMC?
Stop it. Yes. I think I ordered one of those burgers.
Thank you.
I think I had a 50 burgers of those burgers.
Yeah.
Yeah, but no, that
Tim Lagler, he's part of the family.
That and We Believe. Look, I mean, here's Baron Davis. We're doing a documentary of a team that got knocked out in 5 games in the second round.
Right.
That's our squad until Steph showed up.
Yesterday was the 16-year dunkiversary of over Kirilenko.
AK-47, take that. Oh, so good.
So many
much
great
fun.
calls of that.
Well, and speaking of so much fun, gosh, Tim just put it in a way that almost makes me, I'm not going to use the word emotional, but holy smokes. The way he just put that out. Think about this now, right? So, first of all, he said if they're within one possession, the 7-minute mark at the timeout in the fourth quarter, you're in good shape. And I'm thinking, yeah, you're in good shape, but I'm going to puke. Like, just imagine it for a second, all right? You're sitting there. You're sitting there wherever you're sitting tonight, all right? You're going to go to the bar. You're going to be on the couch, wherever you're going to be. What up, Golden Gate Tap Room? Wherever you're going to be. And you're down 2 with 7 minutes to go. Whew. That's a lot. And the reason is, and I truly think this. Go back to earlier this week when Steiny was talking about, remember the loss in Game 4 brought about all the anger? And he was like, I understand disappointment. I don't understand anger. You're in the midst of a dynasty. You've won and won and won and won some more. How could a Warrior fan be angry? If the Warriors lose tonight, I don't think I'll be angry. It's that what Legler said. I want to watch more. I'm still not done.
Right.
I'm addicted to this team. I never won't be. I don't want this to go away. And that's what's going to be so hard if you're watching the fourth quarter and this thing's close. It's not that anybody needs to solidify a legacy. It's not that, oh my gosh, we need another championship or else this run wasn't what we... It's none of that. That's all already been signed, sealed, and delivered.
It's all cemented, yeah.
But man, I don't want this weekend to be the last weekend.
Absolutely, it's well stated,
This game calls for a Hunter Pence speech. Do you remember the Hunter Pence speech? I don't want to go home. I don't want to stop seeing what Terrio's going to wear tomorrow. I don't want to stop watching this basketball team.
Maybe we can replay the Guru speech, which is the closest thing that we have to a Hunter Pence speech. He's kind of our reverend in terms of emotion and positivity. The Morning Roast, they do such a great job. Radio Bonte is phenomenal. I got to meet TV Bonte the other night when we were out at the
we saw him
out at Chase Center.
He walks big, brother.
Dude, he's no joke. Radio Bonte is one of us. TV Bonte is a star.
Do you notice the difference in the way that Bonte says hi to listeners when they come by and the way we say hi to listeners? And I'm not saying that to mean that Bonte's mean to people.
No.
He's not. First of all, he's a hell of a lot more used to it. And second of all, it's just different. It's like, because of the way, it's like, oh, look, it's Willard and Dibs. Yeah, we listen to your show. We love it. Bonte, it's
and we're like, hey, can you stay a while?
Bonte, it's like one level below when a player walks in. People are like, hey, that's Bonte.
Well, he looks like
That's
something, and then you realize that he is something.
6'4",
at least.
You know, he's losing weight.
Light blue suit.
Just walking around big. WarriorShop.com. Come on, man.
Shiny white pearls.
We see you, Bonte.
Teeth are looking good. New sneaks.
We see you.
But Guru is our Hunter Pence, so maybe we can, I don't know if it calls for it.
I'm not done. I'm not done watching this team.
Hour and a half.
I'm not done watching this team.
That's a fair sentiment, and I wish that I could get to that spot, and maybe by the end of the game tonight, if it goes south, I can get there, but I'm more prone, and let me know if this strikes you as a surprise, I'm more prone to anger. I won't be angry at any individual because I know what this is.
Sure you will.
I was around.
You hate Jordan Poole.
I was around for the 1999-2000 Warriors that Tim Legler was a part of and how bad they were all those years. Dave Cowens and all the rest of it. I've been a Warrior fan since before you were born, Mark, and turns out you were born a long time after
2
me.
days ago, yeah.
Pretty much. Yeah. So I know where we've been, and I know that this has been more special than any fan could ever possibly want or deserve. However, the Lakers and LeBron.
Yeah,
and that's why
I got you.
I'm having a hard time getting over what will be a certain level of anger. Now, eventually, much like the 5 stages of grief, shout out Kubler-Ross, I will get to acceptance and bargaining and all the rest of it, but I'm going to be in denial for a long time.
This is going to sound like a weird take to you, and maybe this is a better way of saying what I said a week ago when I was talking about how this Laker team has nothing homegrown about it, which is fine. Like, whatever. You build your team the way you build your team.
Austin Reeves.
And they got all these guys at the deadline, and 3 of their top 6 players just showed up 2 months ago, and there's LeBron and AD who cut their teeth on other franchises.
Only 2 of their 15 are from the Lakers.
I think that's actually sort of unfortunate for the fan base. I don't care. I think that teams are more fun to root for when they're at least partially homegrown. I'm not saying you can't acquire players. The Warriors got KD and Iguodala, but
Wiggins,
Steph, Clay, Dre. Yeah. It wouldn't be the same if it didn't have that dynamic. In a weird way, that is making me dislike this Laker team less than I've disliked previous Laker teams. Schroeder, bleep you. You get out of here.
That's different, though.
It's not hitting me in that Laker-Warrior rivalry way because, quite frankly, it doesn't even feel like the Lakers. It feels like people wearing Laker jerseys.
I like that point. That's a good point.
It just doesn't feel.
I can't get past the jersey.
I get it, and that's fair, and it's the same fans, and I know that's what it's really all about.
Yeah.
It's not like any of us need to face LeBron tomorrow morning. No, you need to hear from your buddies in L.A. who are going to text you, crying Jordan gifs. I get it.
How many years were you down there? Like,
oh, gosh.
6 or 7?
No, a lot more.
Really?
Yeah.
10 or 11?
Moved to, let's see, San Diego was like 01, and I was only there for a year. It was like 02, 03 to 19.
Oh, dang.
Yeah.
Oh, my fault.
Yeah.
I mean, that's a stretch.
Yeah.
I was there for...
What'd you have, 2 decades?
What'd you have, 5 junior years? I was there for 5.5, and so I have a large number of LA associates.
Oh,
you probably have 100-fold, but if this game does not go the way that we want tonight, the phone's going off, and I may not turn my phone on for days.
I got a host with Ephraim on Sunday night.
Good luck
with that. One of the biggest Laker fans in the world.
That's a sick day, bro.
Call in sick.
That's a sick day.
Except for I coughed through last week's show. I think I got to go to this one.
That's a sick day, bro. I mean, especially if they lose on Sunday. If they win tonight and lose on Sunday, that's an absolute sick day.
That's more nauseating.
That's losing, absolutely.
That sounds worse.
Absolutely.
We're presented by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. All right, here's the deal, everybody. Okay? Steve Kerr's going to talk in about 40 minutes. As soon as that happens, JD's going to come on the show with us at the very end. We go boots on the ground. We go live to L.A. Okay? Until then, it's nothing but you. We are going to go 45 straight minutes of taking your phone calls, knowing that we are, and we look at this as a blessing. We are sitting here now. This is potentially your final hour to talk about this year's Golden State Warriors. So if there's anything you want to say about this team, now is the time to do it at 888-957-9570. And the premise, the starting point, is what's on the line tonight. Because for me, we've reached the middle. If the Warriors win tonight, I think they're winning on Sunday. And to me, that should solidify that the big three stay together going forward. But what do you think? Let's get into it. 888-957-9570. This is Willard and Dibs.
Growing a business brings pressure. Staying compliant and retaining top talent in challenging times. You feel stretched thin. Fortunately,
$25,000 hiring incentive. Our team is your future. Go to alamedapolice.org to apply today. All right. Sideline out of bounds. Let's put the ball back in play.
I think maybe line 5. I don't know. See if we can't.
You want to go to line 5?
It's a long shot, but I mean, coming off of that last call, we can't get much worse.
Okay. Well, yeah, because actually, they want us to go to line 2. Let's hold that for a second. Let's go to J-Man in the city. Hey, J-Man, what are you doing?
What's up, my guys? Hey, I'm heading over to the bar, man. I'm getting ready. I got this Choices remix from 2016 on, the Warriors remix. E40 put down, get me in the mood. And, man, I'm going to tell you right now, I think Klay Thompson's due for one of them crazy quarters. We haven't seen one in a while. He put 22 up in Game 6. Well, I'm ready for that. And there's, strength in numbers. And there's a guy that I saw at the end of the game yesterday or a couple days ago, Jonathan Kuminga, man, 6'8", 7-foot wingspan. They need track stars to run up and down this court. And if Wiggins has a little bit of a let go, we saw JaMychal head out there, but they're going to need someone to gun. I mean, Moody may have a decent game. Poole, I think it's going to be Klay, and I think our boy Kuminga is going to be running and gunning. And I'll tell you what, it's going to be table for 3 dibs on Sunday with your mom. You, your mom, and that TV, because it's going to be Warriors in 7, baby.
Thank you, J-Man. It's a nice bounce back for us right there, J-Man.
It was a
Don't
good bounce
necessarily
back.
love the content in terms of Kuminga, but
let me say this about Kuminga, because I wanted to just roundly dismiss it also, because I think it's funny that people are still obsessed with Jonathan Kuminga. How many games has it been where he's gotten DNPs in a row?
Oh, it's been
all
at least
5 of this series.
Well, he's gotten GT.
Yeah, no, forget that. That doesn't count.
We're not counting garbage
When's
time.
the last non-GT minute for Kuminga? Game 2, Sacramento? Game 3?
Oh, boy, that's a great question. I think it might have been Game 4.
Anyway.
It was definitely Sacramento, though.
We are running close to 10 games now of no Jonathan Kuminga, and people are still calling in and asking for Jonathan Kuminga. Now, one caveat here.
It's Game 3, the Draymond game.
All right.
The game where Draymond was not eligible to play.
So 4 games from that series and 5 games of this series where Jonathan Kuminga has not played a significant role.
He didn't play at all in games 1 and 4, and since the Game 3 in Sac, he's played 3, 4, 3, 10, 9, and 2 minutes respectively.
GT. Okay.
Garbage time.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So, I actually, however, could see a scenario tonight, and it's not on the end of the floor that J-Man talks about. Hey, we need track stars on offense. No. What you need are potentially people who have the size and maybe ability to guard LeBron James if Andrew Wiggins can't go or if Andrew gets knocked out. I'm not going to Jonathan unless it's emergency break glass, but we could get there because Andrew could get hurt. And how many other people on the roster? I'm not even saying Kuminga could do it. I think that's a scary matchup. But at least he brings height, athleticism, and at times this year, he showed real defensive acumen. And I would say this, boy, if Kuminga gets real minutes tonight, you would think he would come in like a man possessed. You would think he would come in and be like...
You would hope.
You would hope.
Yeah.
Because it's like, my man... If you pouting, here's your chance. It's an elimination game in L.A. Let's go. So I don't.
We've already been through that in terms of, hey, Jonathan, Draymond's out. We need you, and he did not play well in that spot. And subsequently, he hasn't even seen the light of day. I don't think that you're wrong saying what you're saying in terms of if Andrew can't guard LeBron because he's physically just not able. Well, who do you put on him? You don't put Draymond on him, although he can guard him, because then who guards Anthony Davis?
Right.
So that might be a situation. I mean, Moses Moody, that's a big ask for Moses to guard him.
He's got the body to do it. I don't think he's got the ability yet on the defensive end to handle it.
And I don't think Kuminga has the ability either, but at least, as you're mentioning, with his athleticism, you could give it a shot.
Harry in L.A. is next up here on Willard and Dibs. Hey, Harry, what are you doing?
How you doing today, my friend?
What's up, Harry? What are you doing?
I'm doing very good, man. I cannot complain. And, as you know, I'm a Los Angeles Lakers fan. I was raised in Los Angeles. I own a couple of bit in Los Angeles, too. Today is make or break game for Anthony Davis. Today is his legacy game. Today, Anthony Davis has to dominate both sides of the floor, offensively and defensively. He cannot one game go for 30-20 and next game 10-10. No. today they have to dominate both under the floor, because if we do not dominate both under the floor, then you can wrap the LA Lakers season is over.
Okay, yeah, Harry, I kind of tend to agree, actually, and I wonder how many Warrior fans even sort of acknowledge this or know, and maybe they don't even care, but I will say this. I'll say that if the Warriors win this game tonight, and if Davis is just even okay, he's kind of so-so, he's going to have trouble with that fan base, because they entered into this year pretty annoyed with how many games he misses. You end up in a matchup like this where you're the biggest guy on the floor. They've shown that they don't have anybody who can guard you consistently. If you can't get them over the top, then they're going to come down on you. This is a big game for Anthony Davis, and it's why so many Laker fans were rolling their eyes when he ended up in a wheelchair the other night.
Right, and you actually mentioned this toward the tail end of the regular season when the Lakers load managed Anthony Davis and LeBron, I believe, when they were driving down the stretch and they needed to get wins. About 2 weeks to go in the regular season, they just sat them both. It was the second half of a back-to-back, and you were pulling out that gorgeous salt and pepper hair of yours because you couldn't believe that they would load manage these guys in that spot. But even when Anthony Davis has played, at times he's load managed himself through his disinterest. And I wonder how much enthusiasm he comes out with tonight, coming off of that near hospitalization.
I think that they will tonight. The Warriors cannot hope for anything lackadaisical from Anthony Davis and LeBron James. They can slow them down. They can hope for a lack of success. But if Anthony Davis and LeBron James aren't 100% pedal to the metal all night tonight, I'd be shocked. Dale in the Creek. What's up, Dale? You're on with Willard and Dibs. What are you doing?
Hey guys, how you doing? I'm on pins and needles, just like everybody else. I think we can do it. I'm not going to be super disappointed though if it doesn't work out, because at the beginning of this season, I think Kerr and the guys had the right idea. Building the team, playing the young guys, giving them minutes, and then in the middle of the season, somehow they lost their minds and they got to win this year. And a dynasty isn't necessarily 3 years in a row. A dynasty is greatness over a long period of time. And I believe they will have learned from this year, and they'll develop the young guys more, and we'll come back stronger next year. So I'm not going to hang my head if we don't do it tonight or Sunday, but I'm thinking we really can, and we'll just have to see what happens. Thanks for taking my call.
Yeah, Dale, I get Dale's tone almost sounds a little defeatist, but I do understand where he's coming from. It's hard in the moment to have that perspective, but he's right. I mean, if you go through Tom Brady's career, you don't win every year.
Right.
There's 1,000 different things that happen. We know a lot of the ones that have happened this year. You don't win every year, and I mean, if I hear what you just said about 10 minutes ago, the Warriors could win tonight. They could win on Sunday, and you still don't think they're going to win a championship.
And I don't. Yeah.
You know, and I get that. I get that. I haven't thought all year that it would end up with a championship. So, if you want to call that preparation for what might happen tonight, that's fair. And that to me is also the significance of the win 2 nights ago. You lose 2 nights ago, I think you can look at the season and be like, what was that? Like how do you go down to the Lakers 4-1 and lose on your home floor?
And you barely survived the Kings. You barely gutted that out, and then the Lakers come in and motorboat you. That's no way for it to end. If it ends tonight in 6, you could feel a little bit better. Although, for me, I would look at the situation and say, the Lakers were in a play-in team. They're a 7 seed. You had home court. And the Lakers aren't that good, honestly. Yes, they have LeBron and they have Anthony Davis, but your team has been as good as the Lakers, but you just haven't won the close games.
Yeah, it's a matchup thing. I will say this. If anybody is looking for some sort of glimmer of hope as to whether or not the road team can go into someone else's building in a Game 6 desperate situation and handle what's being thrown at them, Knicks are already up by 14 in Miami.
Yeah.
Knicks are already up by 14 in Miami.
Yeah, and that I think speaks to the nature of that matchup more than it does with the Warriors and Lakers, because those two teams are both wild cards to even be here at this late stage.
Yeah, but Miami has not played like a wild card in these playoffs. They've been consistently fantastic. They really have. They've been the better team in this series. They were clearly better. Man, they punked Milwaukee in 5 games.
Yeah.
And you're not dealing with a champion, but you are dealing with a best player on Miami who has been there, seen everything, done all of that. So it's not like they're choking, but this is a real dynamic tonight. Listen when the Laker fans call in. They're all saying the same thing. We've got to win tonight.
Yeah, no doubt.
Don't underestimate the pressure that's on them tonight as well.
And they know it because, the Warriors are a good home team, and the Lakers stole game 1 when they came to Chase Center and got that victory. And there's definitely that sense that they stole game 1. Game 4, when they came here, or game 5 rather, the Warriors played the way the Warriors need to play tonight, which is tough to do. And you travel your game down to L.A., and L.A. is undefeated in the postseason, including the play-in game at home this year. So the order is very tall tonight, especially if Andrew Wiggins is at all compromised with the costal cartilage situation.
We should get news soon. Steve Kerr talks in 20 minutes. As soon as he's done, JD jumps on with us after listening to Steve, passes along everything that will be said, and obviously there will be a number of Andrew Wiggins questions. Robert in San Jose is next up on Willard and Dibbs. Hey, Robert, what are you doing?
Hey, this is the Bomber, man. I'm getting warmed up for the game. I'm totally confident we're going to win.
Nice.
Why?
Why? Because people don't understand that the Warriors are a developed team, right? We're not some scrapbook team put together. We have fought through adversity in the past. We have the most experience together. The talent is unbelievable. And we have the most chemistry in the NBA out of any team. Our players have been playing together the longest. Why would anybody doubt this?
Yeah, it's not about doubting it, Robert. I think everything that you're saying is true, and it's the reason that the Warriors have a great shot tonight. They've played well whenever they absolutely 100% have to. Sometimes it takes them a little bit too long to get to that point, but let's be honest, they have. Whenever they've really, 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 really needed a win, they go out and get it, and that's tonight. My only hesitation is I just wish the best player on the other team was somebody else. That's my only hesitation, because what you're talking about here, and I really believe this, I believe it's what happened in Game 7 against the Kings. The gravity of the Warriors, the togetherness, the chemistry, the understanding, the know-how. We talk about it probably too much. When does it actually matter? Well, in moments like this. The problem is the other team's got it too. They got this guy named LeBron, and I could see him. He knows. Like, remember what Steph was in Game 7? There's certain people on the planet who have the power to look at their teammates and go, get on my back, and I will get you there. Steph's one of those guys, but so's LeBron.
Yeah.
They got to slow him down somehow. He's going to be locked in tonight.
Right, and
you
slow him down with Andrew Wiggins, and if Andrew Wiggins is dealing with the costal cartilage situation and he's unable to really play physically and he can't slow down LeBron, and Tim Legler joined us about an hour ago, and he said, well, then you got to get into the situations where you trap and you hedge his way, you double team, and you got to kind of junk it up to try to make it uncomfortable for LeBron, and then you're leaving Hachimura and Reeves and Schroeder and D'Angelo Russell. They're going to have open, clean looks, and the last thing you want tonight is to let the Lakers get rolling from 3, because the Lakers do not shoot the ball very well from 3-point range. So if you have to double LeBron, trap LeBron, and leave shooters open, you're setting yourself up for being in a bad way defensively, because role players play better at home. They shoot better at home. And if you're going to lose to the Lakers, you want to lose going up and down and making them get 2s to your 3s.
Yeah, I think the Warriors need to not be scared of a really high-scoring game tonight. You watched the pace of the first half the other night. There were moments where it kept the Lakers close, right? You come out at 17-5, you're like, okay, Warriors are going to do their business tonight. Next thing you know, it's early in the second quarter, and the Lakers are up by 2. And you're thinking, what the heck's going on here? Well, it's because the Warriors created a frenetic pace. And at times, the other team's going to go on runs. They're going to get hot. They're going to hit a few shots. They're an NBA team, and they're a good one. So that's going to happen. But I think the Warriors have to not be afraid of that because it benefits them. Fast pace, run them, move them. Keep their legs moving defensively. It's not their strength, A, and B, it tires them out late. I will say this about the Stars, and whether or not, if it's a close game at the end, whose legs do you trust? AD and LeBron or Steph, Clay, and Dre?
It's Steph, Clay, and Dre.
No doubt.
Yeah.
No doubt. They are the best people. Steph and Clay are the best in-shape players, always have been.
And you mentioned championship pedigree and it coming to the forefront late in the game. That's why this Game 4 situation still sticks with me because you have championship pedigree, so do the Lakers, but the Warriors had their championship pedigree players in position to make championship plays. Clay missed 2 threes. Steph missed a shot inside the arc, and then he missed another 3. Draymond turned the ball over. So your championship pedigree did not bear fruit when you needed it to in the clutch in a game you needed. That's what scares me about tonight. And Tim Legler said, 7 minutes to go, 1 possession game. You feel good with the championship pedigree and the Warriors and being the players that they are. But that scares me, Mark, because our recent example was of those players not making the plays that counted.
Well, it's also, this is a game where you're going to have a stomach. The good news is the Warriors do. Yeah, I know a lot of you do.
I got one. You will too after that lasagna tonight. Don't even kid.
We'll go for seconds on that sucker.
No doubt.
No doubt. But the Warriors, I don't worry about their stomach for this. They've been through everything and seen everything. But yeah, in other words, like we got to the Game 7 situation against the Kings, and the final 7 minutes, Ottoman game. Ottoman game. That ain't happening tonight.
No.
That's not happening tonight.
You don't think it's a Warriors road, Ottoman?
I do not think the Warriors are going to win by 23 points tonight, 25 points, even 18 points. I think it's going to have to be a grinder.
Yeah.
And that's a tough watch.
They're going to have to win this game 4 or 5 times, as we've made that analogy many times in the past. And, you went to Sacramento, and that game was Ottoman-esque. That game, Game 7, that thing got pretty comfortable, pretty easy, but this team that they're facing tonight is going to be a much tougher out.
Ronnie in the city is next up on Willard and Dibs. Ronnie, what are you doing?
Hey, how are you guys doing?
Yo!
So a couple things. One, I have to tell you, my family has been so blessed. My daughter was born in 2010 when the Giants went. She's been a huge basketball girl. We have 4 games this weekend. We're going to try to watch Sunday because I know Sunday will happen in between her 4 tournament games. But I just want to give it up for the bigs like Looney. It was kind of hard to watch him struggle the last few games because he's not feeling up to par. But I'm really hoping he's looking better. He looked a lot better in the last game, even though he's not at full strength. But between him and Dre, if they're on and Steph does the pick and roll like he's been doing nonstop, I really think we're going to go to Game 7. I think we're going to take it.
Yeah, listen, Ronnie, thanks, and shout out to your whole family and the love of the game. I think Looney looks fine. I'm not worried about his health anymore. I think we have to run in our mind. It's not a perfect matchup for him. Sometimes we make it too simple. The Warriors played well. They didn't play well. Fans don't ever think the other team is doing anything, right? You always think that your players should play well and that you should defend well and the players on the other team should play poorly. That's the way a fan thinks. I think Looney's doing fine. I think he's healthy. I think this is a hell of a lot harder for him than the Kings. And if the Warriors can find their way out of this series, Draymond handles Jokic, and Looney will be a problem for the Nuggets again in certain ways. But this is a tough matchup for him, and he's grinding through it the best he can. I think he did have a good game the other night.
He had 20 minutes. He had 8 rebounds, and he was a -7, but don't let that get in the way. And, Kevon Looney played good, solid defense. He committed 3 fouls, and I think that the speed of Anthony Davis, the agility of Anthony Davis gives him problems in that matchup, and there really is no backup center for the Lakers, right? When the Lakers go away from Anthony Davis, they tend to go small, and they play Hachimura in there, and they don't really play with a traditional center on the floor. So if you're Kevon Looney, you don't really have anybody to guard. And offensively, Kevon's not the kind of player that can take advantage of a mismatch when there's not another center going against him.
Joe in Santa Cruz is our next up. Joe, what are you doing?
Hey, guys. Great to be part of the show, and the waves are firing down here in Santa Cruz. And what I wanted to mention is I think this is going to be a great opportunity for Steve Kerr to play the wave. He's going to have to read the situation. He's going to have to discern what's going on with Wiggins. He's going to have to understand the rotations that you were talking about. If it's not Wiggins guarding LeBron, who are we going to put? What bodies are we going to bring in? A lot of buttons he can push. And I think this is an opportunity for him to show his wisdom and to utilize all the pieces that he has. And I think it's going to be a heavyweight bout that goes late. And if we can stick around with our mettle and with our capacity to come through in the clutch, I think we can get it done.
Joe, thanks so much. I'm glad you brought up Steve Kerr. I think Steve's had a good series. I really do. I want to point out a couple of things that he's done. First of all, there have been multiple adjustments. The adjustment to the pick and roll in Game 4, I thought was working brilliantly. I still think they should have won the game, and I think that when it did fall apart late, it certainly wasn't on Steve. I also am going to point out that I think he did it in the right way and at the right time to bring up this flopping issue. He's taken a ton of criticism publicly and on social media, which I get. People, oh, gosh, you're whining and you're complaining. No, he's doing exactly what he needs to do to give his team the best chance to win. And he's willing to take those critical bullets, knowing that whether you think it was weak or not, he planted a seed, and the seed is growing. And they need that seed tonight, because whether or not any Warriors flop, because some of them do,
right?
There definitely has been a separation, I'll say, in flop calls. Whether you want to say the Lakers flop more or not, they have.
They do.
They have.
do.
I agree.
Yeah.
But that triggers some people.
Yeah.
So let me just say it this way: the refs have been fooled by the Lakers more often than the other way around. He sensed it. He saw it, and he put a stop to it. I think he's had a good series.
He tried to put a stop to it. We'll see if it actually got stopped. And part of that was the fact that the Warriors were home at Game 5, and you know that those calls will go the home team's way more often just by the nature of being at home. I'll add this to the Steve Kerr argument. After Game 1, he realized that there was a problem in the starting lineup in terms of matchups, and so he went to JaMychal Green. And J-Mike came in and knocked down three-pointers.
Yep.
He also has, I think, had Jordan Poole on a tight leash, which has been smart because Jordan Poole has been a little bit out of sorts in this series, and yet he went back to him in Game 5, and Jordan Poole absolutely played better in that ball game. I thought it was smart. He went to Gary Payton II in the starting lineup. I wonder tonight if he goes back to GP2. It feels like the smaller lineup with only one non-shooter on the court at a time has been working.
Yep.
I will say that the criticism about the pick and roll is one thing that is founded in this series, and he went away from it too much in Game 4. And you saw in Game 5, he used Andrew Wiggins when Davis was guarding him a lot more in the pick and roll. And I think he admitted, I don't know if he said that it was an error that they went away from it, but he recognized that they probably should have gone to more pick and roll in the second half.
You know, we asked him that question right after Game 4, and his answer, which I don't have in front of me right now, but was essentially they made an adjustment, and we couldn't go to the well too many times. And then, by extension, he later said, look, we realized that Steph and Draymond, that's our bread and butter.
Right.
So, you know, hindsight 2020, could he have done it a little bit more? Maybe. But I also go back to that decision had nothing to do with the awful shot selection that the Warriors had down the stretch.
Right.
They did not need to shoot those shots. And in my opinion, that's point one as to why they lost.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And, you know, again, if we're looking at the balance sheet of Steve Kerr, I'm with you. More on the positive than the negative. I just think that one piece is fair criticism. And I agree with you, though. It's not the reason why they lost that game, but it was a little bit curious as to why they went away from it so much in the second half.
It was head scratching at the time for sure because, they were killing them with it. But I get it. Like, keep going small and just run. Keep those legs moving and see if that foot injury for LeBron and Anthony Davis tires out and get those trees out of the middle. That's what the Warriors need to do tonight. So I have no problem with them, playing more players than the Lakers do tonight. Doesn't mean extend your bench too much, but Poole is going to have to play a role. Moody, play a role. I know some people are ready to give up on Dante DiVincenzo. Not me.
Moody and Looney play a role.
Thank you. Moody and Looney. Actually, it's like Looney first. Looney and Moody score points.
They play roles.
Yeah, thank you. And Looney and Moody do yoga after the game as they get ready for Game 7. Nathan in Menlo Park is next up. Hi, Nathan. What are you doing?
Yeah, hi, guys. Looking forward to the game today. I just wanted to say, you remember that Warrior fan who was at the Sacramento Game 7 with the strength in numbers sign? I think we need that guy teleported into Crypto Arena. I loved his energy. I think we need him there to get us a win today. If for some reason they're not able to get him there today and the Warriors still win, I think we need to bring him courtside for Game 7.
The word we're getting, Nathan, and I think the name is Christian Gamboa. The word we're getting is he's there. He's there and ready to roll. Yeah, Crypto. So I love that everyone else wants Steph to score 50. You just want a fan in the stands. You're not asking for a lot. So I like that about you, Nathan.
Go Warriors.
Thank you,
Okay,
Nathan.
yes, go Warriors.
Very good. It's very good.
That's fantastic, yeah. Listen, it's one of those nights.
Right.
Whatever your little quirky superstition is, do it. Put the right socks on.
Put the zennies on.
Sit in the same seat you sat in the other night, right? Like, I don't know, right? Just whatever it is, do it.
Yeah.
I know it doesn't do a damn thing, but just do it.
It feels right.
Right.
And you need something to break the historical trends, Mark, because I looked up historically where we are in terms of best of sevens, where the road team wins Game 1, the home team wins Game 2, the team that then goes home wins 3 and 4, and then the team that's trailing wins Game 5. It's happened 22 times in the association in this order. The team up 3-2 is 18 and 4 in these sequences. One of the times where the team down 3-2 won the series, Warriors OKC, 2016. Couple of the times where the team up 3-2 went on to win, Warriors Memphis last year. You remember the Warriors won Game 1 on the road and then eventually won it in 6?
In 6.
Warriors Dallas, we believe, 2007. The Warriors stole Game 1 in Dallas, lost Game 2, won 3 and 4 at home, lost 5, and then won Game 6. So the Warriors have been on both sides of this sequence, but only 4 teams have done what the Warriors are trying to do, which is win 6 on the road, come home and win 7.
It's not that those data points are not interesting because they are.
Oh, I'm fascinated by
them. But I dismiss them because this is the Warriors.
Right.
Those stats include teams like Toronto in round 1 or whatever. Like,
hit the buzzer, Grandy.
Well, no, you know what I'm talking about. I'm just using it as a rando example.
Actually, Toronto did do it in
there you
round 1,
go. No,
2007.
Give me a ding, please. Ding, thank you.
You know, the data point is interesting to me because the Warriors did it in 2016 against OKC. Yes. Game 6 Clay.
Now, of course, there were, a sum total of 3 players on that team that are still on the team. Is that right?
3, Steph, Draymond, Clay.
I mean, you don't count Iguodala.
I'm counting Iguodala.
Do not count Iguodala.
I want Iguodala.
Oh, by the way.
Festus Ezeli in the pregame
Not
booth.
on this team. So he's
Leandro Barbosa.
I gotta give a shout out to Willard and Dibbs.
Thank you.
Literally coaching against the Warriors.
Andrew Bogut on Twitter.
He likes Mark Jackson.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Harrison Barnes watching from Sacramento.
Harrison came closer than anyone to knocking the Warriors season out.
Brandon Rush on that team. Come on, B. Rush.
By the way, remember a moment ago where I was like, look, that home team in this Game 6 situation, sometimes they get the booty and they don't come out so hot.
I had lemon booty.
Miami was already down by 14. Guess what? Lead gone.
He's got a big butt.
Miami up by 1.
Really?
It went that fast.
That fast.
Yeah, I think they just went on a 16-2 run or 17-2 run or something like that.
Yeah.
So Miami's back in front.
2016, Thunder beat the Warriors by 6 in Game 1 at Oracle. Warriors crush them in 2. Thunder dominate 3 and 4. Warriors come home and beat the Thunder, and then Game 6 Clay happened May 28th, 2016.
I'll say this. That series, which has mirrored this one in a number of ways except for Game 4, because the Thunder rolled them in Game 4.
By 24,
The Lakers only won Game 4, obviously, by a little bit, and I thought got outplayed. So that Game 6 felt harder than this one. And the Warriors won that one, too. That's
an interesting point. I think you're right
because they hadn't come close in OKC.
Yeah,
they hadn't even come close.
They lost by 28 and 24.
I was like, "How are you going to turn that around?" And then Clay's like, "Hold my beer." That's how. So, but this, like, come on, man, they were right there in Game 4. They had it, and they blew it. They let them off the hook.
Yeah.
So
Steph and Clay combined for 72. That night in OKC. Do you need 72 from those two tonight, Mark?
I hope not. No, I don't think they're going to get that.
Wiggins didn't even score. 2016.
Coasting again. All right. Abe in Napa. Hey, Abe, what are you doing?
Hey, I'm just listening to you guys. You guys having a great show today. Thank you so much for entertaining us with your show.
Yeah, well, now we're listening to you. Let's roll.
Okay, I just want to talk about the legacy aspect of this game. And so you guys are the ones who know all the stats and all that. So my question is this: what is the score right now of Curry in championships versus LeBron? 3-1, I think.
Wait a minute. Are you talking about
head-to-head?
Why are you talking about head-to-head or number of rings?
Rings. I mean, head-to-head.
Head-to-head.
It's 3-1.
3-1.
Okay. What is it on KD? How many rings does KD have versus Curry?
Curry's got 4. KD's got the 2.
2, yeah.
Okay. So see what I'm saying here?
Not yet.
I feel like there's a lot of questions being asked.
Curry's like, no, I'm just setting up the table here because Curry is a champion, and he keeps on beating LeBron 3-1. KD got 2 championships. KD's gone. KD has no more championships. So what's going on? KD just got eliminated. And LeBron and KD have something in common. They both want to be the man. Curry wants to be a winner. And Curry knows the concept of basketball, which is team. It's a team sport.
Okay.
No matter what happens, you notice.
Yeah, Abe, you have a premise with which I think most of us can agree. And that is that Steph Curry's amazing and he's a champ and there's heart there and there's know-how and there's all of those things that we think are going to show up tonight. But I personally, I stop short when we go, now LeBron's over here and he just wants to be the man. Are we really going to find a way in this series to denigrate the accomplishments of LeBron James? And also, by the way,
we're not doing that.
I don't think we should do that. I think it's silly, number one. And number two, this matchup between LeBron and Curry, I sort of dismiss the previous matchups because, my God, are they different. They were all in the NBA Finals. A couple of them included Kevin Durant. Another one, LeBron lost all of his good teammates. I'm not taking anything away from Steph, but this is round 2. This is not the NBA Finals. All of the teammates outside of Clay and Draymond are different. He's playing with they're all in
Tristan Thompson.
They're mid to late 30s now.
You're welcome.
Yeah, thank you for that. What
got to keep you accurate.
What a career he's had. Shout out Kardashians. Anyway, I don't find this having a whole lot to do with that. I guess is my point.
No, it has almost nothing to do with that.
They're both champs.
But historically, this will be reflected in the head-to-head. It'll either be 4-1 or 3-2 with next year pending. We're not here for LeBron slander. He's one of only 3 players to ever win NBA championships with 3 different teams. And the other 2 were not stars on their teams.
Right.
Robert Horry and that girl, John Sally. That girl, Sally. John says it's a song from the 80s.
No, I got you. I'm with you.
I know you're with me, man. You're wondering where
I just want to know how long you're going to do it.
that girl. I could do the whole thing. John Sally and Robert Horry and LeBron James. So we're not here for LeBron slander, but I do think that, when all is said and done, Steph would rather be up 4-1 than 3-2 in the head-to-head.
Of course he would, but I guess when I hear people go, it's a legacy game, I go, it's round 2.
It's not a legacy game.
It's not a legacy game.
Both legacies are intact. LeBron is either number 1 or number 2 all time, and Steph has vaulted himself into the conversation of top 10.
Yes, look, not only are the legacies set, But you remember Giants play the Dodgers in the playoffs, 5-game series a couple years ago. And then the Dodgers win, and we go, legacy, oh my gosh, Giants, Dodgers, blah, blah, blah. And then the Dodgers went and lost the next round. So what if one of these guys wins the series?
Yeah.
And then Jokic clowns him next week? Then what? Right? This is just round 2. It's fun for us because the names are as massive as they could be. But I just find this different because it's not the NBA Finals. It's not even the conference finals.
No, but it is Lakers and Warriors. And so I think it goes from easy to dismiss. It's not as big as the NBA Finals matchups, but you just can't dismiss it because it is Lakers Warriors who haven't met since 1991.
Right.
So that part of it to me does make the LeBron Steph thing more hefty. Now, it's not as hefty as it was in the NBA Finals, but it's more hefty than your garden variety second round matchup.
Look, it is fun. Like the fact that the Lakers, Clippers, Kings, and Warriors all went into the playoffs with aspirations and they were all good at once, like that never happens. Never, ever, ever does that happen. And so this whole California championship thing that is seemingly on the line here this weekend, it's a whole lot of fun. But unless one of these teams ends up winning a ring, I don't know that it's going to be as memorable as we feel like it is right now. Speaking of right now, we got more time for your calls. Stay right where you are. But JD is on the scene, and Steve Kerr is officially talking to the assembled media right now. So we're going to get some answers, hear from JD on what Steve said. Certainly the Andrew Wiggins question will be up front. So stay tuned. Stay right where you are. We're going to get all those answers really, really quick. Okay? Let's go to Sherwin in San Jose. Hey, Sherwin, what are you doing?
Hey, how are you guys?
What's up?
I call myself the Filipino Nostradamus. So based on my crystal ball here, are you ready?
Please.
Ready.
Warriors will win tonight. Stephen Curry will make up 53 points. Moody will step up. Wiggins is not feeling well. Draymond will not be the scoring machine, but he's going to facilitate. And then Game 7, triple-double for Curry. We beat Denver in 6. We beat Sixers in 6. NBA champions for 2023, Golden State Warriors.
Okay,
Thank you so much.
Now, Sherwin, do you have a history of this? Like you call yourself the Filipino Nostradamus. Did you call Warriors in 6 over Boston last year? Like, what's the resume here?
Yeah.
I call Kings in 7.
Oh.
I called 45 points for Curry. I mean, Warriors in 7 versus the Kings.
Yeah. Okay, so you got that nickname just off of 2 weeks ago.
Yeah, 2 weeks ago.
All right, there it is.
Scoring.
Ladies and gentlemen, the man and the sensation that's sweeping the nation. It is Sherwin in San Jose, the Filipino Nostradamus. I'm still
big. He's no corgi.
I was just going to say I'm a little bit more focused on the TikTok corgi right now.
Yes, 5 for 5 also, TikTok corgi. Corgi hasn't missed, Mark.
Well, he's got a big shot tonight. A big shot at the rim tonight.
And you know what you'd say to that corgi? Shoot your shot, corgi.
That's all you got.
Yeah, no doubt.
Well, he's also got a TikTok account, so I don't know. How about Gio in Castro Valley?
Sorry.
Hey, Gio, what are you doing?
How's it going, gentlemen? I've been a longtime Warriors fan, longtime listener, and don't ever think that my love for the Warriors has waned in any way. But here's the thing. I'm listening to a lot of Homer calls, and there's nothing wrong with that because that's what you do. You present.
Yeah, people are excited. Yeah.
Well, yeah, absolutely. I as well, and I am nervous too. But I will ask you this: we as an audience have nothing on the line for tonight's results. I mean, unless you're betting, you're hoping for the best. But let me ask you: there was a guy once sold all his possessions. I don't know if he went to Vegas, but he put it all on a roulette wheel, and everyone stood there with bated breath. I pose to you guys, if you were to sell every possession, you had this crazy idea to do the same thing, and you went to the bookie and put your money down, knowing what you know, even though I don't think statistics are really going to dictate what's going to happen, where would your money go in your heart of hearts? That's my question.
Now, Gio, are you asking? Are you talking about with the spread or just for a team to win the game?
Straight up, win or lose.
Well, the better in me, I can answer this one of two ways. And the better in me, the smart thing to do, based on what you're saying, mathematically, is to go Lakers. They're favored. They're favored by 3.5. You're essentially, if you're saying I'm a better, you just gave me 3.5 points. They're a 3.5 point favorite, and all they've got to do is win. They're the home team, and I'm going to lose all my possessions, knowing what we know, what NBA games are usually like at late in series with officials at home and all of that. Yeah, I think I said this.
No buzzer for this guy?
No, I said this right at the start of the show. I give the Warriors a 35% chance to win the game tonight.
I get something right and I get buzzed. This guy he's a closet Laker fan, and we're going to let this pass?
Closet Laker fan. No, I'm a closet son of a math teacher.
You son of a math teacher.
Damn right. Yeah.
The correct answer is the Warriors. The Warriors would be the play. Give me all my possessions, and I shout out bread, everything I own. I'm not a big possessions guy. I don't have much. As you see from the hoodie I wear about 3 days a week.
That's from Marine Layer. That sucker's $85.
Yeah, damn. I think I got it on sale. Shout out Supper, the lovely Supper who picked it up for me. It's a tough one, Mark, and this is definitely not one on which I would feel comfortable gambling either way.
No, agreed. Listen, Dibs, all I can do is keep it real.
Dang, look at you.
Dog. Okay?
Thanks, Chief.
All right. Dub Nation, they are gold-blooded. 2023 playoffs presented by Kaiser Permanente are happening now. And if this isn't the best read of the moment, I don't know what is. Single game tickets are available for purchase for games at Chase Center. Get your tickets for Sunday right now at Warriors.com or call 888. GSW Hoop representatives are standing by, and so is JD, because Steve Kerr is done. Let's find out what he said coming up next on Willard and Dibs.
Hey, Brad.
I'm just looking for these moments of levity because it's too
Moment of
much.
clarity.
It's too much. Thank God for granting me
this moment of clarity.
This moment of clarity.
Your hip hop sneaky knowledge is probably one of my underrated favorite parts of you.
I like once a week. I like to throw a little something at you under the table. Yeah. Once a week.
You like to keep it real on occasion. No, you surprise me sometimes, Mark Willard, because I know that you're more than just a pretty face and a peninsula silver spooner. And
the Black
son
Album.
of a math teacher.
If you can't get in on the Black Album, then what the hell are we doing?
You're right.
Like, what are we doing?
Seriously.
Like,
Willard and Dibs want to know.
What's the matter with you? Anyway,
you got a sneaky streak about you though.
Thank you. I've been working on it. I just think that this is too much. It's too much. We need these moments of levity because, obviously in the end, look, there's a sporting event tonight, and someone's going to win, and then we're all going to move on with our lives and whatnot. But the gravity of the Warrior dynasty and the big three and the contracts and the money in the offseason, and then you blend that together with LeBron James and the Los Angeles Lakers.
Stop it.
And I mean, it's a lot tonight, man. It's a lot.
It's a lot.
It's a lot.
No, it's a lot. And for me personally, and we've talked about this is my team. I'm a Giants fan. You know that. And I love the 49ers, but this is my team.
Yeah.
I was raised in a basketball household. These are the games that I went to most frequently with my brother, Mikey 1.0. We'd make some runs from Marin across the Richmond Bridge, doing 100 back when you could do that. Many a memory going down Cutting Boulevard before the freeway extension was built. A lot of stories for me as a youth going to Warrior games. So this one hits me differently, especially when it comes to that purple and gold atrocity that they're facing tonight.
Well, here we go. And we're going to go live on the scene right now, the crypto scene, if you will, because our own JD is standing by and ready to go. He's going to take you all the way from 6 o'clock up until they hand the baton off with Tim Roy and the whole gang getting ready for Game 6 in L.A. And moments ago, just listened to Steve Kerr talk. So, JD, thank you for hopping in a few minutes early, and go ahead and give us the goods. What did Steve have to say about Andrew Wiggins?
Yeah, he gave some details, guys, as to when the injury happened, which I think had been chronicled already with Andrew Wiggins getting tangled up with LeBron James in the fourth quarter of the game the other night. And it was something that was deemed to be okay. It didn't really bother him too much toward the end of the game. But the next day kind of got a little tight on him, and so they did the MRI, which showed the fracture there. And the plan is for Andrew Wiggins to get out on the floor as he is right now and had been. I was just down on the court right before coming up to join you guys, and Wiggins was going through that pregame routine, the normal pregame routine, which Steve Kerr said he would go through and then see if he feels like he's able to go. It sounds like all indications are he will be. He wasn't wincing or anything as I watched him go through that. He is wearing a protective padding type shirt underneath his warm-up shirt that you could see as his warm-up shirt would flip up as he would take a couple jumpers. You could see that there was a kind of a padded, almost like an Under Armour type deal that he was wearing, but he wasn't wincing as he went through dribble drives and pull-ups and threes and cutting to the basket, driving and those things. So I would say all signs, as much as they could, would point toward he's going to give it a go, which is really where this thing has been trending here over the last 24 hours.
And if he is good to go, JD, is there any talk of a minutes restriction or any other restraints upon Andrew's game tonight?
Yeah, no minutes restriction. I know that it's going to be kind of determined on how he feels as he gets in it, but nothing formal from Rick Celebrini, according to Steve Kerr. I know Kevon Looney spoke today, guys, at shoot-around, and Kevon had said when he played with a similar injury in the 2019 finals that he did lose his wind a little more quickly than usual. And so it was pretty much a pain tolerance thing, but as he ran up and down the court, maybe because of the pain, he might be huffing and puffing a little bit at a higher level than normal, and so maybe he might need a quickie breather here and there more than normal.
JD, did Steve say anything about Plan B? If Andrew does need to get out of there, what happens next?
I think Dante DiVincenzo slips into that role in a big way. I think it could, it would lead to more Moses Moody. I do think it could even lead to maybe Jonathan Kuminga getting an opportunity. I know he's been well buried and rightfully so on the Warrior bench, but sometimes the reason a young player gets an opportunity that maybe he doesn't necessarily deserve is because there's no other option. And the Warriors are going to need some big bodies that they could maybe put on LeBron James if Wiggins were unable to go. I thought it was funny today, going back to shoot-around, Gary Payton II was asked by Ron Kroichek of the Chronicle about just how problematic it would be if Wiggins couldn't go. And Gary said, well, we didn't go over that at shoot-around. And I took that as an indicator of, well, he's going to be playing. So it didn't reach that level, even though he's going through the paces now, to where they were concerned enough to think that they had to go over a backup plan in terms of their coverages should Wiggins not be able to play. So kind of a funny answer. Everybody chuckled in the moment, but I also think it's an answer that is telling as to the fact that at least he'll be out there at the beginning. And then again, it's just how effective he can be in this game. He was highly effective on Wednesday night. The Warriors needed him to be highly effective on Wednesday night. He's really, and I was talking to Steiny and Guru about this, he's one of two players on the Warriors roster among their main guys who really have the ability to impact both ends. Draymond Green is the other. Draymond could impact things in a major way on the defensive end and the offensive end when he's aggressive like he was Wednesday, but just pushing the tempo and passing and screening and all the things that he does. Wiggins, they need his ability to attack the basket. They need his tough twos. Hell, they need him to make a couple of threes, which is something they can't seemingly do in this building, fellas.
All right,
Thanks, JD.
Yep, here we go, man. Thank you so much for that information. And obviously, don't move a muscle because we're going to throw you the ball again here in about 5 minutes.
Sounds good. Looking forward to it.
All right, there it is. John Dickinson is live on the scene at Staples Center. Get out of here with crypto dot joke, whatever the hell that whole thing is. It's funny sometimes when, certain corporate sponsors are built a little bit different than others. It's like when Pac Bell Park opened for the Giants. It was like, no, it's Pac Bell Park. It's like, it's just a corporate sponsor like anything else.
Right.
But yeah, people down there want it to still be called Staples Center.
I think you should not be allowed to have a corporate sponsor unless you're going to keep it for 20 years. If you change your name before 20 years, you don't get another corporate sponsor for 20 years.
Oh my gosh, I like it.
It's just
a
Pac Bell,
penalization
SBC,
sensation.
thank you, cha-ching. It was Pac Bell, it was SBC, and all the rest of it, and it's exhausting when Oracle's no longer Oracle, but now Oracle's over here and it's over there. You can't keep your eyes on it, Mark.
I'm expecting the next few hours to be exhausting as well.
I'm fired up. It's Friday night.
But we love this. We love this. Keep that in mind as you watch tonight. We love this stuff. And Mr. Dibley, it is my sincere hope that when we circle back and see you again, that the Warrior season is still alive because we love this stuff. But here we go, my brother.
Lock in, brother.
It's
a Friday night, Game 6. Hopefully, Mother's Day is spoiled for all of us with an NBA game.
Well, and with that, our opportunity also to each and every one of you moms out there, enjoy the hell out of your Mother's Day. You've earned it. You deserve it. We love you all. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises. It is obviously Warriors Live with John Dickinson. Ladies and gentlemen, here comes Game 6 in L.A. between the Warriors and the Lakers. For Dibs, for Grandy, for John, I'm Mark. Hey, Warriors, shoot your shot. That's all you got.
Ladies and gentlemen, the weekend.
Why do we knock on doors like this? Why do we make pets look like people?
Aw, your puppy looks so cute with that sweater.
And why do we make people look like pets?
Aw, your photo looks so cute with that puppy filter.
Why do we like secret handshakes more than regular ones?
Up high, down low, fist bump,
slow-mo explosion. Why? For the same reason we play scratchers from the California Lottery. Because a little play can make your day. Please play responsibly. Must be 18 years or older to purchase, play, or claim.
When I can't sleep, my mind just races. I think about work, the kids, but I don't think about taking melatonin because I'm afraid I'll feel groggy in the morning.
ZzzQuil Pure Z's Gummies has an optimal dose of melatonin for no next-day grogginess, so you can fall asleep naturally and wake up feeling refreshed. ZzzQuil Pure Z's Gummies for better sleep like never before. And try Pure Z Sleep Plus Next Day Energy with melatonin plus extended release B vitamins.
All new spring deals are here at Lowe's. Start planting your garden this weekend with Bonnie 11.8-ounce vegetables. Buy 4 for $10. Plus, liven up your patios and decks with fresh blooms. Select 1.5-gallon hanging baskets or 2 for $20. Lowe's knows spring. Lowe's knows home improvement. Offers valid through 5/17. In-store only. Actual plant size and selection varies by location. While supplies last, excludes Alaska and Hawaii.
$25 all-in tickets to over 3,800 shows. Concert Week is going on now through May 16th. It's the best time to get tickets to see all your favorite artists like Beck and Phoenix, Big Time Rush, Fall Out Boy, Janet Jackson, Country Wayne, Shania Twain, Snoop Dogg, and many more. With $25 all-in tickets, you can fill your year with shows. So get your friends and grab your $25 all-in tickets now through May 16th. Head to livenation.com/concertweek. That's livenation.com/concertweek.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textplan.us. Texting enrolls for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply. Reply stop to opt out. Terms and conditions apply. For full details, see unlock.com/legal.
Lisa, thanks for having me over. Your new kitchen is gorgeous. How'd you find the money to do it?
We worked with this great company, Unlock. They help you unlock the future value of your home to get the cash you need today.
So it's a home equity loan?
No, it's not a loan at all. There's no monthly payments and no interest charges ever. And you can use the money however you want. We were able to redo our kitchen and pay off our credit card debt.
Wow, Jack and I could really use this to finally pay off our old student loan debt. How do I get started?
It's easy. Just send them a text.
Text WALLET to 323232 to unlock the value in your home and get up to $500,000 in cash with no monthly payments and no interest ever. Pay off debt, improve your home, add your retirement fund. It's up to you. Just text WALLET to 323232 right now to see if you qualify. Text the word WALLET to 323232. Text WALLET to 323232 now.
Texting enrolls you into reoccurring automated text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, Dan, how you doing? Haven't seen you around the gym.
Yeah, I've really fallen off. Since I turned 40, I just don't get the results I used to get.
Could be lower testosterone. I went through it a while back. I got Nugenix Total T, and it's made a huge difference for me.
I've seen that on TV. Is it for real?
Oh, yeah. The patented key ingredient is something called Testofen, which helps boost free and total testosterone levels to help you trim up and stay lean.
And it's made a difference for you?
Man, I feel like I'm in my 20s again. At work, in the gym, and in the bedroom.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles for people to try it for themselves?
Yeah, you just need to send them a text.
Text KICK to 321-321 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T. Plus, text now and we'll include a bottle of Nugenix Thermo, our most powerful fat incinerator ever, to help you get back into shape fast. Absolutely free. Text KICK to 321-321. That's KICK to 321-321.
Products and statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease or illness.
Welcome to IKEA. Enjoying the spring weather?
Yeah, maybe too much. I got really excited and invited my entire office over for a barbecue.
Oh, well, our Get Ready for Summer sale has offers going on now through 5/29 on outdoor essentials, summer dining, indoor furniture, and more. You'll be barbecue ready without breaking the bank.
I think you just earned yourself an invite.
Nice. Visit IKEA-USA.com/getreadyforsummer to do summer your way. Offer valid now through 5/29, U.S. only while supplies last. Selection may vary by store and online. See store and IKEA-USA.com for complete terms. Restrictions apply.
Hi, this is Stephanie from Safeway with great news. Now through May 23rd, earn 2 times rewards points when you purchase participating items with Safeway for you. Then use your rewards on groceries or discounts on gas at participating Chevron or Texaco stations. Download your exclusive digital coupon in the Safeway for You app and start earning 2 times rewards today. Limit 1 offer per household. This is Stephanie from Safeway, and we'll see you soon. Restrictions and exclusions apply. Learn more at safeway.com/for-you.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMC FM at HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app.